Chapter 1. Being loved by a yandere is an accident. Those who have ever loved a yandere understand the truth. Loving a yandere is but a narrative, whereas being loved by one is an unfortunate twist of fate. To be adored by a wealthy yandere is to experience a profound sense of despair, as you will inevitably feel the paralyzing powerlessness of being unable to escape. Marry me, and I shall clear your debts. My mother has just been released from prison and is yet to find work, but I will provide her with a substantial sum to help her restart her life. And your sister, who washes dishes in a fine dining restaurant, I will secure a respectable job for her as well. After our marriage, you need not work nor engage in house chores. Your daily allowance will be plentiful. I will bear you 2 children, or even more if that is your desire. My demands are quite simple. You are not to leave my villa alone should you wish to go out. I must accompany you, and you are to remain within half a meter of me, never defying my wishes. The beautiful woman crossed her legs, her fingers interlocked, her eyes gleaming with confidence, fully aware that the man before her had no choice. In the CAF, a man and a woman locked eyes. Wait, that's not right. Normally it shouldn't be like this. The bride price of 300,000 cannot be diminished by even a fraction. I care not for wealth. I merely seek your attitude. For the security of my future, the house must be transferred to my name, as must the car. This script is all wrong. Chu Feng gazed quizzically at the woman before him, an unsettling sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, he could not recall who she was, though he was certain she was a wealthy heiress. With her cascade of black, slightly curled hair, clad in an expensive, tailored women's suit and a form-fitting black skirt, complemented by a striking red Hermes trench coat, she exuded an air of opulence. Her long, elegant legs were adorned with glossy black stockings, and a pair of black high-heeled boots lightly tapped the ground. The aura of affluence enveloped Chu Feng. Noticing that Chu Feng seemed to have forgotten her, the woman elegantly removed her dark sunglasses, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Her gaze meticulously scanned the man before her, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chu Feng's expression morphed into one of disbelief, and after regaining his composure, his voice trembled slightly. He furrowed his brow, a look of confusion washing over his face as he directed a cold inquiry toward her. Can you tell me why it is me? Su Ningxue frowned. She had not anticipated that the Chu Feng of today would have transformed so drastically, even questioning the intentions of a childhood friend who knew him so well. One could hardly believe that Lu Ruyan had inflicted such deep wounds upon him from now on. Let me cherish you properly. There is no elaborate reason. It is simply because I wish to find someone trustworthy to be my husband, and you are the best candidate. After all, we are intimately familiar with each other, are we not? Su Ningxue smiled lightly, her brow arched, revealing a radiant and sweet smile. At this, Chu Feng's shattered heart fluttered, and memories of their childhood and the beautiful moments from university flooded back. His expression grew complex. He had not expected that the person he was being set up with was his old friend and wealthy childhood companion. Standing up, he declared, "Thank you from this day forth. My life belongs to you." After exiting, he climbed into Su Ningxue's Maybach, and as the saying goes, it is easy to plunge into the depths but hard to return to the surface. He would forever regret this decision. After their wedding, it indeed unfolded as Su Ningxue had promised. He needed to do nothing, and his mother successfully revived her career while his sister found employment at a leading firm. Initially, Chu Feng was elated, having acquired a beautiful wife and indulging in a life of ease. Most notably, Su Ningxue was quite proactive in their marital relations, albeit a tad domineering. Yet it was not a significant issue. However, as time passed, 6 months later, with dark circles under his eyes, he lay in bed, questioning his existence, fearing that if this continued, he might soon require a drip of 6-flavor Rehmannia pills. Due to his diminishing physical strength, Su Ningxue had obtained a manual on a rejuvenation technique from somewhere and began practicing it. Since she started training with this book, Chu Feng's health gradually improved. Following this, their intimate life accelerated in frequency, with Su Ningxue clinging to him during any free moment outside of work. Such a lifestyle, prolonged, could lead anyone to despair. He had contemplated rebellion, yet the reality of his situation kept him in check. After all, One does not easily bite the hand that feeds them. Eventually, Chu Feng suggested to Su Ningxue that he join her company, as this lifestyle was becoming increasingly stifling. Su Ningxue readily agreed, appointing him as her personal secretary. Once at the company, Chu Feng envisioned a chance to showcase his talents, having been a top student from the prestigious Magic City University. However, dreams are often beautiful, while reality can be harsh. Each day, he found himself merely providing entertainment for Su Ningxue, hardly needing to lift a finger. A rare opportunity arose when he could fetch her a cup of hot water, yet an accidental brush against another woman's shoulder led to dire consequences. Upon returning to the office, the fragrance of another woman's perfume wafted from him, prompting a barrage of inquiries from Su Ningxue regarding whom he had encountered. Chu Feng, however, resolutely refused to divulge, resulting in a lifetime of confinement within the villa. Gradually, Su Ningxue's obsessive control intensified. Chu Feng began to feel less like a person and more like a mere plaything for Su Ningxue to manipulate at will. His existence seemed entirely centered around her. Every aspect of his life, diet, attire, speech, and even their intimate moments was meticulously tailored to suit her desires. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Chu Feng stealthily escaped the villa one night while Su Ningxue slept. Yet, he had scarcely ventured far when a sharp needle pierced his backside. The next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and in his hazy state, he heard the distinctive sound of high heels approaching, growing nearer. Su Ningxue cradled his drowsy face, her exquisite features now adorned with a hint of a sickly expression, before bestowing a passionate kiss upon him. In our childhood, we made a pact to never part ways, to grow old together, and to be buried side by side. If you wish to betray our promise, then you must accept my punishment. From that moment forth, Chu Feng found himself imprisoned within the villa, never to step outside again, for should he dare to cross the threshold, he would face the tempestuous wrath of his beloved. What bound Chu Feng was not merely the lock on the door, but rather the sense of indebtedness within his heart. No matter how pathological Su Ningxue's possessiveness became, her commitment had been fulfilled, and his promises must also be honored. 3 years later, he welcomed a child, believing that the arrival of a little one might temper Su Ningxue, for surely maternal love could transform a person. Yet, Chu Feng underestimated Su Ningxue's determination to toy with him at the age of 3. Their child was handed over to Su Ningxue's mother, with Chu Feng only permitted to visit once a year. It was during the 3rd year of his visit that his car suddenly lost control and careened down the mountainside. In that moment of life and death, instinctively, he shielded Su Ningxue in his embrace. "Be careful." Crash. Miraculously, the car did not explode, colliding instead with a pine tree. However, an enormous branch pierced through the window, impaling Chu Feng in the abdomen. As blood gushed from his mouth, he had no time to cry out in pain, splattering Su Ningxue's face. Despite the excruciating agony, Chu Feng smiled a genuine smile that marked the first time he had felt such joy since their marriage. As he closed his eyes, he could only faintly hear the heart-wrenching cries echoing in his ears. Even at the brink of death, one cannot find peace. If there is a next life, I shall strive to succeed. To hell with the affluent heiress and her steel wool. With that thought, he relinquished his consciousness, collapsing into a state of surrender. Chu Feng, who allowed you to die? I won't permit it. We promised to be together for life, remember? We made a pact. You deceitful scoundrel. Su Ningxue clutched Chu Feng's head, tears and snot streaming down her face uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Are you still afraid that I might poison you? In the summer of June 2007, in the bustling metropolis, the blaring horn of a massive truck pierced through Chu Feng's consciousness. The pain in his body seemed to linger, his head buzzing incessantly, as a faint glimmer of light struggled to penetrate his vision. In a daze, he felt a tingling sensation on his lips, as if something were persistently sucking at them, while a small hand caressed his abdomen. Slowly, he opened his eyes and was met with a delicate and beautiful face pressed closely against his own. Am I kissing? Chu Feng instinctively pushed the woman away. Upon seeing him awake, the girl's face filled with terror. You're awake. Her startled reaction revealed a hint of panic, and her small hands quickly withdrew from his abdomen. Chu Feng focused his gaze and recognized her. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye struck him as particularly familiar. Coming to his senses, he noticed she was still seated on his lap, prompting him to gently push her aside and scrutinize the girl before him. She wore a pale, flowing dress, her complexion radiant and flawless, her lips a vivid crimson, her delicate nose elegantly upturned, and her eyes sparkling with clarity. Her entire visage exuded warmth and beauty, enchanting anyone who beheld her. Could it be that this girl is Su Ningxue, my wife? Chu Feng nearly blurted out the wrong name, hastily correcting himself that Su Ningxue, and merely pursed her lips slightly. A glimmer of something unusual passing through her phoenix-like eyes that moment. Chu Feng was completely jolted awake. Chu Feng, are you all right? A familiar yet somewhat youthful voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by the faint fragrance of girlhood emanating from her. Indeed, it was Su Ningxue. Chu Feng felt a momentary disorientation, unsure if he truly had returned to life. What is happening? Where are my clothes? He felt a chill and glanced down to find himself clad only in a pair of black shorts. You fell into the lake at school. After you somehow managed to crawl ashore, you fainted that I happened to pass by and brought you into my car, that I was just about to take you to the hospital when you woke up. Su Ningxue explained quietly, observing Chu Feng's reaction. Noticing he hadn't mentioned their earlier encounter, she breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, he had called her wife moments ago. Could it be that he was addressing her? The thought made the corners of Su Ningxue's mouth lift slightly. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Chu Feng organized his thoughts and confirmed he was indeed alive. He fixed his gaze on Su Ningxue, softly questioning, "What exactly did you do to me?" What? Su Ningxue feigned ignorance, internally chastising herself for having been too premature in her joy. Recalling the memories from his previous life, Chu Feng remembered that Su Ningxue had taken him to the hospital after the incident. However, this didn't quite align with the current situation. The timing of his awakening felt rather peculiar, suggesting that matters were far from straightforward. Could it be that he was oblivious to what transpired during his unconsciousness? That seemed likely. Having sorted through his thoughts, Chu Feng reached out to confirm that he had not made a mistake, then turned his attention back to Su Ningxue. "Did you kiss me? Other than that, you didn't do anything else, did you?" Upon noticing that Chu Feng's mind had returned to normal, Su Ningxue seized the opportunity to concoct a plausible excuse, saying, "I was merely administering artificial respiration, that it was unavoidable." Observing the flicker of hesitation and panic in her eyes, Chu Feng understood the situation. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to investigate the company's issues first. In his previous life, had it not been for the bankruptcy of his family's company, he would not have found himself at the mercy of Su Ningxue. Even if they had married, a life of seclusion would have been impossible. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the hardships he faced, unable to even see his mother, while Su Ningxue had toyed with his fate. With that thought, Chu Feng turned to Su Ningxue beside him and said, "Ningxue, thank you. Could you take me home?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's lack of further inquiries, Su Ningxue felt a glimmer of hope. Did that mean he wished to forget the earlier incident, or perhaps that he harbored feelings for her? Noticing that he was still waiting for a response, Chu Feng gently poked her arm and reiterated, "Ningxue, could you please take me home?" "Oh, of course," Su Ningxue quickly replied, then slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Once home, after changing into fresh clothes, Chu Feng found Su Ningxue had already prepared a cup of warm water for him. "Drink this to warm yourself up. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." Taking the water, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, wary of whether Su Ningxue had added anything unusual. "What? Are you afraid I might poison you?" Su Ningxue chuckled lightly, feigning innocence that of course not. Chu Feng thought for a moment before taking a sip, reasoning that Su Ningxue's current demeanor seemed rather mild, and she likely wouldn't drug him. After finishing the water, Chu Feng did not rush back to school, but instead called Su Mingyao from his company. Su Mingyao, the head of the legal department at Chu Enterprises, though only 32 this year, was a veteran who had been with the company since its inception. Having watched Chu Feng grow up, she held high hopes for him as the future successor of the company. Even in his previous life, after the company's downfall, she had supported him for a time. "Hello, is this Su Jie?" Chu Feng spoke as he called. Seated in her office, Su Mingyao gently swung her long, silky legs, bringing the phone to her ear and responding with a warm smile. "Yes, it's me, little Chu. What brings you to call today?" After a brief pause, Chu Feng continued, "Could you send me a copy of the internal financial reports? I'd like to take a look. Upon hearing his request, Su Mingyao straightened her posture and replied seriously, "That's company confidential information. Not everyone is allowed to see it." Chu Feng responded with a smile, "Am I still considered an outsider?" Su Mingyao, undeterred, maintained her stance, "That's not the issue. This information, if leaked, could cause significant trouble. The internal reports are tied to many sensitive matters." Seeing her refusal, Chu Feng prepared to broach the subject of the internal traitor. "Sister Yao, there is a mole in the company. Trust me, I need to see the financial reports." That Su Mingyao's eyes gleamed with curiosity at the mention of a mole. "Who is it?" Chu Feng replied, "I don't know yet. That if I did, I'd go directly to my mother. That's why I need to see the financial reports." That Su Mingyao asked, "Can you even understand them?" Growing impatient. Chu Feng insisted, "Just do as I say. Send me the internal reports from the past 5 years to my computer so I can review them." Sensing his frustration, Su Mingyao fell silent for a moment but ultimately decided to trust Chu Feng. She stood up and said, "Only the finance director and your mother have access to those documents. That I'll have to ask your mother for them. Whether she gives them to me is up to her. But I'll do my best to help." With that, she headed towards the general manager's office. Chu Feng sat on his bed, sighing softly that he had considered asking his mother himself, but feared she might refuse, claiming he wouldn't understand. However, having the head of the legal department make the request carried more weight. 10 minutes later, 5 documents popped up on Chu Feng's computer screen. "Hey, Chu Feng, are you done? Are you planning to head back to school?" Su Ningxue called from the living room, "That I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a while, though if you want to go back, you can do so on your own." Chapter 3, Feigning a Fever, as Chu Feng spoke. He opened one of the documents and began to read meticulously that in his previous life, under Su Ningxue's subtle influence, although he had never truly managed the company or even worked there for long, he had learned quite a bit during his brief time as her secretary, such as how to check for discrepancies in business operations and whether financial data was accurate. As he opened the 3rd document, he stifled a yawn again. When he browsed the 4th document, he found no issues. However, when he flipped to the recent year's accounts, he suddenly stumbled upon a significant problem. Why had the company's business plummeted in the second half of the year while profits only slightly declined? Numerous minute details in the last 6 months appeared suspicious. In his previous life, it was the finance department that had leaked some of the company's secrets, and now, after only a short examination, he had uncovered this issue. That he then recalled that his ex-girlfriend and her male friend had interned at his company during their senior year, leading to its downfall. Could it be that this mole was connected to them? Or were they perhaps also moles planted by a rival company? As Chu Feng pondered deeply, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. "Why do I feel so lightheaded?" Chu Feng murmured a few words. At that moment, Su Ningxue, having timed her entrance perfectly, knocked twice on Chu Feng's door. "Chu Feng, I'm coming in." As soon as Su Ningxue finished speaking, she swung open the door, entering as if it were her own home. Upon stepping inside, she immediately noticed the drowsy Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, what are you doing? You've been in here for so long without going out." Chu Feng, gazing towards the doorway, saw 3 Su Ningxues standing before him and weakly shouted, "I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Hearing this, Su Ningxue quickly approached him, her delicate hand, as soft as jade, pressed against his forehead, her expression turning serious. "You feel a bit warm. It must be because you caught a chill earlier. You might have a fever." Looking into Su Ningxue's deeply concerned eyes, Chu Feng felt a pang of emotion, silently lamenting how wonderful it would be if she weren't such a delicate person. He murmured. But then he noticed that the inexplicable heaviness he felt suddenly intensified. Wait a minute, can a fever be this severe? Isn't a fever just dizziness? Can it really lead to unconsciousness? Chu Feng slapped his face, trying to rouse himself, but the weightiness only grew stronger. "It must be that water causing this," he thought. Before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Seeing Chu Feng fall asleep, Su Ningxue extended her arms, carefully lifting him and placing him onto the bed. She gently cradled his head, studying his features with great attention, her breathing becoming heavier. Chu Feng's face was handsome, his features strikingly sharp. "Those thin lips are so tempting," Su Ningxue thought, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting light. She bit her lip, speaking softly to herself, "Chu Feng, you only kissed me for less than a minute earlier that I didn't even have a chance to use my tongue. I need to make up for that now." Lowering her head slightly, she slowly parted her alluring red lips and leaned in to kiss him. In that moment, her heart raced with excitement, and her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. even her fair neck taking on a rosy hue. Seeing you in front of me every day has left me craving for more, that I in a small clinic on the streets of the magical city. Su Ningxue sat beside Chu Feng, fiddling with the keys in her hand. Suddenly, Chu Feng jolted awake, as if having just experienced a nightmare, his dark eyes snapping open that he found himself sprawled on a bed. Turning to see Su Ningxue beside him, playing with the keys. "What did you do to me?" he asked, a chill running down his spine as he pointed at her. What did I do to you?" "That's strange." Su Ningxue feigned innocence, quickly explaining, "You fainted earlier, and I noticed you seemed to have a high fever, so I rushed you to the nearby clinic and had you get a shot in your backside to bring down your fever." Su Ningxue pouted slightly, pressing her red lips together. "Got a fever. Just now." Chu Feng still found it hard to believe her words. Just then, a doctor in his 40s entered the room. "Young man, you were quite lucky earlier. If it weren't for this girl bringing you in, your brain might have been fried." The doctor spoke earnestly to Chu Feng, that I really had a fever. Chu Feng looked at the doctor, bewildered. He licked his lips, only to find a faint strawberry scent filling his nostrils. "Wait a minute, can a fever smell like strawberries?" He gritted his teeth, casting a wary glance at the seemingly innocent Su Ningxue. "That I don't believe it. You were close to a 41-degree fever, and you tell me that was just a fever. If it had been any longer, you might have turned into a simpleton. The medical fee is 100. Please settle it," the doctor stated casually. Hearing this, Chu Feng began to feel a bit dazed. Could it really be a fever? No way. It must be Su Ningxue's doing. He cursed inwardly, maintaining a blank expression, just as he was about to pay and leave. Su Ningxue beat him to it, pulling out a 100 yuan note from her bag and handing it to the doctor. "All right, let's head back to school," she said, urging Chu Feng to stand. As he rose, however, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. "Don't sit for too long. Move around a bit. The medicine on your backside hasn't absorbed yet," the doctor advised, handing over the medication. After exiting the clinic, the doctor happily counted the 10 or so red bills Su Ningxue had given him, remarking to himself, "This money is easy to earn." Chu Feng could never have imagined that the truth was that Su Ningxue had spiked his drink with medication, kissed him, and touched him. Later, when they arrived at the clinic, she simply paid the doctor to give Chu Feng a saline injection, creating the illusion of a fever. Back in the car, Chu Feng touched his backside, glancing at the driving Su Ningxue, feeling that this fever was rather peculiar. How can a fever smell like strawberries? I don't believe it at all. He resolved to avoid Su Ningxue in the future. If she truly latched onto him, it would be troublesome. Just then, as they approached the school gate, Chu Feng spotted the class monitor, Xie, walking out and took the opportunity to speak to Su Ningxue. "Let me get out here," Su Ningxue, hearing this, lightly tapped the brakes. "Are you afraid your girlfriend might misunderstand? Don't you want me to drop you off at the dorm?" As Chu Feng opened the car door, he explained, "No, during the basketball game a couple of days ago, I sprained my ankle, and it was our class monitor who helped me fix it. I'm just going to return the favor." With that, he dashed away, feeling that being around Su Ningxue was perilous at every moment. Su Ningxue followed the direction in which Chu Feng ran, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a graceful figure came into view. Her expression suddenly hardened, a sickly flush of red appearing in her eyes. He went out to meet a girl. Chapter 4. Can a male best friend compare? No wonder he suddenly wanted to get out. It turns out to be Xie. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on her hands bulging as a pang of jealousy rose within her. But wasn't Chu Feng head over heels for Lu Ruyan just a few days ago? How could he suddenly change his affections? She watched as Chu Feng exchanged a few words with Xie before heading her way. Quietly observing, she waited until they reached the car door. "Hey, Chu Feng, what are you two up to? You have good news and didn't even think of me." Chu Feng was initially inclined to ignore her, but upon Xie turning her head, she softly said, "Chu Feng said he wanted to take me to Wanfeng Hotel for a meal." As she turned, her delicate hand inadvertently brushed against Chu Feng's large hand. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had invited Xie to dine alone, Su Ningxue immediately felt a surge of jealousy, her icy gaze piercing through Xie. At that moment, the chill in her eyes startled Xie, who felt as if she had just stolen someone else's man. Moreover, wasn't Chu Feng's girlfriend Lu Ruyan from their class? What was going on? A massive question mark appeared in her mind. Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue and knew she was jealous. However, it didn't matter. She wasn't his girlfriend. Su Ningxue shot Chu Feng a look, hoping to join them. But he pretended not to see and directly pulled Insea's sleeve, leading her away. That Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, letting out a cold huff as she rolled up the car window and sent Lu Rian a message. Driving off, Insia sighed in relief a few seconds after hearing the car leave. Chu Feng, what is the deal with you and Su Ningxue? Her gaze was terrifying. It felt like she was about to eat me alive. Just a few seconds of eye contact with Su Ningxue had caused Insia to break out in a cold sweat. Chu Feng turned to look at the black Maybach and said, once I have money, I must buy 1-2 Maybach. Isn't that over $1 million? Not too expensive, Insia murmured quietly. Rich guy, looking for a sugar daddy, Chu Feng teased, grinning that in truth he had a particularly deep impression of Insia. She was the daughter of a prominent family in the capital, though she remained low-key at school, and no one seemed to know that in his previous life, when she graduated, the Yin family had sent over a dozen Mercedes to pick her up. Had it not been for the school's ban on helicopters, they might have even sent one to fetch her at Tianfeng Hotel. Chu Feng went straight to the top-floor restaurant. The atmosphere was not only tranquil, but the view from the top allowed one to appreciate the sweeping river scenery of the magical city. The dining table was positioned near the edge, and as Insia took a small piece of steak and savored it, the sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a glow on Chu Feng, making him appear almost radiant. She lifted her gaze slightly, and upon seeing Chu Feng at that moment, dressed in a white shirt against the backdrop of the soft sunset, her heart raced uncontrollably. Every aspect of Chu Feng aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Chu Feng noticed Insia gazing at him with a lovesick expression and waved his hand, wondering what delightful thought had made her appear so infatuated. Startled back to reality, Insia cleared her throat that, oh, it's nothing. Just then, she spotted Lu Rian approaching with two of her friends. Your girlfriend seems to be coming over. Should I avoid her? Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng casually glanced back, letting out a disdainful snort. He continued to savor the exquisite Kobe beef, unwilling to let it go to waste. However, when Lu Rian noticed that Chu Feng had merely cast a cursory glance in her direction, her anger flared instantly. She stepped forward and slammed her palm onto the table, shouting angrily, Chu Feng, how dare you dine alone with another girl? The commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Couples who had been enjoying their meals suddenly perked up, eagerly eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Some even discreetly pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. Chu Feng merely lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at Lu Rian, responding nonchalantly, when you went out to eat and travel with your male friend, did you ever consider that he was a man? Why should you care if I have a meal with someone else? As he spoke, he did not even bother to look directly at the trio, focusing instead on his snowflake steak. His words immediately incited fury in Lu Rian's friend sitting beside her. One girl with short hair pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Feng and exclaimed, Chu Feng, what do you mean by that? A male friend is not the same, is it? You're deliberately trying to stir up trouble, aren't you? Another friend chimed in, a male friend is our confidant. How can you compare him to an ordinary man? Hearing their outrageous remarks, Insia felt compelled to defend Chu Feng. Yet, he merely set down his knife and fork, reaching out to twist the finger of the short-haired girl. Chu Feng, what are you doing? She shrieked in surprise. Chu Feng coldly regarded her, stating indifferently, I despise it when others point fingers at me, that if you do it again, I'll break your finger. After saying this, he forcefully swatted her hand away. Lu Yuan, you need to control this rabid dog. The short-haired girl cursed at Lu Rian, in their eyes. Despite Chu Feng's academic excellence and modest wealth, he was nothing more than a genuine sycophant, enduring all of Lu Rian's verbal and physical assaults without a word of protest. They even speculated that he must have lost his mind. After all, although Lu Rian could barely be deemed a campus beauty, she was rigid and unyielding. Her father was a gambling addict, and her stepmother drained him dry, while her brother was a scoundrel. Each month, Lu Rian had to give her brother a few thousand yuan as pocket money, and most of the gambling debts her father owed were also settled by him. Lu Rian's funds were primarily siphoned from Chu Feng, who willingly played the fool, much to their amusement. Given that Chu Feng was a gullible fool, the two friends naturally sought to profit from the situation. For instance, whenever Lu Rian was upset, Chu Feng would invariably send messages through them. With each message, they inevitably received some perks, such as designer handbags and lipsticks, all courtesy of Chu Feng. Upon witnessing her friend's fierce expressions, Lu Ruyan quickly felt that Chu Feng had embarrassed her in front of them. Consequently, she reprimanded him. Chu Feng apologized to them immediately and buy us a designer handbag. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again. After saying this, she turned her head away, feigning anger. Based on past experiences, she anticipated that Chu Feng would apologize and present her with several expensive bags as a peace offering. Chapter 5. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng did not even glance at Lu Ruyan and her friends, continuing to enjoy his steak. Yet Lu Ruyan was not satisfied and began to shout like a shrew. Chu Feng, what do you mean? Can't you see I'm angry? Let me reiterate, apologize to my two sisters immediately and give each of them 2 handbags, or I will break up with you. Unable to endure any longer, Yin Xie interjected, do you really think Chu Feng cares about you? You should take a good look in the mirror and see what you really are. Acting like a shrew, if I were you, I would have broken up long ago. The short-haired friend immediately pointed at Yin Xie, cursing, Yin Xie, what are you yelling about? Is it amusing to seduce someone else's boyfriend? Do you think you can meddle in a couple's affairs? The atmosphere in the restaurant grew tense, with even a couple of waitstaff preparing to intervene. Everyone at the table was on edge. Anticipating how Chu Feng would respond, he turned to glance at them, casually stating, break up? Fine, but remember to return that 70,000 yuan you owe me soon, or I'll see you in court. Upon hearing the mention of repayment, Lu Ruyan immediately bristled. Repay? That 70,000 yuan was to pay off my father's debts. I have no money to give you. After finishing his meal, Chu Feng stood up and turned to Yin Xie, saying, class monitor, I'm leaving. It's too noisy here, I'll treat you to another meal next time. Noticing her bewilderment, he stepped closer and lightly patted her shoulder. Once Yin Xie regained her composure, she understood his intention and got up to settle the bill. However, Lu Ruyan blocked Chu Feng's path, incessantly chattering away. When he found her obstruction intolerable, he warned her several times to no avail, and finally delivered a slap that sent her crashing to the ground. This action left the surrounding women in shock. No one had anticipated that the once submissive Chu Feng would stand up for himself one day. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, cradling her reddened cheek. Her expression one of disbelief as she watched Chu Feng walk away. She never imagined that the former sycophant would dare to lay a hand on her. In the days that followed, Chu Feng attended classes and encountered Lu Ruyan around campus. Yet he ignored her completely, that he understood that once she was no longer with him, she would revert to her impoverished state, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. She and her blood-sucking friends and family would certainly not be pleased with this turn of events. Sure enough, after just 5 days, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Chu Feng, come to Tianfeng Hotel. I need to discuss something with you. Glancing at the text message on his phone, Chu Feng chuckled softly, you finally couldn't hold back. Lying in his dormitory, he turned to his good friend across the room. Ding Quan, do you have time to go out with me? A pale-skinned boy with glasses who looked refined sat up from his bed without hesitation. Where should I drive? Chu Feng paused, surprised by his friend's promptness. If it hadn't been for Lu Ruyan, his good friend would not have distanced himself from him. Eventually, after borrowing a considerable sum of money from Chu Feng due to Lu Ruyan, he began to drift away. Ding Quan's family was involved in tomb raiding. He had been immersed in antique culture since childhood and was particularly sensitive to old artifacts that in Chu Feng's previous life. His father had retired due to too many run-ins with the police. Unfortunately, Ding Quan was left with skills, but no way to utilize them until the rise of the online streaming industry allowed him to capitalize on his talent in appraising antiques. As they both got out of bed, Chu Feng patted Ding Quan's shoulder from behind. Bro, if we get rich in the future, don't forget me to me. Get rich, just don't step on a sewing machine. My dad just went in. Ding Quan looked bewildered, jokingly adding, have you been stimulated after breaking up? There are plenty of women in the world. I really don't understand why you were ever attracted to that Lu Ruyan. As Chu Feng walked out of the dorm, he mused, I don't understand either. I just felt she was quite pleasant to be around, that in his previous life, Lu Ruyan's fashion sense had perfectly aligned with Chu Feng's tastes, which had kept him enamored, aided in no small part by Su Ningxue. Ding Quan, draping an arm around Chu Feng's shoulders, whispered, if I were you, I would pursue Su Ningxue instead that in the entire Modi University. If she is not the most beautiful, no one would dare claim the title. She must come from a wealthy family, is diligent and obedient, and you two have a childhood connection. How can you not pursue her? Hearing his friend praise Su Ningxue so highly sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine that if even his good friend held such a favorable impression of Su Ningxue, what must others think? Had it not been for his previous life, where he too had thought highly of her, he would have never known that Su Ningxue had a possessive side. Arriving at the parking lot at the campus entrance, Chu Feng climbed into Ding Quan's Volkswagen that he had acquired this car through his own efforts, having stumbled upon a lucrative deal in the antique market. Where to? Ding Quan asked. Tianfeng Hotel, the A.S. Ding Quan drove. He playfully inquired, "You're not going to that Jibuda's birthday party, are you? You're not planning to be a sycophant again, are you?" He recalled hearing from classmates that Lu Ruyan was hosting a grand birthday party at Tianfeng Hotel. Sycophant? Please, I'm well aware. They invited me to cover the bill, that I just want to see where Lu Ruyan and Jibud are getting the money to settle it. Chu Feng replied with a smirk, his expression one of mockery. Are you truly determined to sever ties with Lu Ruyan? Ding Quan found it hard to believe as he recalled the past concerning Chu Feng, his seasoned friend, who had once been a devoted sycophant, had seemingly transformed into an entirely different individual within a matter of days. What was there to doubt? Did he expect his buddy to continue groveling? Even if he were to pursue Su Ningxue, he would not resume their relationship. Chu Feng fixed his gaze upon the bustling roadway ahead and spoke in a low voice. Well, my friend, how audacious of you to expect to both consume and take without consequence. Ding Quan chuckled softly, that a short while later, they arrived at the Tianfeng Grand Hotel. The staff there were quite familiar with Chu Feng, as he was a platinum member and spent hundreds of thousands each year at the establishment. Back in 2007, 100,000 yuan could purchase a house in less developed areas. As Chu Feng stepped through the entrance, a sweet-faced waitress approached him. Mr. Chu, Miss Lu is in the private room on the second floor. Would you like me to escort you? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me which room she is in. Room 207, Mr. Chu. The waitress replied. This. Chu Feng flashed a charming smile. Let us ascend and take a look. Ding Quan hesitated momentarily, genuinely questioning whether Chu Feng was merely playing the fool. However, since they were already there, he deemed it necessary to accompany his brother. Upon arriving at room 207, as Chu Feng opened the door, all eyes turned to them, noticing their empty hands that a voice filled with indignation rang out. Chu Feng, you come to my birthday banquet without even a gift. In the resplendent banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast a gentle glow, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. The air was thick with the scent of fine attire and mingling laughter as small groups engaged in hushed conversations, following Lu Ruyan's reprimand. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Chu Feng. First of all, you invited me to this birthday celebration. My mere presence is already a favor, and do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Chu Feng retorted sharply. Lu Ruyan, linked arm in arm with Ji Boda, glanced around, feeling the weight of judgment from those nearby. In a fit of anger, she stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Chu Feng. However, he was not one to be trifled with. With a firm shove, she stumbled to the ground, only to be caught by Ji Boda at the last moment. She is your girlfriend. How dare you lay a hand on her? Ji Boda bellowed at Chu Feng. Chu Feng scoffed. I'm sorry, but I broke up with her. We are no longer connected in any way. In the future, I want to attend such events even if you invite me. Ji Boda turned to Lu Ruyan, bewildered. Is what he just said true? Upon hearing the announcement of the breakup, Lu Ruyan's pride flared. She swiftly removed her high-heeled shoes and hurled them at Chu Feng. You think you can just end things? If anyone is doing the breaking up, it's me. Starting today, I, Lu Ruyan, sever all ties with you. Her friends immediately voiced their discontent that if Chu Feng ceased to pander to Lu Ruyan, their quality of life would undoubtedly diminish. Ruyan, calm down. Why not apologize to Chu Feng? Even Ji Boda chimed in. Or perhaps I should apologize on your behalf. It's likely my presence that led to your breakup, that he was genuinely reluctant to see Lu Ruyan part ways with Chu Feng. As individuals like him, foolish, wealthy heirs, were a rarity. That if Lu Ruyan could deceive him into parting with his fortune, she could then do the same to Ji Boda, enabling him to study abroad and escape his impoverished circumstances. However, Lu Ruyan dismissed Ji Boda's suggestion. You need not apologize to such a person. That if anyone owes an apology, it's him to you. With an air of indifference, she addressed the crowd. In a few days, he'll come crawling back to apologize. Ignore him. We shall continue to enjoy ourselves. Her short-haired friend, witnessing Lu Ruyan's confident demeanor, sighed in relief and gazed at her with admiration. That true? Ruyan, when he does come to apologize, make sure to give him a proper reprimand that I've had my eye on an Omega watch worth 30,000. Perhaps you could have him buy it for me. Ruyan, I have my sights set on a gold bracelet for 20,000 that I want one too. As the women clamored for their share of benefits, Lu Ruyan basked in their adoration. Yet, in G. Boda's eyes, these women were merely spending his money that he decided against confronting them openly, as he might still leverage their influence against Chu Feng. Once the banquet concluded, he would persuade Lu Ruyan to let him manage the funds she had extracted from Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan felt her spirits lift as her friends continued to shower her with praise. Let us keep the fun going and ignore him. The group then resumed ordering expensive items, with G. Boda opting for a bottle of wine priced over 20,000. Savoring it alone, As Chu Feng stepped out of the hotel. The moment he entered his vehicle, Ding Quan prepared to start the engine and depart, only to be halted by Chu Feng's hand. Are you reluctant to leave? Still wish to play the fool? Ding Quan queried, puzzled. Fool? Who are you calling a fool? I brought you here to witness a spectacle, Chu Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Adopting a mysteriously playful demeanor, that you've finally managed to engage your intellect. You usually score so well. I never understood where your wits vanished to upon encountering Lu Ruyan, Ding Quan remarked, a hint of pride in his voice, followed by a look of bewilderment. What exactly do you mean by a spectacle? You'll find out after they've feasted. Let the suspense linger for a while, Chu Feng said, patting Ding Quan's shoulder. Earlier at the banquet, he had casually scanned the room and surmised that Lu Ruyan's meal would easily amount to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, with a table full of lavish seafood and several bottles of expensive wine. After spending about an hour playing games on their phones, Ding Quan grew impatient that it ready yet. No sooner had he spoken than a call came through, causing Chu Feng's phone to light up. As he answered, the shrill voice of Lu Ruyan echoed from the other end. Hello, Chu Feng. Why did you leave without settling the bill? Chu Feng remained silent, instead gesturing to Ding Quan and pointing toward the hotel entrance where several individuals were being detained by security and staff. So this is the spectacle you meant, Ding Quan said, suddenly alert, activating his phone's recording function. Chu Feng held the phone to his ear and remarked with indifference, How many birthdays is this for you this year? Why are you any different from others? You celebrate 5 or 6 times annually. Did your mother give birth to you in segments? And why on earth should I pay for your birthday? You and your gaggle of friends indulge while expecting me to foot the bill. That deal you truly see me as a fool. As Lu Ruyan's friends grew impatient, they urged, Will you settle the bill or not? We can't be expected to pay. With her friends glaring at her like hungry wolves, Lu Ruyan snapped, Chu Feng, are you even a man? If you are, hurry up and settle the bill. What does your birthday have to do with me? Why should I pay for you? Has your brain been caught in a door? Chu Feng shot back before hanging up, returning his focus to the unfolding drama outside. The moment Lu Ruyan saw the screen reading call ended, her face darkened. The waitress, noticing her expression, prompted, Excuse me, ladies, could one of you please settle the bill? The short-haired friend's mind raced before she turned to the cashier and said, What are you rushing for? Are you afraid we can't pay? Just then, G. Boda whispered a few words into Lu Ruyan's ear. Her previously sullen face brightened with a smile. Brother Boda, you're so clever. Let me ask. She then stepped forward to the counter, declaring, My boyfriend is Chu Feng, a platinum member of Tianfeng Hotel. You can charge the bill to him. Upon hearing this, the bank clerk smiled slightly. Platinum members are indeed permitted to accrue charges, but their presence or consent is required. However, just moments ago, Master Chu specifically instructed us that if he is not present, no one else's debts can be charged to his account. May I ask if you were able to contact him? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized she was no longer with Chu Feng. She was no longer the exalted black swan, but had reverted to being the ugly duckling. Subsequently, her tone softened as she addressed the clerk. I apologize for the small conflict we had earlier. Could you allow us to leave first? I will ensure he sends the money once I return to school. Meanwhile, a nearby waitress could no longer tolerate the situation. Don't dawdle and disrupt our business. Are you trying to skip out on the bill? As she spoke, she waved her hand toward the entrance, and 2 burly security guards promptly strode in, causing the 4 to fall silent in fear. Lu Ruyan was also taken aback by this display, handing her bag over to the counter. This bag is newly purchased and worth over 20,000. Could it serve as a collateral? The clerk examined the bag briefly and noted that it was indeed in excellent condition. This bag could be valued at a maximum of 10,000, but your total expenditure amounts to 50,000. Do you have any other items to pledge? What? 50,000? Are you joking? There are only 5 of us. How could we possibly spend that much? One girl stepped forward, pointing at the clerk and shouting. The basic consumption fee is 25,000. The private room costs 5,000. And then you ordered a bottle of 1987 Lafite. Valued at 23,000, the clerk tossed a bill onto the faces of the 5 that upon seeing the bill, the 3 girlfriends simultaneously turned their gazes toward G-Boda. G-Boda, you ordered that Lafite. We didn't even drink it, so you should be the one to pay it, and I'm not playing along anymore. Today is simply my misfortune, and I will only cover my share. As she spoke, she directly handed her bag to the clerk. This bag is worth 13,000. Based on your pricing, it should still be valued at 6 or 7,000. Asked them for the remaining amount. The clerk inspected the bag for a moment and nodded. 6,000 is acceptable. The other 2 girls followed suit, offering their bags as well. After the clerk's assessment, the total approached over 20,000, yet the clerk remained unwilling to let them leave. I don't care how you do it. Unless the full payment is settled, none of you may leave. However, if someone is willing to stay and take responsibility, that could be arranged. The 3 girls, upon hearing this, immediately approached Lu Ruyan, their expressions icy. Ruyan, you stay here for a while. We'll gather the money once we step outside. Lu Ruyan, intimidated by their demeanor, nodded vigorously, and the 3 best friends finally departed from Tianfeng Hotel as they wished. Once the 3 women left, Chu Feng ceased recording and turned to his close friend beside him. Shall we go out for a meal? Right now. Isn't that inappropriate? Ding Quan scratched his head. After exiting the car, Chu Feng pulled him along, heading toward the hotel. At that moment, Lu Ruyan caught sight of Chu Feng approaching and felt a surge of anger. As he entered the hotel, she immediately confronted him with scathing words. Chu Feng, you scoundrel, arriving so late. I demand you pay me 80,000. Chu Feng ignored her, addressing the nearby security guards instead. Is there no one in this hotel to intervene when someone is being verbally assaulted? Must I, as a platinum member, lodge a complaint for you to take action? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the 2 security guards swiftly dragged Lu Ruyan toward a corner sofa. Yet Lu Ruyan continued her incessant tirade. Chu Feng, without a glance back, led Ding Quan up to the 2nd floor as private room, but he understood well that the most effective way to crush someone's spirit is to present them with a glimmer of hope just as they are on the brink of despair. Then, just as they reach for that hope, it is snatched away, leaving them in utter desolation, both physically and psychologically. After the 2 finished their meal, nightfall approached. Chu Feng descended the stairs to find Lu Ruyan curled up in a corner of the sofa. And upon seeing them, she rushed over to Chu Feng, her eyes pleading. Please, Chu Feng, help me pay off this last 8,000. I promise to reconcile with you. Chu Feng looked down at her hand, which reached out as if to embrace his arm, and replied coolly, What are you to me? Reconciliation. That is a fanciful notion that he wished to teach this woman, accustomed to being a swan, a lesson in humility. Lu Ruyan, when I regard you highly, you are a swan. When I look down on you, you are merely a toad in the dirt, nothing more. Upon hearing Chu Feng's insult, Lu Ruyan clung to his sleeve, feigning innocence. Yes, you are right. Whatever you say goes. I implore you, please settle the remaining amount for me. In her effort to appear convincing, she forced tears to well in her eyes, putting on a pitiful act. Chu Feng, I know you have feelings for me. I realize I may have upset you recently, but quarreling is quite normal in a relationship, so please, let us not continue this. I will definitely reconcile with you. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, casting her hand aside. I will say this once more. We have broken up, so do not bother me again. With that, he turned and left the hotel, leaving Ding Quan astonished. Is this truly the Chu Feng I know? Seeing them depart, G-Boda, unwilling to stay behind to wash dishes, reluctantly produced a bank card. This card held the money he had deceitfully acquired from Lu Ruyan over the past few months. He had not anticipated needing to use a portion of it so soon. After he settled the 8,000 with the clerk, Lu Ruyan was instantly smitten with him. After G-Boda paid, he feigned a pained expression, mumbling, This is my allowance for half a year. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan intertwined her arm with his, whispering words of comfort. Brother Boda, don't worry, I will pay you back. Chu Feng, just you wait. The next time you wish to reconcile, It will cost you at least 100 or 200,000. That even now, she believed that Chu Feng intended to coerce her with money. Hoping to keep her obediently by his side, did I end the car? Chu Feng gazed at the vehicle and felt a twinge of melancholy. How is it that my monthly allowance exceeds 70,000? Yet I have no car of my own, reduced to frequently hitching rides with Su Ningxue. Chapter 8. The cunning and calculating it is truly tragic to contemplate, had it not been for my unauthorized meddling with the company's finances. Perhaps the company would not have faced premature bankruptcy. Quan, how much did you pay for this Volkswagen? Ding Quan patted the pristine steering wheel. This old clunker was only 60 or 70,000 when I bought it. It is hardly worth anything. Are you thinking of buying a car? Chu Feng did not deny it. Indeed, I am contemplating acquiring a vehicle for convenience. Ding Quan sighed deeply. You truly do not appreciate what you have. What car do you want? You might as well continue to ride in Su Ningxue's Maybach. That would enhance your relationship. Hearing this, Chu Feng smirked slightly. Riding in her car daily, I might not even notice the day she decides to consume me. In this life, it is better to maintain distance from Su Ningxue. Friends are fine, but I prefer to keep it platonic that I cannot keep relying on her. It feels rather embarrassing. Chu Feng concocted an excuse to deflect the conversation. Next week, when my allowance arrives, I plan to buy a car. You can accompany me then. Ding Quan nodded. All right, next week, I'll take you to have a look. That he dropped Chu Feng off at the school gate. I am heading to the ghost market to find some antiques. My living expenses are a bit tight lately, so I'll see if I can strike it lucky. Chu Feng understood that his good friend had a peculiar habit of frequenting the ghost market. The ghost market is a colloquial term in their antique trade, referring to the time of midnight when yin and yang intersect and the gates of the underworld open. During the night, some antique connoisseurs display their treasures. Trading in the dark streets. Because it is dark, even if one gets swindled, they cannot locate the seller the next day, relying solely on their vision and luck. Chu Feng clapped his friend on the shoulder. Best of luck. May you discover a great treasure. Ding Quan. If I truly find something valuable, I'll treat you to a meal at Tianfeng Hotel tomorrow. Chu Feng. Haha, sounds good. After their conversation, the two parted ways. Once Ding Quan saw that Chu Feng had completely vanished from sight, he promptly sent a message to Su Ningxue, briefly recounting the events of the day and informing her about Chu Feng's intention to purchase a car. At that moment, Su Ningxue had already returned to her villa. Sitting on the genuine leather sofa, she glanced at Ding Quan's message and smiled charmingly. With a delicate motion, she removed her exquisite high heels. Allowing her snow-white legs to rest comfortably on the sofa, "Ta-da, Chu Feng, did you ever imagine that your roommate is also my pawn?" She mused, before picking up her phone to send a message. "The Yongzheng Tongbao copper coins have already been sent to you. Sigh, ever since he discovered my little secret, he has been avoiding me. I must think of a way to deal with this." She absent-mindedly grabbed Chu Feng's discarded underwear, burying her face in it and inhaling deeply. The scent is truly intoxicating. Ding Quan, upon reading the message on his screen, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He questioned himself. "Ah, Chu Feng, don't blame me for being ruthless. I do this for your own good. That Lu Ruyan is nothing but a disaster. How could you turn down such a wealthy and splendid woman like Sue? I truly feel for you. Once you marry her, you will surely be grateful for my efforts," he sighed, yearning for the day when a beautiful and affluent woman would notice him, wishing to live off her wealth as well. Meanwhile, Chu Feng strolled along the grand avenue of the school that on this early summer night in June, when the temperature was a sweltering 30 degrees, he inexplicably shivered. What is going on? Why do I feel an unsettling sense of anxiety? Su Ningxue opened a bottle of red wine in the villa, taking a delicate sip as she pondered how to confront Chu Feng that I absolutely cannot allow him to buy a car. If he does, he will no longer rely on my vehicle, and that simply cannot be allowed. After a moment's thought, she decided to call Chu Feng's mother, Gu Luosheng. When the call connected, they exchanged a few pleasantries before Su Ningxue dove straight into the matter. "Annie Gu, recently, your son has been completely entrapped by a deceitful girl at school, and all his pocket money has been swindled away. Moreover, I've heard rumors that he is contemplating embezzling funds from your company." Gu Luosheng, taken aback, responded with skepticism. "Really? Feng is quite intelligent. He excels academically and has good character. Surely, he wouldn't do such a thing." Su Ningxue replied, "I only heard this from others. You should definitely inquire about it with your company's finance department." Gu Luosheng conceded. "All right, I'll make time to ask tomorrow. After ending the call, Su Ningxue turned to another phone and sent a message to the financial clerk at Chu Feng's home. She had initially intended to keep this pawn in reserve, planning to strike a decisive blow once Chu Feng attempted to embezzle funds. What worried her most was Chu Feng's sudden change in character after breaking up with Lu Ruyan. She found it increasingly difficult to gauge him. 3 days later, the day for the allowance disbursement arrived, but Chu Feng had yet to receive any funds from his mother. Thus, he called her. "Hello, Mom. Why hasn't my allowance been transferred yet?" Gu Luoxing had been waiting for Chu Feng to call. "You can forget about your allowance from now on. Starting today, I will be coming home every evening to cook for you, and your monthly allowance is reduced to 3,000. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned by the figure. 3,000. Mom, you must be joking. Gu Luoxing, however, was filled with disappointment. Joking? I used to give you so much pocket money every month. Where did it all go? Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Unsure how to respond, that he couldn't possibly admit the truth. Realizing his silence, Gu Luoxing deduced that Su Ningxue's claims were indeed true. Most importantly, she had inquired with the finance department just 2 days prior and discovered that Chu Feng had genuinely considered embezzling funds. She then spoke coldly. "I have been informed that all your money has been swindled by that deceitful girl. To prevent you from getting entangled further and ending up with nothing, you will return home and eat properly." Before he could offer any rebuttals, she hung up the phone. Sitting on the stool, Chu Feng stared at the computer on the table, lost in thought. How does Mom know? Did I mention I have a girlfriend at school? Could it be that Su Ningxue had told her? It seemed likely. Su Ningxue must have been worried he was being deceived, prompting her to inform his mother. However, it was odd, as he didn't recall her ever mentioning anything in his previous life. Why would she tell his mother right after he broke up with Lu Ruyan? Did she sense something in fear he might reconcile with Lu Ruyan? But that didn't make sense. Then he considered another possibility. Perhaps Su Ningxue saw his breakup as an opportunity and decided to speak up. Yes, that must be it, he concluded. Chu Feng recalled the time shortly after their marriage when Su Ningxue had gone to great lengths to monopolize his attention, employing various tactics to clear any distractions. What a waste of time, he thought, reflecting on how he had forgotten Lu Ruyan due to the pressures of that period. Now, he realized he could no longer ask his family for money. It seemed he would have to find a way to earn it himself. But what could he do? His gaze fell on the laptop before him when suddenly a pop-up window appeared. "The greatest bull market in Huaxia is upon us. What are you still hesitating about?" "Ah, this is interesting." Chu Feng clicked on the window, revealing a dizzying array of stocks. "Indeed, this is the Huaxia bull market. As the saying goes, when the wind rises, even a cow can fly. I recall an elderly lady who casually bought a stock, and it multiplied dozens of times that if others can succeed, why can't I? Relying on lottery tickets was futile. After all, the winning numbers are only revealed after everyone has placed their bets, calculated by the system. Even if he remembered the winning numbers, he would still have no chance of winning. Stocks, however, were different. He was somewhat of an expert in that field, having been confined at home since Su Ningxue forbade him from going out. Aside from gaming and reading novels, his only hobby had been trading stocks. He distinctly remembered that after he began trading, he stopped gaming and only read novels on weekends, spending his days eagerly awaiting the market opening. While he had been a novice investor in his previous life, this time could be different. Although he lacked experience, he remembered the legendary histories of certain stocks quite clearly. For instance, the soaring Jinlong stock in this bull market. Determined to invest, he quickly registered for an account. After completing this, he turned his gaze toward his good friend, Ding Quan, who was engrossed in playing World of Warcraft. This guy had quite a bit of money saved up and was the only one in their class who had managed to buy a car through his own efforts. He approached Ding Quan and patted him on the shoulder, startling him out of his gaming trance. "Brother Feng, what is up? Can't you see I'm playing World of Warcraft?" "Quan, I've just thought of an incredible way to make money, but I urgently need an investment to get started. Lend me 50,000, and I'll return 60,000 to you by summer." Chu Feng smiled brightly, exuding the charm of a shrewd businessman. "Don't bother with stocks. There's no future in that. When the market crashes, you'll be the next one on the rooftop." Ding Quan immediately recalled the cutthroat nature of the stock market, which was currently all the rage. Even the cafeteria staff was discussing stocks, but having been raised in a family where they lived on the edge of survival, he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. "Trust me, you'll definitely make a profit. If not, I'll still repay you." Ding Quan inquired, "What about the allowance your mom gives you? Don't tell me you gave it all to Lu Ruyan again." My mom found out I was being a doormat and cut off my allowance. Ding Quan burst into laughter. It was high time for that. Will you lend me the money or not? Ding Quan rummaged through his pockets. I can lend you money, but only 20,000. That if you lose that, consider it a lesson learned. He then promptly transferred 20,000 to Chu Feng. Good buddy, for life. Chu Feng excitedly squeezed his shoulder. That I'll head back for dinner now. Not eating in the cafeteria. My mom has prepared dinner for me at home. All right then. Chu Feng nodded and turned to leave the dormitory. The June sun was setting, casting a fiery glow over the land, and the sweltering heat had reduced the number of pedestrians on the street. Just as he arrived at the bus stop, a Maybach suddenly drove up behind him. Upon glancing back, he recognized the license plate. It was Su Ningxue's car. Why can't she just leave me alone? As soon as I stepped out of the school gate, I spotted her. Su Ningxue lowered the car window, revealing a stunning visage reminiscent of snow. Upon entering the vehicle, Angu instructed me to give you a ride home, as I am dining at your place tonight. She didn't even glance at Chu Feng. Speaking in a commanding tone, he was about to refuse, yet the cold, piercing gaze made him shudder, but he was all too familiar with that expression in his previous life. To dare to refuse would have made even getting out of bed the next day a challenge. Reluctantly, he complied and got into the car. Arriving at the entrance, Su Ningxue expertly maneuvered the car into the garage of the 3-story duplex villa, as if it were her own abode. Stepping out, the fragrant aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen into the garage, a scent that evoked deep nostalgia. Mother-esque culinary skills remained as impressive as ever. Entering the hall, Chu Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he called out, "Mom, I'm back." His voice trembled slightly, tinged with awkwardness. It had been a long time since he had uttered that word. In this lifetime, he vowed never to let his mother face imprisonment again, nor would he allow his younger sister to wash dishes. However, the family business would inevitably face obsolescence. The textile industry was overly reliant on upstream orders, while families like Su Ningxue's, engaged in the internet sector, were poised for future success. At present, just running a few Taobao shops could yield millions in revenue. When online shopping truly took off, it would mark the rise of her family. Their household worked in tandem with Su Ningxue's. All clothing orders from her family were entrusted to his, which explained why their fathers had chosen to purchase villas in the same area. Just relax. You two watch some television while I finish up in the kitchen, and I will call you when dinner is ready. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chu Feng settled onto the sofa. Turning on the television, just as he sat down, Su Ningxue plopped down beside him. Seeing this, he awkwardly shifted away, but she merely adjusted closer, leaving them in close proximity. That moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Sister Ningxue, it's been ages since you've come to our home for dinner." A youthful, vibrant voice called out that a charming little girl, about 1.6 meters tall, bounded down the stairs. She was Chu Feng's younger sister, Chu Yunxi, dressed in a pink princess dress with 2 playful ponytails, her delicate legs adorned in white stockings and casual slippers. Her bright, sparkling eyes shone with mischief, and her soft, rosy cheeks were utterly kissable. However, upon noticing her older brother sitting next to Su Ningxue, a flicker of displeasure crossed her cherubic face. She dashed in front of them, suddenly sitting between them, resting her head on Su Ningxue's shoulder. "Brother, could you sit on the other side?" Chu Feng readily nodded in agreement. Truly, she was his little sister. The bond of blood was undeniably strong. At crucial moments, he could always count on her. Previously, sitting next to Su Ningxue felt like sitting on pins and needles. Utterly uncomfortable. "All right, I'll move," he said, but just then, Su Ningxue's hand unexpectedly grasped his back, pressing him back down. But he turned to her, only to hear her calmly say, "Stay a little longer. Dinner will be served soon. Just keep watching television." Yet Chu Yunxi shook her head defiantly. "I don't want to sit next to this big pig-ass trotter. Men smell bad, especially my brother." She then added, "Sister Ningxue smells delightful. I want to stay beside her forever." Hearing his sister's words, Chu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly, but he was puzzled. Why did he sense a hint of rivalry in her tone? Thankfully, Su Ningxue had no interest in girls. Otherwise, he would surely be in trouble. Seeing that her brother had not moved, Chu Yunxi turned to him with a challenging glance. "Brother, hurry and sit on the other side." Upon hearing his sister's command, Chu Feng quickly shifted to the side. "I'm leaving now. I want to compete with you for Sister Ningxue." Though a flicker of annoyance passed through Su Ningxue's eyes, it quickly vanished. She gently ruffled Chu Yunxi's hair and smiled. Yes, All men are smelly, especially your brother. You should keep your distance. Otherwise, you might suffocate from the odor. As Chu Feng took a sip of tea, he nearly choked. How could one suggest that a sister should distance herself from her brother? Was she truly his sister? Su Ningxue was going too far, even sowing discord between him and his own sister. And no wonder his sister had gradually distanced herself from him since entering middle school. Just then, Aunt Gu's bright voice echoed from the kitchen. Dinner-s ready. Dinner-s ready. Chapter 10. Each with their own motives inhaling the aroma of home-cooked dishes wafting from the kitchen. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Upon entering, he found the table set with 3 dishes. A plate of greens, sweet and sour ribs, and a yellow flower fish. Meanwhile, his mother was still simmering soup on the stove. As the trio took their seats, Aunt Gu lifted the lid, releasing the fragrant scent of chicken soup. The soup is ready. She placed the chicken soup in the center of the dining table. Dig in. Don't just stare at me, Mom. You've worked hard, Chu Feng remarked, noticing his mother's hair remained as dark as ever, her face devoid of wrinkles, which filled him with admiration that in his previous life. She had aged overnight. You little rascal. Aunt Gu chuckled at her son's unusually well-behaved demeanor. Suddenly, she recalled something, and her expression turned serious. Your allowance is 5,000. I've already given it to you today. There's no more. Once you find a girlfriend as excellent and virtuous as Su Ningxue, I'll consider increasing it. Su Ningxue, flattered by Aunt Gu's praise, merely smiled, though internally she was overjoyed. Sister Ningxue, try the fish. It's very fresh. Chu Yunxi chimed in, though her expression darkened slightly at her mother's words, as she picked up a piece of meat free of bones. Yes, thank you. You should try the ribs too. You're still growing, Su Ningxue said, generously placing a piece of rib into her bowl, exuding a charming gracefulness. Mom, you've worked hard. Eat more meat. Chu Feng added a piece of rib to his mother's bowl. This gesture warmed Aunt Gu's heart. Since her husband's passing, she had single-handedly raised 2 children, a burden few could understand. Now, witnessing her children grow and reciprocate her care filled her heart with a profound sense of fulfillment. This is specially made for you. You're both growing, so eat more, that I'm getting old and can't indulge in too much meat at night, Aunt Gu said, passing the ribs to his sister. Su Ningxue, with a bright smile, added, Annie, you've lost so much weight. You look like you need to eat more meat for your health. After saying this, she generously scooped a chicken leg from the soup in Aunt Gu's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, Aunt Gu replied, her heart swelling with pride at Su Ningxue's poise. Alas, the disparity between their families was too vast, and her foolish son seemed utterly unambitious, having grown up together, knowing each other well. It baffled her that such a wonderful girl had not pursued him, and she shot a glance at Chu Feng. Aunt Gu's actions left Chu Feng momentarily stunned, and he could only lower his head in silence. Su Ningxue seemed to be making her move first. As long as she won over his family, any future girlfriend would surely meet with their approval. The once warm dining room now bore an eerie atmosphere. As beneath the cheerful facade, each person harbored their own hidden agendas. When the meal was nearly finished, Chu Feng suddenly spoke up. Mom, in the past, I was immature, blinded by a deceitful woman. From now on, I want to pursue girls frivolously. I'll focus on my studies, that he said earnestly after finishing his last bite of rice. Finally, my son has matured, distinguishing between what is important. Aunt Gu gazed at her son with pride. Su Ningxue felt similarly gratified. Who would have thought that within just 6 months, he would have tasted the bitter fruit of love? It seemed he would no longer chase after girls recklessly. With all eyes now on him, Chu Feng scratched his head, his expression serious. So, Mom, could you lend me some money? I wish to start a business and contribute to the country. Aunt Gu chuckled at her son's lofty aspirations. Go ahead. Tell me what kind of business you want to start and how much you need. I'll help you manage it. Of course, the more, the better. Even 180,000 wouldn't be too much. I guarantee I'll at least double it in a month. Upon hearing this, Aunt Gu furrowed her brow, pondering which industry could be so lucrative, racking her brain in confusion. Suddenly, she recalled the booming stock market outside, and her expression turned grave. Grabbing a chopstick, she aimed it at his head. Are you trying to become a gambler? Do you want me to beat you to death? You know our family rules. No gambling, no drugs, no vices. Chu Feng instinctively dodged as the chopstick came down. That can't be called gambling. It's a choice of fate. As he spoke, he inadvertently collided with Su Ningxue, and with a thunderous crash, Both of them fell to the ground. Su Ningxue gazed at the exquisite face before her snowy complexion tinged with a hint of peach blossom pink, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a delightful smile. Chu Feng, just how long do you intend to keep me pinned down like this? No, I'm sorry. Fixating on that delectable visage, his ears flushed crimson, and without another word, he scrambled out of the kitchen. Rolling away in haste, Chu Yunxi observed their interaction with a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Chu Feng decided that retreat was the best option. Lacking funds was one thing, but the 20,000 yuan would suffice as his startup capital. Later that evening, having just finished his shower around 9 o'clock, a message unexpectedly arrived. Upon checking his phone, he was astonished to find it was from Su Ningxue. Chu Feng, if you desire money, feel free to visit my home. Meanwhile, in a villa situated 100 meters away, Su Ningxue reclined on a plush sofa, the living room adorned in exquisite, opulent decor that epitomized the latest European and American trends. After sending the message, she had changed into luxurious silk pajamas, her fair arms and pristine, straight legs exposed to the air. Her flawless skin appeared as if it had been immersed in milk, and her enviable curves, though still youthful, surpassed those of most women. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Feng found himself unable to resist the temptation that if he wished to quickly earn his first pot of gold, he needed initial capital. Despite knowing that this visit could lead to unforeseen complications, he believed that Su Ningxue had yet to reveal her darker side. Arriving at the grand villa, he noticed a faint yellow light streaming through the entrance, indicating the door was unlocked, so he stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering, he beheld the alluring figure of Su Ningxue leaning against the sofa, her petite feet occasionally swaying, her perfectly shaped toes resembling delightful rainbow gummies. Instantly captivating his attention, Sister Ningxue, Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment that in the past he would have spoken boldly, but now he felt apprehensive that Su Ningxue lifted her stunning face, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Initially, she had hoped that the foolish Lu Ruyan would trick Chu Feng into financial ruin before she made her move, but it seemed unnecessary now. Moreover, Chu Feng was no fool. After the drowning incident, he had likely gained some clarity, necessitating a change in her strategy. Chapter 11. The contract of servitude. You wish to invest in stocks, correct? Su Ningxue remarked, observing Chu Feng's bashful demeanor, with a crisp voice. In this moment, countless individuals like him, dreaming of overnight wealth, were abundant. However, this worked to her advantage, as all she needed to do was set a trap for him. Chu Feng nodded, his disdain for Su Ningxue unwittingly waning as he found her surprisingly likable when she wasn't exhibiting her more erratic tendencies. How much do you want to borrow, and when will you repay it? What if you can't pay me back? Su Ningxue swung her long, fair leg, reclining on the sofa, her head propped up by one hand while her mouth continued to chatter away. Chu Feng, seeing this, hurriedly approached her and gently squeezed her soft, fragrant shoulder. Sister Ningxue, it's not much, just around 100,000 yuan will suffice, and I can return it to you within a month. Su Ningxue replied with a charming smile, increasingly convinced that Chu Feng was quite easy to manipulate, especially after his breakup with Lu Ruyan. No problem, but let us sign a loan agreement. As she spoke, she produced a pre-prepared loan document from beneath the coffee table, inscribing the amount of 100,000 yuan, while simultaneously retrieving 10 stacks of cash from the table. This contract had been hastily drafted, the ink still wet. Once someone became intrigued by a gamble, they could hardly resist the urge to try their hand at it. Chu Feng accepted the contract and furrowed his brow at its contents. Doesn't this resemble a contract of servitude? If he failed to repay the money, he would have no choice but to work for her, and as long as he didn't violate the law or compromise his safety, he would be obligated to fulfill any demand. 100,000 yuan meant he would be her servant for an entire year. A steep price in today's society. Sister Ningxue, could you at least outline the job responsibilities? He felt a twinge of unease. After all, there were countless tasks that didn't breach the law or endanger his life, and he feared he might end up as her pet. Su Ningxue hadn't anticipated that upon seeing such a hefty sum, Chu Feng would still retain his wits about him. She surmised that his desire to invest in stocks was merely an effort to earn some pocket money, and given his previously lavish lifestyle, returning to poverty would be nearly impossible. Most importantly, he would certainly be too frightened to confess his debt to his mother, which made him easier to manipulate. That don't worry, dear brother. I would never harm you. Just sign the loan agreement and use the money to invest in stocks. That I believe in your ability to make a fortune. Chu Feng found her reasoning somewhat persuasive and, without hesitation, signed the agreement. After she received the document, she casually poured him a cup of tea. Here, drink up. That don't just stand there. Try the Longjing tea I just brewed. Chu Feng turned to sit on the sofa. And as he lifted the teacup to his lips, memories of the previous incident involving plain water flooded back, causing him to put it down. That I'm allergic to green tea. I'll pass. It's nearly 10 o'clock, and I should head home. That moment. A streak of white light flashed across the dark night sky. Crash! Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder that startled Su Ningxue, sending her into a panic. She instinctively curled up on the sofa, trembling with fear. Sensing her distress, Chu Feng instinctively gathered her into his arms, the solid warmth of his chest and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat quickly calming her. Chu Feng, could you stay with me for the night? It's raining, and it wouldn't be safe for you to go home. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. In that moment, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond. Spending the night here could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Having just ended a relationship, he was aware that Su Ningxue likely understood his current emotional state. If she were to make any aggressive advances, it could spell trouble. Please, I beg you, Su Ningxue implored, her large, glistening eyes wide with innocence as she pouted adorably. As the saying goes, a woman who acts coy is often the most persuasive. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng could only respond with a resigned hum of agreement. Then where will I sleep? Just in the room next to mine, Su Ningxue indicated with a delicate finger. You can sleep right beside me. All right, I'll go tidy up the room. Chu Feng acquiesced. Su Ningxue nodded and, with a playful smile, took his hand, her lips curving into a casual smile, knowing full well the plan she had devised for the night. Come. Let me show you. After arranging the bedding, they exchanged goodnights. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng felt a subtle unease as he settled into Su Ningxue's home. In this familiar environment, the tension of being a man alone with a woman made him restless. The thought of the juice extractor nearby kept him tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, in a fit of frustration, he resorted to playing Snake on his phone. That moment, the door creaked open. Clad in her nightgown, Su Ningxue crept stealthily, resembling a thief, tiptoeing to the side of Chu Feng. As he played, an inexplicable chill crept over him, as if he were being watched. Turning around, he was startled to see a disheveled figure standing behind him. In that instant, an unidentifiable chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. Ghost, he stammered, his words stumbling over one another. Ghost, you big pighead, Su Ningxue retorted, raising an eyebrow at his exclamation, then playfully smacking him on the back. Smack! The blow knocked the wind out of him, leaving Chu Feng dazed. Sister Ningxue, why are you trying to scare me in the middle of the night? Su Ningxue pinched his cheek. Would you like to join me in bed? I have air conditioning. With temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, look at you. You're practically drenched in sweat. Come, let us cool off together. As she spoke, she disregarded his consent and yanked him from the bed, pulling him toward her room. Chu Feng, already sweating profusely, was half-heartedly dragged along. Upon entering her room, a faint scent of feminine fragrance enveloped him. Outside, the rain continued to pour, and the thunder rumbled incessantly. It was no wonder Su Ningxue had decided to seek refuge with him. Just to be clear, no funny business while we sleep, Chu Feng stated as he lay down. Su Ningxue playfully retorted, That's what I should be saying to you. She lifted her nightgown and playfully nudged Chu Feng's head with her delicate, fair foot. The instant her foot made contact with his head, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his face. Su Ningxue noticed the brief flicker of emotion on Chu Feng's countenance and raised her brows slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Chapter 12. I can't distinguish. Chu Feng turned away, disinterested in the little sickly girl. Observing his indifference, Su Ningxue's lips curled into a subtle smirk, her eyes glistening with mischief, as she playfully kicked his arm with her small foot. Chu Feng remained unfazed. What are you doing? I want to sleep. That moment, the front door suddenly swung open, followed by the resounding sound of it closing. Bang! Sister Ningxue, did you just hear the door open? Chu Feng sat up, glancing towards the door, and oh way. Upon hearing his words, Su Ningxue also turned to look at the door. Just as she finished speaking, A series of crisp, high-heeled footsteps echoed. Could it be a ghost? Chu Feng's face turned pale with fright as Su Ningxue kicked Chu Feng lightly, her expression serious. Shut your mouth. It must be my mom returning. Hearing that Annie was coming back, Chu Feng leapt up from the small bed in alarm. Oh no, if Annie finds out, I'm doomed. Su Ningxue shared his trepidation, her face displaying sheer panic, but if her mother discovered she had brought Chu Feng back to the villa and they were sharing a room, she would be in deep trouble. What to do? What to do? In a frenzy, Chu Feng paced back and forth on the bed, listening to the increasingly near footsteps, when suddenly an instinctual survival skill kicked in. Hide under the bed. With that thought, he immediately attempted to crawl beneath, only to find that the sole entrance was obstructed by the small bed. As the footsteps approached the door, Su Ningxue swiftly wrapped her arm around Chu Feng's neck. If you don't want to die, hurry and hide under the covers. With that, she pushed him down into the bedding. No, the wardrobe is safer. With two of us here, it would be too obvious. After breaking free, Chu Feng made a dash for the wardrobe, but just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ningxue, are you asleep? Reluctantly, he dove back under the covers, where the warmth mingled with a delicate fragrance enveloped them both. The suddenness of the situation caught Chu Feng off guard, and Su Ningxue was merely clad in a thin, sheer nightgown. Su Ningxue couldn't help but muse that today was indeed a splendid day. Her ruby lips curled into a smile as she gently pressed down on Chu Feng's head, preventing him from moving, her gaze exquisitely deep and captivating. Mom, I'm about to sleep. Su Ningxue's mother opened the door slightly, glancing at her daughter whose complexion had turned rosy. It's hot. Turn the air conditioning down a bit. We're not short on money. After speaking, she gently closed the door. After a considerable time had passed, Chu Feng noticed the silence outside and promptly emerged from the covers. He resolved to leave this place tonight. Lingering any longer might lead to a repeat of the misfortune from his previous life. As he turned to bid farewell, he was startled by the possessive glint in Su Ningxue's eyes. Sister Ningxue, he began, but she raised her hand, pinching his chin with a teasing expression. What are you planning? Su Ningxue asked nonchalantly, her lips curling in a slightly alluring manner. That look instantly jolted Chu Feng into realization. It was reminiscent of the day they had registered their marriage. That moment, he understood that Su Ningxue's possessive nature had already begun to take shape, concealed during their university days. Sister Ningxue, I want to go home. I won't borrow this money. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and spoke softly. Sacrificing his future for a mere 100,000 was hardly a worthwhile trade. Not borrowing? Want to go home? Just think if my mom finds out you came to my house in the dead of night, entered my room, climbed onto my bed, and snuggled under my covers. Do you think she wouldn't call the police? Moreover, if it jeopardizes Aunt Gu's relationship with my mom, our families would sever ties, and your family's orders would be halved. Su Ningxue stood up, whispering seductively in Chu Feng's ear, then lightly licked his blood-red earlobe. Sister Ningxue, please don't do this. Her words. Chu Feng gazed at her exquisite face, gasping in astonishment that if that were the case. Su Ningxue's cunning had been evident since her freshman year. As someone with power and influence, being the student council president, it would be a cinch for her to make him her plaything. I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Little Feng, do you think Sister Ningxue is beautiful? Su Ningxue's alluring eyes undid a button, revealing her shoulder as white as jade, her gaze betraying a hint of insatiable desire. Sister Ningxue, you are beautiful, as lovely as a celestial being. No, you're even more beautiful than a celestial being. Chu Feng praised fervently, hoping to buy a few precious seconds. People often discover unexpected potential in the most perilous situations. In a moment of brilliance, he concocted an excellent idea. Annie is in the next room. We need to be cautious. At that, Su Ningxue paused, tapping her lips with her finger, pondering the validity of Chu Feng's words. If her mother discovered them, they would likely have to move, especially since they had just reached adulthood. Yet, she was unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Gradually, she closed the distance, her face pressing against Chu Feng's cheek. Her nose inhaling deeply, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of her mouth. Chu Feng, I was just joking with you. Don't be too nervous that if you must blame someone, blame your alluring scent in the dim light. Their eyes locked. Had he not experienced his past life, Chu Feng would have surely kissed her fiercely, expressing his feelings through action. But now, he thought, if he could leave the villa tonight, he would avoid Su Ningxue in the future. Sister Ningxue, I don't know. I like you, but I can't distinguish what kind of liking it is. It feels like familial affection, but possibly. He trailed off, unable to articulate his feelings for Su Ningxue, which were a complex mix of gratitude for her unwavering support. The sibling-like bond from growing up together, and the conflicting emotions of desire and reluctance that followed their intimate encounters. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Su Ningxue smiled faintly and suddenly leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. However, Chu Feng instinctively stepped back just in time to evade her lips. Chu Feng, since you haven't made up your mind, I'll give you 3 days to think it over. This time, Su Ningxue did not press him further. She understood that one needed time to adapt to new experiences, and incessant pressure would only backfire. She didn't want an empty shell. She desired Chu Feng's heart that in her mind. She felt she had him under her control. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that he had already lived a life before. And if she knew, she would do anything to ensure he left behind a trace of himself tonight. It's getting late. Annie must be asleep by now. Chu Feng, relieved that she had ceased her advances, felt a surge of joy, finally thinking he could escape home. But Su Ningxue was not one to let him off so easily. Chapter 13. Fortunately, I ran fast. No, it's pouring outside. If she senses something, it won't be good, that I'd better return to sister's warm bed. Seeing Chu Feng attempt to flee, Su Ningxue was determined not to let him have his way. Though she couldn't devour the rabbit yet, she still wanted to savor the experience. That moment, by a twist of fate, Lu Ruyan lay awake in her dorm, unable to sleep. With Chu Feng no longer her team, her quality of life had plummeted. Reclining on her soft bed, she fixated on the glowing screen of her phone, opening Chu Feng's QQ chat. Recently, her father and brother had been incessantly demanding money. But with Chu Feng no longer catering to her, she had nothing left. After much deliberation, she decided to send Chu Feng a few messages that ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Chu Feng's phone chimed 3 times in quick succession. This disrupted the previously restrained pair. Who could be that beautiful girl sending you messages at this hour? Su Ningxue quipped, her tone laced with jealousy as her heart boiled with envy. Chu Feng fished his phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen, seeing it was Lu Ruyan messaging him. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, Su Ningxue intervened. Let me see. She snatched the phone from his grasp and opened the chat window. Wow, Chu Feng, you've got some nerve. It's been over a week of silence, and you still haven't messaged me. But today, I'm in a good mood. Tomorrow, when you come to class, if you bring me a cup of milk tea, I'll consider reconciling. After we get back together, just give me 3,000 a month for pocket money, but I still expect weekly surprises. Su Ningxue stared at the outrageous messages on the screen, completely taken aback. Chu Feng, feeling awkward, scratched his head. Did I ask this what your girlfriend is like? Su Ningxue had previously refrained from perusing their chat messages to avoid feeling jealous. However, upon glancing at them now, she found Lu Ruyan to be astonishingly exceptional, which explained why Chu Feng had ended their relationship. She was beginning to question her own life choices when selecting her pieces in the past. She had even conducted a thorough investigation. Despite Lu Ruyan's humble background, her academic prowess and appearance were quite commendable. Whether it was interests, attire, or looks, she had carefully chosen based on what Chu Feng liked. Otherwise, she would not have successfully captured his attention previously. Now that they had broken up, she was no longer his girlfriend. Chu Feng merely scoffed. Observing the threatening words on the screen, he realized that in the past, he would have knelt before her to apologize, but now, he simply chuckled. What do you plan to reply? Su Ningxue felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Chu Feng's forthcoming reaction. To her surprise, he swiftly took the phone and deleted the messages without hesitation. I've already blacklisted his number and forgotten to remove him from QQ. What does this grasping girl expect in return? Just delete and blacklist. Meanwhile, in the school dormitory, Lu Ruyan stared at her screen, which only displayed her own messages, her eyes fixated on it. Yet she noticed that Chu Feng had not replied to any of her texts. 3 minutes later, when she decided to send another message, she was met with the disheartening notification, the other party is not your friend. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. With a resounding crash, her Samsung phone was hurled to the ground, nearly shattering into pieces. Chu Feng? The commotion startled the other residents in the dormitory. Elsewhere, at the Su family villa, Chu Feng seized the opportunity of a bathroom break to stealthily escape the villa. Despite the torrential rain and thunderous skies outside, he felt like a wild stallion galloping through the tempest. Damn it. Nearly repeating history again. but thankfully he was clever enough to avoid it. Inside the villa, Su Ningxue clenched her teeth, her phoenix eyes narrowing into a menacing arc. A hint of madness gleaming within as she glared at the closed door, her rage almost palpable. How could she allow Chu Feng to slip away right under her nose? It was an utter humiliation. Chu Feng, you shall never earn my trust again. Initially, she had planned to seduce him the next morning when he was at his most vulnerable, hoping to reward him with a little something to keep him dangling. She never anticipated that he would run home in the downpour. The thought that he would prefer to be soaked rather than sleep with her infuriated her to no end. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood, before she slammed her fist against the railing and retreated to her room. The following morning, as the sun rose, Chu Feng checked the time and realized it was already past 7 o'clock. Suddenly recalling that he had class at 8, he panicked that if he had known about the early class, he wouldn't have gone home. Starving, he rushed downstairs, where his mother was enjoying breakfast. "Mom, can you give me a ride to school? I'm going to be late." Jiu Luoxin calmly sipped her millet porridge and replied, "Why not just hitch a ride with Ningxue?" Remembering the playful teasing he had subjected Su Ningxue to the night before, he dared not accept her offer. "All right, I'm heading out now." Though that was what he said, he had already resolved to take a taxi. Just as he stepped outside, he was met by a sleek black Maybach parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, Su Ningxue promptly rolled down the window and waved at him. "Chu Feng, hurry up, we're going to be late." Her voice was sweet and melodic, enough to make most men lose their composure. Chu Feng, however, felt quite the opposite. Her voice sounded like the whispers of a demon. "Ningxue, I won't be taking your car today. I'll just take the bus." That he forced to smile despite his discomfort, that if you don't get in the car by the count of 3. You'll face the consequences. Su Ningxue shot him a glare, her eyes glimmering with a frosty intensity. Chu Feng was acutely aware that getting in the car would mean he wouldn't be able to get out easily. "I want to experience the bus. It's been ages since I last rode one." Just then, Chu Feng's mother, having heard her son chattering at the door, stepped outside to see what was going on and spotted the Maybach. "Chu Feng, if you want to chat, get in the car. You're going to be late." Faced with his mother's impatient gaze, Chu Feng knew that refusing to get in the car was no longer an option. Su Ningxue's lips curled into a slight smile as she greeted Gu Luoxing before urging Chu Feng to hurry. Realizing he had no choice, he took a deep breath and climbed into the back seat. The ride was enveloped in a suffocating silence, as tense as the calm before a storm. The more quiet it became, the more anxious Chu Feng felt. Despite the air conditioning, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Finally, just as they were nearing the school, Su Ningxue broke the silence. "Were you afraid I would eat you alive last night? Running home in the midst of a storm?" Her tone was icy, reminiscent of a winter's gale. "That no, I was worried Annie would see me and misunderstand, which is why I ran back home." Chu Feng replied, his mind racing to concoct a somewhat reasonable excuse. "That I believe you. You can get out now," Su Ningxue stated coldly, saying no more. For some reason, Chu Feng felt a surge of guilt rising within him. "Ningxue," before he could finish, she interrupted, "Hurry to class. You're going to be late." Chu Feng nodded in understanding, "All right," and stepped out to head toward the classroom. Su Ningxue watched his retreating figure, her bright eyes glinting with a hint of determination. She had reflected on her actions from the previous night, realizing that she had pushed him too hard. A more gradual approach would yield better results. Ultimately, he was still inexperienced and had not faced significant hardships, which was why she had not become his savior yet, and his dependence on her was still too low. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng passed by a milk tea shop, he spotted Ding Quan buying a drink and went inside. "Old Quan, aren't you afraid of cavities drinking milk tea this early in the morning?" He slapped his friend's shoulder playfully. "What milk tea? I'm ordering black coffee. I've got Li Lao's class next, and his lectures are incredibly dull," Ding Quan replied, turning to see Chu Feng, and began to complain. "Boss, I'll have 2 iced Americanos as well." Chu Feng, hearing this, promptly ordered 2 cups of milk tea and paid for them together. "Boss Feng is generous. After a breakup, he's different," Ding Quan said with a grin as he accepted the drinks. After purchasing the milk tea, the two of them headed toward the classroom, AT 740. They still had 20 minutes before class began, and if it had been the first semester of their freshman year, many students would have already arrived by now, but after a semester of experience, most had learned to time their arrivals. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Feng noticed that Lu Ruyan and a few others were already present. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Yin Xie, who was indulging in a scallion pancake, That as soon as Lu Rian spotted Chu Feng, her eyes zeroed in on the 2 cups of milk tea in his left hand. In that instant, her confidence surged. I thought he was quite the tough guy, but it seems he has fallen under my spell. Chu Feng, 1 cup of milk tea isn't enough to atone for your sins. Hurry and transfer me 50,000 yuan if you want my complete forgiveness, she declared, rising from her seat with her arms crossed, exuding arrogance as she watched him approach. Chu Feng regarded her as if she were a fool, saying nothing as he walked past her and turned his attention to Yin Xie. Seeing that Chu Feng had disregarded her, Lu Rian gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and angrily tugged at his shirt. She had already been furious about not getting her way a few days prior, and with the added frustration of not receiving any money from him for over a week when her family was constantly pressing her for funds. Her irritation had reached its peak. Now, with his blatant dismissal, she felt like a clown that in an instant, her simmering rage erupted. Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? Haven't I already given you an out? Hurry up and send me the money. My family urgently needs it. Seeing Lu Rian's haughty demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ha! What are you barking about? If you want money, why not sell yourself? That way, you'll have plenty. Reflecting on it now, he realized how foolish he had been to spend money on this woman and to be her lapdog. Had it not been for her aligning with his interests and appearance during their freshman year, he would never have been so ensnared. Most importantly, he had never been in a relationship before, viewing her as an unattainable ideal, an ideal that in reality had no flaws and only virtues. Lu Rian, enraged by Chu Feng's taunts, snapped, do you really think a few measly coins make you special? What do you wealthy people have besides that little bit of money? You have no idea how hard life is for us poor folks. Why can't you take your money to help us? Goodness gracious, what utter nonsense. Even Ding Quan, who was nearby, could hardly bear to listen. Those wealthy individuals owe you, don't they? After hearing such outrageous remarks, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to counter them. He simply shrugged her hand off, casting her a glance as if she were foolish, before seating himself next to Yin Xie. This action left Ding Quan utterly bewildered. When did he start a relationship with this stunning class beauty? Such fortunate circumstances indeed provoke envy. The school goddess, who was his childhood friend, and Lu Rian, one of the 3 school flowers and his ex-girlfriend, also plays on the same basketball team as the beauty of the class. Oh, how the comparisons can be infuriating. Upon witnessing her ex-boyfriend sitting with another girl, Lu Rian was instantly filled with rage. However, as class was about to commence, students began entering the classroom, and Professor Li made his way to the podium. Chu Feng glanced at Yin Xie, who was indulging in her food, and reflected on how she, in an effort to conceal her true background, lived her daily life just like an ordinary person. Would you like some milk tea? He slid the cup of milk tea towards her. Yin Xie raised her brows, staring at the drink in front of her, somewhat dumbfounded, for she had observed his earlier actions quite clearly. This fellow can't possibly be trying to divert attention, can he? It's a gift for you, to celebrate your victory in the basketball match this afternoon. Noticing her hesitation, Chu Feng offered an explanation. Yin Xie accepted the milk tea and took a small sip. So, will you come watch me play tonight? Chu Feng smiled. He genuinely wished to befriend Yin Xie. Not only would it provide him with a sturdy ally, but could also serve as a means to contend with Su Ningxue. His only concern was that after graduation, Su Ningxue might pursue him aggressively, and he was certain that his mother and sister would be staunch supporters of their union. At that point, resisting Su Ningxue would be nearly impossible. And Yin Xie could serve as an excellent trump card. Should the Yin family lend their support, if he ventured to the capital, Su Ningxue's reach would surely be limited. Absolutely. We are in the same class and team. True comrades in spirit. Yin Xie regarded him with an amused expression. Just make sure you can be reached when something arises. Suddenly, a bell rang, plunging the entire classroom into silence. After a few coughs, Professor Li commenced his lecture earnestly. In this era when the internet was just beginning to flourish, many were skeptical about the field of software technology, leading most students to pay little attention in class. However, having lived a second life, Chu Feng was aware that in a few years, the internet would undergo explosive growth, and software development would be at the pinnacle of this transformation. Thus, he resolved to study diligently. Whenever he encountered a question, he would raise his hand to inquire. While others remained oblivious, Chu Feng knew that 2 years later, Professor Li would publish a paper on the impact of computational power on human development. which would earn him the title of academician and establish him as a luminary in computer science. After class, Professor Li was left with a profound impression of the frequently inquisitive Chu Feng. However, as soon as the class concluded, Lu Ruyan, accompanied by a group of her friends, approached him. "Chu Feng, I never imagined you to be such a fickle person." "Exactly. You ended your relationship with Lu Ruyan over such trivial matters. How utterly despicable." Lu Ruyan's short-haired friend, Zhou Ting, glared at Chu Feng with malice, chastising him vehemently. With the absence of this devoted admirer, her quality of life had diminished significantly. Ding Quan scoffed, "Do you even listen to yourselves?" Chu Feng observed the trio's aggressive demeanor and realized they had likely strategized during class to morally undermine him. Another friend of Zhou Ting scoffed, "Wealthy individuals are all the same, consistently despicable. I thought you were a man of depth. Turns out, I misjudged you. My dear friend has wasted her affections." The three girls chimed in unison, resembling a performance on stage. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he focused on Lu Ruyan. Speaking each word with precision, "Lu Ruyan, we broke up 2 weeks ago. Is your hearing impaired? Or do you possess a poor memory? If you continue to act out in my presence, I'll call a psychiatric hospital to assess your mental state." In that instant, upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan first displayed a look of shock, which quickly morphed into indignation. The classroom, initially bustling with students preparing to eat, came to a halt upon witnessing the unfolding drama. Lu Ruyan, feeling the stares from those around her, turned crimson with embarrassment. How could someone as proud as her accept being rejected in front of so many people? "Fine, you said it first. Don't come begging me later." Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Chu Feng finished his sentence, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. She pulled out her device, and Chu Feng caught a glimpse of the screen out of the corner of his eye. A smile crept across his face. He didn't need to guess who was calling. Only her parasitic family could be responsible. It seemed her childhood sweetheart had long since prepared to abandon Lu Ruyan after failing to gain any advantage from her. "Umph." Lu Ruyan rushed out of the classroom to answer the call, causing many onlookers to disperse to that moment. Insia stood up from her seat and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "You should truly focus on your studies. Someone as talented as you should not be overlooked. That I have high hopes for you." With that, she exited, where a sharply dressed woman had been waiting at the door. Ding Quan, witnessing the entire exchange, was completely taken aback when he heard Insia's words of encouragement. That it was infuriating how some people could be so fortunate. Chu Feng patted Ding Quan on the back. "You don't actually think I'm pleased, do you? If you were in my position, you'd have been played long ago. Sometimes I truly envy you. Being alone, free from worries and pressures." Ding Quan felt that Chu Feng was obliviously basking in his good fortune. "Have you considered what you just said?" Chu Feng sighed. "The single life is indeed quite delightful. If I wanted to meet girls, I could simply head to the 3rd floor of Tianfeng Hotel. Book a luxurious room. It's not just for casual encounters. There is no responsibility or pressure, and they ensure you have a splendid time. Fairies might not be found among mortals, but they surely exist in private rooms." Ding Quan suddenly enlightened. "Shall we try that someday? I've never been to a spa." Chu Feng, without hesitation, replied, "No need to wait. Let's go tonight. I've never been before, so it's the perfect opportunity to experience it." Ding Quan paused for a moment before asking, "Aren't you going home for dinner tonight?" Chu Feng retorted, "What dinner? I haven't even spent my allowance for this month. I'll just tell my mom I'm staying at school and won't be back for dinner." After dinner in the afternoon, Chu Feng arrived at the basketball court early to cheer for Insia. It was a women's basketball match. The majority of the spectators were male. Chu Feng settled into a front-row seat. Quietly awaiting the commencement of the game, to his surprise, he spotted Su Ningxue donned in a white jersey, sitting on the sidelines. Oh no, tonight's match was between the computer science department and the business administration department. As Su Ningxue sipped water on the sidelines, she caught a glimpse of Chu Feng across the way. Their eyes met, and upon realizing she was looking at him, Chu Feng hastily turned his head in another direction. Su Ningxue furrowed her brow in confusion, as she had not invited him to cheer for her. However, her gaze quickly clarified when she noticed Insia in her black attire. Soon enough, the match began. Insia, tall and slender, drew the attention of many male spectators with her fair, long legs as she stepped onto the court in her jersey. Yet, most of the boys' eyes were fixated on Su Ningxue's every move. After changing into her basketball uniform, Su Ningxue, standing over 1.7 meters tall, glowed under the night lights like a princess of snow, her fair skin radiating charm. Her long hair was tied up in a refreshing ponytail, with a delicate sheen of sweat on her beautiful cheeks, enhancing her allure. This was in stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor as the president of the student council. Her commanding dribbling and shooting stirred the hearts of the boys present. Time flew by, and soon the first half of the game concluded, with the computer science department leading by 2 points, indicating a fiercely competitive match. During the break, many boys eagerly rushed to provide water and towels to the players, especially since beautiful girls were on the court. However, Chu Feng had no interest in such frivolities. His mind was consumed by thoughts of making money, even if he could leverage his investments in the stock market to achieve a tenfold return in a month. He knew a market crash was imminent, and he must clear his holdings in advance. As for the stunning beauties on the court, he felt indifferent, having experienced everything during his years with Su Ningxue. During the halftime break, Chu Feng noticed Yin Xie approaching, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. He tossed her a bottle of water, which she caught and drank eagerly. In fact, he harbored a bold idea of aligning himself with Yin Xie, hoping to leverage her family's influence against Su Ningxue in the future. Yet, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. Primarily, he wished to earn a living through his own efforts rather than rely on anyone else. At that moment, Su Ningxue also became aware of the situation, an unsettling sense of crisis washing over her. She had investigated Yin Xie's background and knew she was a princess of the prestigious Yin family. If Yin Xie were to develop feelings for Chu Feng, it could spell trouble. With a subtle nod to Chu Feng, Yin Xie remained silent, yet her lips curled into a slight smile. However, upon witnessing Chu Feng handing water to Yin Xie, Su Ningxue's ire flared, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. She shot a frosty glare at Yin Xie, her hands clenched tightly. In the next match, I will play forward, she declared to a nearby teammate in a dismissive tone. Chapter 16, Jealousy Unleashed. Losing composure. Ningxue, I brought you some water. A rather handsome boy in a basketball jersey approached her with a bottle. He was Li Xia, a fellow student and a forward for the business administration team, who had also won the championship in the freshman cup. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, he was a popular figure on campus, and he had persistently pursued Su Ningxue since their first year. Hey look, Li Xia is delivering water to Su Ningxue again, one of the classmates remarked. They actually seem quite compatible. True, both their families are in business, another chimed in, upon hearing the comments regarding his compatibility with Su Ningxue. Li Xia flashed her a bright smile, that he gazed at the freshly perspired Su Ningxue, her form accentuated by her damp jersey, a sight that proved irresistibly alluring to adolescent boys, coupled with her ethereal beauty. It was no surprise that he found her enchanting. I don't need it, Su Ningxue replied coldly, her mood increasingly agitated as her eyes remained fixated on Yin Xie, who was drinking water. After finishing, she even had Chu Feng pat her back. Su Ningxue's pupils constricted sharply. This action only intensified her jealousy. Yin Xie was one of the few variables she could not control at school. Unlike the more manageable Lu Ruian, and Oh Wei, she resolved, striding forward to assert her claim. Noticing her intent to leave, Li Xia stepped in again, presenting the water. Ningxue, after a game, you need to replenish electrolytes, or you'll lack energy for the second half. He insisted with a warm smile, a gesture that would have won over any other girl. Unfortunately for him, he was up against a vexed Su Ningxue, and I've said I don't need it. Su Ningxue retorted, her brows furrowed as she sidestepped him, unwilling to engage further. Ningxue Li Xia pressed on, unwilling to give up, but Su Ningxue was already exasperated by his incessant chatter. She forcefully pushed the water away, her icy gaze locking onto him. We're not close. And you certainly don't have the right to call me Ningxue from now on. Refer to me as Su Tongxue, or by my full name. If I hear you call me Ningxue again, we will have unfinished business. With that, she shoved past the persistent suitor and headed towards Chu Feng. The commotion quickly drew the attention of several onlookers, leaving Li Xia feeling the heat rise to his cheeks. He gripped the water bottle tightly, nearly crumpling it as water spilled from the top. Following Su Ningxue's path, he spotted Chu Feng, who was currently patting the back of the beauty. Li Xia's eyes narrowed, burning with jealousy as he clenched his jaw, practically grinding his teeth. Goodness, Chu Feng, are you trying to charm all 3 campus beauties? You just broke up with Lu Ruian and are now pursuing another beauty, while Su Ningxue is caught in your web. He fumed, storming away from the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue approached Chu Feng, towering over him like a regal queen surveying her favorite subject. Chu Feng, how could you not cheer for me while watching me play? Not even a bottle of water. You heartless wretch! Are you so captivated by beautiful girls that you've forgotten me? Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy, causing the surrounding boys to gasp in astonishment. That it was evident to any observer that Su Ningxue harbored feelings for this boy. Chu Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. Witnessing Su Ningxue's uncharacteristically flustered demeanor in front of others, in that instant, she resembled a jealous girlfriend. Chu Feng glanced around at the boys, who appeared ready to pounce on him with those hostile glares. This was quite the predicament. Ningxue, I didn't mean to. I just thought it might be inappropriate to intrude since we're not on the same team, he stammered, intimidated by her piercing gaze that felt akin to a rabbit meeting a hawk. He timidly offered her a bottle of water. After taking the water, Su Ningxue noticed the many eyes now fixed on her. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, she quickly regained her poise, unwilling to let others see her vulnerable side. Honestly, you ungrateful cad. My aunt has entrusted me to drive you to and from school, and yet you can't even bring me a bottle of water while I'm playing. You truly are a friend who values beauty over friendship. We've known each other since childhood, yet I've never seen you treat me this well. As she spoke, she emphasized the phrase with a certain intensity. In an instant, as she began her defense, some merely perceived their relationship as that of neighboring siblings, while others speculated they were childhood sweethearts. Chu Feng's reputation at school was notoriously poor. He was widely recognized as a devoted admirer. The news of his breakup with Lu Ruyan had not yet circulated, leaving many unaware of his current single status. Furthermore, most would not associate Su Ningxue's affections with Chu Feng, for she was the school's acknowledged ice goddess. Having rarely engaged closely with any other males, except for Chu Feng, who was an anomaly, some even conjectured that Su Ningxue might feel a sense of security knowing he had a girlfriend. Chu Feng was well aware that Su Ningxue was being evasive. The notion of a sibling bond was utterly preposterous, especially considering he had nearly lost himself to her the night before. Nevertheless, he played along with Su Ningxue's charade, fearing the consequences should she decide to turn their pretense into reality. After all, throughout this life, Su Ningxue had never inflicted harm upon him. I'm sorry, Ningxue Jie. I was wrong. As he spoke, he twisted the bottle cap open and handed her the water, also producing a small towel for her to wipe the sweat from her brow. Seeing Chu Feng cooperate, Su Ningxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had he not complied, she might have been compelled to fully embody the role of a girlfriend. She cast a glance at Yin Siye, seated nearby, unperturbed, for she had her own methods. Sister is tired. Hurry and give her a shoulder massage. With that, Su Ningxue plopped down on the bench in front of her. Chu Feng glanced between Yin Siye and Su Ningxue. Facing a perilous dilemma, Chapter 17, an enigma. Yet upon reflection, he pondered whether choosing Yin Siye would cause Su Ningxue to lose interest in him. Just as he reached for Yin Siye's shoulders, she suddenly stood up. All right, I've rested enough. I'm going for a walk to stretch my legs. She had no desire to involve herself in the entanglements of the two, although she harbored a slight fondness for Chu Feng. It was merely a camaraderie shared as teammates in the same class. With the obstruction removed, Su Ningxue stretched, leaning back to face Chu Feng. Why are you still dawdling? The angle, combined with the loose sports attire Su Ningxue wore, inadvertently revealed more than Chu Feng ought to have seen. In the next moment, his face flushed, and Su Ningxue noticed something amiss in his gaze, instinctively lowering her head to check. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and a rosy hue swiftly spread from her face to her neck. Why you're still looking? She then lowered her head, clutching her chest tightly. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Chu Feng quickly turned his head away and began to massage Su Ningxue's back. Soon, 15 minutes had passed, and the second half of the match was about to commence. Su Ningxue switched to the forward position, relentlessly challenging Yin Siye. Yin Siye glared at Su Ningxue, her expression grave. Right from the start, this woman had focused solely on her and was not shy about playing rough, putting her all into the game. In just 10 minutes, she had been knocked down 7 times. Despite having left earlier, Su Ningxue seemed to hold a grudge against her. Could she possibly be unhinged? Although she had just explained that her relationship with Chu Feng was purely that of siblings. As a woman, she understood it was hardly a simple sibling bond. She could have never anticipated that the revered ice goddess of the school would harbor feelings for that devoted admirer. Chu Feng. As the match neared its conclusion, Su Ningshue's team led by a single point. With only 5 seconds left, Xie charged forward, breaking through the defenses and aiming for the basket. Just as she leaped to shoot, Su Ningshue suddenly appeared before her, causing her to stumble and intercept the ball. Their bodies collided, sending Xie sprawling. And in the process, she twisted her left ankle that I declare the Business Administration Department the winners. With the referee's proclamation, Su Ningshue's team surrounded her in celebration. Ningshue, you're amazing. We nearly lost without you. However, Xie shot a furious glance in Su Ningshue's direction before striding off the court without looking back. At that moment, a poised girl approached to assist her, and noticing this, Chu Feng hurried over to support her on the other side. Thank you. She initially intended to refuse Chu Feng's kindness, but upon thinking of Su Ningshue, her ire boiled. She had no intention of provoking the duo, yet Su Ningshue seemed to target her as if she were gravely ill. Let me see how you react when your crush walks off with another girl. Meanwhile, Su Ningshue was surrounded by compliments, yet she felt no joy, for she had not seen Chu Feng. Her gaze wandered until it landed on Chu Feng, who was over 50 meters away, assisting another girl off the court. And her heart sank at the sight that as Chu Feng and the others reached a less crowded area, Xie suddenly spoke up. Put me down. My ankle feels out of place. As time passed, the pain intensified, and Xie realized her ankle was indeed dislocated. The two gently lowered her onto the stone steps, and as she removed her shoes, she noticed her ankle was swollen and red in the faint moonlight. Despite having just played a game and her feet being sweaty, for some reason, Chu Feng did not detect any unpleasant odor. He paused for half a second, then quickly retrieved his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam illuminated her delicate, fair foot, its ankle pale and slender calf resembling a flawless piece of art. Realizing Chu Feng was beside her, Xie instinctively curled her pink toes. She scrutinized Chu Feng's face, catching a fleeting glimpse of something unusual in his expression, and scoffed. What are you trying to do? Thinking of something. Chu Feng desperately wanted to answer her. Yes, indeed, but could only relish the thought in his mind while maintaining a serious facade. What kind of joke is this? Am I really that perverse? He then deliberately shifted the conversation. Then aren't you skilled in bone setting? Hurry and put your foot back in place that I'll head to the shop to get some ice for you. Chu Feng's gaze remained calm as he looked at Xie, appearing like an entirely different person compared to moments before. Xie did not respond, but reached down to assess her ankle. In the next second, Chu Feng heard a crack, and the protrusion on her ankle seemed to subside slightly. Just a moment. It will be quick. With that, he dropped his phone and dashed towards the shop. Since his rebirth, he had not idled away a single day, seizing every opportunity to practice his skills, but he discovered this technique to be extraordinary, resembling a Taoist method for strengthening the body, enhancing both physical endurance and limits. The distance between the playground and the shop was over 600 meters, yet he managed to make the round trip in under 4 minutes. Upon returning with the ice pack, he handed it to Xie, leaving her utterly astonished as so fast. Xie accepted the ice pack, applying it to her ankle, her voice tinged with disbelief, her expression one of shock. Even the girl beside her, a bodyguard named Li Jingyao sent to protect Xie, was taken aback. She questioned herself. Even if she sprinted with all her might, she could never match Chu Feng's speed. Is it really that fast? Chu Feng replied nonchalantly that if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Once your foot feels better, have the girl beside you assist you back to the dormitory. Xie was momentarily stunned. Initially, she had assumed Chu Feng's intention in helping her was to pursue her, given her striking looks. However, she soon realized something felt off, that if he truly aimed to win her over, he would have stayed to chat and build rapport before escorting her back to the dorm. Much like how he fawned over Lu Ruyan. Yet, he simply left without lingering. Li Jingyao was equally bewildered. She had anticipated Chu Feng would seize this opportunity to pursue Miss Yin. After all, many boys had previously attempted to get close to Xie, only to be warned off by Li Jingyao's fists. She had allowed Chu Feng to approach only because she considered him a well-meaning fool, easily deceived by women. Given that Chu Feng had been in a relationship with Lu Ruyan for over 6 months without even holding her hand, she deemed him nearly harmless. As they watched Chu Feng's retreating figure, they sensed he seemed different from before. He now exuded an air of inscrutability. After the celebration of the match concluded, Su Ningshue made her way in the direction where Chu Feng had disappeared. After walking for a while, she spotted Xie seated on the stone steps, yet Chu Feng was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 18. Who is that girl? Insia noticed someone approaching and looked up, the white jersey gleaming brilliantly in the moonlight. Where is Chu Feng? Su Ningxue lightly raised her elegant brows and inquired with a hint of reproach. Listening to her unfriendly tone, Insia furrowed her delicate brows and replied, You just left. What business does President Su have with him? Her eyes sparkled with a touch of mockery, for no one could have anticipated that the typically aloof President Su would exhibit such a devoted demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Jingyao, standing to the side, felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Ningxue, having clearly observed her subtle antics during the recent match. Yet, as she prepared to rise, Insia tugged at her sleeve, not wishing to jeopardize her pleasant university life because of Su Ningxue. Seeing that the two seemed truthful, Su Ningxue's tone turned cold. Please keep your distance from him. He is mine. I know you hail from the imperial capital. But this is Shanghai. Do not extend the reach of the Yin family too far. Insia, genuinely intrigued, responded, I have no interest in her. However, I am curious why you are so taken with her. No comment. Su Ningxue retorted curtly before turning on her heel and departing. On another note, after Chu Feng left, he hurried to a KTV booth to enjoy drinks and singing with Ding Quan. Blissfully unaware that Su Ningxue was frantically searching for him outside, in the lavish room. After a few rounds of drinks, Ding Quan placed his hand on Chu Feng's shoulder and suddenly suggested, How about we order a couple of princesses? Two big men like us are just too bored. Chu Feng hesitated, realizing he lacked funds at that moment. Ding Quan, seemingly sensing his predicament, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll cover it's only about 2,000 for one. After speaking, he stepped outside to converse with the service staff, and within a minute, two stunning young women entered the room. Upon their entrance, the two princesses beheld Chu Feng's chiseled and handsome face, instantly captivated. What a handsome young man, they exclaimed. Most patrons who frequented such establishments were usually middle-aged men with beer bellies. Encountering someone as striking as Chu Feng was indeed rare for them. Chu Feng glanced at the two princesses, noting their alluring beauty, both around 20 years of age, one clad in a red strapless mini dress, and the other in a figure-hugging white dress, exuding an air of sensuality. One was a refined and dignified lady, while the other was a sweet and charming young girl. Upon entering, they greeted the two men with enthusiasm. Hello, boss. Ding Quan, unable to restrain himself any longer, beckoned the sweet girl over. Come here, come here. The sweet girl sighed inwardly, realizing she had been outdone by Lu Jie. As one princess observed her sister being summoned, she instinctively settled beside Chu Feng. Hey there, handsome. Are you still in school? Lu Jie, quite forward, struck up a conversation with Chu Feng. Chu Feng frowned and shifted in his seat. You can attend to him. I wish to sing for a while. The overpowering scent of her perfume made him feel quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the thought that she might have just been in someone's embrace moments ago, only to be called over by the manager, unsettled him. That wasn't that he had a cleanliness obsession. It was simply off-putting. The woman, perceiving his reluctance, opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and raised it to his lips. Do you think your sister is dirty? She asked, her gaze laced with flirtation as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Seductively, Chu Feng shook his head, accepting the glass and taking a hearty sip, speaking plainly, Doesn't it seem that way? The woman, taken aback by his candidness, momentarily paused. Typically, one would inquire about her background and offer comforting words. Yet, as she realized he was not following the usual script, she switched the subject. You look like a student. Are you in university? Chu Feng nodded. The woman introduced herself. I'm also a student at Shanghai University. Currently in my second year. My name is Lu Qingqing. You're only 20 and still in university. Why would you stoop to this profession? Chu Feng asked, astonished, doubting her sincerity. An addicted gambler for a father, a drunkard for a mother, and a paralyzed sister. My life is shattered, Lu Qingqing lamented, feigning a pitiful expression as she leaned against Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for Su Ningxue's frequent warnings about scams, he might have nearly believed her. Her words echoed those Su Ningxue had shared with him. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Ningxue. He glanced at it, gesturing for silence among the others. The booth fell silent in an instant. Hello, Chu Feng. Where have you run off to? I've been searching for you everywhere, and you haven't shown up at home. Su Ningxue's furious voice erupted the moment the call connected. Sis, I'm staying on campus tonight. I forgot to mention it. My apologies. Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he hadn't informed Su Ningxue, especially since his mother had asked him to ride with her today. While Chu Feng was on the phone, Lu Qingqing beside him sneezed. Achoo, brother, I'm a bit cold. Could you turn down the air conditioning? Hearing the sultry voice of the beauty next to him, Su Ningxue's fury escalated. Chu Feng, where are you? Who is that woman? What do you mean about the air conditioning? Su Ningxue's delicate hand gripped her phone tightly, nearly crushing the screen. That I'm dining, that I'll talk later, bye. Without waiting for Su Ningxue to continue, Chu Feng hung up. Staring at the abruptly terminated call, Su Ningxue was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief, a feverish glint illuminating her gaze. How dare you hang up on me, Chu Feng? She and Chu Feng had played together since kindergarten. In the past, he had always indulged her, catering to her every whim. She once believed he had feelings for her, waiting for him to confess, but as they entered university, he never did, and gradually, more and more girls began to surround him. This reality was unbearable for Su Ningxue. She suspected that Chu Feng had grown distant. Subsequently, she devised a plan, a scheme to instill fear in Chu Feng regarding other girls. She believed that if he felt hopeless about them, he would love her entirely and would no longer dare to leave her. Just one more week until exams. After the exams, during summer break, I will treat you well. After hanging up, Chu Feng shot a frosty glance at Lu Qingqing beside him, pushing her towards Ding Quan. You three can entertain yourselves. I'm not in the mood. Ding Quan, well aware of the situation, pulled Lu Qingqing close and slapped her cheek harshly. Didn't I tell you to keep quiet? Ding Quan bellowed. Yet, Chu Feng took a sip of his drink and interjected, Old Ding, they can have fun. It's not her fault that he then drank deeply again. Realizing Chu Feng was speaking up, Ding Quan lost interest in continuing the festivities. After consuming 2 more bottles of alcohol, Chu Feng's mind finally began to settle that he genuinely feared Su Ningxue's wrath, as she had left an indelible mark on him. Once calm, he began to ponder. He knew Su Ningxue must think he was out with another girl, given her furious tone earlier. After tonight, there might be trouble. But why had Lu Rian never minded when he dated her? She never showed jealousy, often providing comfort. Yet, when he merely offered a shoulder to Inxia, Su Ningxue's jealousy flared, her eyes burning with intensity. And upon hearing another girl nearby, she erupted again. What was the crux of this issue? Why could he not decipher it? Ding Quan, observing Chu Feng's furrowed brow and deep concentration, pushed the 2 women aside and approached his friend, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. What's wrong? Did your mom find out you're out having fun? Small problem. Just say you were out for a late-night snack, and I'll vouch for you. Chu Feng remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed at Ding Quan. No. I sighed that I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm heading back to school. Ding Quan glanced at the table laden with drinks and 2 girls. Hesitating, Adio, you want me to take you back? Chu Feng shook his head, rising to whisper a few words in Ding Quan's ear. Ding Quan patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Good buddy. After Chu Feng finished his explanation, he departed. Upon reaching the street, he gazed at the dazzling stars and couldn't help but lament. Despite being reborn, life remained so burdensome. He had just mentioned to Ding Quan in the private room that Lu Qingqing might be from Modi University. And if he wished to pursue her, he could. For the next 3 days, he diligently stayed at school, preparing for the final exams, as securing that sole exchange student opportunity was the best way to distance himself from Su Ningxue. When the exams commenced 3 days later, he felt exceedingly confident in the first 2 days. Knowing he had thoroughly reviewed the material he confidently walked into the examination hall for the final subject. He chose a seat in the front row, eager to finish and leave swiftly. However, to his surprise, Ji Boda also occupied a seat in the front row, just 1 place away, while Lu Rian and her friends fortuitously surrounded him. As the exam began, Chu Feng focused intently on his answers. Meanwhile, Ji Boda secretly chuckled, aware that his chances of obtaining the study abroad spot were slim compared to Chu Feng's, so he devised a cunning plan. In the tiered classroom, as the teacher ascended the last step and was about to turn, he coughed twice. The next moment, Lu Rian tossed a prepared note, which landed at Chu Feng's desk across the aisle. Initially immersed in his writing, Chu Feng caught sight of a note flying towards the corner of his desk, causing him to pause with his pen, perplexed by the situation. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. At that precise moment, as the proctor turned, she noticed the note fluttering down. She approached Chu Feng, picked it up, and upon unfolding it, discovered it filled with dense formulas and written answers that I have repeatedly emphasized before the exam. Do not cheat. Do not bring notes. Your grades may falter, but your integrity must not. I understand that some students aspire to achieve better results to secure opportunities for studying abroad. This student, your exam results are all nullified. Please accompany me to the administrative office. The female proctor reprimanded loudly. In that instant, Chu Feng finally understood why they had encircled him, realizing Ji Boda's intentions. Yet he refused to accept this silent injustice. That note is not mine. It was thrown by someone else. I request an investigation of the examination surveillance. He asserted to ensure the authenticity of the proctor's oversight. All proctors were assigned separately, and this female proctor clearly did not recognize Chu Feng. As an exemplary student ranked among the top 3 in his department, any faculty member would not suspect Chu Feng of cheating. The proctor, seeing his stubbornness, slammed the note down on the desk with her left hand, then yanked him from his seat. I will reiterate. You are to accompany me to the administrative office immediately to admit your wrongdoings. Chu Feng clenched his teeth in silence and followed the proctor to the office, discreetly slipping the note into his exam stationery pouch. However, upon entering, he found no surveillance footage available for viewing. The proctor stated that they would only be able to review it after the exam concluded. Yet, when the exam ended, he was informed that the camera had malfunctioned. Immediately, she summoned all the students seated around Chu Feng to serve as witnesses. Upon seeing the 4 of them, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Asking them to testify, it was a foregone conclusion. Yet he was taken aback by the unfortunate coincidence of the camera's failure. It was evident this was the handiwork of Ji Boda and his accomplices. Realizing the futility of further debate, Chu Feng chose to abandon his defense. Soon after, he learned that a public reprimand from the entire school awaited him, and the news struck him like a chilling blow. Dazed, he returned to his dormitory. That evening, upon hearing of the incident, Su Ningxua's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. That if Chu Feng is expelled, Lu Ruyan and Ji Boda, I will make you regret ever living in this world. The following day, news of Chu Feng's alleged cheating scandal echoed throughout the entire college. Who would have thought that the student who once achieved the highest scores at Modi University would resort to such dishonesty? In front of his dormitory, Chu Feng clutched his hair in despair, his eyes bloodshot. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Ningxu, a calling that he chose not to answer. Despite the swirling rumors, he had no desire to seek comfort from her. Staring at the books on his desk, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Professor Li, that if he could intercede on his behalf, there might still be a chance to turn the tide. After all, Professor Li was a highly respected Yangtze scholar within the faculty. He picked up his phone and, unable to restrain himself, dialed Professor Li's number, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon learning the situation, Professor Li promptly reported it to the school administration. Soon, the school leaders took notice. Recognizing that it was exceedingly rare for an outstanding student like Chu Feng to engage in cheating. Subsequently, all the faculty members from the computer science department stepped forward to testify on Chu Feng's behalf. Before long, Chu Feng and Ji Boda were summoned back to the school leader's office. That as he made his way there, he brought the note along. When he realized he had been unjustly accused on the day of the exam, he knew that the note on the ground might be his only chance for redemption. You are the only useful piece of evidence. Chapter 20. Now I have reason to suspect this is a setup. Inside the administrative office, a tense atmosphere filled the AT that moment. Insia suddenly entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man with graying hair. Dean Gao, the proctor, glanced towards the door, momentarily stunned upon seeing the dean. She never anticipated that this minor cheating incident would warrant the dean's attention. But who was the woman accompanying him? Greetings. Insia cheerfully greeted everyone. Upon seeing her, Chu Feng furrowed his brows. What is she doing here? With the dean's arrival, he organized everyone to take their seats. Dean Gao settled at the central table, directing his gaze toward Ji Boda and the others before finally resting his eyes on the female proctor. Ms. Huang, please recount the events of that day. The female teacher proceeded to narrate the situation as it unfolded. The dean then turned his attention to Ji Boda and his companions. Did you truly see Chu Feng pull out a cheat sheet? Before you answer, let me make it clear. Providing false testimony will result in disciplinary action from the school. That if found guilty, it will be recorded as a major offense on your academic record. Upon hearing the dean's words, the 2 friends of Lu Ruyan turned pale. Yet, Ji Boda and Lu Ruyan spoke in unison. We witnessed Chu Feng cheating during the exam. The note fell to the ground. He must have intended to return it to his pocket, but accidentally dropped it. The dean's expression darkened, his gaze piercing. Are you certain you all witnessed this firsthand? Zhou Ting glanced at the dean's fierce expression and trembled, raising her hand hesitantly. Dean, I didn't see Chu Feng cheat. I only saw his hand move and assumed he was copying that I might have misinterpreted. Seeing Zhou Ting's admission, another of Lu Ruyan's friends raised her hand as well. Me too. I only saw his hand moving. Hearing their statements, the dean slammed his hand on the wooden table. Bang! You didn't see anything but still attempted to frame someone for cheating to— Yes, your dean. I am truly ashamed of you. Fortunately, you have recognized your mistakes. Return and write a 3,000-word reflection as a warning that if such incidents occur again, you will face severe penalties. As Lu Ruyan observed her two usually loyal friends slip away. She shot them a resentful glance, digging her nails deeply into her palm. You two did indeed see it, didn't you? The dean's gaze shifted to Lu Ruyan and her companions. Just then, the proctor, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Dean, isn't it inappropriate for you to so openly favor one student? She cast a complicated look at the dean. Dean Gao glanced at the female teacher dismissively. I initially did not wish to intervene, but students have reported seeing the note at Chu Feng's desk was thrown by someone else. Now I have reason to suspect this is a setup. What? Upon hearing the dean's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Yin Xie. Even Chu Feng slightly turned his head to glance at Yin Xie beside him. He could hardly believe that a classmate with whom he usually got along would come forward to testify on his behalf. The crowd was collectively stunned, while a flicker of terror crossed Ji Boda's face. If the dean's assertion held any truth, this incident might very well be a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. All eyes turned toward Yin Xie. She remained unperturbed, offering a polite smile to the assembly. The dean addressed her gently. Yin Xie, please recount what you witnessed. Yin Xie nodded slightly. At the time, I was seated diagonally behind Lu Ruyan, specifically 2 desks away from Ji Boda. I heard someone cough and happened to glance up at that moment. I saw Lu Ruyan toss a piece of paper onto the desk in front of her. Once Yin Xie concluded her statement, Lu Ruyan's feet began to tremble incessantly beneath the table. Ji Boda's forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his palms were clammy. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Yin Xie, how can I be sure you're not fabricating evidence for Chu Feng? Ever since Chu Feng broke up with Lu Ruyan, the two of you have been quite close. Just as everyone fell into contemplation once again, Chu Feng placed a transparent pencil case on the table. This is the piece of paper that the teacher picked up from the floor. I haven't touched it. When the teacher placed it on my desk, I simply put it into this transparent pencil case. He continued, in fact, we can verify the fingerprints on the paper to determine its origin. Chu Feng's declaration landed like a bombshell, instantly garnering everyone's attention. Upon seeing the pencil case on the table, Lu Ruyan's face drained of color. Ji Boda, however, stubbornly countered, you could have easily wiped your fingerprints from that paper. Chu Feng smiled. If the paper bears none of my fingerprints, but has yours, wouldn't that indicate it has nothing to do with me? His expression shifted to one of gravity as he added, if I find out who is trying to frame me, they should prepare for imprisonment. He delivered this ominous warning in front of the dean and the assembled faculty. Professor Li cast an appreciative glance at this young prodigy, recognizing the brilliance of his mind. Initially, he had only intended to lend support to this student, believing he was destined for greatness, and had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events. Yin Xie had thought that at most they would reach a stalemate, merely exonerating Chu Feng, but she had not expected him to reverse the situation and counterattack so effectively. Even the esteemed dean, seated at the center of the gathering, was taken aback by Chu Feng's unexpected maneuver. His presence here was largely due to his regard for the Yin family, yet he had not anticipated encountering such a remarkably astute junior. As Lu Ruyan sat across from Chu Feng, her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. Her extraordinary reaction left little doubt about the outcome of this examination scandal. Observing Lu Ruyan's collapse, Chu Feng softly addressed the dean. Dean, I request that the Academy contact the police to verify the fingerprints on this paper and compare them with those of everyone present during the exam to prove that this cheat sheet does not belong to me. Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, Lu Ruyan screamed, Chu Feng, how dare you? Chu Feng glanced at the dean, evidently recognizing that the owner of the cheat sheet had begun to reveal themselves. Consequently, Lu Ruyan and Ji Boda were retained for disciplinary investigation, while Chu Feng and Yin Xie were permitted to leave. Once outside, Chu Feng quietly said to Inxie, "Thank you. I owe you yet another favor." Inxie brushed her hair aside nonchalantly, replying, "I merely could not abide by their actions. However, I never imagined you could reverse the situation with a simple piece of paper and turn the tables on them." Just as the two made their way to the administrative hall, Su Ningxu entered, holding two file folders. The three paused, momentarily stunned, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Chapter 21. A violent confrontation with roadblocks. Following this, Su Ningxu let out a cold huff. Her expression frosty, and without a word of greeting, she strode past Chu Feng in her high heels that it was as if they were strangers, each oblivious to the other. One entering, the other leaving. The June sun was quite fierce, prompting Inxie to open her umbrella upon exiting the administrative building. "Do you need?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Feng shook his head that it's just a short distance. It's unnecessary. The two walked aimlessly until they passed the school safe. Chu Feng glanced inside and noticed the sparse number of patrons today. "Shall we go grab a cup of coffee?" Inxie gently shook her head. "Never mind. Getting too close to you will only provoke someone's jealousy." "All right then. This will be all for today. That I had intended to return home after the exam yesterday morning, but your incident has disrupted my plans. Now, all I desire is to return home and sleep on my large bed." Noticing her resolute intent to leave, Chu Feng spoke again. "I truly appreciate your help today. I never expected you could sway the dean. That it was a mere act of goodwill. I simply did not want to see a talent tarnished." She replied. "Goodbye." Inxie waved at him, turning away to head toward her dormitory. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the administrative building, Su Ningxue watched Chu Feng through the window, her palm nearly drawing blood from her grip. "Don't make me catch you." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Feng found Ding Quan engrossed in a game of World of Warcraft, yet he couldn't suppress the smile on his face that he approached and playfully squeezed Ding Quan's shoulder. "It's all settled. Everything is under control." Ding Quan removed his headphones and turned to Chu Feng. "What is under control?" "The cheating incident." Chu Feng laughed heartily. "Is there anything else? Tonight, I'm treating you to a meal." Ding Quan replied, "Sure, why not? I'm always up for a free meal." Chu Feng announced, "I'm going to take a nap." With that, he climbed into bed. After a night of restless sleep, he quickly succumbed to slumber as soon as he lay down. When he awoke, it was already dark outside. Checking his phone, he saw it was past 8 o'clock, that he then got up to wake his good friend, and the two set off to a night market for some skewers. Following the earlier incident of exoneration and counteraction, Chu Feng felt elated, and his appetite was unusually hearty that night. At a street food stall, he savored a grilled chicken wing. "Are you full? Want to go for a foot massage after this?" Ding Quan replied, "No thanks, I have plans tonight." "With whom?" Chu Feng inquired. "Lu Qingqing," Ding Quan responded. Chu Feng paused, momentarily taken aback, then regarded Ding Quan with a complex expression, his jovial demeanor replaced with seriousness. "You can't handle this woman. Just play around and don't get too serious that I'm speaking from experience." Ding Quan, however, reminisced fondly about their recent happy times, saying, "She's different from other women." With a sigh, Chu Feng patted Ding Quan on the shoulder, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately refrained, that he sensed that his friend was treading a precarious path, reminiscent of his own past with Lu Ruyan. "Just remember to save some money for an escape plan," he advised. Ding Quan brushed it off. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Chu Feng chose not to press further, saying, "I'll head back first." After finishing their meal, the two parted ways. That he took a taxi back to school and, upon exiting, was approached by a familiar dark figure, Ji Boda. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised but chose to ignore him, knowing that the school would handle the cheating incident. He believed there were many ways to retaliate against Ji Boda after the summer break. Convinced that Ji Boda was the mastermind behind this scheme, as Lu Ruyan would never have conceived such a cunning plot, that if they resorted to such underhanded tactics, he would retaliate in kind. Simple as that. "Chu Feng, I need to talk to you." Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring him, Ji Boda hurriedly stepped in front of him. Observing Ji Boda's proud demeanor, Chu Feng found himself bewildered. This did not seem like someone seeking his favor. Could it be that Ji Boda intended to resort to violence? With a scornful glance, Chu Feng retorted, "What business do you have with me? You don't expect me to plead with the teachers on your behalf, do you?" Realizing Chu Feng had struck a nerve, Ji Boda spoke in a low tone. "Exactly. And don't you like Lu Ruyan? I know with your capabilities, you could secure that study abroad opportunity. Let me put it this way. If you persuade the teachers to grant me that opportunity, Lu Ruyan will be yours, and as long as you agree to my request, I can ensure that Lu Ruyan reconciles with you, and you can be together again. Upon hearing the outrageous remarks from the other party, Chu Feng could hardly contain his laughter. After finally freeing himself from this blood-sucking leech, he would have to be out of his mind to reconcile with Lu Ruyan, the Ji Boda, noticing Chu Feng's amusement. Mistakenly believed he was still the same devoted admirer he once was, wearing a smug expression. Hey, as long as you transfer that study abroad spot to me, I promise not to contact Lu Ruyan once I go overseas. Without my threat, you and Lu Ruyan can naturally continue your relationship and be together forever. Seeing Ji Boda's self-satisfied demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Is that all? Just a study abroad spot. Without any additional conditions, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Ji Boda grew even more arrogant. Convinced that Chu Feng still had feelings for Lu Ruyan, he boasted, I want you to cover all my expenses for studying abroad, including living expenses that I know you have a monthly allowance of 50 to 60,000. I don't ask for much, just half will do to house that. Quite humane, wouldn't you say? At Ji Boda's words, Chu Feng realized that a person devoid of shame is truly invincible. Setting aside the fact that his pocket money barely amounts to a few thousand, even if he had 30,000 to spare, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with it, that if it were the old him, he might have considered acquiescing. Observing Ji Boda's smugness, Chu Feng chuckled darkly and said, All right, I'll give it to you right now. Seeing Chu Feng so readily agree to his demands, Ji Boda immediately sought to add a couple more conditions. Once I get abroad, I'll need a car. You understand what I mean, right? Oh, I understand perfectly. Chu Feng replied, his smile widening. Suddenly, he stepped back sharply and delivered a powerful kick to Ji Boda's abdomen. Bang! In the next instant, Ji Boda was sent crashing into a tree about a meter away. Before Ji Boda could comprehend what had just transpired, Chu Feng lunged forward and kicked him again, this time targeting his rear. Realizing Ji Boda was incapacitated, Chu Feng crouched down and seized his collar, violently slapping his face. Slap, slap, slap. Ji Boda, with his delicate features, had never engaged in any physical activity aside from mingling with girls. In contrast, Chu Feng, who played basketball daily and practiced martial arts, was robust enough to hold his own against a champion. Just as Chu Feng was reveling in his assault, a black sedan happened to pass by and came to a stop a short distance behind them. Chapter 22. Childhood sweethearts confronting each other as the black car parked. Its occupants did not exit, but merely cracked the door open slightly. Chu Feng glanced at the vehicle, feeling a sense of unease. Noticing no one was getting out, he continued to rain blows upon Ji Boda, who was now bleeding from the mouth. It was only then that Chu Feng decided to cease his assault. Ji Boda collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood, his face swollen like that of a pig. Instead of being angry, he erupted into laughter. Haha, Chu Feng, are you angry out of shame? What is so great about you wealthy folks? The campus belle you idolize will never belong to you, yet she obeys me like a loyal dog, loving me deeply. When I beckon, she dares not wag her tail. When I command her to crouch, she does not dare to stand. Every punch you've thrown tonight, I will make you repay it tenfold. Listening to Ji Boda's frenzied taunts, Chu Feng merely smiled derisively. This fool surely believes he is the protagonist in some fantasy tale. Having watched too many reincarnation dramas, it's infuriating to see someone with a girl who genuinely loves him treating her like a mere pet, that if Su Ningxue possessed even half of Lu Ruyan's temperament, perhaps she wouldn't have to live a second life. Ji Boda, clearly having a girl who cares for him deeply, fails to appreciate her, which is truly a cruel twist of fate. Chu Feng grasped Ji Boda by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Though Lu Ruyan deserves her fate, in my eyes, you are even more deserving of it. Do you truly view her as nothing more than a tool? Ji Boda attempted to spit blood at Chu Feng, but found himself unable to muster the strength. He could only continue to shout defiantly, Indeed, I treat Lu Ruyan as a worthless dog, a tool for making money. But I never forced her. She willingly submits. Chu Feng, are you envious? You wealthy second-generation heirs are just as despicable. Reduced to serving a lowly dog. Go on, keep hitting me. If Lu Ruyan learns of this, I'll see whether you live or die. Ji Boda shouted brazenly, mistakenly thinking that Chu Feng's actions stemmed from jealousy. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on Ji Boda, who was foolish enough to think he could call the police over a minor injury. That was precisely why he had only targeted Ji Boda's face and rear. No, I want to hit you. Chu Feng coldly laughed. Instead, he casually scooped up a handful of dirt and stuffed it into Ji Boda's mouth. Jade, as the soil had been fertilized, it reeked heavily of ammonia, akin to urine, leaving Ji Boda feeling as though he were consuming excrement. This odor made Ji Boda retch uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Had you not provoked me, you could have graduated peacefully from Magic University. With your grades, even if you couldn't study abroad, you might have achieved something in life. Rest assured, once the results are published, I will engage a lawyer to sue you, ensuring your future is utterly destroyed, leaving you unable to continue your studies. Just as Chu Feng was enjoying himself, the door of the car behind them suddenly swung open. He turned his head and was taken aback to see Lu Ruyan stepping out, closely followed by Su Ningxue. Lu Ruyan desperately wanted to help Ji Boda up, but due to the handcuffs and shackles, she could only take small steps to his side, her face filled with concern and sorrow. Seeing Lu Ruyan's heartfelt devotion, Su Ningxue couldn't help but applaud from the sidelines. Such a pair of star-crossed lovers. Chu Feng, why did you hit Ji Boda? Lu Ruyan asked angrily, lifting her gaze that I hit him because I felt like it. However, I am curious. You were right there when Ji Boda said those things that you truly enjoy being someone's pet. Chu Feng questioned, gazing quizzically at the shackled Lu Ruyan. Yes, I willingly accept it and I enjoy it. What of it? Lu Ruyan retorted loudly. This response genuinely astonished Chu Feng. He could hardly fathom that someone could degrade themselves to such an extent. Even Su Ningxue, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe a woman could lower herself so profoundly. Chu Feng, now that both of them are here, what do you intend to do? Su Ningxue softly inquired as she approached him. Why are you helping me? Chu Feng asked. With a tender gaze, Su Ningxue replied nonchalantly. Your matters are my matters. There needn't be so many reasons that as long as you're happy, tomorrow I could send them to Siberia to dig potatoes. Feeding fish in the Huangpu River is also an option. She smiled gently, as though this entire situation was as trivial as a mere sneeze to her. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This girl was as terrifying as ever. Are you certain this is all right? There's still students at Magic University. Can you ensure it will be done cleanly? Su Ningxue retrieved her phone, opened the camera, and showed Chu Feng a photo of a recently posted notice. Chu Feng read aloud the contents of the notice. Magic University warning. Freshman computer science student Ji Boda has exhibited moral corruption, inciting classmates to slander outstanding students, and has severely violated regulations. The college has decided to expel him. Freshman computer science student Lu Ruyan has exhibited moral corruption, slandering outstanding students, and has severely violated regulations. The college has decided to issue a serious reprimand. The school had just sent the police to verify the fingerprints, discovering only 3 individuals involved, excluding the teachers. Only Lu Ruyan and Ji Boda remained. That I took Lu Ruyan to the police station, and she confessed everything. Chu Feng, how do you wish to thank me now? Su Ningxue gazed at him eagerly. Chu Feng stared at Su Ningxue, stammering and unable to articulate more than a few words. Thank you, Su Ningxue. I was momentarily speechless that I asked that all. As the two engaged in their affectionate exchange, Ji Boda, who lay on the ground, trembled all over, truly realizing his future was utterly ruined. Could it be that Su Ningxue had leveraged her connections? Yes, it had to be her. Not a single one of these wealthy second-generation heirs could be trusted. Desperate to continue his education, he crawled before Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. I beg you. Chu Feng, Ji Boda pleaded, bowing 3 times before him. Please, I cannot be expelled. I implore you to forgive me. I promise to steer clear of you in school from now on. Lu Ruyan is yours. I do not want her anymore. Witnessing Ji Boda, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now groveling for forgiveness, Chu Feng felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. That go to hell. Chu Feng is mine. Su Ningxue raised her eyebrows coldly and sent Ji Boda flying with a swift kick. Chu Feng gazed at the woman who stood up for him, feeling a stir in his heart. Indeed, Su Ningxue could be quite wonderful at times. However, playful banter aside, he dared not jest with his own life. Boda! Lu Ruyan cried out as she saw Ji Boda being humiliated, rushing towards him in distress. Chapter 23. The truth is deadly. Look at that pair of childhood sweethearts. How enviably affectionate they are. Such love is truly admirable, Su Ningxue exclaimed, her voice ringing out. She subtly brushed her left hand against Chu Feng's, only for him to raise his hands to his chest, completely denying her any opportunity. "Oh, Chu Feng, are you made of wood? Such a touching love story, and yet you show no reaction at all. It's infuriating." Chu Feng, observing the heart-wrenching pair of childhood sweethearts, spoke softly. "Lu Ruyan, I've had people investigate the two of you. You and Ji Boda are merely from the same village. Did he save your life? Is that why you love him? Over the past 2 years, he has also had people investigate. Before attending university, they were nothing but distant acquaintances that I simply cannot fathom how they transformed into childhood sweethearts." Lu Ruyan turned and shouted in anger. "He did save my life. Twice. When I first enrolled, I suffered from heat stroke, and he took me to the infirmary. Then last month, when I fell into the lake, he rescued me. While you ran away." Just as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Chu Feng replied with a hint of confusion. "When you had heat stroke, I happened to be passing by and took you to the infirmary. I was in Su Ningxue's CAR. Oh, you really think Ji Boda could have carried you from the school gate to the infirmary, which is a good 1 to 2 kilometers away, while also lugging your luggage? Do you think that is feasible?" At that moment, Su Ningxue interjected, sensing Lu Ruyan's disbelief. "I can vouch for that." Lu Ruyan retorted, No, you are deceiving me. Lu Ruyan, you truly are blind to the truth. It was I who saved you," Chu Feng scoffed. Yet Lu Ruyan remained convinced that the two were conspiring against her. "Chu Feng, do you really think you can fool me?" Lu Ruyan sneered confidently. Chu Feng merely shook his head and replied, "Think what you will. And as for the incident when you fell into the lake, we were all walking together. When you fell in, I risked my life to pull you ashore. But unfortunately, I lost consciousness from exhaustion. Ji Boda merely carried you to the infirmary." Lu Ruyan paused, momentarily stunned, before breaking into mock laughter. "Chu Feng, you will never come between us. I will never like you." Observing the ignorant yet self-assured expression on Lu Ruyan's face, Chu Feng found it incomprehensible that he had ever held feelings for such a foolish and vile person. "Lu Ruyan, intelligence is a precious asset. But it seems you lack it. If you were to think critically, could that scrawny fellow possibly carry your suitcase in one hand while supporting you with the other to the infirmary? Outside of a few individuals like Su Ningxue, who dares drive recklessly around the campus of Modi University and ask Ji Boda if he can swim, when he is at the swimming pool. He even requires a life preserver. Moreover, rest assured, I will meticulously settle accounts with all of you, that I will collect every last bit of money you owe me. And if you cannot repay, be prepared for prison." As Chu Feng's reasoning struck true, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of panic wash over her. "Ji Boda, everything he said is false. You saved me, didn't you?" Ji Boda, upon hearing Chu Feng's mention of settling scores and potential imprisonment, felt a surge of dread. If he were to go to prison, his life would be irrevocably ruined. In a fit of rage, he kicked Lu Ruyan away. "Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been expelled from school. If it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have gotten entangled with Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. It's all your fault. You filthy whore." As he recalled the arduous journey he had taken to escape the mountains, the thought of being forced back was unbearable. In that moment, he felt profound anguish, attributing all his misfortunes to Lu Ruyan. Had he not encountered her, with his own academic performance, while he might not have studied abroad, he surely could have established a foothold in Modu and never returned to the small mountain village. Seeing Ji Boda in such a frenzied state, Lu Ruyan would have to be a fool not to understand the situation. Reflecting on all that Chu Feng had done for her, the meticulous care he had shown, she realized that without him, she was indeed treading on thin ice, struggling to survive. She turned, her gaze vacant as she stared at Chu Feng, her once bright pupils now dulled, as if all their luster had been drained away. She felt as though the world had played a cruel joke on her. She did not cry. There were no tears in her eyes. She merely pouted, her throat unable to produce a sound. Suddenly, a gust of evening wind swept through, causing the small trees by the roadside to rustle, and vibrant green leaves were stripped from their branches. Had they not encountered the wind, they might have thrived under the nourishing tree and flourished. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. Lu Ruyan felt something within her shatter and fade away. Seeing the two in such a state, Su Ningxue understood it was time to depart if she lingered. Lu Ruyan might disclose the information she had previously shared. Though it had been done using someone else's phone card, with Chu Feng's astuteness, he might suspect her involvement. That I'm leaving. Tonight I'll enjoy some sauerkraut fish. The show is over, and I'll handle the aftermath. Su Ningxue pulled a key from her pocket and tossed it at Ji Boda. This is the key to Lu Ruyan's shackles. She belongs to you now. Whether you choose to keep her or not is entirely up to you. When Lu Ruyan saw her key land at Ji Boda's feet, she scrambled desperately towards it to Ji Boda. Witnessing her frantic attempt, displayed a fleeting glimpse of madness on his face. He casually tossed the small key into the bushes. No! Lu Ruyan screamed, despair evident as she crawled towards the grass. Chu Feng glanced at the mischievous Su Ningxue, his brows furrowing slightly. This person truly had a knack for creating chaos. That I'm leaving. It's time to eat. Chu Feng chose not to dwell on the two despondent figures. Knowing that Su Ningxue had 100 ways to dispose of them, that in her past business dealings, she had been recklessly ruthless, often inflicting self-harm while managing to hurt her opponents even more, especially when dealing with such insignificant adversaries. Once inside the car, Chu Feng turned to admire the stunning profile of the icy beauty beside him. If only she weren't a bit unhinged. He wondered how long this phase would last, and if there was any hope for her recovery. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze upon her, Su Ningxue felt a surge of delight. She thought she had helped him resolve a significant matter tonight. How did you know I was here? And you even brought Lu Ruyan along. After a few moments of silence, Chu Feng recounted the events. Sensing that Su Ningxue was concealing many truths from him. This is a long story that I initially intended to have Lu Ruyan face some consequences for not being expelled. Once she was behind bars, I could ensure her expulsion myself. And as for those who have wronged you financially, I want to let a single one escape. That a smile crept onto Su Ningxue's lips. To her, these individuals were merely pawns. Tools to achieve her objectives. When they ceased to serve a purpose, she would extract every last bit of their value. All her plans revolved around Chu Feng. As long as they were useful, she would utilize them. Lu Ruyan and the others had only one remaining value, to enhance her standing in Chu Feng's eyes. Are you done asking questions? Now it's my turn to inquire. Who was that woman that night? Chapter 24. A strong alliance with Aunt Shun. As Su Ningxue uttered these words, Chu Feng felt an immediate drop in the temperature within the car. Does it really matter who she is? Chu Feng shook his head, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Hearing his dismissive attitude, Su Ningxue's suppressed fury surged forth once more. Having just dealt with Lu Ruyan, she found herself entangled with Inxia. Just days ago, yet another complication had arisen. You are certainly causing me headaches. I intend to squeeze every last drop from you, she thought. Her phoenix-like eyes turned icy, a hint of seductive crimson flashing within her pupils. Are you in another romantic entanglement? Chu Feng propped his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Present. I have no such inclinations. The woman from that night was my roommate Ding Quan's girlfriend. Spare yourself the speculation. Noticing Su Ningxue's keen interest, he decided to share the truth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief passed through Su Ningxue's eyes. Thank goodness. I thought you were off to a motel. As long as it's his first time, However, to eliminate any future complications, I must find a way to get him in a bed. And what is your relationship with Inxia? Chu Feng gazed at the quaint villa ahead, choosing not to respond further. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he promptly disembarked and made his way home. Upon stepping through the front gate, he was suddenly struck by the unusually lively atmosphere in the hall. His brother and sister had returned. Before he could catch his breath, his sister shouted at him, "Hey, Xiao Feng!" A voice, both cultured and graceful, reached his ears. Following the sound, Chu Feng's gaze landed on a pair of almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of Su Ningxue's. Those eyes, soft yet tinged with a hint of sharpness, differed significantly from Su Ningxue's piercing gaze, perhaps because she had chosen to temper her intensity. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Ningxue's, a face that was unlikely to show signs of aging. Furthermore, as a successful executive, her skin was impeccably maintained, devoid of wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her cheeks smooth and radiant, and her lips, lush and crimson, resembled blooming roses. She was adorned in a form-fitting red gown, accentuating her long, fair legs and the alluring curves of her mature figure, presenting a captivating allure that was undeniably intoxicating for a young man in the throes of passion. If the two women were to step out together, others would undoubtedly mistake them for sisters. Inshin. Chu Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed as to why Su Ningxue's mother would be at her house. Shen Qingyu slightly pursed her lips, teasingly remarking, I heard you've recently broken up with your girlfriend. Couldn't resist as soon as you got to college. Chu Feng had little impression of this former mother-in-law, knowing only that she was formidable, commanding respect even from the current Su Ningxue. What is this nonsense? How should I even respond? He thought, opting to sidestep the question entirely that I just got back, and I'm hungry. Aunt Shen, have you eaten? Shen Qingyu noticed Chu Feng and smiled faintly, her face radiating an air of utmost maturity. Not yet. I was waiting for you two young masters and princesses to return. Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Su Ningxue was so breathtakingly beautiful. Her mother was equally enchanting. Chu Feng, you're back. Come in quickly and eat, called out a robust voice from the kitchen. At the dining table, Gu Luoxing and Gu Qingyu sat together, insisting that Chu Feng and Su Ningxue sit side by side. Chu Yunqi had intended to place herself between them, but was pulled aside by Gu Mu. Under the intentional arrangement of Gu Mu, Chu Feng found himself seated closely next to Su Ningxue. Externally, Su Ningxue maintained a stoic demeanor, yet beneath the table, her small foot, encased in a high heel, was already fidgeting with excitement. Chu Feng appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he was on edge, as Su Ningxue's foot frequently brushed against his calf, an unintentional, yet tantalizing touch, halfway through the meal. The space between them had diminished further. Su Ningxue only filled her bowl halfway each time, returning for more and subtly shifting her chair closer with each trip. After 3 such excursions, they were pressed intimately together. And as Chu Feng caught a whiff of her calming floral scent, he quietly ventured, Sister, are we perhaps sitting too close? However, Su Ningxue feigned ignorance, shifting her leg to press tightly against his. The moment she did, Chu Feng felt a jolt of electricity course through him, every hair on his body standing on end. Observing their closeness, Gu Luoxing turned to Shen Qingyu, and they exchanged knowing smiles, clearing her throat. Shen Qingyu suddenly spoke, In a while, Aunt Gu and I will be going abroad for a business trip. Just in time for your summer vacation. You 3 should look out for one another. Ningxue, as the eldest, you must take on the responsibilities of an older sister. Gu Luoxing chimed in. Chu Feng, being a young man, you ought to take good care of these 2 young ladies. Shen Qingyu placed a piece of rib on a Chu Feng's bowl. Chu Feng, I heard you were deceived by a femme fatale, losing quite a bit of money in the process. Now that you're of an age where you're interested in the opposite sex and in college, we won't impose too many restrictions. However, as a pure-hearted boy, you must choose wisely in your future relationships, ensuring you know the person well to avoid being easily misled. Shen Qingyu said with a smile. Serving Su Ningxue another rib, seemingly with ulterior motives, Su Ningxue paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her gaze to her bowl. Chu Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, his earlobes turning faintly red. Aunt Shen is right. I'll be cautious in the future. However, I believe focusing on my studies is paramount. Matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Shen Qingyu nodded approvingly. Exactly, if one knows the person well. How could they be deceived? Upon hearing the mention of not rushing, Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, suppressing her urge to speak. Not rushing. It hasn't been long since the breakup, and you're already mingling with other girls. Perhaps even going to a hotel. Is that what you call not rushing? Are you trying to deceive a child? Gu Luoxing suddenly interjected. How are things between you and Xiaoxue? At this, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his scalp tingling with apprehension. Mom, please don't joke around. There is nothing between me and Sister Ningxue, Su Ningxue, who had been eating, suddenly stiffened, her fingers gripping her chopsticks tightly. Gu Luoxing and Shen Qingyu noted their reactions, exchanging glances filled with understanding before Gu Luoxing continued. You've misunderstood what I meant, dear. I was referring to how your final exams went. Your sister has been tirelessly seeking out numerous teachers and lawyers on your behalf these past few days. You should express your gratitude. At the very least, treat her to a meal or give her a massage. She chided playfully. Honestly, you show no appreciation at all, Mom. I understand. Chu Feng replied, gritting his teeth. Something feels off here, he thought, sensing that his mother and Aunt Shen were both acting strangely, leaving only his sister appearing somewhat normal. But he turned to glance at his dear sister, only to find her grinding her teeth, casting him a resentful glare while her chopsticks snapped in half. Chapter 25. The mother's intent. Wait a minute. Something feels off with my sister. Chu Feng realized that if he continued along this line of conversation, he would indeed find himself utterly isolated. He swiftly changed the subject, By the way, Mom, when are you going on your business trip? Oh, it seems Xiao Feng can't wait for us to leave, Shun Qingyu remarked, sharing a smile with Gu Luosheng. Then we'll depart tomorrow. The children have grown up and evidently find us a nuisance. While we're away, how about we let Ningxue move in with you? It would be good for the three of you to look after one another. I am a bit uneasy about leaving Xiaoxue home alone. You wouldn't mind, would you, Xiao Feng? Shin Qingyu, resting her chin on her hand, looked at Chu Feng with keen interest that in truth, she had always hoped for a union between Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. Both were well acquainted with one another, and both children had demonstrated remarkable intelligence from a young age, with a promising future ahead that if they could come together, the merger of the Chu and Su families would yield a complete industrial chain, making them formidable players in their field. Hearing Shun Qingyu's words, Chu Feng felt an impending disaster looming, while Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation that if they truly lived and dined together, who knows when she might unexpectedly appear in his bed. Noticing her son's silence, Gu Luosheng interjected, Xiao Feng is just shy. He would actually be very welcoming of Xiaoxue moving in. Upon hearing her aunt's agreement, Su Ningxue's eyes gleamed, her suppressed excitement nearly bubbling over. Chu Feng could only manage a wry smile, knowing he had no say in the matter that, of course, it would be a welcome arrangement. After dinner, once Su Ningxue and her mother returned home, Gu Luosheng and Chu Feng exchanged glances. Yinshi, please go close the door, that I need to have a word with your brother. Chu Yinshi obediently exited to close the door, but did not leave. Instead, she eavesdropped at the door, curious about their conversation. Seeing that her daughter had left, Gu Luosheng initiated the dialogue. Xiao Feng, what has transpired this past month? Why do I sense a particular aversion towards Xiaoxue from you? Before college, you seemed quite fond of her. Perhaps it's due to my recent breakup that my mood has been off, Chu Feng replied in a calm voice, his expression betraying no emotion. That Gu Luosheng chuckled. Most women out there are merely after your wealth. How many genuinely care for you? While you are indeed handsome, beyond that, how many women would look your way? Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He joked, well, I won't take that away. We have money at home, and I'm undeniably good-looking. Gu Luosheng, amused by her son's playful demeanor, suddenly adopted a serious tone, her gaze piercing that if one day you fall victim to a deceitful woman, losing everything and becoming a beggar, you will find no remedy for regret. There is no such thing as a magic pill for remorse that a good woman can elevate you to great heights. She is a formidable support in life. Chu Feng pondered her words. His mother's advice was indeed sound. But if Su Ningxue were a normal woman, he might have been with her by now. Alas, that was not the case. After the breakup, do you have any thoughts regarding Su Ningxue? Gu Luosheng could not help but inquire. Chu Feng shook his head. How could he dare to entertain such thoughts? You rascal. The young lady has been so proactive, and this time she has aided you immensely. Is there any other girl under heaven who would be so sincere towards you? Moreover, why do I feel as if you have been avoiding her these past few days? Gu Luosheng gazed at her foolish son, chastising him directly. Yet, I truly do not know how to confront this. Chu Feng replied that I have always regarded her as an elder sister. I am uncertain of my feelings for her. Noticing her son's defensiveness, Gu Luosheng decided to rephrase her approach. Upon hearing her son's words, a flicker of sorrow crossed Gu Luosheng's face, and she spoke earnestly. Yuhua once said, the most crucial aspect of emotions is to bravely take the first step to do not concern yourself with right or wrong. There has never been a perfect plan before one begins to do not wait until everything is clear to act. The impetuous must learn to reflect, while the contemplative must overcome hesitation. The goal may be flawless, but there is no need for perfection when taking the first step. Do not wait until you have lost something to realize your regret. Even in failure, if you cannot be lovers, you can still be friends. Her heartfelt words plunged Chu Feng into deep contemplation. Noticing her son's pensive state, she rose to leave him in solitude. As soon as Gu Luosheng departed, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. Had he been his former self, he might have yielded to his mother's wishes after a breakup. But now, he could not even bear to approach her. Doing so would be akin to lamb entering the tiger's den. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue and Shun Qingyu returned to their villa. After a brief rest, Su Ningxue stepped into the backyard, shedding her garments and plunging into the swimming pool, completely unclothed. Their villa was exceptionally spacious, 3 times the size of Chu Feng's family home, equipped with a bathroom, swimming pool, sauna, and gym. After swimming for a while, she lay in the water, admiring her supermodel physique, nearly perfect in proportion. Her curves were neither scanty where they should be abundant nor excessive where they ought to be slender. Despite swimming for over 10 minutes, her previously troubled heart remained unsettled. Ever since her breakup with Chu Feng, he had been deliberately avoiding her. Could he have sensed her actions? Yet, that seemed impossible, just as she was lost in her thoughts. An elegant, mature figure approached. Ningxue, mother has come too, Shen Qingyu said as she slowly entered the pool. Her tall, mature form bathed in moonlight radiated a captivating glow, resembling a fully bloomed rose, exuding the allure and grace of womanhood. Mother, why have you come to swim? It has been ages since we shared a bath together. Are you beginning to grow weary of me? Or are you feeling shy? Shen Qingyu swam playfully to Su Ningxue's side, her eyes sparkling as she regarded her daughter's supermodel figure. She tilted her head to gaze at the night sky. The moon is truly beautiful, so large and round. There is no place like home. I have not felt this relaxed in quite some time. Her voice carried a sense of heartfelt joy. Since her husband's passing, she had shouldered the weight of the entire household alone and due to work commitments. She had seldom spent time with her daughter. Thus, Su Ningxue had grown up nestled alongside Chu Feng and the others, which explained her desire to unite the two. What has transpired between you lately? Why does it seem he has grown so distant? Shen Qingyu inquired. Logically speaking, after a breakup, he should seek comfort from you that I do not know, Su Ningxue replied with a hint of melancholy, turning her head only to find her mother's eyes gleaming as they fixed upon her. Chapter 26. Heart to heart between mother and daughter. Do you truly have feelings for him? Tonight, I noticed you sitting close to him, your calves deliberately brushing against him. Yet he did not reject you, indicating he still harbors feelings. Sometimes, being forceful does not yield results. Mastering the art of subtlety can win hearts that if he is intentionally avoiding you, then find a way to create opportunities for closeness, gradually allowing him to depend on and grow fond of you. Be assertive when necessary, and gentle when the moment calls for it. Men often respond better to softness than to hardness. Alas, it is a pity that my precious daughter, like a prize cabbage, is so readily offering herself to that boorish pig. Shen Qingyu cupped her daughter's face, her voice resonating with a magnetic quality, though her words bore a hint of playful sharpness that made Su Ningxue's eyes shine. Reflecting on their long-standing friendship, she realized she had always played the role of the elder sister, accustomed to her own assertiveness, hence her attraction to the tender-hearted girl. Furthermore, she must not resort to despicable tactics, while women should learn to wield subtlety. Some strategies can endear men to you, while others may evoke distaste. Shen Qingyu's insinuation struck a chord with her daughter. Mother, I fear losing him. He provides me with a sense of security akin to yours. Su Ningxue confessed, stepping forward to embrace Shen Qingyu tightly, cherishing the long-lost warmth and tenderness. But have you considered that with their intellect, Chu Feng and his mother will soon discern any oddities? If their family is excessively wealthy, I worry that Chu Feng's allowance may increase, leading him astray. Shen Qingyu chuckled lightly, playfully poking her daughter's cheek. Is that truly the case? Does she not know of the changes within the Chu family? Ever since I encouraged my daughter to engage with business matters, she has inadvertently caused several companies collaborating with the Chu family to sever ties. Moreover, the company's support for the Chu family has diminished significantly. Orders meant for them often go to others. The company's seal has also been secretly used by her. I merely turn a blind eye to it, that I am aware my daughter possesses a rather obsessive nature, willing to go to great lengths to achieve her desires. Chu Feng is no ordinary boy. He will either be utterly defeated or grow increasingly formidable. Shen Qingyu regarded her daughter with a serious tone. Regarding the final exam incident, he has inquired with others. Chu Feng's mind does not resemble that of an average 18 or 19-year-old. Rather, it resembles that of a seasoned player in the business arena. He may be clever, but he is also somewhat infatuated. Isn't he? Su Ningxue mused, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yet Shen Qingyu slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter. One must always remain vigilant in their dealings. A moment's inattention may lead to being caught off guard, much like the final exam incident. The most crucial aspect is his decisiveness. Once he realizes something is against his interests, he will act swiftly and resolutely, as evidenced by the fate of his ex-girlfriend. Have you not noticed that despite being treated poorly by her, he still ranks among the top 3 in his department? You may label him as infatuated, but you cannot call him foolish. Since you are aware of his infatuation, all you need to do is inspire a slight fondness in him, and he will inevitably become captivated. An infatuated mind amplifies even the slightest positive feelings towards a woman. You must understand that the key for a woman is to master the art of subtlety. What you need to do first is establish your own dominance, and then diligently nurture and cultivate the relationship, rather than merely placing a sign on the ground. Who would recognize you as the owner of that tree? Shin Qingyu patted her daughter's shoulder, smiling warmly at her. How can I make him fall for me? Su Ningxue continued to seek clarification from her mother. What you must do first is make others believe he already has a girlfriend. Since you have grown up alongside him, he already possesses feelings for you. You merely need to transform those feelings slightly. Intimate actions can rapidly intensify emotions. Shin Qingyu fell silent, stretching her body leisurely as she leaned against the pool's edge, her long legs gently swaying in the water, creating delicate splashes. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue appeared deep in thought. Having heeded Yin Xie's warning, she felt assured that there would not be significant issues. The remaining task was to inspire Chu Feng's interest in her. Her determination solidified. She nodded silently, straightening her waist. Mother. Shin Qingyu turned to look at her. What do you think of my figure? Su Ningxue sat by the pool, her small face flushed with embarrassment as she turned in a circle before her mother. Shin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but once she regained her focus, she instantly comprehended her daughter's intentions. Silly girl, I meant for you to engage in some intimate gestures, not to seduce him. But perhaps that is not such a bad idea after all. I shall let him take responsibility. This child, Chu, has watched you grow up and is quite responsible. After all, good men are a rare find. When you encounter one, you must seize the opportunity, especially since Chu Feng has grown up alongside you, which makes it all the more reassuring. The following morning, as departure loomed, Gu Luoxing and Shin Qingyu were animatedly chatting in the living room. Chu Feng had intended to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in during the summer break, but the lively commotion from the living room roused his curiosity. Descending the stairs, he found his mother and Aunt Shun instructing Su Ningxue on the art of cooking, with a hefty cookbook spread open before them. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Su Ningxue waved at him, that he gazed at her, sensing an unusual charm in the atmosphere today. Since entering university, she had enjoyed the liberty of dressing as she pleased. The aloof and icy Bingjie had typically donned only two types of attire, a white dress and a red one. With her ethereal beauty, she had always resembled a flower perched high upon a mountain, beautiful yet unattainable. Today, for reasons unknown, she wore a white blouse and a pleated short skirt. Her slender, snow-white legs bore no trace of hair. Smooth and flawless, the blouse accentuated her perfect figure, revealing her exquisite curves. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Feng dared to descend further. The sight of this delicate beauty in their home at such an early hour extinguished his previously cheerful mood. Little Feng, once your mother and I leave, you must learn to cook that don't rely on takeout too often. The additives in restaurant food can be quite concerning, Shin Qingyu advised earnestly. Rest assured, my dear sister, Chu Feng is quite adept in the kitchen. When I was busy with work, he often cooked for himself and his sister. Gu Luoxing chimed in with a smile. Did I ask that so? Then he must teach my little Shui a thing or two, as she is still a novice in the culinary arts. What do you say, little Feng? Shin Qingyu looked towards Chu Feng, feigning a request for his opinion, though she was already certain he would be too polite to refuse. Su Ningxue gazed at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 27. Su Ningxue, who even eats her sister's vinegar, faced with the expectant gazes of Su Ningxue and the others. Chu Feng understood that he had no choice but to comply. No problem, but I fear my talent may be too great for me to teach effectively. I wouldn't mind if you guided me hands-on, he replied, casting a hopeful glance at Su Ningxue. Very well. From now on, Chu Feng, you shall teach them both that we shall take our leave now, Gu Luoxing declared, pulling Shin Qingyu along as they exited. With their departure, only the three remained in the living room. Sister Ningxue, could you help me with my studies? I struggle with many aspects of English, Chiyoungxi piped up, tugging at Su Ningxue's blouse. Why don't you assist her, Chu Feng? I have other matters to attend to, Chu Feng interjected before turning to ascend the stairs. Although they all shared the same roof, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary interaction with Su Ningxue. Returning to his room, Chu Feng opened his computer to check his stock account. After more than half a month, he discovered he had earned over 130,000 yuan. With only a week remaining until the peak time for selling, it was time for him to assume the role of an author. He envisioned a best-selling novel that would soon set the literary world ablaze, the archetype of the light novel. He was intimately familiar with its plot and could likely recount it from memory, having read it no fewer than 3 times. Now, he was determined to bring this online literature into existence ahead of time. The thought of achieving fame and fortune through this novel caused a smile to break across Chu Feng's face. Having studied computer science, he typed with the dexterity of an octopus, reaching speeds of up to 8,000 words per hour. With his thoughts organized, he promptly opened a Word document and began to type furiously. In about 2 hours, he had penned over 10,000 words that he then sought online tutorials, registering as an author on a prominent platform. Following the online instructions, he created a new book in the fantasy genre, titling it Rejected at the Altar. My ancestor is a fighting emperor. After composing a brief synopsis, he divided his 10,000 words into 3 chapters, awaiting the new book's entry into the system for review. If it met the standards, a signing notification would follow. At that moment, within the bustling metropolis, an editor at the platform noticed the influx of 2- and 4-word titles and felt that many newcomers had intriguing ideas, yet lacked the finesse in writing. Suddenly, a novel titled Rejected at the Altar, My Ancestor is a Fighting Emperor, caught his eye. In an era dominated by short titles, such a lengthy one was indeed a rarity. The title was refreshingly original, and the editor had never before encountered such an engaging proposition. Upon clicking the title, he skimmed through the content. The story unfolded in a world of battle chi, devoid of magic, sword energy, or true chi. Only a mysterious force known as battle chi existed. In the first chapter, Fallen Genius of Battle Chi, the editor was immediately captivated. 3 minutes later, he found himself entranced by a world even more dazzling than a realm of pure whiteness. The protagonist was astonishingly powerful. At first glance, he had assumed it was merely the scribbling of a middle school student, but upon reading the synopsis, he sensed something amiss. After finishing the 3 chapters, he was convinced that it might be the work of a seasoned author operating under a pseudonym. The opening conflict was far more compelling than any current popular novels. However, when he inquired among fellow writers, he discovered that none of them had authored this piece, indicating that this author was indeed a newcomer. The sheer brilliance of a novice possessing such a vivid imagination was unimaginable. Truly, a prodigious talent. Back at the Chu family villa, after completing his novel, Chu Feng reclined on his bed, awaiting the signing notification. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden scream pierced the air. He sprang from his bed, dashing to the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the staircase, he found Chiyoungsi at the corner. Her slender waist bent awkwardly, having seemingly twisted her ankle. It hurts. Chiyoungsi cried out, clutching her foot, tears streaming from her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, alerted by the scream, rushed out from her room. Upon seeing Chu Feng carrying Chiyoungsi towards her, Su Ningxue instinctively shot him a resentful glance. Chu Feng, as he passed, cast a fleeting glance her way, sighing inwardly at the situation. He gently laid his sister on the bed, noticing her delicate ankle had turned slightly red. It's all right, it's just a minor bump. It will heal quickly, he reassured her softly, carefully pressing on the crucial joint to ascertain there was no misalignment, feeling relieved when he found none. It hurts. Chiyoungsi whimpered playfully, it's merely a sprain. I'll fetch some ice to reduce the swelling, Chu Feng said before hurriedly making his way downstairs to retrieve ice from the refrigerator, filling a basin with water. Upon returning to the second floor, he was taken aback to find his dear sister nestled in Su Ningxue's embrace. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, they had grown so close. Sister, Yunxi is hurt, Chiyoungsi cooed, leaning into Su Ningxue's warmth. Seeing their intimacy made Chu Feng break into a cold sweat. It truly echoed the saying. Enjoying a sickly sweet romance is one thing, but having a sickly sweet romance reciprocated is another matter entirely. Fortunately, due to the timely application of ice, coupled with Chiyoungsi's injury not being severe, after 2 hours of icing, the swelling was only slight. Following lunch, Chu Feng massaged her foot to alleviate the bruising, having frequently massaged Su Ningxue after their marriage. Chu Feng had become quite skilled in the technique. After just a few minutes, Chiyoungsi was thoroughly enchanted by her brother's expert touch. Brother, did you once work as a masseur? You seem so experienced, Chu Feng chuckled. How could that be? Do you think your brother would lack such trivial funds? As Su Ningxue sat nearby, she observed Chu Feng continuously giving Chu Yunxi a foot massage, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. And then it seemed a thought struck her, as a peculiar smile graced her lips. Chapter 28. Rehashing old grievances after dinner in the evening, Chu Feng was diligently typing away in his room. Su Ningxue sniffled, her sickly sweet demeanor flaring up that in a bid to coax Chu Feng into massaging her. She playfully kicked her foot. Ouch! A sudden cry pierced the air, prompting a glance outside to find Su Ningxue perched on the staircase. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, she swiftly began her act. She feigned having accidentally stubbed her toe while descending the stairs, exclaiming how painful it was. Gritting her teeth, she put on a pitiable expression for Chu Feng's benefit. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Feng was well aware of Su Ningxue's antics. Was it intentional or merely an accident? He smirked, retorting, "Accidental, you say?" Su Ningxue extended her fair little foot, revealing reddened toes and a scraped pinky toe, which was oozing a bit of blood. "Let me help you back to your room." Chu Feng sighed softly, stepping in front of her. "That I can't walk anymore." "Carry me back," Su Ningxue whimpered, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. Chu Feng hesitated. Seeing his reluctance, Su Ningxue turned her head away, feigning deep sorrow. "Hey, Chu Feng, you heartless soul. Your sister has always been selflessly good to you, yet you can't even spare a hug. When you were bullied as a child, I stood up for you. After your breakup, I even helped you find a lawyer to deal with Lu Ruyin and the others, who comforted you when you were hurt by other women." As Su Ningxue began to dredge up old grievances, she continued her relentless tirade, leaving Chu Feng feeling embarrassed that he regarded Su Ningxue, recognizing her facade, yet every word she uttered held a grain of truth. Finally, he squatted down and offered her a princess, carried that Su Ningxue instinctively wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's neck, resting her head against his chest. That moment, she wished time could freeze, as the familiar scent brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort, a feeling distinctly different from that of her mother. However, time could never pause. Mere seconds later, Chu Feng gently placed Su Ningxue on the bed and retrieved a bottle of iodine from the drawer. "Just apply it yourself. It will heal quickly," he instructed and turned to leave, but Su Ningxue called out, "Could you apply the medicine for me and then massage my foot? It hurts so much." Lying on her side, her long, fair legs slightly bent, her eyes bore a hint of pleading. Chu Feng halted, taken aback. It was the first time he had seen this side of Su Ningxue. Previously, she had always presented a strong, aloof demeanor, but since her change of attire today, she seemed to have transformed entirely. It was simply astonishing. Yet he knew it was all an act. No one could undergo such a drastic change overnight. She must have some ulterior motive. "Just rub it yourself and apply some medicine. I have things to attend to," he replied firmly. Seeing that Chu Feng was unyielding, Su Ningxue adopted a self-pitying tone. "Fine, but when I accidentally bump it again while applying the medicine, you better be prepared to take care of me this summer." Chu Feng was unfazed by her melodrama. "Do as you wish. I'll just send you to the hospital and hire a nurse to attend to you." Upon hearing his refusal again, Su Ningxue pulled out her phone. "In that case, I'll have to tell Annie that I got hurt and that you neglected me." Chu Feng sighed inwardly, bemused by her antics, which were reminiscent of a petulant child. He approached the bed, using a cotton swab to gently apply iodine to her wound. Su Ningxue clutched the bedspread tightly. Her delicate face flushed. "I want a massage too. You've only given my sister one, so naturally, I deserve the same treatment." Her eyes sparkled with expectation. Chu Feng glanced at her, letting out a resigned sigh. He extended his hand, gently massaging the reddened area of her injury. Suddenly, he felt her foot tremble slightly. "Did I apply too much pressure? Is it uncomfortable?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Su Ningxue's, who was blushing profusely, a shy expression adorning her face. Even her neck tinged with a rosy hue. "No," she replied. "It's just that it's my first time having a guy touch my feet. I'm not quite used to it." "Your hands are so warm and feel wonderful. Have you massaged other women before?" Su Ningxue's gaze remained fixed on his face, eager to discern if he had indeed massaged other girls. "Does giving my sister a massage count?" Chu Feng chuckled lightly, inwardly mocking the situation. "This massage skill of mine was honed by you. If it were to be poorly executed, you'd immediately turn it into a punishment game." "Wait, so I'm the first girl to enjoy your foot massage?" Su Ningxue exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight. Chu Feng nodded silently, continuing to delicately massage her delicate feet. accurately pressing the acupoints that promoted blood circulation. Even with his eyes closed, he could effortlessly discern where to touch to elicit her comfort. Before long, a sheen of perspiration coated Su Ningxua's body, and the swelling in her feet had significantly diminished. "You've made me feel so good. You're incredible. I've decided that you'll massage me every day from now on." Chu Feng's heart sank at her words, fearing the implications of such an arrangement. All right, that I'm done. It's time for me to sleep." That as he attempted to rise, Su Ningxue abruptly pulled him back, leaning against her shoulder. "Chu Feng, have you thought about the answer to that night?" she asked, her fingers gently caressing his chin. Chu Feng shook his head gently, pausing to gather his thoughts before speaking plainly. "Sister Ningxue, I only feel gratitude towards you. Nothing more did I end the time that followed that fateful night." He had contemplated much, realizing that severing ties with Su Ningxue was nearly impossible. After all, their families lived in close proximity. One could run from the monk, but not from the temple unless he chose to stay away from home or school. Ultimately, unless he traveled abroad, they would inevitably cross paths that end this new life. While he did not aspire to rule humanity, he sought wealth and power, ensuring a carefree existence for himself, his family, and friends. That is it because of someone else? "Insia, don't tell me you've developed feelings for her." Su Ningxue's fists clenched, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. That's not the case. She has nothing to do with this. It's merely reflections following a breakup. Love is not something I should indulge in at this stage. Chu Feng's expression bore the weight of experience, leaving Su Ningxue in a daze. Chapter 29. Is it love or fear of loss? You've only been hurt by a bad girl. Don't dwell on it too much. That if your girlfriend were a genuinely good person, you would know the beauty of love. Su Ningxue grasped Chu Feng's hand, pressing it against her heart. "Can you feel my tender, soft heart?" Her cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning, as she gazed intently at him. This sudden gesture startled Chu Feng, prompting him to retract his hand instinctively. Su Ningxue's eyes remained fixed on him, her voice trembling. "Chu Feng, do you not like me?" Suddenly leaning forward, her sheer nightgown revealed a hint of her snowy skin, their proximity allowing them to breathe in each other's familiar scent. Chu Feng regarded her, acknowledging that after so many years of sharing a bed, it was impossible for feelings not to develop. Yet today, he did not shy away but leaned closer, their gazes locking. Both sensed each other's warmth, acutely aware of the unspoken emotions lingering between them. Gradually, Su Ningxue's gaze began to cloud with desire. She longed to kiss him, but he raised his hand to halt her. "Calm down. Don't act like this." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he inhaled her fragrance. That I'm not attractive or alluring enough for you." Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "Sister Ningxue, you've merely grown possessive due to our long-standing companionship. You may not even realize whether you truly like me. That it's akin to a brother watching his sister marry, feeling a sense of loss. Or perhaps, having played together since childhood, you view me as your own possession, fearing someone might take me away, which is why you say you like me." Observing Su Ningxue's momentary daze, Chu Feng gently ruffled her hair. "Do you understand now? Now tell me again, do you like me?" Su Ningxue shivered slightly. Each of Chu Feng's words struck a chord in her most vulnerable spots. "Look at you. You can't even distinguish your own feelings. You might be reacting to my breakup, especially since I've been spending time with other girls, which has made you feel neglected, leading you to declare your feelings that you're simply afraid of losing another familiar person. Just like before, that it's time to move on, Sister Ningxue." Chu Feng's voice was steady, yet each word struck deep within Su Ningxue's heart. Her entire body trembled as she hugged her knees, memories of the past flooding her mind. The car accident, her father's sudden passing, her mother's neglect due to work. And then there was Chu Feng, appearing just at the right moment. Did she truly have a pure affection for him? Or was it a fear of losing him? Or, as Chu Feng had suggested, had she already come to regard him as family, genuinely frightened of losing a loved one? Even if it were not for love, for the sake of familial bonds. Chu Feng had to remain by her side. In that moment, Su Ningxue's gaze suddenly hardened as she looked directly at Chu Feng. What constituted liking or loving had become irrelevant. What mattered was him. He was paramount to her. Growing up alone, spiraling back to the starting point, she pondered the meaning of her existence in this world. Now, apart from her mother, only he remained. In the future, when her mother was gone, he would be all she had left. No matter what, she had resolved, He was hers. Observing Su Ningxue's demeanor, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Oh no. Tonight could very well be disastrous. Yet contemplating the monotony of future life, he found himself deflecting the conversation once more. I am not thinking about that now. I'm focused on studying, making money, and improving our family's life. That if you marry me, all problems will be resolved. That Su Ningxue interjected abruptly. Soft rice is unappetizing. I dislike it. Chu Feng replied indifferently. Moreover, that's not the crux of our issue. That I merely wish for us to discover what we truly love. Love is not possession. It is trust. Su Ningxue stared blankly at Chu Feng, who had transformed into a philosophical sage, filled with regret that she had allowed Lu Ruyan to appear. She had assumed that after being deceived by women, Chu Feng would harbor disdain for them. But she had never anticipated his enlightenment. Observing Su Ningxue lost in thought, Chu Feng finally exhaled in relief. It seemed her obsession was not as severe as it had been during their marriage. In his previous life, he feared that he would not have even reached the third sentence before her lips were upon him. That I'm going to rest now. You should do the same, he stated as he walked towards the door. That Su Ningxue watched his retreating figure, silently declaring, Chu Feng, you will always be mine. That I will ensure you enjoy a restful sleep. After a moment of internal struggle, she appeared to have made a decision. Chu Feng returned to his room, locked the door, and lay on his bed, feeling an inexplicable chill on this midsummer night. Around 10 o'clock, a knock suddenly echoed at his door. Brother, it's me. I warmed up a cup of milk for you. Hearing his sister's soft voice outside, Chu Feng rose to open the door. Chu Yunqi handed him a cup of warm milk, her eyes shining with hesitant excitement. However, the thought of obtaining the precious stockings from Su Ningxue dispelled any lingering doubt. Have you been such a good girl today, bringing warm milk for your brother? Chu Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. Accepting the CUP that I end this life, he absolutely could not let his sister suffer even a bit. This is to thank you for helping me with my foot injury today. Hurry and drink it. Chu Yunqi beamed expectantly as she watched him drink the milk. All right, he said, raising the cup and finishing it in one go. Now get some rest. It's getting late. Chu Yunqi replied as she took the cup from her brother and, after he closed the door, slipped into Su Ningxue's room. Sister Ningxue, I've made my brother drink the milk you prepared. Now, about what I wanted, she said, her face flushed with shyness. Here you go, Su Ningxue replied, pulling out the item from her drawer. No, Sister Ningxue, I don't want this one. I want that kind. Chu Yunqi's voice grew softer as she lowered her head, her gaze drifting toward the high boots. Su Ningxue glanced at Chu Yunqi, her expression hardening as realization dawned on her. She stepped forward, grasping Chu Yunqi's wrist with a sharp tone. What do you want this for? Startled by Su Ningxue's sudden movement, Chu Yunqi's face turned even redder. It has letters on it. I've never seen it before. Su Ningxue gently pinched Chu Yunqi's cheek, observing her flushed face. That I merely have a small collection hobby. I've never seen those Balenciaga boots before. Can you? Chu Yunqi looked at Su Ningxue with pleading eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue sighed in relief, thinking that her sister hadn't strayed onto a misguided path. Here, she turned and retrieved her own pair of Balenciaga boots, offering them to Chu Yunqi. Thank you, sister. Chu Yunqi exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she dashed back to her room. Meanwhile, after finishing the milk, Chu Feng soon fell into a deep sleep. That Su Ningxue checked the time, feeling it was about right, and approached Chu Feng's door. She turned the doorknob only to find it unyielding. Locked? Thankfully, the aunt gave me the spare key to your room. She muttered to herself, retrieving a silvery key from her pocket. With a click, the door swung open. The silvery moonlight cascaded on a Chu Feng, whose robust muscles undulated with each breath as he slept. Su Ningxue gazed at the slumbering figure, brushing away drool from the corner of her mouth, and stealthily approached. As she reached the bedside, her sleepwear slipped to the floor. Quietly, she climbed onto the bed, laying atop Chu Feng, and pulled out her phone. She flashed a peace sign and took a photograph. Just as she was about to proceed with her next step, she noticed Chu Feng's eyelids fluttering. At that moment, Chu Feng found himself dreaming of a ghost pressing down on him, suffocating him with its weight. The ghost not only pinned him down, but also leaned in to kiss him. No, he yelled, jolting awake only to find a face inching closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, he instinctively pushed Su Ningxue away, shouting, Ghost! Su Ningxue, startled, opened her eyes and stared at Chu Feng beneath her. Did I buy fake sleeping pills? Aren't they supposed to make you sleep until dawn? I even added 3 pills to that milk. Had it not been for Chu Feng's past training in the revival technique, he would have surely slept until noon the next day. Now, due to his cultivation, the components in the sleeping pills had quickly dissipated. As Su Ningxue stood bewildered, Chu Feng was fully awake, gasping for air. His gaze fixed on the disheveled-haired ghost before him. But after a few seconds, he realized the face was familiar. Steadying himself, he discovered that the woman before him was, in fact, Su Ningxue. Looking at her clad in scanty fabric, he felt a tightening in his core. The shadows of his past with Su Ningxue lingered, leaving him unsettled. This was all a consequence of Su Ningxue's drastic measures to ensure that Chu Feng would harbor no interest in other women. "When did you come in?" "I locked the door," Chu Feng exclaimed, struggling to rise, that Su Ningxue observed as he awoke, contemplating silently for several moments before reaching a conclusion. Since she had come this far, she could not leave without making a mark. With determination, she pressed her hand on Chu Feng's shoulder, attempting to kiss him. Chu Feng, however, would not comply, forcefully pushing her back against the wall. Their eyes locked. And before he could speak, Su Ningxue broke the silence. "So, little brother Chu Feng wants to be the dominant man? Then come at me." She averted her gaze, her earlobes reddening. Chu Feng's expression fluctuated. He had no intention of engaging with this unstable woman. Fearing any thought of it, he halted, his gaze fixed on her, tracing the delicate beauty of her face, her elegantly long legs, and finally resting on her curvaceous waist. This was his first time witnessing Su Ningxue's youthful appearance. While he despised her obsessive nature, her figure was undeniably captivating. Every curve in the right place, with no excess flesh where it shouldn't be. Such allure at a young age, yet I am unworthy. Chu Feng sighed, looking at Su Ningxue's flushed visage, and breathlessly asked, "How did you get in?" Seeing that Chu Feng made no further moves, Su Ningxue felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Turning her head, she muttered softly, "I just turned the knob lightly," and walked in. Chu Feng looked at the enchanting figure before him, his expression complex. The spare key must be in her possession. This has to be my mother's doing. "Chu Feng, do you truly have no interest in me at all?" She gazed intently into Chu Feng's eyes, which were as tranquil as still water. Seeing him remain silent, disappointment washed over her. She had expected that upon seeing her, he would inevitably rush to her side. "That am I truly so inadequate?" She raised her hands, burying her face as silent tears streamed down. Feigning profound sorrow, "No, that is not right, that it is I who do not deserve you." Chu Feng stared blankly at her, taken aback by Su Ningxue's sudden tears, uncertain of how to respond. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings in that moment. That a twinge of heartache, a hint of guilt, and a touch of fear enveloped him, that he reached out to lift her chin. Her tear-streaked face coming into view, eyes glistening and nose red, evoking deep sympathy. "Sister Ningxue, we are not suited for each other." His tone turned grave. He understood that prolonging this entanglement would only lead to chaos, and it would be best to end this ill-fated connection sooner rather than later. Su Ningxue met his gaze with surprise, her rosy cheeks paling gradually, her lips curling into a cold arc. With a swift motion, she grasped Chu Feng's wrist, her eyes a mesmerizing abyss. "Since you do not favor gentleness, let me introduce you to something more forceful." Before he could react, her sweet, soft lips pressed against his own. In that instant, his mind went blank for several seconds, startled by the possessive intensity in her gaze. This cannot be right. She had only recently entered university, and Su Ningxue should not possess such a fierce desire for ownership. This unsettling glint in her eyes felt profoundly wrong. "Never mind, escape first." Chu Feng exerted strength. Pushing Su Ningxue onto the bed, he darted out of the room. But behind him, Su Ningxue retrieved her white nightgown from the floor and donned it once more. She extended her crimson tongue to lick her alluring red lips, savoring the lingering taste. "Can you really escape from this, little monk? Since you enjoy playing hide-and-seek, I shall indulge you properly." That night, Su Ningxue decided to drop her pretense entirely. She returned to her room and rummaged through her suitcase, producing a pair of silver shackles. Chapter 31. "I ask you once more, do you like me?" Su Ningxue lightly swung the shackles, producing a metallic clink. That moment, Chu Feng, hiding beneath Su Ningxue's bed, was thoroughly frightened, his heart racing. How is this possible? She's just a freshman. Has she truly gone mad? Or perhaps her deranged personality had been concealed until now, unbeknownst to anyone. Surely that must be the case. Who carries shackles around casually? As he watched her graceful legs step out of the room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his understanding of Su Ningxue was sufficient, coupled with Sun Tzu's principles. The most dangerous place is often the safest, that as soon as he dashed out the door. He slipped into the space beneath the bed. Once he heard her footsteps descend the stairs, he cautiously emerged from his hiding spot. Damn it, I need to stay away for a while. Deep in thought, he made his way back to his room, only to find a silver handcuff snapping onto his wrist the moment he stepped outside. Little mouse, you've been caught. You must now accept your punishment. Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire, as if she regarded Chu Feng as a delectable treat, wishing to savor every morsel. I refuse, Chu Feng shouted, pushing Su Ningxue away. Yet, she swiftly produced a syringe and plunged it into his thigh. Damn, Chu Feng yelled, attempting to flee towards the stairs, only to find his right leg unresponsive, sending him crashing to the ground. Why aren't you running now? Su Ningxue crouched beside him, pinching his chin with a mischievous smile. Sister, sister. Chu Feng called out desperately to Chu Yunqi's door. Just as he finished, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door beside him swung open. Chu Yunqi peered out, half asleep. Brother, what are you doing? I was almost asleep. Go back to bed. Su Ningxue scolded Chu Yunqi, startling her awake. Hurry back to sleep. She issued a final ultimatum, reminiscent of a mother-esque command. Chu Yunqi gulped at the cold glint in Su Ningxue's eyes and retreated into her room, closing the door with a thud. Now, no one can disturb you, Su Ningxue traced her finger across Chu Feng's chest. Sister Ningxue, please don't do this. Chu Feng's expression was filled with bitterness as he gazed at the sultry Su Ningxue. Was this a consequence of his breakup with Lu Ruyan, allowing Su Ningxue to drop her fade? After all, relationships were forbidden in high school, but permissible in college. Chu Feng, I ask you once more. Do you like me? Su Ningxue's demeanor shifted, becoming suddenly serious. If I say I do not like you, will you let me go? Chu Feng scrutinized Su Ningxue's face, searching for any hint of a reaction. To his surprise, she did not explode in fury as he had anticipated. Instead, she gently held his hand, casually responding, It's fine. I like you, and emotions can evolve over time. Come, let us return to the room to sleep. As she spoke, she began to lead Chu Feng back to her room. However, he clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to budge. It seems you wish to receive a dose of sedatives all over, Su Ningxue declared, pulling out another syringe. Chu Feng glanced at the needle, and in an instant he released his grip. Sister, forcing a relationship is never sweet, he protested while crawling toward the bed. What do you mean by forcing? You are willingly climbing onto my bed, Su Ningxue retorted, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. What choice do I have? If I don't climb, you will stab me with that needle. Chu Feng grumbled as he crawled. As he reached the edge of the bed, Su Ningxue swiftly pulled him up. Ningxue, this will only claim my body, but not my heart. Realizing the situation was beyond salvage, Chu Feng resorted to emotional manipulation. Over time, feelings will naturally develop. Even a wooden block can be moved by my sincerity. As Su Ningxue spoke, she took hold of the handcuff on his right wrist, securing the other end to the bedpost. Now let us see where you can run off to. She surveyed the sight of Chu Feng lying on the bed with satisfaction. Climbing onto the bed, she turned off the light, and in the dimness, they lay side by side beneath the covers, gazing into each other's eyes that Su Ningxue was already enraptured, tightly embracing Chu Feng. Chu Feng, your skin is so nice and you smell so good that I like you so much. Have you considered being my boyfriend? She whispered sweetly into his ear. No. Chu Feng was taken aback, hastily refusing her. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to struggle a bit more, but after some thought he began to reason with her. Sister Ningxue, being in a relationship is a sacred matter, and I am not yet prepared. Furthermore, we are both grown-ups now. It's best we don't share a bed. Why not let me return to my room tonight? And we can have a proper heart-to-heart tomorrow. Su Ningxue only tightened her embrace, feigning hurt. You used to love sleeping with me when we were little. Now you don't want it anymore. But that was when we were children, Chu Feng exclaimed, exasperated, trying to kick, but finding he could no longer feel his legs. What should I do if I want to sleep with you? Su Ningxue teased, pinching his cheek with a smile. Sharing a bed should at least imply a relationship, right? Chu Feng retorted. Umph. Then why don't you just be my boyfriend? Su Ningxu equipped, resting her foot atop his. I've told you I'm not looking for a relationship right now, and I've always viewed you as a sister. Chu Feng's voice softened, his tone gentler. All he could do now was hope that Su Ningxue's possessiveness had not yet reached its peak. Becoming her husband would be a disaster. He absolutely could not repeat past mistakes that if all else failed, he would find an opportunity to run away from home. With his current abilities, he was confident he could provide for his family. Even if they faced bankruptcy that I've said before, feelings can be nurtured over time. You simply haven't crossed that mental barrier yet. Once we spend more time together, you'll see just how sweet and tender your sister can be. Su Ningxue countered, understanding that this was all too sudden and that Chu Feng's inability to accept it was entirely normal. Her aim was to gently coax him into embracing her. Then let me ask you, what is the ultimate outcome of love and marriage? As long as you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will let you return to your room. Chapter 32. Escape, really? Chu Feng asked incredulously. Yes, if your answer pleases me, I will let you go tonight. Su Ningxue nuzzled against his back, revealing a smile of sheer delight that I in the realm of romance. The journey of two strangers falling in love is a transformation of friendship into affection. When it comes to marriage, it signifies the decision of two familiar individuals to accompany each other for a lifetime, marking the metamorphosis of love into familial bonds that is the tale of two individuals, devoid of blood ties, ultimately becoming akin to family. Chu Feng spoke with eloquence, his memory vividly recalling the professor of romantic psychology who had imparted this wisdom during their freshman year. Are we not, in essence, those who have forged a familial bond without blood relations? Therefore, let us acquire our marriage certificate upon graduation. Su Ningxue chuckled lightly. Isn't that different? Chu Feng retorted, just as he voiced his disagreement. Su Ningxue had already freed herself from the shackles. Very well, I shall uphold my promise. You may return to rest tonight, she declared, casting the cuffs aside. Regardless of Chu Feng's response, she would have released him. Sometimes, exerting too much pressure only backfires, and a measured approach is far more effective in winning a man's heart at that moment. Chu Feng withdrew his previously restrained hands, a hint of disbelief flickering across his expression. So, I shall take my leave, he uttered, ready to rise, only to discover that Su Ningxue had firmly grasped his feet. How am I to leave like this? Kiss me once, and I shall release you. Su Ningxue teased, her breath warm against his ear, adopting a playful tone. That a kiss? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Chu Feng firmly denied her request. After all, we've shared countless kisses already. What difference does one more make? Does it not? Su Ningxue's voice was gentle, laced with a subtle temptation. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Feng's mind, yet he ultimately abandoned them all. After turning over, he cast his gaze towards her beautiful eyes and said, Very well, I may kiss you, but only on the cheek. That he chose to compromise, for the prospect of remaining here and igniting a spark of passion was indeed irretrievable, and no problem. Su Ningxue beamed with a charming smile, her expression one of triumph. As she gazed at Chu Feng with an alluring glimmer in her eyes, her delicate hand caressing his larger one, that Chu Feng planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, only to find her entire demeanor softening, and seizing the opportunity, he swiftly stood up and bolted for the door. That moment, lying on her bed, Su Ningxue trembled as she raised her hand to touch her inexplicably tingling cheek. Her eyes widening in surprise, a blush rapidly spreading from her snow-white complexion to her neck, that he truly initiated a kiss. How delightful! He must like me, right? Surely, he does not harbor any dislike for me. It seems he was merely shy. Despite claiming he did not like me, he still took the initiative to kiss me. Su Ningxue clutched the pillow that Chu Feng had rested upon, whispering to herself. Upon returning to his room, Chu Feng began packing his belongings, determined to leave the next day. Although Su Ningxue still retained a semblance of conscience, her madness was not excessive. It was merely a playful game, a means to frighten him, nothing too outrageous. However, he genuinely feared that Su Ningxue's condition might suddenly worsen, leaving him unable to escape. As Chu Feng reflected on this, he finished packing his things. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly midnight and set an alarm for 6 in the morning. The following day, as dawn broke, Chu Feng dragged his suitcase out of the community, just as he reached the street. Su Ningxue, still in bed, awoke with a start as if having endured a nightmare. Chu Feng, Chu Feng, don't leave me. She waved her arms in the air. Once awake, all traces of sleep vanished. She approached the window and gazed at the sun slowly rising. At that moment, she spotted a figure in white, leisurely strolling down the street with a suitcase. This person resembles Chu Feng, she murmured, then shouted out the window, Chu Feng. Just as Chu Feng stepped outside, he felt as if someone had called his name and turned back, only to find no one there before continuing on his way. Standing by the window, upon seeing the person turn back, Su Ningxue instantly recognized it was Chu Feng. Chu Feng, are you truly leaving me? Su Ningxue's expression darkened. Without a second thought, she flung on a light dress, donned a red skirt, and dashed outside in her slippers. After taking a few steps, Chu Feng sensed something was amiss and quickened his pace. Soon, he reached the entrance of the community, only to encounter 5 individuals nearby, 2 of whom were quite familiar. One was Lu Ruyan, and the other was Ji Boda, while the remaining 3 were likely Lu Ruyan's family members. At that moment, Ji Boda was cornered, looking quite disheveled, with bruises adorning his face and his feet bound. Lu Ruyan's family members were pulling at her, with a middle-aged man occasionally slapping her. You worthless fool! Where's my money? Why did you provoke Chu Feng? Without money, how can I repay my gambling debts? Do you know that the casino thugs are constantly beating me? Do you want me to die? Lu Ruyan, didn't you promise to give me 10,000 a month for pocket money? Where is my money? A young boy, a few years younger than Lu Ruyan, was frantically kicking her, just as a young woman beside them attempted to intervene. She was also met with the middle-aged man's wrath. You shameless wretch, earning only 3,000 a month. Can't you earn a little more? I truly fail to see the benefit of marrying you. Lu Ruyan was being beaten by her brother, while her mother was berated by her husband. Both women appeared utterly wretched, tears streaming down their faces, that I have no money. Chu Feng and I broke up. Where would I get the money? Lu Ruyan cried out to her brother. I only earn 3,500 a month. I keep 500 for myself. Isn't that enough for you? The young woman clearly harbored some anger and retorted softly that I don't care. I want money. You must have secretly hidden away the money that Chu Feng gave you. We'll wait right here for him to come out and clarify. The boy shouted, tugging at Lu Ruyan's hair before kicking her to the ground. Lu Ruyan fell, humiliated and weeping. I truly have no money. As the 3 of them continued their scuffle, morning joggers in the vicinity gathered to watch the spectacle. Among them were several wealthy second-generation individuals from Modi University, as this villa district was in close proximity to the university, making it a popular choice for affluent students who either rented or purchased homes nearby to avoid dormitory life. Chu Feng observed the crowd, uncertain of the commotion involving Lu Ruyan and her companions. Nevertheless, one thing was clear to him. If he did not leave soon, he would be unable to escape once Su Ningxue discovered him. Just as he stepped out of the community entrance, the sharp-eyed boy who had been pulling Lu Ruyan's hair spotted Chu Feng with his suitcase. Dad, look, Chu Feng has come out. He released his grip and pointed towards Chu Feng. The middle-aged man halted and turned to look, and soon, Lu Ruyan also glanced in that direction. The onlookers, noticing the group's attention shifting to Chu Feng, turned to look at him as well. Chapter 33. The arrogance of the Lu family dwindles. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, Chu Feng thought to himself that this was not good, yet he attempted to remain unfazed as he sought to leave quickly. Before departing, he took out his phone to snap a photo, for such a scene was indeed a rarity. Seeing Chu Feng attempt to leave nonchalantly, Lu Ruyan's family was not about to let him have his way. Chu Feng, what do you think you're doing? Don't you see my sister, Lu Ruyan, has been waiting here for you since early morning? Can't you even bother to greet her? You heartless scoundrel. Lu Ruyan's younger brother, Lu Rusong, rushed forward to block Chu Feng, angrily pointing at him. Just as he finished speaking, Lu's father approached, dragging Ji Boda along, with Lu Ruyan and her mother trailing behind. Ha! Chu Feng let out a cold laugh, grabbing Lu Rusong's finger and bending it back. Who do you think you are, claiming my money to support someone else? She doesn't even deserve it. Furthermore, I've already broken up with her, so what nonsense are you spouting? Isn't her good boyfriend already tied up by you lot? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale at the mockery, while Lu Ruyan's mother cast a complex look at Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan's father gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Chu Feng, if you wish to break up with my daughter, That is fine, but please pay us a sum for emotional damages. Amidst the bickering, a ghostly figure appeared beside Chu Feng, Su Ningxue gently patting his shoulder. Chu Feng turned to see it was Su Ningxue, and the urge to flee shattered in an instant. He then cast a cold glance at the ruffians before him. Damages? What a joke! I will be doing you a favor by not demanding money from you. Yet here you are asking me for it. Your daughter borrowed 70,000 from me, and she has yet to repay it. As he spoke, he casually retrieved a copy of the loan agreement from his backpack. Upon seeing the document in Chu Feng's hand, Lu Rian's expression shifted, her pale face betraying a hint of panic. Moreover, if I recall correctly, it clearly states that this money was borrowed to settle your debts. You too can expect to be heading to jail. How could you be so miserly over such a meager sum? You heartless wretch, my daughter has devoted nearly a year to you, and after taking everything from her, you still wish to upend the table? Are you even human? With a fierce expression, Lu's father berated Chu Feng. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was immediately consumed by fury, reflecting on the past years of indignation he had endured, and let out a cold laugh. Old man, it would have been better had you remained silent. Your words have only inflamed my anger. I have spent so much on you, yet your shameless daughter won't even let me hold her hand, while she cozies up to Ji Boda every day and sneaks out at night to frolic with him. And now she dares to play the emotional card with me. You truly amuse me. Hearing Chu Feng's remarks, Lu's father looked incredulously at Lu Ruyan, who stood by, flustered and blushing. The entire Lu family turned their gaze toward Chu Feng, unsure of how to respond. After all, this was intolerably humiliating. No one could accept such treatment. Witnessing this scene, even those around them began to grasp the situation. From now on, I demand the return of all the vehicles and imported appliances I have purchased for you. Oh, and the small villa in your village, which I funded the construction of, will also be demolished. You may refuse to return them, but rest assured, with just a bit of inquiry, I will uncover your address and uproot your entire family. Do not forget, I still possess the receipts for those purchases. At that moment, Lu's mother, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. Chu Feng, I am actually an employee of the Chu Corporation. Could you perhaps overlook Lu Ruyan's transgressions for my sake? Moreover, we have given Ji Boda a stern warning. I assure you he will not dare to approach Lu Ruyan again. That Lu's father chimed in, agreeing, yes, yes. Our daughter will behave well by your side from now on. Seeing that force would not work, the couple opted for a softer approach. Chu Feng was taken aback to discover that Lu's mother worked at his company. Which department do you work in? I am in the finance department. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's demeanor shifted, recalling how, in his past life, there had been a leak of confidential company information from the finance department. He no longer needed to guess who the traitor was. After this realization, his expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him as he fixed an intense gaze on Lu's mother, that if you refuse to repay the money, brace yourselves for a lawsuit. I have no desire to waste my breath on you. You are unworthy of my words. With a sullen countenance, Chu Feng coldly surveyed Lu's mother and the others, realizing that the troubles from his previous life had all stemmed from these parasites. Furthermore, as for the villa in your village, either you demolish it yourselves, or I will hire someone to do it. At this, the impetuous Lu Lusong could not tolerate the humiliation any longer that he pointed at Chu Feng and shouted defiantly, "If you dare to touch our home, just wait and see if I don't find someone to deal with you." To this, Chu Feng merely smiled, unfazed. Ha! Such ambition. Once I have you locked away in a small dark room, I will ensure you are well taken care of, that I guarantee you will not emerge unscathed. Dare to challenge me, and in a few days, I hope your bravado remains as steadfast. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's family turned pale with fear, especially Lu's mother, who was acutely aware of the Chu Corporation's power. Most importantly, the Chu family maintained a strong alliance with the Su Corporation, which held considerable influence in Modud if the Chu Corporation truly wished to take action against them. They need not lift a finger. Countless individuals would be eager to create trouble for them. My son-in-law, my son-in-law. Lu's mother grasped Chu Feng's arm, pleading like a child. Good son-in-law, we were once family. There is no need to be so ruthless. Let us discuss this amicably to brother-in-law. Yes, let us talk it over to my sister has already delivered that scoundrel to you. As long as you are happy, you may strike as you wish. Please do not demolish our villa. Good son-in-law, my son is right that we don't speak ill of family. Before she could finish, Chu Feng felt a heavy wave of murderous intent directed at him that he kicked Lu's mother away and shouted angrily, "Who the hell considers you family?" Turning away, Chu Feng donned a conciliatory expression, smiling gently at Su Ningxue. "Right, Sister Ningxue, we are family now," that Su Ningxue snorted coldly, retracting the spring knife she had pressed against Chu Feng's side. Chapter 34. The farce comes to an end. Leave. If you do not wish to enter the dark room, comply with my demands. After calming Su Ningxue, Chu Feng turned to Lu Ruyan and her family. Speaking coldly to Lu's father and mother, witnessing their golden son-in-law preparing to fly away, exchanged glances of reluctance, eager to intervene. However, Chu Feng interrupted their thoughts that do not blame anyone here, if blame is to be assigned. It lies with your precious daughter, who squandered my money to support a gigolo. Spare me your excuses. Should you annoy me further, I will promptly send someone to collect the debt. That Lu's father and the others fell silent, turning to the disheartened Lu Ruyan and Ji Boda, their anger boiling over. Lu Lusong slapped Lu Ruyan across the face. "You wretched girl! Your brother-in-law treats you so well, yet you still fawn over some impoverished fool." Meanwhile, Lu's mother yanked Lu Ruyan's hair, scolding her furiously. "You shameless hussy! You refuse to let your boyfriend touch you, yet willingly offer yourself to other men. Even with a boyfriend, you still flirt around. How utterly debased." The thought of Chu Feng discovering her true identity filled her with rage. Initially, she had been merely a college graduate, and after 2 years of hard work, she finally secured a position at the Chu Corporation, enjoying a stable job with benefits and weekends off. Now, with such a life at risk, she had no idea how she would survive if she were to be dismissed from the Chu Corporation. She would find no refuge in Modu. No other companies would hire her. Seeing his daughter being reprimanded, Lu's father shifted his attention to Ji Boda and began to kick him mercilessly. "You beast! You orphan scum! How dare you entice my daughter?" Ji Boda lay on the ground, spitting blood after several kicks, but retorted with sarcasm, "What do you mean I seduced your daughter? She came onto me. If it weren't for her wealth, I wouldn't even glance her way. Clearly, it is your daughter who is shameless, yet you dare to blame me." On the other side, Lu Ruyan, enduring the assault, felt an overwhelming tide of regret wash over her. She truly despised herself for being blind to this scoundrel. Upon hearing Ji Boda's words, Lu's father redirected his anger, kicking Lu Ruyan in the abdomen, causing her to curl up in pain. "You shameless wretch. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. I truly cannot fathom how your mother could give birth to such a disgraceful child." Lu Ruyan cried out in agony as she was beaten, repeatedly pleading, "Dad, Mom, brother, please stop. It hurts so much. I beg you to let me go. Chu Feng, please. Help me. They're hurting me badly." In that moment, Lu Ruyan caught a glimpse of the boy who had once cherished her, appearing like a savior from her past, and cried out for help. But the Chu Feng of today had long since disregarded the boy he once was. That version of him was dead. Standing nearby, Chu Feng was astonished that Lu Ruyan would dare to plead for his assistance, that he questioned whether she had lost her mind. Even now, she believed he would come to her aid? How absurd! Lu's family paused momentarily, glancing in Chu Feng's direction. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, they resumed their assault on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's family showed no mercy as they continued to beat her, ignoring her desperate pleas. Finally, Lu's father seized Lu Ruyan by her hair, shouting furiously, "How dare you cry out in pain? Let me tell you, if you cannot secure Chu Feng's forgiveness today, I will beat you to death. Get over there and beg for his mercy." With that, he dragged her and tossed her at Chu Feng's feet, that a pitiful act or a ploy for sympathy. Do they truly think I would feel any compassion for Lu Ruyan? This family is utterly laughable. Lu Ruyan looked up at Chu Feng, who regarded her with disdain and mockery, her remaining pride compelling her to silence herself. After all, in her eyes, Chu Feng was merely her dog, albeit one that had gained a semblance of intelligence. Yet, she could not erase the fact that he had once been her obedient servant, as long as she remained silent. That fleeting sense of dignity would allow her to maintain her pride in this world. After all, her beauty was well known at Modi University. Chu Feng gazed at the haughty Lu Ruyan, bewildered by the situation. How had it come to this? Why did it seem as though he were the one on the receiving end of the beating? Despite being treated with disdain by her family and appearing subservient before others, Mingming still manages to maintain an air of haughty defiance before herself. What a peculiar anomaly! observing his daughter as silence. Lu Fu seized her hair, pressing her head down to the ground, and compelled Chu Feng to bow 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. Even after this humiliation, Lu Ruyan remained resolutely tight-lipped. Lu Fu, perceiving his daughter's defiance as a personal affront, struck her twice, indignantly admonishing, "For heaven's sake, beg him for forgiveness. Are you mute? Did you not hear?" After enduring those stinging slaps, Lu Ruyan finally found her voice, pleading, "Chu Feng, please forgive me. From now on, I will be wholly devoted to you. Please just agree to my request. If you don't, I will continue to suffer at their hands." Seeing Lu Ruyan on the ground, beseeching for forgiveness, Chu Feng could not help but scoff. "Reconcile with you, only to have you continue to deceive me? How utterly absurd! Weren't you once so arrogant, claiming I, Chu Feng, was but your lapdog, coming at your beck and call? What a sight it is to see you, the grand princess, begging for my help." His words cut through her already shattered heart like daggers, inflicting a pain far greater than the blows she had received from her family. Listening to Chu Feng's scorn, she felt utterly helpless, longing to escape, yet aware that her family would not allow her to leave. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Bai Yue Guang, reveling in her misfortune, and her heart crumbled, a surge of anger causing her to spit blood, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, with a final surge of strength, Lu Ruyan mocked Chu Feng. "Do you think Su Ningxue is any better? Let me tell you, your affections were all revealed to me by her. She deliberately led me to you, intending to orchestrate your family's downfall." Upon hearing this, a chill of sweat broke out on Su Ningxue's back. Just as she prepared to clarify, Chu Feng interjected mockingly, "Lu Ruyan, do you truly believe I would be swayed by your lies? Su Ningxue is the one person I trust most in this world, aside from my family, that I regard her as kin. Though I may hold a slight bias against her, it does not diminish my trust. If I were still the lovesick fool I once was, I might have believed your fabrications. Alas, I am no longer the same Chu Feng." Chapter 35. We are all victims. Lu Ruyan had thought that exposing Su Ningxue's schemes would rekindle Chu Feng's affection. Yet she found that her standing in his eyes had plummeted to an all-time low. "Take care of yourself," she uttered before losing consciousness that Su Ningxue gazed at Chu Feng, her phoenix eyes shimmering with brilliance. "So, I hold such significance in your eyes? Humph. You feign disdain towards me daily, yet your heart still cares." The unconditional trust from the one she admired filled her with joy. She watched Chu Feng's profile. A smile crept onto her lips, unable to be suppressed any longer. Chu Feng, glancing at the now unconscious Lu Ruyan, turned to Lu Fu and Lu Mu, coldly stating, "Take your precious daughter and leave. I no longer wish to see you. Prepare your funds promptly, or be ready for collection." He added, "In 3 days, I will visit your home. If your house has not been demolished by then, I will not hesitate to resort to force." What a thrill it was. This was the taste of vengeance. It was no wonder that those Avengers and dramas would shout to the heavens in elation after their revenged that moment. He yearned to shout to the sky himself. Feeling exhilarated, Lu Fu had no choice but to escort Lu Ruyan away. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the bound Ji Boda and Li Xia, Su Ningxue's pursuer. "Is everything settled? Where are you planning to run off with that suitcase so early in the morning?" Su Ningxue, noticing the crowd had mostly cleared, gently caressed Chu Feng's cheek, her voice soft with concern, her eyes glistening with emotion. This ignited envy in Li Xia, whose expression darkened, his eyes radiating a frigid intensity, and he resolved to bring about Chu Feng's downfall, determined to separate Su Ningxue from this impoverished boy, and stormed off in a huff. Chu Feng, watching their retreating figures, murmured, "It's far from over. My revenge will not be so easily satisfied. I will ensure they pay back every drop of blood they have siphoned from me." Though his tone remained calm, the intensity of his vengeance was palpable. Through this ordeal, he had come to a realization. The misery he endured in his past life was a consequence of Lu Ruyan's family. Initially, he had only sought to reclaim his money, but now he was intent on making Lu Ruyan's family experience the devastation of ruin. Approaching Ji Boda, who was tied up on the grass, he examined the bruises marring his body and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Though he feigned sympathy, did not cast that accusing glare at me. The true culprits are Lu Ruyan and her family. You and I are both victims. I was swindled of my money, while you were robbed of your future. He scrutinized Ji Boda's somber expression before untying his feet. You are free now. Go wherever you wish. I will not pursue the money you owe me. But with your future in ruins, what is the point of living? I have heard that your grandmother passed away from shock after learning of your withdrawal from school. Chu Feng's smile vanished, his expression turning grave. After delivering this news, he turned and walked back to Su Ningxu. Ji Boda, upon hearing this, immediately dialed his grandmother's number. But after a minute of silence, there was no answer. After 3 failed attempts, he was finally disheartened. Then he recalled something and called Uncle Li from the neighbor's house. Shortly thereafter, through Uncle Li, he learned that his grandmother had passed away 2 days prior. In that moment, Ji Boda let out a heart-wrenching wail. Grandma, I'm sorry. I have let down your expectations. That IT is my fault. Forgive me. I was the one who harmed you. It was that wretched Lu Ruyan's doing. I will make you all pay. With a resolute glint in his eyes, he wiped away his tears, an aura of vengeance enveloping him. Seeing that his objectives had been met, Chu Feng attempted to leave with his suitcase, but was abruptly halted by Su Ningxue. Where do you think you're going? Are you trying to escape? Are you that afraid of me? Su Ningxue's voice was laced with a hint of sadness. Her large, glistening eyes misty, evoking a sense of tenderness. Chu Feng glanced into the distance. I want to earn some money to help my mother lighten her burden. I'm growing up. Earn money, is it? That's easy enough. Sleep with me for $1,000 a night, and by the end of the month, you would have made 30,000. Su Ningxue teased, grasping Chu Feng's arm and chuckling softly. That's unnecessary. Chu Feng had intended to establish a diligent persona before Su Ningxue as a means to leave home and earn some extra cash, with his current grasp of the future. Every moment was ripe with potential. Missing this rapidly evolving opportunity would make it exponentially harder to seize future chances. Very well. I will support you to be by the way. Do you need help recovering the money from Lu Ruyan and her friends? Should I have the lawyers from my company step in? Su Ningxue suddenly turned serious. No need. I have my own methods. They won't escape unscathed that I've already contacted a lawyer to settle the score with them. As for Lu Ruyan and her companions, I have other plans in mind. Sending them to jail would be too lenient. Without hesitation, Chu Feng expressed his thoughts. All right then. How you choose to handle it is your business. But I have one request. You must not touch any other girls outside. Su Ningxue looked straight into Chu Feng's eyes, speaking with grave seriousness. Ningxue, I truly only see you. As Chu Feng began. But upon meeting Su Ningxue's icy gaze, he hesitated, ultimately deciding to voice his feelings. Sister, I genuinely don't know how to express this. Clearly, both aunt and my mother have consented. I have feelings for you. Yet you remain so resistant. How can you not be resistant? Being with you is not merely a matter of limiting freedom. It entails so much more. Chu Feng's heart screamed in frustration, but his words were more measured. When you comprehend the difference between love and possessiveness, we can revisit this discussion. As Su Ningxue furrowed her brows in confusion. How is this possessiveness? I am undeniably fearful of you being harmed by other women. That is why I urge you to distance yourself from them. There are countless alluring temptresses outside, and your innocence makes me apprehensive that you might be captivated by such sirens. Just look at Lu Ruyan. She is the perfect example. Chapter 36. Dismissal of Lu's mother, and a scheme laid bare. Although the words are indeed wise, I am not in the right frame of mind for such matters at present. My sole focus is on earning money. Well, I must make a trip to the company. There are some affairs I need to attend to. Chu Feng scratched his head and spoke softly. Su Ningxue, with a gloomy expression, gazed at Chu Feng, who was about to leave, hesitant to say more. Sometimes, pushing too hard can yield counterproductive results. Then I can only wish you earn plenty, so you can support me in the future. She patted Chu Feng's shoulder, her eyes glinting with mischief. Chu Feng's complexion paled, and his right eyelid twitched. Sis, no problem. In the future, feel free to ask for money whenever you like. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue let out a chuckle. Haha, well then, I shall make it my duty to warm your bed from now on. However, you need not bring that suitcase to the company. I shall take it home for you. How could she not realize that Chu Feng intended to escape? She swiftly snatched the suitcase, providing Chu Feng no chance to react. After releasing his grip, Chu Feng turned away, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Indeed, the suitcase is unnecessary. Please take it back from me. I shall take my leave now. With that, he promptly hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, step on it. It's urgent. In no time, within a span of mere minutes, Chu Feng arrived at the company. Chu Corporation's Human Resources Department. Young Master Chu, may I inquire what brings you here? A young lady in her 20s, clad in a white shirt and a fitted skirt, immediately rose to greet Chu Feng upon his arrival. Sister Huang, please retrieve this person's file for me. It's from the finance department. Chu Feng extracted his phone from his pocket, pointing to a photo of Lu's mother. Sister Huang glanced at the individual in the photo and quickly pulled out a personnel file from the cabinet. Handing it to Chu Feng, he took the file and promptly sat down, beginning to peruse its contents. Feng Huimin, a rural resident of Jiangxing, age 35, with an associate degree. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't the company's hiring requirements be for at least a bachelor's degree? Moreover, her major is in marketing, and she has never worked in an accounting-related field. How did a person with an associate degree manage to slip through? Sister Huang, how could the company allow a non-accounting major with only an associate degree to infiltrate our ranks? Sister Huang, upon being questioned by Chu Feng, began to recollect her memories. She indeed had a vivid impression of Feng Huimin due to her educational background. After pondering for a moment, Sister Huang replied, Young Master Chu, the company initially hired her through a labor dispatch arrangement, and later, for reasons unknown, someone decided to grant her a permanent position. Perhaps it was due to her exceptional performance. After hearing this, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that she's an undercover agent sent by another company, and Lu Ruyan might very well be a pawn in their game? This corporate warfare is truly repugnant. Chu Feng tossed the file back on his Sister Huang's desk and instructed, Let us terminate her employment today. This individual is likely an undercover agent sent by another company. Furthermore, her educational qualifications do not meet our company's hiring standards. For our growth, we must attract high-caliber talent. We cannot lower our standards for her sake. Sister Huang nodded in agreement and subsequently called Gu Luoxing. Upon hearing her son's decision, Gu Mu was initially hesitant, but after Sister Huang relayed Chu Feng's words, she finally acquiesced. After all, she too feared Chu Feng might recklessly dismiss personnel. The stability of a company relies fundamentally on the trust of its people. Sister Huang then dialed Feng Huimin's number, and shortly after, as Feng Huimin entered the Human Resources Department, her heart sank upon spotting Chu Feng. Did I ask the reckoning upon us already? It's all Lu Ruyan's fault. I never expected to see you again so soon. Come, let us discuss this in the adjacent conference room. Chu Feng remarked with a light chuckle, his eyes glimmering with mockery, before rising to enter the next room. Feng Huimin stumbled behind him into the conference room. Just as they entered, Chu Feng swiftly closed the door behind them. Young Master Chu, I beg you to spare me. My daughter's situation has nothing to do with me. The moment they entered, Feng Huimin began to shed crocodile tears. Chu Feng handed her a tissue from the side. While these matters were originally not your concern, the debts owed by the Lu family must indeed be repaid. However, I do not wish to discuss this matter with you right now. I merely wish to inquire what you have gained from your time with the Lu family. With such relatives, have you not felt a pang of despair? Feng Huimin raised her gaze to meet Chu Feng's, her brow furrowed. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I leave the Lu family? Chu Feng prepared 2 cups of tea, handing one to Feng Huimin. And after taking a sip, he spoke indifferently, that I mean no harm. I simply feel a sense of injustice on your behalf. Initially, I intended to settle accounts with the entire Lu family, but after reviewing your file, I suddenly found you to be quite pitiable. I fail to understand why you choose to remain with the Lu family. Your husband is a gambling addict, constantly demanding your money, and Lu Ruyan and Lu Rusong are not your children. You are merely their stepmother. Do you still expect them to support you in your old age? Even if they could, you might not live to see that day. From this incident, it is clear that your husband and Lu Rusong hold no affection for you. They even resort to violence against their own mother and wife. That I truly feel for you, that I cannot fathom why you allow them to drain you dry. If I were in your position, I would have severed ties with them long ago. Feng Huimin regarded Chu Feng with a complex expression, her mind racing with thoughts. His words indeed held merit, that I see a reflection of my past in you. I only wish to offer you a piece of advice before you depart. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on Feng Huimin, knowing that his instigation had evidently succeeded. Very well, you may proceed to handle your resignation. A severance package of 10,000 will be provided. How you choose to use it is entirely your affair. But I must say, your figure is indeed commendable, and you possess a striking beauty, exuding an aura akin to that of a young woman in her 20s. I have a friend who is currently seeking fashion models. If you find yourself in need of work, you might inquire there. With some effort, you could earn several thousand a month. Chu Feng exhaled a gentle sigh, feigning a sympathetic demeanor as he handed a business card to Feng Huimin, that he then exited the room, leaving Lu's mother to ponder within the conference room. Upon stepping out, a smirk danced upon Chu Feng's lips. His friend was not in the business of hiring models for mere photo shoots, but was a director of adult films, with a significantly high salary, 5,000 to 6,000 per shoot. Newcomers even received a subsidy of nearly 10,000 upon their first assignment. Should Feng Huimin choose to divorce her husband Lu Jianhai now, it was likely he would not take it lightly. Conversely, if she chose not to divorce, she might resort to other means to settle her debts, which would be even more advantageous. Ensuring that the videos do not leak to Lu Jianhai would serve her well. Even if Lu Jianhai and his family were to overlook it, she would still become a pawn in Ji Boda's scheme. After resolving matters at the company, Chu Feng made his way to the airport, booking a flight to the capital, resuming his creative endeavors. With the current pace of time, it was imperative to accumulate 3 million within 2 years, so that when Xiaomi began seeking angel investors, he could partake in the investment. Chapter 37. The hero saves the fair maiden, and it happens to be me at 8:05 in the afternoon at the capital airport. Dusk was nearing. Just after alighting from the plane, Chu Feng hailed a nearby taxi and sought refuge in a nearby sef to savor a cup of coffee, exhausted in body and spirit. He lifted the coffee cup to his lips, taking a gentle sip, and couldn't he help but reflect. Indeed, in the absence of Su Ningxue, even unsweetened coffee tastes sweet. Time flowed steadily, and before he realized it, twilight approached. The glass reflected the evening glow, the sun's last rays casting a warm hue upon the streets. Just as Chu Feng finished his coffee and prepared to rise, he suddenly caught sight of a solitary figure dragging a suitcase down the street outside. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Chu Feng murmured, "Surely not to encounter a classmate here, but where is Yin Xie's little follower?" Just as he pondered this, he noticed a man in black, donning a mask, trailing closely behind her. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng resolved to follow them, seeking answers. After settling the bill, he rushed outside, only to find that the two individuals were nearing the end of the street. Just as he quickened his pace to catch up, he witnessed the man in black take a large stride, pouncing on Yin Xie like a tiger upon its prey, one hand gripping her neck, while the other covered her mouth and nose, stifling any sound she might make. Immediately dragged into a narrow alley, as soon as Yin Xie realized she was being captured, she attempted to cry out for help, only to find that no sound escaped her lips. The disparity in physical strength between her and her captor rendered her struggles utterly futile. She kicked against the ground with all her might, but aside from sending her white, high-heeled shoes flying, her efforts proved ineffective. Just then, Chu Feng, who was trailing behind, cursed loudly and charged forward that a couple passing by on the opposite street remained oblivious to the dire situation unfolding nearby. Within the alley, the tall, lean figure clad in black seized Yin Xie's bag, rummaging through it in search of valuables, only to discover it contained nothing but a mobile phone and a few hundred yuan. "What a loser," the man in black sneered, pinching Yin Xie's delicate face in anger. However, upon catching sight of her beauty, he gulped involuntarily. After scanning her from head to toe, he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, a stunning woman. His gaze shifted, filled with a predatory intent, to the towering snow-capped peaks of her figure. "I am from the Yin family of the imperial capital. You had best take your money and leave, or else the wrath of the Yin family is something you cannot bear," Yin Xie managed to utter, feeling her head grow heavy from the effects of the drug she had inhaled. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she attempted to threaten him. The man in black paused, realizing his mask rendered her threats meaningless. He then roughly tore at Yin Xie's white blouse, causing 2 buttons to pop off, exposing a generous expanse of her fair skin. Realizing the situation had become irretrievable, she summoned the last of her strength to rip off her mask, desperate to memorize his features. Unfortunately, just as she grasped the mask, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as the man contemplated taking advantage of her, he was suddenly alerted by footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a figure in white standing at the mouth of the alley. Chu Feng advanced toward them slowly, adopting a defensive stance. The man in black, observing Chu Feng clad in a black shirt and carrying a backpack, took a step back and drew a dagger from his waist, pointing it at Chu Feng, barking, "You little brat, Why aren't you in school? What are you doing here? Get lost. Mistaking Chu Feng for a high school student who had just finished an after-school class. The man sought to intimidate him. However, Chu Feng showed no fear. Instead, he replied in a deep voice, I'm sorry, but the person you have is my classmate, and I've already called the police. If you don't leave now, you might find it difficult to leave later. The mention of the police caused the man to pause, a murderous intent flaring within him. What the hell? A high school kid trying to act tough. Besides, this brat has seen my face. If I don't deal with him now, the police will come and check the surveillance that if he were to eliminate this boy now and take the woman back to his rented apartment to imprison her. It could turn into a rather delightful arrangement. Weighing the pros and cons, the man quickly formed a plan. Hey kid, want to see what your classmate is like? She's quite the catch. Chu Feng picked up a small stone from a nearby trash bin and scoffed at the man. You don't really think I'm that foolish, do you? I bet as soon as I get close, you'll stab me twice. Seeing the bait was not taking, the man yanked Insia, who was slumped on the ground, and pressed the knife against her neck, threatening, if you don't come over here, I'll kill her. You wouldn't want to see your beautiful classmate die in front of you. Would you? The man in black threatened that you've captured her, not me. Why should I put my life on the line for her? Chu Feng advanced, applying immense pressure on the man to don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. The man felt his fear intensify as Chu Feng drew nearer. Listen, you are just after money. There's no need to risk your life. How about this? I'll step aside. You leave, and we'll pretend this never happened. Chu Feng urged, glancing at the bag and scattered cosmetics on the ground. However, the man was unmoved, continuing his threats. Look at this beauty in my hands. I hear she is from the esteemed Yin family in the imperial capital, that if she dies because of you, do you think the Yin family will let you off easy? Just then, Yin Xie began to regain consciousness. You should leave, don't worry about me, she said with a brave facade, but her trembling legs betrayed her fear of death that all living beings instinctively dread, observing her fa ade of bravery. Chu Feng felt a pang of emotion. Shut up, you filthy wench. The man in black barked, glaring down at her. At that moment, Chu Feng seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength to hurl the small stone at the man's elbow. The man felt a jolt of pain shoot through his arm, causing the knife to slip from his grasp. Damn it. Just as he bent to retrieve the knife, Chu Feng grasped the blade's edge. Blood oozing from his palm, in the next instant, he struck the man's neck with a swift chop. Before the man could react, Chu Feng followed up with a powerful punch to his face, causing him to clutch his injured features in agony. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng delivered a precise kick to the man's groin, causing him to crumple to the ground, unconscious. The instant the man collapsed, Chu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though the sharp pain in his hand sent a shudder through his body, but he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. Thankfully, his previous experience massaging Su Ningxue had taught him about pressure points, and the stone had struck precisely at the nerve. Gasping for breath, he turned his attention to the now helpless Insia. Chapter 38. I'll carry you. Insia managed to lift her head, gazing at the man who had saved her life in that dimly lit alley, illuminated by the feeble rays of the setting sun. Their eyes met. Chu Feng discerned a clear and innocent spark in her gaze. That look seems off, he pondered, still puzzled but extending his hand gently. Can you stand? Upon noticing the dark red stains on his shirt, Insi's heart raced, fearing he had been grievously injured. She quickly tore open his shirt, her hands trembling as she searched for wounds. Are you hurt? She asked, her voice soft and concerned. The alley's dim light prompted her to pull out her phone and turn on the flashlight, carefully inspecting him. The bright beam illuminated his well-defined abdomen, and she touched and checked, relieved to find no injuries or blood. However, as she had never touched a man before, her delicate fingers grew bolder. And before long, she playfully pinched him. Feeling teased, Chu Feng took a step back. Are you Yin Xia's classmate? He inquired softly. The girl looked up at him, offering a sweet smile. I'm her sister. Yin Xinghue. I just returned from abroad. Panic surged through her as she worried that her sister's classmate might think she was a fool. Oh no. What if she tells my sister I was being inappropriate? Yin Xinghue thought, her fair earlobes turning slightly pink. Chu Feng, observing the naive girl before him, felt all his doubts dissipate. Since you're my classmate's sister, would you like me to call her over? Upon noticing that Yin Xinghue was still seated on the ground, he extended his hand. Can you stand? Yin Qingwen nodded earnestly. Yeah, I can. She rose unsteadily, but as she did, a wave of dizziness hit her, causing her to sway backward. Quick as a flash, Chu Feng caught her. Thank you, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her hands nervously fidgeting. That we should leave this place. It's not safe and I'm worried he might have accomplices. He urged, glancing toward the alley's exit. That I think I'm a bit dizzy. I might not be able to walk, Yin Qingwen said, her bright eyes fixed on Chu Feng, her expression pitifully endearing. Noticing the scattered belongings on the ground, Chu Feng picked up the bag and gathered the items before handing it to her. He then squatted down in front of her. I'll carry you, That might not be appropriate, she replied shyly. Yet her body betrayed her as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Resting against his back, as Chu Feng stood. Yin Qingwen, experiencing being carried for the first time, clutched him tightly, her legs wrapping around his waist. Her head nestled against his left shoulder. After taking a few steps, Chu Feng softly remarked, Could you not hold on so tightly? It makes it hard for me to walk. I'm sorry, it is my first time as well, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Yin Qingwen hurriedly apologized, her expression endearingly naive. Chu Feng cleared his throat lightly. What kind of illicit words are these? Why does it feel as though something improper is occurring? Through the thin fabric of his shirt, Chu Feng could distinctly sense a pair of voluptuous forms pressing against his back. I apologize. I inadvertently squeezed a bit too tightly in my moment of panic. I truly did not mean to. Noticing that Chu Feng remained silent, Yin Qingwen once again attempted to explain herself. It's fine. Let us discuss matters once we are safe. Chu Feng cleared his throat a couple of times and strode out decisively. Yin Qingwen remarked, When I watch television, Shunti men carry women by their thighs. Chu Feng replied, I have one hand occupied with my backpack, and the other is injured. I cannot manage it all. Oh, Yin Qingwen exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Just as they exited the alley, Chu Feng spotted 2 white high-heeled shoes on the ground, alongside a fallen suitcase. That moment, a siren blared, approaching swiftly, and came to a halt before them. A male and female officer emerged from the vehicle, glancing at Chu Feng and his companion. Chu Feng also turned his gaze towards the officers. I called the police. Someone was just robbed. The female officer observed the figure behind Chu Feng, noting the dark crimson stain on his black shirt, with one hand continuously oozing blood. Instantly realizing the situation, she hurriedly stepped forward to take over Yin Qingwen, and Chu Feng felt an immediate release. Meanwhile, the male officer swiftly retrieved a pack of bandages from the car, tending to Chu Feng's injuries. Young man, what transpired? Where is the robber? Chu Feng pointed towards the dark alley, indicating, He is inside. I have already knocked him unconscious. Upon hearing this, the male officer promptly drew his baton from his belt and proceeded into the alley. Before long, the male officer emerged, dragging the robber from the alley, while the female officer ushered Yin Qingwen into the police car. Young man, please accompany us to file a report. After handcuffing the black-clad robber, the male officer turned to Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded and boarded the police vehicle. That'd be by the time they completed the report at the precinct. It was nearing 8 o'clock that as he stepped out, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, he cannot find a moment's peace. Standing at the entrance of the police station, Chu Feng and Yin Qingwen gazed at the bustling street. Their current state can be summed up in a single word: exhausted, or rather, 3 words: exceedingly fatigued. Have you found a place to stay yet? Yin Qingwen inquired, glancing at the man beside her, who was laden with a backpack, and then at the restaurant across the street. How about I treat you to a meal? My family likely won't arrive for quite some time. Chu Feng patted his rather empty stomach, recalling that he had not eaten anything since noon. All right then, with that, they made their way to the restaurant across the street. Upon entering, Chu Feng surveyed the surroundings, noticing that most of the diners were couples. This can't possibly be a couple's restaurant, can it? Oh my! Yin Qingwen noticed the same and, feeling somewhat awkward, thought it unwise to turn back now, especially since both were quite hungry. Thus, the 2 newly acquainted individuals ordered a couple-s set meal. Chu Feng didn't even glance at the menu, directly requesting the house specialty. Soon, a waitress wheeled over a cart, presenting a dish named Love at First Sight. Upon hearing the name, Chu Feng cleared his throat twice, his cheeks slightly reddening, while Yin Qingwen blushed deeply, her delicate earlobes glowing with warmth. Understood, Chu Feng replied. Dividing the dish into two portions at the table, silence enveloped them. Noticing Yin Qingyue's quietness, Chu Feng felt hesitant to break the stillness and focused intently on his meal. Their peculiar demeanor soon attracted the attention of those around them. Are these two just here to eat? They seem utterly absorbed in their food. Indeed, they are devouring their meal in silence. Yin Qingyue, catching snippets of the couple's whispers, felt her cheeks and neck flush. Resembling someone who had just consumed too much red wine, or perhaps was suffering from a lack of oxygen, she glanced at Chu Feng, who remained engrossed in his meal, and lowered her head to continue eating. Spoonful by spoonful, Chu Feng, having overheard the murmurs, noticed Yin Qingyue's flushed face and returned to his meal, reflecting on how refreshing it was to be with a normal girl, unlike Su Ningxue, who always had to engage in some odd antics at mealtime. Sharing a spoonful of rice. Halfway through their meal, Yin Qingyue's phone rang. After answering, she paused her eating. My family has come to pick me up. I must return home. Her voice carried a hint of unspoken reluctance. The events of the day had significantly increased her fondness for Chu Feng. This was her first time returning to China in 4 years, having spent her time studying in the United States. She had hoped to familiarize herself with the local culture, but after only a short walk, she had encountered misfortune, fortuitously rescued by Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded at her, offering no further words, wishing to avoid complicating the situation. Simply advising, please be careful in the future. Yin Qingyue nodded earnestly, taking a step forward before recalling something and casually asking, by the way, where do you live? I would like to express my gratitude in person someday. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, in Modu. Yin Qingyue's eyes brightened as she continued, and where are you staying now? Chu Feng shook his head slightly. I am unsure at the moment. I just arrived today. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had yet to secure accommodations, Yin Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why not do this? Finding a hotel now would be quite troublesome. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? It would be a good way to repay your kindness. Besides, you are acquainted with my sister, so it would also be an opportunity to visit her. Chu Feng hesitated, furrowing his brow. Although he wished to foster a good relationship with Yin Xie, a member of a prominent family, for potential future collaborations, it felt inappropriate to stay at the home of a female classmate he was not particularly close to, especially at night. Yin Qingyue, noticing his indecision, gently grasped his arm and softly urged, Come on, let us go to my house tonight. Just as Chu Feng was contemplating this, a male voice from a nearby table caught his attention. The young man seated at the adjacent table gazed at Chu Feng with incredulity, unable to hold back his commentary. Seriously, dude? Are you really going to play hard to get? That girl is openly inviting you to her place, and she is stunning. If it were me, I would have already gone home with her. That girl is so unfortunate. She is being so forward, and you're still unresponsive. She is genuinely beautiful, radiant even. The girl sitting across from him chimed in with agreement. Yin Qingyue, realizing that others perceived Chu Feng as her boyfriend, felt a mix of embarrassment and shyness, lowering her head like an ostrich. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Feng stood up and took Yin Qingyue's hand, saying, Let us go. His simple statement brightened Yin Qingyue's spirits considerably. As they stepped outside, they noticed a black Mercedes parked at the entrance, its hazard lights flashing. Inside, Yin Xi's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed Chu Feng grasping her sister's wrist at the entrance of the couple's restaurant. What on earth? Sister. Yin Qingyue waved at the Mercedes, which responded with a couple of honks. After placing their belongings in the car, Chu Feng opened the left rear door and took a seat. Just as Yin Qingyue was about to open the right door, Yin Xie called out to her. Qingyue, why don't you sit in the front? Yin Qingyue glanced at Chu Feng inside the car. Then at the vacant front passenger seat, No, I'd prefer to sit in the back for a while. With that, she settled into the rear seat. Surprised by her rejection of the suggestion, Yin Xie said nothing further and started the car towards home. During the ride, as Yin Xie recalled the scene she had just witnessed, a sense of shock lingered within her. How could her dear sister, upon returning to the country, be involved in a robbery? And worse yet, by a classmate. Sister, what is going on? How did you get entangled with my classmate? She furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, glancing at her sister through the rearview mirror, who was now resting her chin on her hand. Admiring the scenery of their hometown, Yin Qingyue turned her head slightly, meeting her sister's gaze that I was robbed today, and fortunately, your classmate intervened and subdued the criminal. Yin Xie mused inwardly, What a coincidence. The classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress has surprisingly manifested in real life. Most astonishingly, this incident occurred involving my dear younger sister. It is utterly more outrageous than any novel. "Hey, Chu Feng," Insia called out, and upon seeing him glance her way, she continued, "What brings you to the capital? It's only been 2 days since the holiday began." Chu Feng smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "I came to travel. What else could I be here for?" Suddenly recalling Su Ningxue's words from that night, Insia teased, "How is it that your dear sister has managed to entice you away from home?" Chu Feng paused momentarily at her remark, then chuckled lightly. "My leaving home has little to do with her. She is merely my neighbor's sister, and our relationship isn't that intricate." Hearing his response, Insia's lips gradually formed a stunning smile that I seemed to have stumbled upon quite a remarkable secret. "You see, in the past, Su Ningxue was the goddess of dreams for the boys at Magic University. A true high-altitude flower perched atop a snow-capped peak, only to be admired from afar, utterly unattainable. Yet who could have imagined that this lofty blossom harbors a romantic heart, a penchant for younger boys?" As Chu Feng glanced at the luxurious interior of the car, he couldn't help but marvel. Your family must be quite wealthy to afford a Benz." Insia chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the Mercedes glided into a villa located in the heart of the capital. Although the villa spanned just over 300 square meters, in this land where every inch is precious, even wealth could not guarantee ownership. After disembarking, a servant guided Chu Feng to the guest room, where he stowed his luggage and was about to lie down after a shower when a slender servant knocked on his door. "Mr. Chu, my lady invites you to the study for a chat." Settled at the desk, having just closed his laptop to rest, Chu Feng heard the servant's message and felt a ripple of intrigue within. What could Insia want at this late hour? Could it be that she wishes to express her gratitude for saving her sister's life today? Pondering, he opened the door and accompanied the servant to the study. Inside the villa study, Chu Feng and Insia sat facing each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. Observing the affluent woman before him, he felt as if he were meeting her for the first time. At that moment, Insia had changed into a delicate peach-pink silk nightgown, exuding an air of poise and sophistication, a stark contrast to the lively college student he was accustomed to. Who would have thought that Insia was so unassuming? She turned out to be quite the heiress. However, he couldn't help but note her choice of instant coffee at this late hour. A touch of freshly ground coffee would have been more befitting. With a playful smirk, he sipped the coffee, the bitterness immediately invigorating him. "Well, if you wish to enjoy my hand-ground coffee, it would require a more personal connection, and my study is usually off-limits even to the servants." Insia replied with a soft chuckle. Then, in a gentle tone, she added, "Moreover, I would appreciate it if you could keep my family's secret discreet, that I simply wish to navigate my university years in peace." She took a sip from her cup, a hint of allure gracing her features. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of skepticism. "Insia, calling me over for coffee at this hour. Isn't it to discuss academic matters, is it?" he teased, and she shot him an incredulous glance. Which well-mannered individual discusses studies in the middle of the night? There must be something significant prompting your visit. "Are you suggesting that we discuss academic issues?" she retorted, her tone laced with irony. Chu Feng, sensing her nonchalance, directly addressed the matter. "I trust you aren't so pretentious. If there is something on your mind, simply state it." Insia, seeing Chu Feng's insistence, decided to lay her cards on the table. "I advise you not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts regarding my sister, or else you know what that entails." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I am genuinely grateful for your intervention today. Consider it a favor owed by the Yin family. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Stirring his coffee with a small spoon, Chu Feng remained unfazed. "Rest assured, I hold no such inclinations towards either of you. Besides, I've heard you're interested in girls, not boys." Pausing, he added with a chuckle, "Could it be that you have a fondness for younger boys?" He looked at Insia with curiosity. At the mention of this phrase, she raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Then indignation. "What nonsense is this? Who said that? I was completely unaware." Chu Feng, amused by her reaction, responded, "I heard from others that your suitors have all been thoroughly dealt with by your ever-present female companion, who has threatened them fiercely. Over time, The boys in our class and department have come to believe you prefer girls and that she is your girlfriend. Insiye regarded him with a complex expression. And what do you think? Do you believe I am? As she spoke, she stirred her coffee. Chu Feng hesitated, about to respond when his peripheral vision caught the peculiar way she stirred her drink. Not in a circular motion, but rather an up-and-down flick. Do you also think I am that kind of person? She pressed, noticing his silence. Returning to the moment, Chu Feng countered, is the opinion of others truly of such importance? Insiye paused, taken aback by his response. She had anticipated a simple affirmation or denial. For some reason, I feel you've changed quite a bit over the past month, she remarked, her gaze lingering. Since Chu Feng's breakup with Lu Ruyan, she sensed he had transformed into someone less innocuous, no longer merely the harmless admirer. Furthermore, she had heard whispers that he was intent on reclaiming all the money he had previously spent on them. How so? Chu Feng inquired, surprised. Insiye delicately tapped her temple with a slender finger, that a woman's intuition. After saying this, she glanced at the wall clock and noted it was nearing 11 o'clock at night. Well, it's getting late. You should rest, she said, her tone suggesting it was time to excuse him. Chu Feng understood, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is late, and I should rest well. Today has been exhausting. With that, he rose and exited the study, while Insiye watched his carefree silhouette. Love, it seems, indeed has the power to foster growth. The following day, the morning light illuminated the grand capital at 8 o'clock. A maid promptly knocked on the door. Mr. Chu, breakfast is ready. My lady requests your presence in the dining room. Understood. Give me 2 minutes, Chu Feng replied, wrapping up the last of his morning exercises at that moment. His back was slick with sweat, his fair skin dusted with a thin layer of grayish mud. Where on earth did Su Ningxue find such a miraculous technique? He mused aloud, opening the bathroom door to prepare for a shower. 3 minutes later, dressed and presentable, he stepped out of his room, guided by the maid to the dining area. Upon entering the dining room, he found Insiye and her sister waiting expectantly. A quick glance at the breakfast spread revealed a rather modest offering. The traditional 3-piece breakfast of the old capital: bean juice, fried dough sticks, and pickled vegetables. Good morning, they greeted one another, and as Chu Feng took his seat, he caught a whiff of the peculiar aroma emanating from the bean juice. Is this even drinkable? Noticing Chu Feng's hesitance, Insiye lifted her bowl of bean juice and took a generous sip. Don't worry, it's delicious. Once you try it, you'll fall in love with it. With skepticism, Chu Feng took a tentative sip, and the unique flavor exploded in his mouth. The sourness was akin to the scent of a man who hadn't bathed in over 30 days, mixed with the foulness of socks soaked in sweat. Chu Feng had intended to maintain decorum as a guest on his first day, but his throat felt as if a phantom hand was choking him, preventing him from swallowing even a morsel. Ugh, he spat it back into the bowl. Observing Chu Feng's plight, Insiye felt an inexplicable joy. Her eyes crinkled into a smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyue, who was about to sip her bean juice, quietly set her bowl down, withdrawing a tissue from the table and offering it to Chu Feng. Here, wipe your mouth. Chu Feng accepted the tissue, wiping his mouth with a look of disdain. What kind of culinary horror is this? Yin Qingyue echoed. Exactly, it's just terrible, she continued. If you don't like it, Chu Fengji, let us go out to eat instead. Chu Feng cast a glance at Insiye and noticed her cold gaze fixed intently upon him. That it's fine to eat here. The doji isn't particularly palatable, but there's the fried dough stick to enjoy. As he spoke, he picked up a fried dough stick and began to chew on it gently. Observing Chu Feng indulge in the fried dough stick, Yin Qingyue took a bite herself, her delicate brows furrowing before she set it down. I don't seem to have much of an appetite this morning. I think I'll pass. With that, she stood up and left, while Chu Feng finished his fried dough stick and returned to his room. Upon entering, he resumed his writing, having penned over 20,000 words for this book. The total collection had already surpassed 500, with recommendation votes exceeding 100, just as he was lost in his writing. 2 graceful figures passed by outside his door. Insiye, noticing that the door was ajar, poked her head in curiously. There, she saw Chu Feng in a white shirt, the morning light casting a gentle glow upon him, creating a striking visual impact that sent her heart racing. Yin Qingyue, noticing her sister's daze, nudged her arm. What's wrong? It was only then that Insiye snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Chu Feng, and instinctively replied, Nothing, nothing at all. She quickly withdrew her head, taking her sister's hand, and continued to explore the villa, Familiarizing themselves with the home that as she walked, she introduced various aspects, yet her mind kept drifting back to the sight of Chu Feng engrossed in his writing. Back in school, Chu Feng was the only boy she felt comfortable approaching, as he exuded a sense of safety. After all, a devoted admirer posed no threat. Their shared interests, particularly their mutual love for basketball, drew them closer. Little did she know that this seemingly innocent connection would lead to, over the span of 3 days, Chu Feng had amassed over 30,000 words, just as he finished his writing. An unexpected message from the editor arrived that I've managed to secure a promotional opportunity for you. I believe this work is destined for greatness, that a premium work refers to books that maintain a consistent quality of 3,000 words. A feat that is akin to climbing a mountain for new authors. Yet occasionally, a prodigy emerges, such as Chu Feng, the editor at the end point. After reading Chu Feng's latest chapter, found themselves momentarily speechless, astounded by the intricate buildup of conflicts that surpassed the majority of authors. The most astonishing aspect was the terrifyingly high engagement rate. The immersive writing of this book was exceptional. Upon receiving the message, Chu Feng simply replied with an okay and left it at that, leaving the editor at the computer dumbfounded. Typically, when new authors hear that their work is poised for greatness, they are overjoyed. Some authors even seek to curry favor with the editor, yet this newcomer appeared rather aloof. By noon, having written 20,000 words, Chu Feng decided it was time to leave the inn residence, as overstaying could lead to unwanted annoyance. Just as he was preparing to step out with his backpack, he was spotted by Yin Xie and her sister. "Hey, Chu Feng, where are you off to?" Yin Xingyue called out, her little legs instinctively quickening their pace to reach him. Turning to face them, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "I am just going out to rent a place. I can't keep intruding on you." Hearing that Chu Feng intended to find accommodation, Yin Xingyue rushed forward and wrapped her arms around his. "Why not stay at my place instead? We have plenty of vacant rooms." Chu Feng glanced at the adorable girl, momentarily taken aback, that he noticed Yin's eyes blazing with intensity and felt the urge to pull away. Yet Yin Xingyue tightened her grip. "Perhaps it's best if I take a walk outside. I wouldn't want to be a bother," but he cast a glance at Yin Xie as he spoke. The corners of Yin Xie's lips curved slightly, her expression blooming like a peach blossom. "There is no need to worry about being a bother. After all, you saved my sister's life. Our family should indeed treat you properly." Oh, Chu Feng's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, then to a perplexed realization. Was Yin Xie attempting to portray a favorable image in front of her sister? That seemed likely. Resolutely, Chu Feng replied, "I truly have some matters to attend to. I can't stay here any longer." With that, he gently pushed away Yin Xingyue's delicate hand. "All right then," she conceded, releasing her grip. Chu Feng stepped outside, turning to wave goodbye to the two of them with a faint smile. "Until we meet again. See you at school, see you at school." Yin Xie and her sister echoed in unison as they waved back. Not long after Chu Feng left, he promptly rented a small apartment in the suburbs. Despite having been away from home for merely 2 days, Su Ningxue had already called him 7 times. Yet, without fail, Chu Feng brushed her off each time with excuses of being busy with work. The following morning, after finishing his practice, Chu Feng logged back into the terminal software, only to find an explosion of messages in the back end. Numerous reader comments had flooded in. "What the hell is this novel? It is utterly addictive. Why can't I stop reading? The author has finally updated. Not even the production team's donkey would rest this long. Author, how much do we need to tip for another chapter?" The comment section was abuzz with enthusiastic responses, prompting Chu Feng to reflect on his own experiences. "Back in the day when I first read this book, I was utterly captivated, sacrificing sleep just to read more. After dinner, I would lie in bed, glued to the story that I initially intended to stay up late for just a few chapters. But before I knew it, dawn had broken." As Chu Feng perused the comments, he responded to a few readers before diving into his writing routine for the day. With his background in computing, he completed 10,000 words in under 3 hours, having already scheduled the previous day's 20,000 words for release. Just as Chu Feng updated his work, the comment section erupted in a frenzy. Readers were ecstatic to see the protagonist facing a broken engagement, family troubles, and the emergence of a mysterious elder, allowing the protagonist to cultivate once more. Their exhilaration mirrored that of the protagonist discovering they could train again at noon. Having just finished lunch, the editor at the terminal opened their computer to check on Chu Feng's book. To their astonishment, Upon viewing the back-end data, their eyes widened in shock. The total collections had surpassed 1,000, and the recommendation votes had also crossed the 1,000 mark. This person possesses the makings of a master. Chapter 42. Personally collecting debts. While the editor was still in disbelief, Chu Feng had already boarded a flight to Jiangxing. Seated on the plane, he meticulously reviewed the messages from Su Mingyao, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruiyan's family would not only remain intact, but also refuse to repay a single cent. Thus, he resolved to travel to Jiangxing to settle the matter directly. Upon landing, he was greeted at the exit by the exquisitely beautiful Su Mingyao, who donned black glasses and a white professional shirt, radiating an air of sophistication. As soon as Chu Feng disembarked, he waved to her. "Sister Mingyao, you've become even more radiant in just a few days." "Stop with the flattery," Su Mingyao replied, her eyes sparkling as she playfully huffed. Without further banter, she quickly presented Chu Feng with a document. "Xiao Feng, I've organized the files as you requested and filed a lawsuit with the Jiangxing court." The document detailed all the expenses incurred for building a house for Lu Ruiyan's family, as well as the 70,000 yuan they owed Chu Feng for the previous expenditures. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to pursue them. The most torturous fate for someone isn't death, but to fall from grace and live a miserable, humbling life while reminiscing about their former glory. That it's only through living that one can truly experience suffering. Chu Feng skimmed through the document, then handed it back to Su Mingyao. "All right, let us make sure these deadbeats pay the price." Soon after, Chu Feng, accompanied by his legal team, made the long journey to Lu Ruiyan's family. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of chaos. The area swarmed with people. "What's going on?" Chu Feng inquired, observing the throngs of onlookers. That Su Mingyao approached a group of older women to gather information about the unfolding events. Mistaking her formal attire for that of a government official, the women recounted the details. After learning the situation, Su Mingyao relayed the information to Chu Feng. The incident involved Ji Boda, who had attacked Lu Ruiyong, seriously injuring him, prompting Lu Ruiyong's father to retaliate with a kitchen knife. Ji Boda, sensing the danger, fled the scene, and the authorities were currently handling the matter. Upon hearing this news, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. It seems Ji Boda intends to sever Lu's family line after they thwarted his prospects. This dog-eat-dog scenario is truly riveting. He straightened up and declared, "Let us go and deliver them another blow, demolish their home, and reclaim what they owe us," with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chu Feng approached an officer. However, the officer raised a hand to halt him. "Sir, this is a crime scene. Unauthorized personnel must keep their distance." That Su Mingyao, however, presented a legal document to the officer that we are here to collect a debt. The Lu family owes us a total of 73,000 yuan, and the house they currently reside in was constructed with our financial investment. Considering the value of the property, we demand compensation of 530,000 yuan in full. Presently, the Lu family is delinquent in repaying their debt, and I, representing my client, am here to issue a letter of attorney urging the Lu family to settle their dues promptly. Otherwise, we shall seek enforcement through the courts. The two officials exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, and could only summon Lu Jinhong, the father of Lu Ruiyan. Upon seeing Feng's arrival, Lu Jinhong mistakenly assumed he had come for his daughter and immediately cried out in distress. "My son-in-law, you have finally arrived. That little wretch Ji Boda has harmed my son. You must avenge him." Feng took a step back, coldly mocking, "I did not come here for your family's worthless girl. I am here to convey a message. If you do not return the money and the vehicle today, prepare for imprisonment. This house, which I financed, cost a total of 430,000 yuan. You either repay the debt or prepare for its demolition." Upon hearing Feng's demand for money, Lu Jinhong instantly pointed a finger at him and shouted, "Who owes you money? And if you dare demolish my house, I will fight you to the bitter end." He glanced at the blood-stained kitchen knife on the ground as he spoke. Feng, remaining calm and composed, instructed Su Mingyao to read aloud the legal documents outlining the claims. The plaintiff, Feng, had engaged in multiple discussions with the defendant Lu Ruiyan's family prior to July 3, 2007, attempting to recover the debt of 530,000 yuan, yet the defendants remained unresponsive. Su Mingyao's words detonated like deep water bombs in that small rural setting. The villagers learned that Lu Ruiyan's family had built their house through deceitful borrowing. Many Andes began to whisper amongst themselves. I told you they managed to erect a small villa in just about a year. They must have been scamming money. Who would have thought it was true? I mean, with Lu Jinhong's gambling addiction. How could he possibly afford to build a house? The murmurs of the villagers painted Lu Jinhong's face with hues of embarrassment and anger. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, swiftly taking Lu Rusong away. And Lu Jinhong, concerned for his beloved son, followed closely behind. With the two leaving, the officials intended to depart as well, but Feng stepped forward to halt them. Gentlemen, may I inquire if I have the right to demolish this house? Given it was financed by me? The two officials wore expressions of uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Feng Huimin, with a voice tinged with desperation, pleaded, "Young Master Feng, I beg you, do not demolish my home. If you destroy it, we will have nowhere to live." She cried out for assistance from the surrounding villagers. "Elders of the village, please come to my aid." Feng Huimin threw herself on the ground, rolling and wailing. Yet the villagers paid her no mind. Since the Lu family had acquired wealth, they had become arrogant, looking down on everyone in the village. Moreover, the villagers believed that the Lu family had no valid claim. And even the local kin were reluctant to interfere in their affairs. Seeing no one willing to assist her, Feng Huimin was infuriated. While she was in the throes of despair, Su Mingyao had already arranged for the demolition crew, who arrived in a pickup truck at the scene. With Lu Jinhong and Lu Ruyan accompanying Lu Rusong to the hospital, only Feng Huimin remained to guard the house. Feng waved his hand, instructing you all, remove her from the premises. Subsequently, Su Mingyao's three legal assistants moved forward, pushing Feng Huimin 5 meters away from the house. The two officials looked at Feng with confusion, softly inquiring, "What are you trying to accomplish?" Feng smirked slightly, a glint of coldness in his eyes as he replied, "Since they refused to return the money spent on building the house, I must reclaim it. However, I have no desire for it. Thus, it shall be demolished." Chapter 43. Witnessing your home's ruin, Feng Huimin's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Feng's intention to demolish their house. "Officials, save me. If they destroy our home, where will we live?" she implored, rushing to the older relative in the crowd. "Uncle, you cannot stand by and watch us perish. We are of the same lineage." Yet the elderly relative, unwilling to intervene in such murky waters, withdrew his foot and retreated into the crowd. "That I must return home. My food is still cooking." Had Lu Jinhong possessed any legitimacy in his claims, perhaps as their uncle, he would have lent a hand. However, since the house was funded by Feng, Lu Jinhong had no ground to stand on, and aiding him would only invite trouble. Seeing her uncle's refusal to help, Feng Huimin turned to plead with another relative, only to find that relative retreating as well. With no relatives to rely on, she crawled back to Feng, crying and begging for mercy. "Young Master Feng, please, do not demolish my house if my husband finds out. He will certainly kill me." Feng knelt before her, feigning sympathy as he observed the alluring beauty of this desperate woman. "That I truly cannot fathom what you see in the Lu family. Lu Jinhong is a gambling addict, and Lu Rusong is frivolous with money. You and Lu Ruyan are merely leeches draining them. Lu Ruyan at least shares some blood ties with them, but you are merely their stepmother. Do you genuinely expect them to care for you in your old age? If I were you, I would have left long ago." Feng's words struck Feng Huimin like a thunderclap, igniting within her a desire to flee. However, she maintained an air of defiance, coldly scoffing, "I will not allow you to sow discord among us." Not swayed by her resistance, Feng commanded the demolition team, "Tear that house down." As soon as he uttered those words, Feng Huimin collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Her pitiful cries stirred even the two officials. Just as 5 demolition workers approached with their equipment, the officials intervened, stopping them. "Young man, can we not discuss this amicably?" Feng regarded the two officials with an expression as calm as still waters, smiling as he said, "If you gentlemen are willing to repay the 43,000 yuan, I shall refrain from demolishing it." The two officials exchanged complex glances upon hearing the amount. Their monthly salary barely amounted to 4,000 yuan, meaning it would take them 10 years of labor to earn that sum, and thus they could only step back, with the officials unable to deter Feng, and at the urging of some villagers. Feng Huimin dialed her husband's number. Upon learning of the unfolding situation, Lu Jinhong hurriedly returned from the hospital. Seeing the pipes buried at the corners of the house, his eyes reddened instantly, resembling a wounded beast charging at Feng. "Damn you, Feng. I will make you pay," he shouted as he rushed toward him, but the official stepped in, fearing the situation could escalate into violence upon Lu Jinhong's return. Feng flashed a sinister smile that I in that moment. He pressed the demolition button. Boom! A muffled explosion followed by a series of cracking sounds erupted, and in the next instant, the house split open with several large fissures. Yet it did not collapse. Although it remained standing, the explosive charges had been placed at the house's corners, rendering it akin to a spider's web, poised to fall at any moment. "Feng, you scoundrel! You beast!" Lu Jinhong bellowed in fury, gazing at the precarious little villa with eyes brimming with rage. Chu Feng, upon hearing Lu Jinhong's vitriolic tirade, felt not the slightest stir of anger. Rather, he experienced an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. How could a mighty lion concern itself with the impotent wrath of a mere flea? Upon discovering that Feng Huimin worked in the finance department of his company, he was convinced that the bankruptcy of his family was undoubtedly tied to the Lu family. Initially, after his breakup with Lu Ruyan, he had wished to let bygones be bygones, but alas, these pests had come knocking at his door, and he had no qualms about crushing them underfoot. That Su Mingyao glanced at the composed Chu Feng, observing his unflappable demeanor and the sharp contours of his face, which evoked memories of her earlier ventures with his father, Chu Tianlong. Chu Feng's father possessed an exceptional charisma, particularly his innate attitude of remaining unfazed even when the sky threatened to fall, which endeared him to many a young woman. "Xiao Feng, where do you plan to go next?" she inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of autumn's clarity as she tilted her delicate chin, appraising the young so before her. Chu Feng turned to Su Mingyao. "Have you managed to collect the debts owed by your friends?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingyao paused for a moment before gradually regaining her composure. "Xiao Feng, are you contemplating a thorough reckoning?" She asked. "That I've already retrieved all of Su Ningxue's money for you. She has it now, totaling 110,000 yuan. Upon learning that the funds were in Su Ningxue's possession, Chu Feng immediately lost interest in the money. Maintaining a safe distance from her was of paramount importance that I end his rebirth. Every action he took diverged from his past life, yielding different outcomes and altering the trajectory of events. For instance, by ending his relationship with Lu Ruyan earlier, he had inadvertently prompted Su Ningxue to form intentions sooner than expected. Every decision now felt like a butterfly stirring the wings of fate, causing predetermined events to veer off their original paths. Chu Feng approached Lu Jinhong, locking his icy gaze onto the man's blazing eyes, his face suffused with mockery, that if you seek someone to blame, blame your daughter, that I've lavished so much money on her, only for her to squander it on some gigolo. Do not presume that we wealthy individuals are charitable. Provoke my ire, and I shall ensure that your lives are fraught with hardship. The remaining 70,000 yuan debt must be settled promptly. Otherwise, prepare to see your accounts frozen by the court and face incarceration." With that, Chu Feng turned on his heel and departed, leaving Lu Jinhong paralyzed with fear, slumped on the ground as he watched Chu Feng's retreating figure. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him. His cowardly nature had led him to underestimate Chu Feng, whom he had thought to be a mere sycophant of his daughter, easily manipulated. Little did he know that this sycophant had transformed into a formidable lion. Su Mingyao stood beside Chu Feng, her heart racing as she sensed the power radiating from him. Once Xiao Chu graduates, perhaps the burden on President Gu will lighten considerably. After resolving these petty matters, Chu Feng returned to his rented apartment and diligently typed away, maintaining a rigorous pace of 30,000 words daily, sending out 10,000 words at set intervals. However, when the first month's royalties arrived, he was utterly astonished. The total from tips alone amounted to over 30,000 yuan, a staggering sum for a newcomer. What surprised him even more was his ascension to the top of the newcomer rankings. The previous reigning author had struggled to climb to the first position through monetary support, believing it would garner some traffic and exposure to ignite interest in their work. Little did they know that their reign would be short-lived, as Chu Feng's unexpected rise soon eclipsed them. After a month of consistent updates, Chu Feng was finally ready to publish, but he penned a heartfelt message of gratitude to his supporters, vowing that for every new patron he gained, he would add an extra chapter, and for every 100,000 endpoint coins, another chapter would follow. Once this message was posted, the comments section erupted with enthusiasm, and on that very day, he garnered 10 new patrons. With tips exceeding 400,000 endpoint coins, a record for a newcomer author, Without hesitation, Chu Feng released 14 chapters, prompting readers in the comment section to clamor for more. Hurry and join. This old thief likely has plenty of stock to share. They exclaimed, eager to contribute small amounts to unlock further updates. Witnessing the speed at which he was earning from his writing rivaled that of a money-printing machine, he sought to amplify his novel's visibility by posting in various school forums to attract more readers. In a mere 2 weeks, he reached 50 patrons, leaving the editor from Galaxy, who had signed him, in a state of utter disbelief. Following Chu Feng's ascension to the top of the newcomer list, the editor scrutinized the data in the back end, marveling at the astonishing readership rates, muttering to himself, "This newcomer is destined for greatness." As Chu Feng's promotional efforts continued, his identity as a student at Magic City University was unearthed. Fortunately, no one could ascertain who he was, sparing him from potential offline confrontations for quicker updates. The 2 months rushed by in the blink of an eye, with only a week remaining before the new school term began. In his tidy rented apartment, Chu Feng stared blankly at the bustling metropolis outside. Over the course of 2 months, combined with the repayment from Lu Ruyan, his savings had swelled to 370,000 yuan. To his astonishment, he learned from Su Mingyao that she had taken a position as a hostess at a club in the affluent district of Magic City that no one could have anticipated that the once haughty campus belle, who had looked down upon others, would find herself in such a predicament. How laughable. Nonetheless, she managed to sell herself for a handsome sum, her worth amounting to over 50,000 yuan. Indeed, a pretty face could command a price. It was a pity that she could have relished a life of luxury, but ultimately found herself in this unfortunate state due to her own choices. After a moment of reflection, Chu Feng visited a luxury car dealership, spending 300,000 yuan on a BMW before heading home to the Chu family villa in Magic City. Su Ningxue lounged on the sofa like a melancholic matron, playing with Chu Yunxi's hair while watching television. Suddenly, a black BMW pulled into the parking area, capturing the attention of both women in the living room. Chu Yunxi looked towards the door, questioning, "Is that Mom returning?" Su Ningxue appeared through the door, her heart racing as she recognized the familiar silhouette within the vehicle. She felt an inexplicable flutter of anticipation. Could it be that Chu Feng had returned? Indeed, when Chu Feng stepped out of the car, Su Ningxue's eyes lit up, and the pall of gloom that had settled on her face dissipated. Coincidentally, just as Chu Feng was unloading his things, a black Maybach entered the driveway. Carrying several bags of gifts, he glanced at the Maybach, exclaiming, "Oh, Mama's back too?" As the Maybach came to a halt, Gu Mu stepped out of the passenger seat, her brows furrowing as she took in the sight of Chu Feng, clad in jeans and a white shirt. "Did I ask this car yours?" Chu Feng smiled awkwardly. "Yes, I just bought it yesterday." With that, he closed the car door behind him. Shen Qingyu also alighted from the vehicle, scrutinizing the sleek black BMW. "Not bad, Xiao Feng. This car is quite an investment, costing at least over 300,000, right?" Chu Feng nodded, a slight grin on his face. "Yeah, just a little over 320,000 at Jiu Luotian." Upon hearing the figure, was puzzled. She couldn't recall her son having amassed such wealth. Although Su Mingyao had mentioned he had recovered 70,000 from his ex-girlfriend, the source of the remaining 20,000 was unclear. "Where did you get this money from?" she inquired, gripping Chu Feng's ear, genuinely concerned he might have misappropriated funds from the family finances. "Mom, I earn it myself," Chu Feng protested. Upon hearing this declaration, Gu Luotian and Shen Qingyu exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe his words. "You earned it? Where on earth did you earn that much?" Chu Feng tilted his head, shouting back at his mother, "Mom, please loosen your grip. I promise I'll explain." Shen Qingyu, holding 2 large gift boxes, fixed her curious gaze on Chu Feng. "Adio, tell us how you managed to earn so much money." After delivering her stern words, Gu Luoxing strode into the hall, her 10 centimeters high heels clicking assertively against the floor. In her eyes, it was nearly impossible for Chu Feng to earn over 200,000 yuan in just 2 months through dubious means. A mere 19-year-old youth without any reliance on family, earning such a sum in a month. Who would believe that? She could not allow her son to stray down that perilous path. She must nip this budding issue in the bud. Just as Gu Luoxing entered the hall, her beloved daughter sprang up from the sofa, dashing into her embrace. "Mom, you're finally back," Chu Yunxi cooed, affectionately nuzzling against her mother. The sight of her darling daughter instantly dissipated Gu Luoxing's anger, transforming it into a warm and gracious smile. "That my sweet little she. Let me see if you've lost weight." She gently patted her daughter's head, indulgently pinching her delicate, blooming face. You seem thinner. Have you not been eating well? Upon hearing the mention of food, Chu Yunxi's brows furrowed, recalling the week following Chu Feng's departure, when she and Su Ningxue had fervently practiced their culinary skills, only to end up in the hospital. The entire summer had turned into a culinary binge with Su Ningxue, resulting in a gain of 5 or 6 pounds. Seeing her daughter in this state, Gu Luoxing assumed she had been starved and scolded Chu Feng. "Look at what you've done to your sister. She's lost quite a bit of weight." Chu Feng pinched Chu Yunxi's tender face. "Mom, I haven't lost weight. I actually feel like I've gained." Chu Yunxi's expression soured instantly at his comment. "You're the one who's gained. I have such a slender figure." Observing the playful banter between her two children, Gu Luoxing felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Perhaps only at home could a strong woman like her find solace. "Chu Feng, you finally deemed it appropriate to return." A voice, tinged with feigned annoyance, resonated from the sofa. "Did I tell this?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and turned towards Su Ningxue, who bore a frosty expression upon her exquisitely delicate face. Su Ningxue's pearly teeth ground together audibly, her fair hands clenched tightly, as if preparing to drag Chu Feng back to her room for a serious discussion. Chu Feng paused momentarily, scrutinizing Su Ningxue from head to toe. She was clad in a pink pajama set, a striking red ribbon casually tied around her slim waist, conjuring enticing thoughts. Her long, fair legs swayed leisurely, and despite his previous experiences, Chu Feng found it difficult to tear his gaze away. "I thought a goddess had graced my home. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be my dear Ningxue. It's been over a month, and you've become even more beautiful." His praises fell upon Su Ningxue's ears, softening her frosty demeanor. However, to Gu Luoxing and the others, his words felt akin to nails scraping against a wooden board, sending shivers down their spines. That Gu Luoxing's face brightened. Could it be that the two had developed something over the summer? Shen Qingyu, having witnessed Su Ningxue's icy beauty, sensed that something had transpired among the three children during their absence. "Sisters, let us not just stand here. Let us sit on the sofa and have a detailed chat." I have a feeling Chu Feng must have accomplished something significant over the summer. They quickly settled on the sofa, while Chu Feng hurried to brew a pot of Longjing tea. The four of them observed his flurry of activity with bemusement. Gu Luoxing, recognizing her son's unusual diligence, surmised that he must have erred in some way. After all, she had watched him grow up, and she could tell when he was up to something. Once he served the tea and sat down, for pairs of eyes fixated on him, casting a heavy silence over the once lively hall. Chu Feng felt increasingly uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. Noticing the silence, Gu Luoxing crossed her legs and gently swayed her slender calves, her half-removed black high heels rocking side to side. "That I've been on business trips lately. How have you all been?" The moment she spoke, Chu Feng felt awkward, scratching his head, but Su Ningxue's expression hardened as she turned to face him. Their eyes met briefly before she turned away, choosing silence. Chu Feng glanced at his mother, offering an awkward smile. "It's been much like previous summers. Time flies by." Su Ningxue clenched her fist, lifting her right foot to step directly on his sneaker. "Just like before, summer vacations used to be filled with us sticking together. Shopping at the mall, visiting amusement parks, and gaming. This year, just because I kissed you once, you dashed off to the capital for a holiday. How can that be the same? If it weren't for your mother returning, I would have cuffed you to the bed for a thorough education. How could it be the same?" She had assumed they would spend the entire summer together and perhaps ignite a spark. Gu Luoxing smiled, pretending to feign disappointment. Su Ningxue paused, recalling that night when she had given Chu Feng a deep, passionate kiss, and how he had reciprocated. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly. Chu Feng, feeling awkward, struggled to find words, thinking that if it weren't for Su Ningxue's kindness that night, he would not have escaped so easily. Had she been more vindictive, it wouldn't have just been a spark. It might have ignited a blaze. Shen Qingyu observed both their reactions, a glimmer of contemplation in her phoenix eyes, before smiling softly. "It seems my dear daughter may be on the verge of being courted. By the way, the seasons are changing soon. I've bought some clothes for the three of you in advance." Shen Qingyu handed each of them a shopping bag containing several outfits. Chu Feng accepted the bag and glanced inside, catching a glimpse of the designs. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Ningxue's reaction. "Isn't this a couple's outfit? Auntie, this is too extravagant. I can earn my own money, so I really don't need this." As he spoke, he attempted to return the bag, Seeing this, Shin Qingyu feigned anger. How could that be? The tags are already off. I can't return them now, or do you think my taste is poor? That the clothes I picked for you are too outdated to suit such a handsome young man? Chapter 46. My son Chu Feng actually has divine potential. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly. If he were to wear this couple's outfit out, he would undoubtedly become the enemy of every male student at school upon returning. Annie has great taste, and the clothes are trendy, but I prefer solid colors. Before he could finish, Shin Qingyu looked hurt. Her eyes wide and sorrowful as she gazed at him, sighing, "Is one design really so bad?" Chu Feng furrowed his brows. "It's not that, it's just—" "What do you mean it's not?" "Just accept what Annie has given you. There is no need to be so dismissive. We're family." Gu Luoxing placed the 2 bags of clothes into Chu Feng's arms, refusing to allow him to refuse. "Exactly. Why be so polite with Annie?" Shin Qingyu smiled like a blooming flower, her voice gentled. Gu Luoxing decided not to linger on that topic any longer. Her gaze turned piercing as she addressed Chu Feng. Her tone serious. "All right, it's time to explain where this money has come from." As her words fell, for pairs of eyes focused intently on Chu Feng, making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. He scratched his head and looked at his mother. "Mom, have you ever read a novel?" Upon hearing the word novel, Gu Luoxing recalled the famous works of martial arts author Jin Yong. Though she had never read them in detail, she had heard enough about them. "Don't you tell me you're making money from writing novels? 10,000 yuan a month?" Her expression was one of disbelief. Although she recognized her son's exceptional talent, the notion of earning that much from writing seemed far-fetched. She couldn't recall him having such a hobby. Surely excelling in language arts didn't he equate to being a great novelist? Chu Feng chuckled, scratching his head, and nodded earnestly. "Well, not quite 10,000, but I have managed to earn a few thousand." The astonishment was palpable on everyone's faces. How could a newcomer, just starting out in writing, earn several thousand in a month? It was utterly absurd that Gu Luoxing stared at her son as if he were a creature from another realm. The revelation crashing upon her like a grenade in a small pond, sending ripples of disbelief through her heart. "That I don't believe it, unless you can prove it." She pondered carefully, realizing that her son had never lied to her. However, this situation was simply too absurd and utterly inconsistent with reality, prompting her to voice her doubts. Upon witnessing his mother's persistent disbelief, Chu Feng effortlessly pulled a laptop from his backpack, opened a web page, and logged into the author's creation zone on the platform. That he then displayed his earnings before her. Gu Luoxing gazed at the string of numbers. She delicately tapped the screen with her slender fingers, noting the 5-digit figure after the decimal point. Could it be that my son, Chu Feng, possesses extraordinary talent? Just as Gu Luoxing was overwhelmed with astonishment, Shin Qingyu curiously leaned in for a closer look, confirming that the earnings indeed exceeded 70,000 yuan. Supporting her chin with one hand, she fixed her beautiful gaze on Chu Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration, intensifying her desire for him to become her son-in-law. Seeing the astonished expressions on her mother and Shin Qingyu's faces, Su Ningxue too was intrigued. When she caught sight of the 70,000 in royalties, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes. However, upon reading the title of the novel, she instinctively stepped back and sank onto the sofa. The other 4 were puzzled by Su Ningxue's reaction. After all, it was merely a sum of over 100,000 yuan, hardly warranting such a response. "You are the author of that book." Chu Yunqi expressed her confusion, observing Su Ningxue's shocked demeanor. "Which book?" "This reaction seems excessive." Regaining her composure, Su Ningxue pointed at Chu Feng. "He is the author of the novel that begins with a broken engagement, where my family's ancestor is a Do Di. The very one you read every day." Upon learning that her brother was the author of that book, Chu Yunqi's gaze towards Chu Feng shifted dramatically. Previously tinged with mild disdain for constantly competing with her for attention, her eyes now brimmed with admiration for her brother. "That is this book truly remarkable?" Gu Mu, unfamiliar with the online literature market, viewed a sum of over 100,000 as trifling, given that her company generated profits in the tens of millions annually. Chu Feng's book had soared to the top of the newcomer rankings on the platform within just 2 months. How could it not be impressive? Su Ningxue was incredulous that the renowned new author was none other than her beloved younger brother. Feeling the warmth of her family's praises, Chu Feng's fair earlobes flushed slightly with embarrassment. "It is nothing extraordinary, merely a stroke of luck." Chu Yunqi rose from beside Su Ningxue, affectionately rubbing against her brother, as if he were a celebrity, her expression eager and flattering. "Brother, I've seen online comments suggesting you have a plethora of unpublished works. Why not let your sister assist in reviewing them?" Su Ningxue echoed her curiosity. "Chu Feng, please share what lies ahead in the story." Chu Feng smiled and raised a finger to his lips. "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." In contrast to the two lively children, Xinqiu maintained an air of elegance, as someone whose company was valued in the hundreds of millions. She regarded such figures as mere numbers. Sipping her tea delicately, she turned to Chu Feng, her red lips parting slightly. "But it's just over 100,000. Where did you acquire the remaining sum?" As her words fell, the others promptly regained their senses. Chu Feng then opened a securities account on his laptop. "During my studies, I heard others say that the stock market is akin to picking up money. So I decided to give it a try with a bit of cash that I made tens of thousands. And within a month, I earned 200,000." That he spoke nonchalantly, as if making money in the stock market were a simple endeavor. His casual revelation left Gu Luoxing and Xinqiu astounded, their pupils widening in shock as they exchanged incredulous glances. "You claim to have made a bit of money as a child. But to profit in the stock market, especially to earn several times your investment in just a month, few in Huaxia can achieve that. How did you do it?" Gu Mu regarded her son with a mixture of horror and disbelief, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Observing their astonished expressions, Chu Feng realized that shining too brightly could sometimes bring unnecessary trouble upon oneself or their family. That he shrugged, a relaxed demeanor washing over him. "Leverage, of course. What other way is there? Take a gamble, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. That I saw others doing it, so I followed suit and leveraged my investments. After a month, I felt I had made enough, so I exited the market." Chapter 47. "Are you done making a scene?" The group fell silent, unsure of how to respond. However, Xinqiu regarded Chu Feng with a gentle smile, exuding charm. She was not swayed by notions of luck. Throughout the summer, whether it was writing novels or trading stocks, he had flourished remarkably. Moreover, Chu Feng exuded an aura that belied his 19 years, reminiscent of a seasoned businessman. Recognizing that continuing this conversation might invite unwanted complications, Chu Feng reached for 4 gift boxes at his feet. "Mom, Sister Ningxue, and Aunt Shen, these are high-end cosmetics I brought back from the capital for you." He distributed a gift box to each present. Upon opening her box, Su Ningxue discovered an array of luxurious lipsticks and eyeliners. "This is the first time Chu Feng has gifted me cosmetics. I must cherish them." She blinked her large eyes at him, demurely smiling with her lips pursed, her delicate brows forming a beautiful crescent that revealed the joy of a young girl. After closing the box, she cleared her throat and said, "Chu Feng, my computer has encountered some issues. Since you're back and studying computer science, could you help me take a look upstairs?" Chu Feng squinted slightly, his fingers curling as he pondered her intentions. Yet, with his mother present, he doubted she would act inappropriately. "All right," he replied with a gentle smile, feeling that it was easier to assist Su Ningxue with her computer troubles than to navigate his mother's incessant inquiries. Having settled on this course, he continued, "Then I'll head upstairs to check your computer." Turning to Gu Mu, he added, "Mom, I'll just help Ningxue with her computer for now, so we won't chat for a bit." He then stood up, returning the laptop to his backpack before heading toward the staircase. Seeing Chu Feng ascend the stairs, Su Ningxue followed closely behind, watching his graceful figure as her small, crimson tongue unconsciously licked her lips. Her eyes gleaming with intent, as Chu Feng walked ahead, he felt a chill run down his spine. Was autumn arriving so swiftly? Turning back to glance at Su Ningxue, he noticed her tilting her head with a soft giggle. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, continuing forward. "That I thought you weren't coming." Soon, he entered Su Ningxue's room. Each time he stepped inside, he was enveloped by a subtle fragrance, a delicate milky scent intertwined with an indescribable allure. Easily intoxicating, as Chu Feng settled into the computer chair and powered on the device, Su Ningxue entered the room and locked the door behind her. Hearing the click of the lock, Chu Feng turned to her in surprise. "Why are you locking the door?" "Just to repair the computer." In silence, Su Ningxue approached him, straddling his lap. Alarmed, Chu Feng dared not utter a sound, fearing that even the slightest noise would summon his mother and ignite a misunderstanding that could lead to disastrous consequences. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Ningxue pressed her hand over his mouth and leaned in closer. In an instant, the warm breaths of their noses brushed against each other, and Chu Feng's heart raced, not from affection, but from sheer panic. Previously, Su Ningxue had adopted this very posture at the office, but then she had been entirely bare. She whispered enticingly into his ear, sending shivers down his spine. "Do you really despise your sister this much? Why do you run away?" Gripping his collar with her other hand, she maintained her silence, compelling him to respond. All right. Chu Feng desperately attempted to speak, but her grip was too tight. Then, without warning, Su Ningxue buried her face into his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. "Thank goodness you don't smell like another woman's perfume. Otherwise, I would be quite upset." Turning to gaze at the dazed Chu Feng, a hint of indifference graced her lips. Yet internally, she reveled in laughter, realizing that her younger brother was more receptive to gentle persuasion than forceful advances. Just as she believed she could progress further, Chu Feng abruptly pushed her hands away and stood up to leave. Yet, she refused to let her prize slip away, capturing his face in her hands as she aimed for a passionate French kiss. Chu Feng offered her no opportunity, firmly grasping her pale arms and speaking in a low voice. "Are you done making a scene?" Upon finishing his words, he furiously shoved Su Ningxue aside. Just as he attempted to rise, Su Ningxue unexpectedly fell backward, and Chu Feng instinctively moved to catch her. Observing that Chu Feng had once again saved her, a mischievous glint sparkled in Su Ningxue's eyes. "You still care for your sister, don't you? So eager to get up, are you afraid I might hurt myself? Yet you claim you don't have feelings for me." As she spoke, she playfully poked Chu Feng's chin with her finger, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Chu Feng gently set her down on the ground and turned to exit, thinking that perhaps it was best to leave the computer unrepaired. However, upon seeing him about to leave, Su Ningxue abruptly tore open her nightgown and exclaimed, "Chu Feng, if you dare step out that door, I swear I will scream." Chu Feng turned to face Su Ningxue, lying on the floor, her fair skin and lofty curves eliciting only a sense of annoyance within him. "Your actions are truly repugnant. All you do is intensify my disdain for you." In response, Su Ningxue arose, tears cascading from her eyes like precious pearls. Trembling, she approached Chu Feng, alternating between laughter and tears, her eyes shimmering with a hint of red. "You stole my first kiss. You must take responsibility that if you dare do anything to hurt me, you will regret it." Seeing his dear sister on the verge of a breakdown, Chu Feng sighed, crouching to pick up the delicate pink trinket. Still warm to the touch, and returned it to her hand, he reached out to gently ruffle her hair, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The next moment, Su Ningxue threw herself into his arms, resting her head against his sturdy chest. Upon hearing the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat, her restless spirit calmed instantly. Chu Feng softly patted her back, gazing at her lustrous black hair, listening intently to her soft murmurs. As beautiful memories began to resurface, the autumn breeze of late summer wafted through the gauzy window into the small room. In that moment, the two embraced as if they had returned to their long-lost childhood, a time when they merely protected one another. After a brief interval, Su Ningxue lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, her vibrant red eyes momentarily glistening. Suddenly, her hands grasped his face, and she delicately rose on her toes. Her tear-filled, misty eyes locking onto his slowly, she parted her enticing pink lips and leaned in to kiss him. In an instant, Chu Feng was jolted from his reverie by the softness of her lips. A wave of tingling sensation coursing through him, he gazed in bewilderment at her exquisite face, an angelic visage that simultaneously exuded a hint of devilish allure. It was impossible for him not to harbor some affection for Su Ningxue. Yet his feelings of aversion were equally substantial. Human emotions are inherently complex. Devoid of love, hate, or desires, can one still be considered human? If one lacks all emotions, would they not become a deity or a beast? Chu Feng's eyes widened as he observed Su Ningxue with her eyes shut tight, the faint fragrance of her presence enveloping him. Within 3 seconds, his clenched fist relaxed and tightened again, ultimately leading him to push Su Ningxue away. Su Ningxue opened her eyes in disbelief, her expression a tapestry of confusion as she gazed at Chu Feng. "Why? Why can't you accept my love?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This sentiment felt eerily familiar. Moments later, Su Ningxue suddenly burst into laughter, her voice sweet yet tinged with a hint of illness. Without warning, she stomped on his foot. As Chu Feng glanced down, he winced. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Su Ningxue seized the opportunity, pinning his arms and kissed him once more. This time, Her gentleness was replaced with fervor. Her tongue, unable to breach his front teeth, instead bit down on his lower lip. The sharpness of her bite caused him to gasp in surprise. Seizing the moment, Su Ningxue delivered a passionate French kiss, the metallic taste of blood mingling with sweetness. This familiar sensation sent a chill down his spine. His ailing, infatuated girlfriend was back. With a swift motion, he freed himself from her grasp, placing his arm against her throat, creating a separation between them. That moment, Su Ningxue's face was flushed crimson, her breaths coming in short gasps as she gazed at Chu Feng with longing. "Why do you block my affection for you?" Chu Feng steadied himself, meeting her gaze with calmness. That a kiss does not equate to love. Love should not manifest in such a manner. Sister Ningxue, what you seek is possession. Love is mutual. Forcing someone cannot yield true affection. Love must be voluntary. In truth, he felt little disdain for Su Ningxue before him. His deep-seated resentment stemmed from his own past failures, that he loathed the powerless self he had been in his previous life. And in this life, he merely sought the opportunity to make choices. Thus his mind was preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth. Perhaps, in the future, he might even find himself entangled with Su Ningxue and her dramatic tendencies. He quickly dismissed that thought. As Su Ningxue lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, her delicate lips slightly raised in a stubborn defiance. "Are you not willing? Do you not love me? If you truly do not care, then why were you so concerned about me falling earlier? Why did you not reject me when I embraced you?" Chu Feng gazed at the ailing girl before him. "Because I see you as my sister. Does that suffice? Moreover, I am not interested in romance at the moment. My sole focus is on my studies." Reluctantly, he fabricated a reason for Su Ningxue. She studied him intently, recalling her mother's words, "A strong woman will only attract those who are also strong. It will not draw in others of equal strength." Chu Feng had always been exceptional. He was the neighbor's child everyone admired. When faced with someone stronger, he sought to surpass them rather than idolize them. With such a man, you must employ a little trickery to make him want to protect you. Only then will he fall for you. Having realized this, Su Ningxue softened her tone and spoke. "Then, if you ever wish to pursue a relationship, just give me a heads up, all right?" Chu Feng paused, surprised at the effectiveness of his words. "Fine, I promise you." That Su Ningxue's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she nodded enthusiastically. She raised her pinky finger. "Pinky swear." Chu Feng regarded her for a moment before smiling back. "All right." They linked their pinky fingers, a pristine finger intertwined with a strong, fair one. Pinky swear, 100 years, never to change. After completing the pledge, Chu Feng continued, "I won't be fixing the computer. I need to tend to my bleeding lips." That Su Ningxue suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment." She turned to open the drawer and retrieved a golden card. "This is the money that Lu Ruyan and her friends owe you. I've helped you recover it." Chu Feng accepted the card, disbelief flickering across his face. It was astonishing that Su Ningxue returned it without any demands. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely before opening the door and stepping outside. That Su Ningxue's bright, sparkling eyes watched Chu Feng's silhouette disappear, a smile playing on her lips. Her beautifully arched eyebrows curved into a crescent moon, revealing the joy in her heart. She had seen the fleeting surprise on Chu Feng's face, understanding the principle of rewarding kindness with kindness. As for his statement about discussing romance with her, she dismissed it as mere nonsense. That if he were to date someone other than her, she would discreetly eliminate that person, ensuring that any romance would never come to fruition. The agreement they had just made felt like a warning bell. Whenever Chu Feng rang it, she would be ready to act. When the time came, she would ensure the girl he liked would be sent away. Returning to his room, Chu Feng marveled at himself, believing that he had managed to steer Su Ningxue in the right direction, unaware that this was merely his own assumption. Not long after he lay down, his good friend had already returned to school ahead of schedule. Ding Quan promptly called him. "Beep, beep, beep. Hey, phone girl, I've arrived at school. What do you say? Want to hang out?" Lying on his bed, Chu Feng considered that his family was still at home and that he had just returned. Feeling somewhat reluctant to go out, "That I'm a bit tired today. Perhaps we can reschedule?" Noticing Chu Feng's reluctance, Ding Quan quickly brought up Lu Ruyan. "Feng Ge, don't you want to see how Ruyan is doing as a princess now?" Chu Feng was aware that Lu Ruyan was working as a princess, a position he had indirectly helped her attain. "Why would I want to see her? That would just disgust me." Ding Quan, unfazed, replied, "Think about how she treated you before. That if you go, I guarantee you'll leave feeling refreshed." Chu Feng contemplated for a moment, recalling the disdainful expression of Lu Ruyan, which indeed dampened his enthusiasm. However, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to owe Ding Quan some money, and it would be quite convenient to repay him tonight. Very well, he thought, I shall go and see him this evening, and at the same time, return the money I owe you. Ding Quan replied. All right, I will pick you up tonight. Chu Feng chuckled. No, it will be I who picks you up. It will give you a chance to admire my new car. Ding Quan responded, okay, as the sun gradually descended outside. The entire sky was bathed in a golden hue. The last summer breeze swept through the sleepless city, and Chu Feng, driving his BMW, swiftly arrived at the entrance of Modi University, where he reunited with a long-lost roommate. He flashed his hazard lights, and Ding Quan promptly got into the car. Without uttering a word, Chu Feng retrieved 3 stacks of money from the side compartment and tossed them into Ding Quan's lap. This is the 20,000 you lent me, and the additional 10,000 is interest. Ding Quan was taken aback by Chu Feng's unexpected gesture. What is this? He exclaimed. Chu Feng, observing Ding Quan's bewildered expression, smiled and said, it's the money I owe you. How could you forget? Ding Quan picked up the 3 stacks of red bills, his face filled with confusion. 30,000? Wasn't it only 20,000 I lent you? Chu Feng started the car and replied with a grin. The extra 10,000 is your interest. Ding Quan swallowed hard, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet he returned 1 stack to Chu Feng. We are brothers. Why speak of interest? Chu Feng, while driving, reassured him. Fear not, my brother. I am quite wealthy now. Ding Quan paused, seemingly struck by a thought. Could it be that you were being kept by Su Ningxue? At this remark, Chu Feng nearly veered off the road, almost crashing into the flower bed. What do you mean by kept? This wealth is earned through my own efforts that I made over 200,000 from stock trading, multiplying my investments several times. No need for pleasantries, that is for the matter of writing novels. Chu Feng chose to keep that to himself, as the fewer who knew, the better. After all, if he were to write something that struck a nerve, it could lead to dire consequences. Ding Quan shook his head that a gentleman acquires wealth through righteous means. Chu Feng, once more picking up a stack of money, tossed it to Ding Quan, urging him to take it. Asking why there were so many unnecessary words, Ding Quan, with a resigned smile, stowed the money into his small handbag. Thank you, my benefactor. Before long, the two arrived at the grandest nightclub in Modu, the Platinum Han, where the minimum expenditure started at 20,000 at the time. The average salary in Modu was around 5,000, making it a place where ordinary people could only dream of entering for half a year. As soon as Chu Feng parked his BMW in the lot, a young security guard, noticing the luxurious vehicle, promptly approached to guide him to a parking spot. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the two directly reserved a lavish private room. A manager soon approached them, and after Ding Quan casually selected a woman from the album, he inquired, I heard there is a new campus beauty from Modu. Is that true? The manager, wearing a sycophantic smile, replied, It seems you two are here for her, right? You must be students of Modi University, eager to relive the days of yore with a former campus belle. Recently, several students have come to request her services. But I must admit her price is not low. 3,000 for an hour. He winked at Ding Quan. Chu Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively, growing impatient. Just bring her over for us to see first, the manager. Taking a moment to size up Chu Feng, noticed the BMW key that lay on the table and the extraordinary aura he exuded, quickly deducing that he was likely the heir of a prominent local company. Very well, he said before retreating. Ding Quan, relieved by Chu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, felt reassured. He was genuinely afraid that his good friend might rekindle old flames. How do you feel? Excited? Ding Quan asked with a mischievous grin. His intention in bringing Chu Feng here was simple. To help him finally move on in the past. Chu Feng had been the quintessential puppy, a role that was nearly unparalleled in all of Modu. Chu Feng waved his hand, chuckling. What is there to be excited about? I bear no twisted desires. I have avenged myself adequately and am merely here tonight to witness a spectacle. Were it not for Ding Quan, he would hardly have set foot in such a place. Just as Ding Quan was about to continue speaking, the door to the private room swung open. Chu Feng looked up and instantly recognized Lu Ruyan. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was clad in a revealing halter top that seemed to be merely 2 pieces of thin fabric stitched together, with a bow tied at the center of her chest, suggesting that with a gentle tug, the fade could be completely torn away. The entire ensemble was provocatively exposing, providing only the barest coverage. Her skirt had transcended the limits of a typical miniskirt. The lower it dipped, the more revealing it became. With a mere movement, she could display everything. Coupled with her heavy makeup, she was not just a campus beauty. She could rival even the streetwalkers upon seeing Lu Ruyan. Chu Feng refrained from mocking or gloating. He merely offered himself a sardonic smile. He could hardly fathom how the lofty flower he once desired had fallen to such depths. Yet he too had been foolish in the past, investing time, money, and energy into her, only to end up with little more than a few hand-holding moments. It was far less rewarding than the 3,000 he would now spend for a far more elaborate experience. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within him. As Lu Ruyan entered the room, she spotted Ding Quan immediately, while Chu Feng, lost in self-deprecation, remained oblivious to her presence. The manager instructed Lu Ruyan and her companion, "Be sure to entertain the guests well and ensure they enjoy themselves." After delivering his orders, he exited the room. Soon, the girl beside Lu Ruyan spoke up. "Hello, I am from Modu, a student at Longkai University. You can call me Xiaoye." Lu Ruyan, seeing her companion introduce herself, followed suit. "Hello, I am from Jiangcheng, one of the campus beauties at Modu University. My name is Xiaoyan, as long as the tips are generous. I am at your service." Before she could finish her introduction, Chu Feng, who had been staring down, finally lifted his gaze to meet Lu Ruyan's. That a faint smile graced his lips upon recognizing Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan's heart jolted with an intensity that left her breathless. Chapter 50. An unprecedented declaration in that instant. A wave of profound despair and humiliation washed over Lu Ruyan. The sensation was unbearable, and her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to flee. Just as she took a step back, the image of her father flashed in her mind, that if she did not earn at least 100,000 this month to cover her brother's medical expenses, a severe beating awaited her. The injuries of Lu Ruisong, Chu Feng's departure, the collapse of their home, and the burdens of Lu Jinhong all rested squarely on her shoulders, that if she failed to earn that sum each month, her fate would be sealed. Chu Feng observed the turmoil etched on Lu Ruyan's face, a smile that was both mocking and cruel appearing on his lips. That a girl glanced at Ding Quan, then at the exceptionally handsome Chu Feng, and in an instant, she knew whom to attend to. Xiaoye stepped forward, leaning against Chu Feng's shoulder, her small hands entwining with his arm as she gazed at him with longing. "Handsome, how would you like to play? Today, I am at your service for free." Chu Feng regarded the alluring face before him, then lowered his gaze to assess the situation. That if he were to describe it in 2 words, he could only exclaim, "Impressive." Seeing Chu Feng embraced by another girl, tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and a surge of unbridled anger ignited within her. She glared at Chu Feng, her voice laced with indignation. "Chu Feng, I never imagined you would stoop to such depths. How could you come to a place like this? You are truly filthy." "Ah." Chu Feng was taken aback, hardly able to believe his ears. Could a person who had chosen this life dare to call him out? He burst into laughter, then taunted, "You are out here selling yourself, yet you have the audacity to criticize me for merely having a good time? Who is truly filthy here? You have me in stitches. I haven't even mocked you, yet you're the first to laugh at me. What gave you such courage?" Chu Feng's scornful words struck with precision, piercing Lu Ruyan's heart. She crossed her arms defensively, her body trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. "You were never like this before. Why have you changed? You promised to protect me for a lifetime." In response, Chu Feng seized a glass of wine from the table and splashed it across her face. "Did I swear to protect you? Why have I changed? You have no idea how amusing this is. Should I have continued to grovel at your feet, like a dog devoid of dignity, at your beck and call, only to be discarded at will? Or should I continue to support your family, allowing you to drain my lifeblood, or wear the green hat you bestowed upon me while I was deceived into ruin? Lu Ruyan, I have come to realize you are infinitely more despicable than him. At least he was greedy for my money, yet he possessed a modicum of humility. You, on the other hand, wish to play the role of both a harlot and a virtuous lady. Your behavior is simply more beastly than his. You have truly epitomized the essence of shamelessness. At least G. Boda possesses a modicum of dignity. After having driven his own grandmother to her grave, he still had the audacity to confront you with a knife and demand an explanation. If I were in your shoes, I would have long since jumped into the Huangpu River to end it all. You cannot possibly believe that I take pleasure in berating you, It feels as though I am soiling my own mouth by uttering your name." Chu Feng's scathing words left Lu Ruyin trembling, her eyes darkening. Unable to maintain her footing, she collapsed to the ground. Yet, despite her predicament, Lu Ruyin's heart remained unyielding, her gaze pleading for Chu Feng to reconsider. In her eyes, he was the sole savior capable of liberating her from her suffering. She refused to believe that he harbored no feelings for her. After all, there was a time when his love for her ran deep. With tears streaming from her beautiful eyes like crocodile tears, she portrayed an image of exquisite vulnerability. "Chu Feng, I have never betrayed you. Although I was close to Ji Boda, I never shared a bed with him. I have preserved my purity for you all along." Chu Feng inhaled sharply, astonished by the audacity of her shamelessness. "Lu Ruyin, I truly wish to ask you, have you squandered your education on foolishness? Did your university experience blind you to the concepts of decorum and integrity?" His voice grew hoarse from shouting, his gaze blazing with anger as he fixed it upon the utterly despicable Lu Ruyin. Yet Lu Ruyin, despite being subjected to such vitriolic reproach, remained obstinately defiant, her eyes brimming with indignation that I merely made a mistake that any woman could make. "Can you not find it in your heart to forgive me just this once?" Chu Feng nearly lost consciousness from the absurdity of her reasoning. "How many times have you let others into your bed, and yet you dare to feign purity?" Lu Ruyin shuddered, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom how Chu Feng was aware of her past indiscretions. Nevertheless, she clung to hope, knowing that he was her only means of escape from the mire in which she found herself. She feigned innocence, wiping her tears as she sobbed. "He merely asked me to accompany him to sleep." Chu Feng regarded her as one might look upon a fool, realizing her explanation lacked credibility. Lu Ruyin persisted. "I did not wish for this to happen, and I sought help afterward, that I simply made a mistake that any normal girl might make. One should be more forgiving." The corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched in disdain. He could hardly believe that she considered herself human. "Do you not hear yourself? Is this truly the language of a person?" Seeing that Chu Feng had ceased his tirade, Lu Ruyin believed herself to have moved him with her fabricated narrative. She softened her tone. "I fought back at the time. I was a victim too. Can you not understand my plight?" Chu Feng spat at her in revulsion. "I have no sympathy for you." Undeterred, Lu Ruyin proceeded to manipulate him morally. "You a scoundrel. Setting aside the facts, I was entangled with Ji Boda. Even if I was at fault, do you bear no blame?" After her accusatory remarks, she softened her tone. "I truly love you. I cannot live without you. You still love me, don't you? Is it so wrong to be a little foolish? I promise I will change. Let us reconcile." Chu Feng scoffed at her pitiful plea. At such a moment, Lu Ruyin still dared to play the emotional card, as if she were some cherished prize. Lu Ruyin's outrageous declarations even drew the ire of Ding Quan, while Chu Feng grew weary of the banter. His mood had already soured after a confrontation with his mother, and the presence of Lu Ruyin only exacerbated his discomfort. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin's crass words left Xiaoyu utterly bewildered. Although she was unaware of the full context, the conversation had revealed enough for her to grasp the situation. She sighed inwardly, lamenting why she could not encounter a man like Chu Feng. The gentleman beside her was handsome, wealthy, and exceedingly gentle that as she contemplated this, she found herself inadvertently leaning against Chu Feng's arm, yearning to escape this sordid environment and focus on her studies. Unfortunately, her family's financial struggles forced her to earn quick money during the summer. Lu Ruyin's envy flared as she watched Xiaoyu flirt with Chu Feng. Her disdain evident as she glared at the two, she quickly reined in her contempt, stating, "I assumed that those who entered our line of work did so out of necessity. Moreover, when clients approach us, they are our gods, and it is our duty to serve them. The do you not understand even the most basic of etiquette?" Lu Ruyin glanced at Chu Feng, who remained silent, leading her to believe he still cared for her. She shot a disdainful look at Xiaoyu, inciting Ding Quan's ire. "Are you blind? We are here to sell ourselves, yet you act as though you are above it all. Lu Ruyin, do you not see that the wine glasses are all empty? Hurry and refill mine." Lu Ruyin shot Ding Quan a frosty glare before reluctantly walking over to pour the wine. She understood that while Ding Quan may be a subordinate, it was Chu Feng who held the true authority in this setting. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyin's attitude, Chu Feng lost all desire to drink. "Ding Quan, cancel Lu Ruyin's table that if she's here to do this, she has no need to act high and mighty." Xiaoyu's expression shifted when she heard Chu Feng's intention to dismiss Lu Ruyin. Mr. Chu, are you truly going to revoke her table? Chu Feng turned to Xiao Yu with curiosity. What happens if I do? Xiao Yu explained, if a princess is dismissed, she will be immediately terminated, losing her salary and benefits. Revoking her table would tarnish the nightclub's reputation. Upon hearing the words revoked table, Lu Rian's haughty demeanor evaporated in an instant. She knelt beside Chu Feng, clinging to his legs, looking utterly pitiful. Mr. Chu, you cannot revoke my table. If you do, no establishment in Modu will take me, and if I cannot earn money, my father will surely punish me. Chu Feng was taken aback by Lu Ruyan's desperate actions. As a newcomer, he had little understanding of such matters. However, as he looked down at her, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Get lost! He kicked her away without a shred of compassion. Lu Ruyan gazed up at the indifferent Chu Feng, a bitter smile gracing her lips as her body trembled. In the next moment, it seemed she made a monumental decision, her eyes flashing with determination. Chu Feng, you have always wanted me. Today, I shall grant you that wish. With that, Lu Ruyan gently tugged at the bow on her chest, lifting her miniskirt to reveal a vast expanse of flawless skin. As long as it brings you joy, you may have me however you wish. Crawling before Chu Feng like a dog seeking its master's affection, Lu Ruyan's demeanor filled him with disgust. What he had once yearned for now appeared so cheap in comparison. Get the hell away from me. If you are not ashamed, I am. As he spoke, he kicked Lu Ruyan aside, watching her fall to the ground without a shred of pity. Then he turned to Xiao Yu, speaking softly, sister, go attend to her. I'm heading home. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback before she looked at Chu Feng. Are you really going to revoke her table? Chu Feng glanced at Ding Quan, who seemed utterly dumbfounded by his actions. He could hardly believe that Chu Feng had truly stood up. With a light-hearted smile, Chu Feng feigned nonchalance. I'm going home. I have no desire to stay here. After stating his intention, he turned to Xiao Yu, instructing, you can go to her. I'm leaving. As he pushed past the women, Lu Ruyan continued to plead. Chu Feng, please don't revoke my table. I beg you. Chu Feng gazed at the weak and foolish individual before him, one who only dared to express anger towards those who cared for them. He found himself too weary to utter a word. Were he in Lu Ruyan's position, even without the means to pursue an education, he could easily find employment elsewhere, leveraging her beauty to secure numerous opportunities. Alas, she remained ensnared by the shackles of misguided filial piety throughout her life. With a swift kick, Chu Feng cast her aside, then opened the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang that left Lu Ruyan crumpled on the floor, feeling as though her heart had turned to ash. As Chu Feng departed, Ding Quan could no longer contain himself. He shed his facade and embraced Xiao Yu. Outside, Chu Feng took deep, labored breaths, feeling a sense of relief that in his previous life, he had married Su Ningxue rather than Lu Ruyan. As for Lu Ruyan's future, it was of no concern to him. Her decisions to seek a new life elsewhere were her own, and should her father strike her down, it would not affect him. His only current consideration was her stepmother, Feng Huimin, whom he sensed was not a virtuous person, that he pondered whether she would take the bait, that if he could secure a role for her in a production, he could leverage that to compel Feng Huimin to reveal who had bribed her to act as an informant. After dismissing Lu Ruyan, Chu Feng purchased the necessary items before driving home. Upon his return, he entered the hall to find his mother and two others enjoying fruit while watching television. That moment, Su Ningxue turned her gaze towards him as she heard the door open. Seeing her there filled Chu Feng with confusion as he contemplated. Hadn't Aunt Shin already gone home? Why is Su Ningxue still here at this late hour? He glanced at Su Ningxue, who was enjoying some cantaloupe, and quietly inquired, why aren't you going home? Su Ningxue took a piece of cantaloupe, chewed it thoughtfully, and replied, my mother rarely comes home. Today she returned for a day and then went back to the office. She practically lives there, being such a busy person. She stood up, took another piece of cantaloupe, and approached Chu Feng. Where have you been wandering tonight? Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a strong perfume on him, and her delicate features visibly hardened. Chapter 52. Not a single garment touched by another woman. Chu Feng met Su Ningxue's fiery gaze and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt that I returned some money today. The funds I borrowed for stock trading. Su Ningxue, observing his evasive demeanor, quickly pieced together the situation. However, with her mother present, she needed to maintain her composure. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled before opening them again to speak softly. You should go take a shower. You've had a long day. Chu Feng had anticipated a scolding, but was surprised when she merely stated this. "All right," he replied, ascending to the second floor to retrieve his laundry before heading to the bathroom. However, upon reaching the door, he found Su Ningxue was already waiting. "Take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you," she said coldly. Chu Feng shook his head and softly replied, "No need. I can just toss them in the washing machine myself." As he spoke, he scrutinized her expression. As Su Ningxue's fists were clenched tightly, she threatened in a low voice, "Either you strip, or I will assist you." Feeling the escalating tension, Chu Feng timidly suggested, "Can I just undress inside?" With a terrifying glint in her eyes, Su Ningxue raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to his rear. "Get moving." Immediately, Chu Feng flung open the bathroom door, hurriedly disrobed, and slipped his clothes through the gap. Upon receiving the garments, Su Ningxue noticed only two pieces. "Where's the other one?" She called out, "Do you need that too?" He shouted from within. Without further ado, she counted 2. In the next moment, the final piece was handed over. After receiving it, Su Ningxue let out a cold huff and strode away with his clothes. She then found a lighter in the kitchen and exited the villa as she was about to leave. Gu Luotian called out from behind, "Xiaoxue, where are you taking those clothes at this hour?" Su Ningxue turned to face her with a radiant smile. "Aunt Gu, these clothes are ruined. I'm taking them to discard." With that, she stepped outside to a nearby empty space and ignited the pile. Not a single garment touched by another woman would remain, as she stared at the flames. Her beautiful eyes flickered with the dancing light, and she seemed to contemplate something before turning away. Returning to the hall, she sat on the sofa, watching Gu Luotian before suddenly speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. "Aunt Gu, Chu Feng was just out gallivanting." Gu Luotian trembled upon hearing Su Ningxue's words, and she immediately began to berate him. "Indeed, when men have money, they often stray. Don't worry, Xiaoxue. Aunt Gu will certainly teach him a lesson. The reputation of the Gu family cannot be tarnished by him." As she spoke, she moved closer to Su Ningxue, clasping her small hand tightly. As Su Ningxue's eyes brightened. This was precisely the reaction she desired. "Aunt Gu, please be careful not to be too harsh. It wouldn't be good if you hurt him. With school starting soon, how about I give him a lesson in moral education instead?" Gu Luotian considered her words for a moment before responding, "Very well, since you are more educated than I am. You can handle his education tonight. Tomorrow, I'll get you some cosmetics as a token of gratitude." Su Ningxue quickly declined. "That wouldn't be right. Chu Feng has been like a brother to me since childhood. I don't want him to go astray. Once he returns, I will give him a proper lesson in moral values." She pondered for a moment and felt it necessary to give Gu Luotian a heads up. "Aunt Gu, if Chu Feng misbehaves, I hope you won't mind if I take matters into my own hands." Gu Luotian earnestly grasped Su Ningxue's hands and said, "I've never laid a hand on him because I've spoiled him too much. If you can be firm with him, I would appreciate it. He has been too pampered, and if he continues this way, he may struggle when faced with real-world challenges. I entrust you to guide him. A little hardship will benefit him in the long run." Just as they were speaking, Chu Feng emerged from the bathroom, only to discover that his clothes were missing from the balcony. He intended to inquire but fell to piercing. Icy gaze directed at him as he stepped into the hall. Turning to look at Su Ningxue, he saw his mother's face frozen in a cold glare. What on earth had transpired? Chu Feng glanced between his mother and Su Ningxue, sensing impending doom as he forced a smile. That moment, Su Ningxue narrowed her eyes at Chu Feng, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she anticipated the unfolding drama. Gu Luotian suddenly glared at him with ferocity. "Chu Feng, have you been out gallivanting today?" Seeing the expression on his mother's face, Chu Feng instantly recognized that he was in deep trouble. He trudged forward, attempting to explain with the same old excuses. "Mom, I was just discussing business. How could I be out gallivanting?" Bang! Gu Luotian slammed her hand on the table. "Listen here, Chu Feng. Stay away from places like clubs. Think about your ex-girlfriend. You can't control the world outside." Hearing his mother's words, Chu Feng felt an unsettling sense of deja vu. This was precisely what Su Ningxue often lectured him about. Realizing his mother was scolding him due to Su Ningxue's report, he wore a pitiful expression. "Mom, I truly didn't. I was just returning some money I borrowed for stock trading." Su Ningxue, noticing his woeful demeanor, suppressed her laughter and said softly, "Aunt Gu, Chu Feng might genuinely have just gone to return the money. However, the presence of too many women at the location might have caused him to come back in such a state." Let's just keep an eye on him from now on. I will provide him with a lesson in moral education to correct his values. There's no need for punishment. Listening to Su Ningxue's audacious defense, Chu Feng felt a surge of indignation and wanted to shout, "What do you mean I need a lesson in moral education? You're the one who needs it. Your values are all twisted." Seeing her brother still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Chu Yunqi stepped in. "Brother, you should brace yourself. Make sure your novel doesn't go on hiatus." Chu Feng looked at his sister, bewildered. What in the world is going on? Before he could finish, Su Ningxue seized the moment, grasping his collar with intensity. "Chu Feng, it's time for your lesson." She rose to her feet, determined to drag Chu Feng upstairs. The mere thought of attending a class with Su Ningxue made him tremble uncontrollably. "Mom, do hit me instead." Gu Luoxing nonchalantly turned her head away, completely disregarding her son's plight, seeing his mother's indifference. Chu Feng turned to his sister, shouting, "Sister, hurry and call the police. Call the police." The mention of the police made Su Ningxue pause at the stairway, tugging at Chu Feng's collar with a glint of coldness in her eyes. "Chu Feng, what is this? Do you wish for the police to arrest me? After a summer apart, have you grown some wings?" She added with a smirk, "I hope you can still be this defiant later on." Chapter 53. The Flamboyant Scoundrel. "You really dare to hit me." Su Ningxue pulled Chu Feng into her room, shutting the door behind them, pinning him against the bed, with a swift motion of her left hand. She tapped the table, illuminating a purple ambient light that enveloped the room in a hazy atmosphere. That a young woman in a pink nightgown and a delicate young man in a light blue nightgown faced each other, the air thick with an ambiguous tension. Chu Feng, pinned against the bed by Su Ningxue, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. "Sister, weren't we supposed to have a morality class? This IST right?" Su Ningxue lifted his chin with her hand, her delicate foot resting on his abdomen, her beautiful eyes flashing with madness. "With whom did you go out on a date tonight? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I swear my foot will strike your very soul." Chu Feng's expression turned grim as he replied in a low voice, "I didn't go out with anyone. I merely returned a debt. I didn't even have a drop of alcohol." Su Ningxue, noting the unwavering determination in his gaze, realized he spoke the truth but was unwilling to let him go. She then smiled softly. "I believe you, but as a punishment, you shall obediently be educated by me for the next few days." As her foot moved away, a heavy weight lifted from Chu Feng's chest. He gazed up at Su Ningxue, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "That Su Ningxue, do you really think you can match my mother? I can't defeat her, let alone you. Be sensible and let me go." Su Ningxue's eyes widened in surprise. Placing one foot on his chest, she leaned closer, her arms crossed in mockery. "Let me tell you, even if I were to beat you to a pulp right here, your mother wouldn't utter a word." As she spoke, her delicate foot slid down to his abdomen. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, a hint of rebelliousness creeping onto his lips. But he could no longer tolerate this. Having been bullied by Su Ningxue in his previous life was one thing, but in this life he had to stand his ground. "That if you don't step aside, I will." He clenched his right hand tightly, slamming it down on the bed with a loud thud, attempting to warn her. Seeing Chu Feng's futile anger, Su Ningxue placed another foot on the bed, sitting atop his sculpted abs. She slowly lowered her head, her soft body leaning closer. "What are you going to do? Do you dare to hit me? Can you even bear to?" She pinched his face playfully, continuing, "Have you gained some weight?" Chu Feng pushed her hands away and retorted coldly, "Don't think that just because my mother is on your side, I won't dare to hit you. Get off." After being pushed away, Su Ningxue immediately embraced him, resting her head against his chest. "If you want to leave, you must first pass my test." Her tone was gentle, laced with a hint of seduction that stirred the imagination of any man. With one hand pressing against her forehead, he struggled to free his other arm from her grasp. "Let go of me. Didn't we agree not to get physical today? Hurry and let me go. Don't force me to resort to violence. I won't care who you are." Su Ningxue gazed at Chu Feng's relentless struggles, her lips curling into a slightly alluring smile. "Hit you? I could never bring myself to strike my dear brother." As she spoke, she tugged at his nightgown, exposing his robust chest, pressing her face against it, listening to the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat. Every time she heard his heartbeat, a peculiar sense of calm washed over her. Listening to Su Ningxue's tantalizing words in her restless hands, Chu Feng realized that if he didn't resist, he might be completely at her mercy tonight. that he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the AI. Su Ningxue lifted her head, her eyes locking on a Chu Feng's darkened expression, which was now overshadowed by a mix of fear and anger. Yet she remained unfazed, pursing her lips into a smirk. "What's this? Do you still want to hit me?" After asking, she continued to press her advances. In response to her audacity, Chu Feng gritted his teeth, intertwining his fingers and delivering a sudden punch to her head. Bang! "I've wanted to do that for quite some time, just because a tiger doesn't roar." "Do you really think I'm a sickly cat?" With that punch, the pent-up anger within him dissipated significantly. It was his first time hitting Su Ningxue, and it felt incredibly satisfying. The moment his fists connected, Su Ningxue's carefree demeanor suddenly stiffened. When she regained her senses, her phoenix eyes flashed with fury as she bellowed, "You little brat! You really dared to hit me! You scoundrel! How dare you?" After her outburst, she launched an elbow strike at his abdomen, her limbs wrapping around him like an octopus. She opened her mouth to bite down hard on Chu Feng's shoulder. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Chu Feng gasped in pain, shouting, Mom, Sister Ningxue is biting me." Downstairs, Gu Luoxing paused at Chu Feng's cries, then continued munching on a slice of melon, unfazed as she resumed watching television. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Ningxue bit down harder, fueled by the resentment of having been left alone at home all summer while Chu Feng went out to play. The pent-up frustration was unleashed through her pristine teeth, and only when she tasted blood did she finally relent. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng grabbed her neck, his eyes wide with fear as he scolded. "Are you a dog or something?" Hearing Chu Feng's insult, Su Ningxue locked her gaze onto him, her eyes sharp and exuding an air of superiority. All right. Not only do you dare to hit me, but you also dare to insult me, that if I don't discipline you now, you might end up tearing down the roof or worse, putting a green hat on me in the future." She stood up, pulled open a drawer, and grabbed some powder, tossing it at Chu Feng's nose. "What the hell is this?" Chu Feng shouted angrily, attempting to flee the room, but Su Ningxue was swift, clinging to his leg, refusing to let him escape. They remained locked in this struggle for over a minute, until a wave of weakness slowly washed over Chu Feng, causing him to collapse in Su Ningxue's grasp. With a cold smile playing on her lips, Su Ningxue held onto his wrist with one hand and wrapped the other around his waist, her gaze strikingly beautiful and deep. "Little Feng, where do you think you're running off to? Is my big bed not safe enough for you?" As she spoke, she guided him towards a bed, fetching a thin chain to bind him. "Let us see how you plan to escape now." After securing him, Su Ningxue regarded Chu Feng with the hungry gaze of a wolf eyeing a tender lamb, her eyes gleaming with a frightening crimson hue. Chu Feng met her aggressive gaze, fear flickering in his dark eyes. Sister Ningxue, before he could finish, she ruthlessly tore open his nightgown. Chapter 54. Who told you to touch other girls? Witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, Chu Feng summoned all his strength, snapping the iron chain that was as thick as his pinky. After training for over 3 months, his physical prowess was now capable of matching that of seasoned fighters. The moment he broke free, he pushed Su Ningxue's face away, which was poised to kiss him. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the room, the sound resonating in the air, shattering the once intimate atmosphere. Chu Feng, reeling from the impact, looked at Su Ningxue in disbelief, his mouth moving but no sound escaping, resembling a wronged little boy. That a flicker of pain crossed Su Ningxue's cold eyes, yet her expression showed no remorse. She gripped his chin, speaking icily. "What are you struggling for? Am I not worthy of you, Chu Feng? In terms of beauty, I rank among the top 3 at Magic City University, that I could support you for a lifetime. And my love for you is as vast as the heavens. Or do you prefer the likes of that shameless Lu Ruyan? Or perhaps you find joy in wearing a green hat? Which of the women outside is not enamored with your wealth? Even if they do not covet your riches, who among them is genuinely sincere and unconditionally kind to you? In this world, aside from Gu Yi, who could possibly treat you better than I do?" Chu Feng stared blankly at Su Ningxue, realizing the truth in her words, that in this world, apart from family, there is no one he can trust unconditionally. This reflection inevitably drew his thoughts to Lu Ruyan from the club, the woman who had left him battered and bruised. That in comparison to Lu Ruyan, Su Ningxue was undoubtedly a million times better. In Chu Feng's heart, at the very least, he knew that Su Ningxue would not harm him. Upon understanding this, The resistance in his hand gradually fell away, no longer struggling that Su Ningxue, observing Chu Feng surrender. Slowly curved her lips into a breathtaking smile, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Lu Ruyan is quite the pawn. Her performance has exceeded my expectations that in just over half a year, I've nearly achieved the desired outcome. Then, she cupped Chu Feng's slightly flushed face with her hands, leaned down, and pressed her enticing pink lips against his. The so-called restraint that Chu Feng had maintained was ultimately shattered by her words. He finally released the fist he had been clenching, resigning himself to close his eyes. Perhaps this is what it means to find a home. In the last life, he encountered her, and so it is in this one. Su Ningxue's assertive kiss felt achingly familiar to Chu Feng. In his previous life, when he had entered her car, she had similarly pressed him down and kissed him forcibly. To outsiders, Su Ningxue appeared as an aloof goddess, a flower of the snow-capped peaks. Yet only Chu Feng knew that behind closed doors, she harbored a ravenous desire for him. That as time slowly passed, Su Ningxue showed no intention of releasing Chu Feng. Today, she was determined to impart a lasting lesson, making it clear that the women outside were off-limits, lest the consequences be dire. Gradually, Chu Feng felt as though his brain was on the verge of combustion. Thinking had become an impossible task, and merely maintaining his consciousness required immense amounts of oxygen. His chest began to rise and fall violently, and he wished to urge Su Ningxue to ease up. Yet the words were trapped on his lips. And then, that in the end, as he wished to shout for mercy, only a series of incoherent sounds escaped him. Finally, just as Chu Feng was about to lose consciousness from lack of oxygen, Su Ningxue relented and released him. Jiu Luoxin glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 in the evening, time to prepare for bed. She approached Su Ningxue's door and gently knocked. Xiaoxue, it's quite late now. The education session has gone on long enough. Let Chu Feng return to sleep. Inside the room, Su Ningxue suddenly heard her mother's voice, causing her to shiver, her heart racing. How could I have lost track of time? If Annie discovers this, I might have to go home. Thinking this, Su Ningxue hurriedly stood up, instinctively glancing at Chu Feng, who lay on the bed, a beautiful smile gracing her lips that moment. Chu Feng was indeed bruised and battered. Moreover, the old wounds on his lips had yet to heal, and Su Ningxue had just reopened them, causing them to bleed once more. All right, Annie, Su Ningxue replied, averting her gaze. Once Chu Feng finishes this reflection essay, I will let him go. As she spoke, she began to unlock the chains, and once free, she playfully pinched Chu Feng's face, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she softly praised, Sister is truly growing fonder of you, my little darling. After being freed from the chains, Chu Feng looked at the sickly sweet girl before him with a complicated expression. Hearing the term darling caused his mind to momentarily stall. The recent torment had abruptly reminded him of his nightmarish marriage with Su Ningxue. Initially, he thought she was salvageable, her affliction relatively mild. But after the recent ordeal, he realized how deeply her twisted nature was concealed that if she were to fully unleash herself, she would undoubtedly become utterly unhinged. In his previous life, during the early days of their marriage, Su Ningxue had been quite gentle, her deranged tendencies only blossoming as time went on. Now, if he continued down this ambiguous path, he feared he'd find himself ensconced in a villa once more, a mere plaything for her amusement, isolated from the world. The thought sent a cold sweat down his back. With that realization, Chu Feng swiftly jumped from the bed, eager to escape Su Ningxue, return to his room, and pack his belongings to move back to school. However, as he attempted to leave, Su Ningxue rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, seizing the moment to solidify their relationship. She leaned in, whispering sultrily in his ear. Stinky little brother, look, we've kissed so many times. Shouldn't you call me wife now? Her voice was low and filled with seduction, and as she finished speaking, a crimson hue spread rapidly from her face to her neck. The mere sound of her words sent a shiver down Chu Feng's spine, that he understood that if he complied, he would likely have to stay the night. Thus, he dared not utter a word. Instead, he pushed her delicate hands away, the tenderness and warmth they shared moments ago swiftly transforming into indifference and coldness that don't even think about it. How do you intend to handle this? Su Ningxue's gaze turned icy. Her pale hands already wrapping around Chu Feng's neck, that a faint, dark glow emanated from her, chilling the air around them. Chapter 55. Silly son, you don't even know how to enjoy soft rice. Chu Feng yanked her back onto the bed with a swift motion. Look what you've done to me. My chest is covered in claw marks and bite marks. Even my lips are torn. And you still want me to call you wife? Dream on. He turned and gave Su Ningxue the middle finger, flinging the door open and bolting out of the room. That Su Ningxue, watching Chu Feng leave with an expression of shamelessness, felt a rush of anger and indignation, calling out, Chu Feng, you're done for. Once I catch you, I won't hesitate to hang you up and teach you a lesson. Just as Chu Feng was about to retort, he stepped outside and found his mother leaning against the wall. The Jiu Luoxing surveyed her son, noting his torn lips and disheveled appearance. Son, you didn't do that, did you? You're still young. Focus on your studies and remember to take precautions. She approached him, patting his shoulder, her eyes filled with encouragement. Chu Feng nearly stumbled at his mother's blunt words. Mom, the weather's a bit dry today. My lips just cracked. The Jiu Luoxing, hearing this, playfully slapped his arm, scolding, You little rascal. If you did it, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, don't blame your mother for being harsh. A real man must own up to his actions. Realizing further explanations were futile, Chu Feng resigned himself, saying, You can ask Su Ningxue if you don't believe me that I'm going to bed now. With that, he turned and shut his door behind him. Jiu Luoxing watched him leave, confident her son would not lie about something significant. She sighed softly. This silly son, Xiaoxue, is not only beautiful, but also kind, that if you two could become a couple, I'd say you were lucky. Yet here you are, treating her like a cat dodging a mouse, while she has been nothing but good to you. Silly boy, how can you not see the benefits of a wealthy woman? A golden opportunity is right in front of you, and you don't even know how to seize it. Back in his room, Chu Feng began packing his things. The next day, around 8 or 9 in the morning, he donned a mask and slung his backpack over his shoulder, watching his mother bustling in the kitchen. Mom, I'm heading to school. The Jiu Luoxing turned, puzzled. Isn't there still 2 days until school starts? Chu Feng shrugged. That I can't find inspiration at home. I want to go write my novel at school. Understanding that she couldn't interfere with her son's creative process, Gu Luoxing nodded. All right, but remember to come back for dinner on the first day of school. Aunt Shin will be returning too. We can all gather. Seeing his mother's approval, Chu Feng readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Just as he turned to leave, he found himself face to face with Su Ningxue, who appeared to have just woken up. After last night's escapades, she had enjoyed a full night of sweet dreams. Her long hair cascaded down, and her fair complexion had a hint of rosy glow, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. So eager to return to school. Are you trying to avoid me? Su Ningxue arched an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. Yet to Chu Feng, that smile felt like a demon mocking an ant attempting to escape hell. Sister Ningxue, goodbye, Dad. I'm heading back to school. He had no desire to explain himself to her, attempting to slip away. But Su Ningxue suddenly pinned him against the wall by the door, claiming him with a forceful kiss. Chu Feng's expression morphed into one of shock, and once he regained his wits, he pushed Su Ningxue away, lowering his voice. Have you lost your mind? My mother is still inside. He gazed at the smiling Su Ningxue before him, his face awash with terror. Yet Su Ningxue remained unfazed. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened the album, and turned the screen towards Chu Feng, her expression beaming with delight as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chu Feng, don't you think Annie would be absolutely thrilled to see this photo? As she spoke, she playfully reached out and flicked Chu Feng's chin with her finger. Chu Feng stared at the picture on the phone. Though dimly lit, he could discern a man and a woman within it. Once he recognized the image, his eyes nearly bulged out as if they were in a boxing match. Did you take this? Staring at the exceedingly intimate photograph, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling that evening before the summer vacation. Was it taken that night before summer break? He stammered, attempting to snatch the phone from her grasp, but Su Ningxue swiftly pulled it back. Nodding, Su Ningxue replied earnestly. Indeed, it was that night. Do you wish to delete the photo? Chu Feng regarded the good sister before him with skepticism, convinced that Su Ningxue would not let him off easily. Noticing his silence, she gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Stepping closer, her cheeks flushed as she gazed intently at her dear brother. Let us play a game right here, as long as Annie doesn't come out. If you kiss me for a minute, I will immediately delete the photo. Upon hearing this proposition, Chu Feng's expression turned to one of indignation. Ready to leave, most, his mother would scold him, and he could simply refuse to return home. If he were to kiss her here, it would surely lead to Su Ningxue making increasingly outrageous demands in the future. Before long, he would find himself ensnared, a mere toy in her hands. Seeing Chu Feng about to walk away, Su Ningxue stepped forward and grasped his wrist, whispering, "If that doesn't work, you could always accompany me for a couple of days." At her words, Chu Feng halted. Turning to face Su Ningxue, his brow furrowed. "Just one day." Su Ningxue, noticing his attempt to bargain, raised her offer. "Tonight and all of tomorrow." Chu Feng regarded her, saying flatly, "I'll choose the location." Su Ningxue arched her brow, peering into the depths of his dark eyes, sensing he harbored some mischievous intent. "You pick tonight, but I choose tomorrow." Chu Feng nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his gaze. "However, I must say this. If you try to escape tonight, I will certainly flee from your choice tomorrow." Su Ningxue maintained her nonchalant demeanor, chuckling. "If you run tomorrow, I'll demand you confess your feelings for me publicly at the New Year's Eve party on the football field." Chu Feng dismissed her words with indifference, unwavering even if the sky were to fall, no problem. Once the sound of their footsteps faded entirely, Mother Gu relaxed her ears, which had been perked up in the kitchen. That evening, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Chu Feng drove his BMW to a bustling night market street. With a car at his disposal, he vowed never to ride in Su Ningxue's vehicle again. For doing so would hand the reins of control to her. Should Su Ningxue choose to drive him to some desolate area and suddenly declare, "Oh no, the car broke down. Let us find a hotel to stay for the night," it would spell disaster. Before long, Chu Feng found a parking spot, and as they exited the car, they were greeted by a vibrant array of barbecue stalls and food vendors lining the street, teeming with the essence of human warmth. The moment Chu Feng stepped out, his appetite was piqued. On a late summer evening, with the gentle breeze blowing, indulging in some skewers was simply irresistible. He soon led Su Ningxue to a barbecue stall rich in exotic flavors from the western regions. Su Ningxue walked along, frowning. Having grown up, she either ate at home, at Chu Feng's residence, or in upscale restaurants that to her. The food from roadside stalls was laden with hextech, likely to lead to weight gain, breakouts, and ultimately a shorter lifespan. When she saw Chu Feng stopping at a small stall, she tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Hey, is it really okay to eat here? There is a small restaurant right across the street. Why don't we go there instead?" Chapter 56. "You're a girl. Are you really going to eat this?" Chu Feng understood the implication of Su Ningxue's words. She wanted him to leave. He cast a glance at the skewers and large chicken wings, a smirk forming on his lips. "Boss, let us have 5 of these and 5 of those, along with a bowl of snail and duck foot stew." The barbecue vendor replied cheerily, "Sure thing. You two handsome folks, feel free to take a seat over there while I prepare your order. I'm just a simple guy who craves a taste of home. If you can't handle it, feel free to head back," Chu Feng said, striding towards an empty table that Su Ningxue stood rooted, her delicate hands clenched tightly, watching his retreating figure with a cold huff. She wouldn't easily concede. It was utterly ridiculous to think he could scare her away like that. Glancing back at the stall, her eyes lit up. "Boss, I'll have 2 of those as well." As Chu Feng settled down, he assumed that Su Ningxue, having been pampered all her life, wouldn't enjoy such places. Yet he was taken aback when he saw her ordering from the stall as well. Soon, Su Ningxue joined him at the table. Before sitting down, she pulled out a few wet wipes and meticulously cleaned the stool and table. Observing her actions, Chu Feng chuckled. "You clearly think it's dirty here. Yet you insist on staying to eat. That I don't quite understand." That Su Ningxue removed her hair tie, gathering her hair into a neat ponytail. "That if you can eat it, why can't I?" Chu Feng replied, "I am from the southern regions. My father used to make these kinds of snacks for me all the time when he was around." That Su Ningxue propped her chin on her hand, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "That I ordered a lot of good stuff for you just now." Chu Feng glanced around, noticing many eyes drawn to their table. That it was inevitable. With Su Ningxue's exceptional grace and stunning beauty, she stood out like a swan among ducks in the bustling barbecue street. Before she even sat down, she had already captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Before long, the dishes Chu Feng had ordered were served, and he offered a skewer of lamb to Su Ningxue. "Try this. It's far tastier than what you'd find at home." Su Ningxue hesitated for a moment, then took another wet wipe. Accepting the lamb skewer, looking at the golden brown meat, its unique aroma tantalized her senses, and she couldn't resist taking a bite. The flavors of cumin and chili exploded on her palate. After chewing, She nodded in approval that it's indeed quite delicious. The vendor soon brought over Su Ningshue's order, saying, "Here you go, miss. 2 lamb kidneys, 2 pork kidneys, 2 dozen oysters, 5 pork tails, 5 lamb tails, and a plate of chives. Is there anything else you need?" Su Ningxue raised 2 fingers, softly saying, "Let us add 2 bottles of beer." The burly men at the adjacent table, drinking beer, cast a knowing glance at Chu Feng's table. Their expressions filled with meaning. Indeed, having a cherished wife is no remedy for the woes of life. Chu Feng coughed lightly, eyeing the lavish array of food before him, astonished at the sight of this petite vixen. "Wait, you're a girl. Are you really going to eat all this?" Su Ningxue shook her head gently, a playful smile gracing her lips. "What do you mean? I ordered all this for you. You ran away last night at 11. Don't you think you need to replenish your energy for stamina?" As she spoke, she flashed a mischievous grin. The patrons at nearby tables exchanged knowing smiles with Chu Feng, and even the barbecue vendor shot him a sympathetic glance. Chu Feng observed the spread of food, chuckling to himself that in his past life, Su Ningxue had often concocted soups with similar ingredients for him, but she eventually realized that the nourishment didn't keep up with the energy expended, leading her to seek out a remedy to help him regain his health. Before long, Chu Feng had devoured a substantial portion, which left the men at the neighboring table feeling inadequate, wondering just how famished one must be to consume so much. In truth, Chu Feng had always relished such fare, having grown up in the Guangxi and Guangdong regions, where such robust culinary styles were prevalent. When his father was around, they often indulged in such meals during the New Year celebrations. Seeing Chu Feng handle such hearty fare effortlessly, Su Ningxue was thoroughly impressed to go ahead and eat. "I wonder if you'll be able to sleep tonight." She opened a bottle of beer, pouring 2 glasses and handing one to Chu Feng. "Cheers to our delightful night ahead." Chu Feng accepted the beer, raising his glass. "Here's to our beautiful lives." He downed the drink in one go. There was simply something exhilarating about feasting on barbecue while sipping beer. Meanwhile, the barbecue vendor glanced at the charmingly poised owner, still bustling about. "Youth is truly a blessing. I'd rather grill barbecue than return home to watch television, then I must be getting old." Just as they were enjoying their delectable barbecue, a slightly inebriated young man clad in a black t-shirt approached them, flanked by 2 burly friends. The young man leered at the stunning Su Ningxue, grinning as he said, "Hey there, beautiful. I just passed by and was captivated by your beauty. Could you share your contact information with me?" Su Ningxue tilted her head to gaze at the inebriated man, her countenance illuminated by a clear and radiant smile. "That my boyfriend is right here. And he certainly would not approve of me sharing my contact information with others." Upon finishing her statement, she arched an eyebrow teasingly at Chu Feng. The drunken man immediately turned his attention to Chu Feng, sneering, "Oh, I see. Just a poor little pretty boy. With such a beautiful girlfriend, you actually bring her to eat street food? Truly laughable." His words sparked discontent among the onlookers, many of whom had been intending to indulge in their meal peacefully and were now inclined to retort. Chu Feng calmly took a bite of his beef skewer, smiling at the drunken man. "That a guy without a girlfriend. What else can you do besides drowning your sorrows in alcohol? This stunning woman chose to accompany me to a street stall for barbecue. Can you say the same?" In just 2 sentences, Chu Feng struck a nerve with the inebriated man, who began to berate him furiously. "You better watch your mouth. Do you know who I am? My cousin is Qin Yu from the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. That my name is Su Ning, so you better step aside and let go of your woman." Upon hearing the name of the Qin family, Chu Feng instantly understood why the 2 men beside the drunken man did not intervene. He was emboldened by his connections. And what if I refuse? You think that would make me look cowardly? What can you do if I don't comply?" He cast a playful glance at Su Ning, for while Chu Feng preferred to avoid trouble, it did not imply that he was intimidated. However, upon hearing the name of the Qin family, the faces of those around them shifted dramatically. That a few young men who had considered stepping in now retreated, as the reputation of the 4 great families in the Magic City was formidable. Their influence pervasive. Wealth, to them, was merely a trivial figure. Each of these families possessed fortunes in the trillions, their status in the Magic City unassailable. The crowd looked at Chu Feng with a mix of apprehension and admiration. Observing that Chu Feng remained unfazed, Su Ning suddenly seized an empty bottle from the table, intending to hurl it at Chu Feng's head. "Watch out!" Su Ningxue cried out as she stood up. Chapter 57. An unexpected thrill, but what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. Chu Feng sidestepped the incoming bottle and, with a swift Tai Chi move, struck the man back, sending him crashing into the two men behind him. Ouch! That hurts! Su Ning felt a wave of nausea and collapsed to the ground, violently expelling the Mao Tai she had consumed earlier at the restaurant. Chu Feng turned to regard the trio with a cold demeanor. If you have any sense, you'd best return home and sleep it off. After delivering his scathing remark, he resumed eating his lamb skewer as if nothing had occurred. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "All right," and applause erupted from the onlookers. "Bro, you're amazing. Now that's a real man." The display of masculinity drew admiration from the crowd, as they respected his defiance against authority. Some timid individuals, witnessing their girlfriends being bullied by the powerful, felt emboldened to speak up only when they saw others rallying in support. Otherwise, they remained silent, proving to be utterly useless that Su Ningxue, observing the calm demeanor of Chu Feng, felt her heart race inexplicably, her fair cheeks flushing a lovely shade of red as she inwardly mused, "My man is simply dashing." The two men beside Su Ning realized that Chu Feng was likely a skilled fighter and dared not provoke him further. Adhering to the adage that a gentleman takes his time to exact revenge, they promptly escorted Su Ning away. Following this brief interlude, the night market continued to buzz with life. After finishing their late-night snack, Chu Feng gently laid the unconscious Su Ningxue in the car, his face a mask of exasperation as he silently criticized her. She ordered the drinks, consumed the least, and yet managed to get herself inebriated the fastest, leaving him utterly speechless that if his own friends behaved this way, he would have no choice but to scold them. Upon returning home, Mother Goose scolded Chu Feng for allowing Su Ningxue to get drunk before permitting him to ascend the stairs. Once upstairs, he carefully set Su Ningxue down, muttering under his breath, "If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink." What a hassle that as he turned to leave, he noticed she had yet to remove her shoes. "Hey, you haven't taken off your shoes either," he remarked, moving forward to grasp her shoes. To his surprise, Su Ningxue's foot recoiled, as though it were an automatic shoe-removing mechanism. Just as he finished removing her left shoe, her right foot extended toward him, that he gently grasped it, and the shoe slipped off effortlessly. "Are you pretending to be drunk?" He tossed the shoes aside and turned to leave, only to be startled as Su Ningxue abruptly sat up in bed, gripping his wrist. "Chu Feng, I haven't taken off my clothes yet." Chu Feng forcefully shook off her grip, resolutely stating, "Not happening." With that, he strode out of Su Ningxue's room. After taking a shower, Chu Feng comfortably lay down on his bed to sleep. But just as he was about to drift off, he sensed another presence beside him, that in the dead of night, half awake and half asleep, he felt as though someone had suddenly joined him under the covers. When he reached out to touch, it felt like a head, sending a jolt of shock through him. Isn't covering up with a blanket enough to ward off ghosts? His sudden movement startled Su Ningxue awake. "Chu Feng, don't move," she murmured, snuggling closer to his arm. "That's Su Ningxue," he exclaimed, yanking his arm away and leaping out of bed to turn on the light. On the bed, Su Ningxue lay on her side, dressed in a thin bamboo green nightgown. Her alluring curves now free from constraint, enticingly revealed in the soft glow of the light. Her delicate legs were intertwined, her petite feet glimmering like a piece of warm jade. This sight ignited a flicker of heat in Chu Feng's abdomen, but he quickly suppressed it. "Get out," he coldly commanded Su Ningxue. She remained silent, merely pulling the blanket over herself and patting the space beside her. "Come, let us sleep together." Ignoring his presence, Su Ningxue's indifference fueled Chu Feng's anger. "That if you continue to sleep here, I can't guarantee my hands and feet will remain respectable." Su Ningxue was well aware of his insinuation. Yet she did not believe he had the audacity to act on it. "Oh, really? Then come on," she replied with a playful smile. During his relationship with Lu Ruyan, Chu Feng had only held her hand a couple of times at most. After their breakup, she would often initiate contact. He had never taken the initiative. This demonstrated that Chu Feng was a man with desire, but lacking the courage to act. Realizing that a gentle approach was futile, Chu Feng devised a bold plan. "All right, you asked for it." He stepped to the bedside, abruptly flinging back the covers. Before Su Ningxue could react, he seized her arm and pinned her down. Chu Feng's speed was astonishing, catching Su Ningxue off guard, leaving her momentarily dazed. This intensely intimate position sent her heart racing. "Oh no, I ordered too much late-night food." What if tonight turns into something else? Chu Feng, how about we just sleep together tonight? And I won't need you to accompany me tomorrow. As she spoke, a hint of panic flickered across her exquisitely delicate face. She was unprepared for this moment and preferred to be in control rather than passive. Chu Feng noticed the fleeting panic in her expression and responded with a barely contained grin that I'll add another condition. You must not disturb me at home. Otherwise, Su Ningxue gazed into his eyes, sensing a hint of amusement. Just as she thought he was merely trying to intimidate her, he had already unfastened one of her buttons. When Su Ningxue still failed to acquiesce to his request, he unbuttoned another, as the neckline gaped wider. Chu Feng couldn't help but glance up at her flushed face, marveling. Tonight's moon is indeed large and round. Chu Feng, you can't do this, Su Ningxue protested, her embarrassment evident as she bit her lip. Chu Feng blew a breath of warm air toward her, and seeing her fear only made him chuckle more freely. What are you going to do about it? You barged into my room, climbed into my bed. Aren't you just asking for it? As he spoke, he gradually lowered his body, feeling her soft form beneath him, causing both to shiver at the contact. Su Ningxue immediately closed her eyes and shouted, All right, I agree. Relieved by her acquiescence, Chu Feng sighed and grabbed a nearby blanket, rolling Su Ningxue up like a spring roll. What are you doing? She exclaimed, taken aback. Chu Feng turned off the light and crawled back into bed, smiling at her. Just keeping you company while you sleep. Good night, that is Su Ningxue. Suddenly found herself both amused and infuriated that it dawned on her that Chu Feng's previous antics were undoubtedly feigned. In the darkness, her mind replayed the domineering way he had pinned her down, causing her heart to race incessantly. The thrill of such unexpected excitement was intoxicating that if I refuse him, will he know I cannot allow a man to dominate me like this. Should he ever waver in his affections, I would be left in the dark that I must take control. Lost in her thoughts and comforted by Chu Feng's presence beside her, Su Ningxue soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 58. Is my wife calling me? As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room. Wife, stop teasing, Chu Feng murmured, stirring Su Ningxue from her peaceful sleep. She blinked in disbelief, questioning whether she had merely imagined his words. Wife, Chu Feng repeated, his brow furrowed, seemingly haunted by visions from a past life, due to their current proximity. Su Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her heart raced, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Is he really calling me wife? She fixated on his supple lips, an inexplicable urge to taste them overwhelming her, yet her immobility left her merely gazing in longing. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, igniting a restlessness within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, Chu Feng awoke, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. Thank goodness it was just a dream, or was it? He quickly released her, whispering, the service of companionship ends here. After saying this, he walked toward the bathroom. Once dressed, he found Su Ningxue already sipping morning tea in the hall. Chu Feng joined her for breakfast, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Ningxue was subtly smiling at him. Her gaze laced with something more. This made him quite uncomfortable, but thankfully, the previous night had passed without incident, allowing him to enjoy a day of rest. After breakfast, he returned to his room to continue writing, which constituted his primary source of income. The day unfolded simply, yet it left Chu Feng feeling somewhat disoriented. With Su Ningxue around, the sudden tranquility of life felt strangely unfamiliar. However, reflecting on the previous night, he concluded that although Su Ningxue, the lovesick girl, was tempted by his physique, she was still somewhat shy about the matter. What puzzled him was that in his past life, her affliction had only manifested after their marriage. Yet now, just after her freshman year, it seemed to have begun that it was indeed perplexing. Moreover, had she been stimulated by something recently, the progression of her condition appeared to be accelerating. The next day, Chu Feng slept soundly until midday, only to be stirred by lively chatter in the living room. Shin Qingyu had returned and was chatting with Gu Luoshin and others as Chu Feng descended the stairs. He noticed Shin Ai and his mother engaged in conversation. Upon hearing footsteps on the stairs, Shin Qingyu turned, her smile warm as she greeted. Xiao Feng, you're only just getting up? Hurry and finish breakfast so you can head to school. Okay, Chu Feng replied, donning his pajamas to join them for a leisurely meal filled with congratulatory remarks. Just as he thought everything was running smoothly, he began to tidy up his belongings while Su Ningxue casually took a shower. When he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked downstairs, He was taken aback to see Su Ningxue dressed in a white long shirt and a knee-length black skirt, looking every bit the enchanting high school girl, innocent and captivating. Her slender legs and flawless figure were accentuated by the white shirt, creating a perfect silhouette. Her exquisite beauty needed no makeup. She was a vision of grace. Chu Feng recognized the shirt immediately. It was the custom outfit gifted by Shin Ayi. Gu Mu's expression darkened slightly upon seeing Chu Feng's attire. Son, why don't you go take a shower before heading to school? Chu Feng paused, perplexed. Why should I wash up? At that moment, Shin Qingyu chimed in. Xiao Feng, it's the outfit Annie gave you. Go wash up and try it on so Annie can see how it looks. Chu Feng instantly understood their intentions, shrugging in resignation. But I haven't washed my clothes, yet, the Gu Luoshan chimed in, retrieving a bag with a playful smile. That no worries. Mom washed them for you a couple of days ago. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Chu Feng realized that not wearing the outfit would be out of the question. Fine, he conceded, heading upstairs to change. After a quick shower, he slipped into the custom black jeans and white long shirt. Feeling incredibly comfortable, the quality of the tailored clothing was exceptional, and he imagined it cost a pretty penny. Descending the stairs, he stood beside Su Ningxue, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, one tall and handsome, the other beautiful and captivating. Gu Mu and Shin Mu exchanged glances, nodding in approval. The two truly seemed perfectly matched. Chu Feng, sensing that lingering any longer would lead to further complications, declared, Mom, I'm heading to school. He grabbed the car keys and his backpack from the table, but Gu Mu interjected. You can't park at school, don't you know? Su Ningxue nodded in agreement. Regular students can't park. Only the student council president is allowed a parking space. Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue, reluctantly placing the keys down. Sister Ningxue, when do you plan to leave? I want to hitch a ride in your car. He thought that once they arrived at school, he could quickly change back into his own clothes in the dormitory. Shin Qingyu, with a bright smile, interjected, I'll be driving her car today. I just lent mine to someone else yesterday, so I'll drop you both off. Realizing time was of the essence, she ushered them out to her vehicle. The car swiftly arrived at the entrance of Modi University, where Shin Mu, observing the bustling crowd, stopped to let the two out a short distance away. Upon exiting, Chu Feng was surprised to see Su Ningxue with two large suitcases. Xiao Feng, Xiao Shui may need to stay on campus for a while. Your mother and I will be traveling abroad for some time. That's why she brought extra luggage today. Please help her carry it to her dorm. Thank you in advance. Shin Qingyu said, shutting the door before Chu Feng could respond, and sped off, staring at the two suitcases on the ground. Chu Feng wore a bewildered expression, ultimately opting for the larger one and dragging it toward the school gates in Modu, where fashion was inextricably linked to modernity. Both boys and girls donned trendy attire. Here, anyone dressed in a less fashionable manner would likely be whispered about as a country bumpkin. As Chu Feng stepped out of the car, he and Su Ningxue walked side by side toward the entrance. Chu Feng, overwhelmed by the flow of people, felt his eyes almost pop out at the sight of countless long legs adorned in black and white stockings, as well as an array of short skirts and backless tops. In this stylish metropolis, such attire would be celebrated rather than criticized. Noticing Chu Feng's wide-eyed astonishment, Su Ningxue playfully stepped on his foot, her voice dripping with jealousy, that if you keep staring, your eyes are going to pop out. This scoundrel! I am 1,000 times more beautiful than those flashy girls. Chapter 59. It's all a scheme. Chu Feng shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted lightly, I enjoy it. It's none of your business. My eyes are mine to use as I please. Bystanders watched the little jealous Su Ningxue and the nonchalant Chu Feng with envy and disdain, just as the two were bickering. Yin Xie and her sister had just exited a car, making their way toward the school. Yin Qingyu, dragging a suitcase, suddenly felt a spark of recognition, her captivating eyes spotting Chu Feng within the throngs of people. Hey Chu Feng, she called, hastening to catch up with him. Chu Feng turned to face her, greeted by the familiar sight of the two sisters. Yin Qingyu wore a light-colored ensemble, while Yin Xie donned jeans and a white t-shirt. Accompanied by a strikingly beautiful female bodyguard, Chu Feng's gaze fell to Yin Qingyu's upper body, momentarily blinding him with her stunning figure. Goodness, this girl is a knockout. Definitely more voluptuous than the mature Su Ningxue. Beneath her skirt, her long, flawless legs were a sight to behold. Her exquisite face, with arched brows and heart-stopping eyes, could ensnare anyone's heart with a mere smile. That it's you. Long time no see, with great difficulty. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze, casting it aside with a faint smile. Yin Xingyue stepped forward, glancing at Chu Feng before turning her attention to Su Ningxue, instantly captivated by her striking appearance. Beneath that aloof and stunning exterior lay an aura that seemed to ward off strangers. Who is this elder sister? Yin Xingyue glanced once more at the insignias on the clothing of Chu Feng and Su Ningxue, and suddenly enlightenment dawned upon her. Elder sister, are you Chu Feng's sister? She inquired. Ahem. Chu Feng cleared his throat lightly, confirming, Indeed, she is my neighbor's elder sister. Su Ningxue's phoenix-like eyes bore into Yin Xingyue with hostility, reminding her of the previous warning to keep her distance from Chu Feng. At that moment, Yin Xingyue approached from behind, smiling at both Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. That Su Ningxue was taken aback. Twins? Her gaze shifted to the headlights of the car. Shouldn't these twins look somewhat similar? Why does one exude youthful vitality while the other appears pure and adorable? Moreover, is this contraption not Hextech? While Su Ningxue was momentarily dazed, Yin Xingyue astounded everyone with her words. Chu Feng, you ran off so quickly during the summer vacation. I haven't had the chance to repay you yet. I was hoping you could stay at my house a few more days. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue slowly turned to face Chu Feng. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, nearly crushing the silver shell in her grasp. That wasn't this guy supposed to be out working to earn money during the summer? What kind of benevolent soul goes to someone else's house to work? Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue. Her exquisitely beautiful face wore a smile, yet it emanated an unsettling chill jealousy again. Let us save our conversation for when we get to school. The sun is still rather intense. Chu Feng yearned to distance himself from the group. As the atmosphere felt exceedingly uncomfortable, Su Ningxue glared at the tall girl before her, her eyes sharp like swords, wishing to instill fear. But Yin Xingyue merely blinked at her curiously. Elder sister, do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Xingyue chuckled beside her. Sister, let us head to school and check in first. Yin Xingyue nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Feng before waving goodbye. Chu Feng, I'll take my leave now. We shall meet again after school begins. After the two departed, Su Ningxue pinched Chu Feng's arm fiercely. Who on earth was that? Aren't you going to explain? Chu Feng shrugged, nonchalantly responding, What is there to explain? Our relationship is merely that of ordinary friends, apart from the fact that she is my neighbor's sister. With that, he strolled towards the school gate. Choosing to ignore any discussions about the matter, Su Ningxue stamped her foot in frustration. You Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked ahead, paying no heed to Su Ningxue's indignation. This moment, he felt completely unassailable in his previous life. He would have been soft-hearted, unable to retort, akin to a victim of a tyrant's oppression, that if he had dared to speak to her in such a manner back then, he would have undoubtedly faced the consequences. This sensation, it must be said, was exhilarating. That it was reminiscent of the time when the oppressive landlord tortured the peasants. And suddenly, upon liberation, one could unleash a torrent of accusations without fear of retaliation. A twisted psyche is like a spring. The weaker you are, the stronger it becomes. That as long as one remains steadfast, devoid of vulnerabilities, one can subdue it completely, rendering it powerless. Soon, Chu Feng arrived at the school gate. But just as he believed everything was proceeding smoothly, he noticed several volunteers regarding him with peculiar expressions. Every year, when new students enroll, numerous senior students fixate on the fresh faces, but they are not there merely to help. They are all single individuals from the first and second years yearning for romance. Hello, President Su. A girl from the student council suddenly waved at Su Ningxue. That Su Ningxue responded politely upon entering the campus. Chu Feng observed many familiar faces casting glances in his direction, their gazes imbued with hostility. That I don't believe I've committed any heinous acts. Why do they look at me as if they wish to end my life? Chu Feng pondered silently as he walked. Just then, Ding Quan spotted Chu Feng and hurriedly approached him. Hey, Fenggo, long time no see. Upon noticing Su Ningxue beside him, he quickly added, Fenggo, is this your girlfriend? Chu Feng's lips twitched slightly to no. Ding Quan, still puzzled, inquired, Then why are you both wearing matching outfits? Chu Feng replied, It's just the same brand. Ding Quan asked again, So where are you headed? Chu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. I am just helping her carry her luggage to the dorm. Ding Quan exclaimed in surprise, No way, you're kidding, right? After hearing Ding Quan's comment, Su Ningxue smiled and nodded at him. This guy is doing quite well. Chu Feng's expression darkened. Get lost. He turned away, dragging his suitcase behind him. Yet throughout the journey, he couldn't shake the odd feeling that others were eyeing him curiously. Suddenly, it hit him. This was all a setup orchestrated by Aunt Shun. First making him wear matching outfits, then sending them both together to disembark to prevent him from escaping, all under the pretense of helping Su Ningxue with her luggage. Just the walk from the school gate to Su Ningxue's dormitory would undoubtedly attract numerous acquaintances. And by then, rumors would spread that he was fawning over her. His identity as a sycophant would inevitably resurface, especially since he had previously been a sycophant to Lu Ruyan. Damn. He had fallen into a trap. He never expected the schemes of this mother-daughter duo to be so intricate. Chapter 60. This rascal is chasing the campus belle. Isn't he? The university dormitory area consisted of a single road. Chu Feng resided in Building 3, while by a stroke of luck, Su Ningxue was in Building 6, diagonally across from his dormitory. The entire journey was a test of endurance for Chu Feng. As many people passing by recognized them, point one was a rare and devoted sycophant in the city, and the other was a high-profile beauty. Their pairing was indeed a rarity at long last. He reached the girls' dormitory building. A casual glance revealed several individuals stealthily taking photos. Finally arrived that he set down his suitcase and turned to leave, but Su Ningxue stepped forward, blocking his path. "What are you doing? I've already brought your luggage down." Chu Feng frowned slightly. Su Ningxue instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "Would you really let a delicate girl like me carry these two towering suitcases upstairs alone?" Chu Feng pointed to the sign that read Girls' Dormitory. "Can I even enter?" Just as he finished speaking, a male volunteer was seen assisting a new female student with her suitcase into the building. Su Ningxue pointed at the male and smiled. "It seems there are a few floors above designated for new female students, which means boys can enter." Within seconds, as news spread that Su Ningxue would be residing on campus, students from nearby dormitories rushed out to take a look. When the boys saw Su Ningxue's beauty, their eyes widened in disbelief. That isn't that Su, the campus belle. She's actually living on campus. The boy beside him exclaimed, "Isn't that Chu Feng? I heard he just broke up with Lu Ruyan last semester. And now he's with Su Ningxue after just one summer. This rascal is chasing after campus beauties, isn't he? Doesn't he think he can only date pretty girls?" Hearing the increasing murmurs around them, Su Ningxue felt elated. "Yes, let everyone know about our relationship. Let the entire campus think that you, Chu Feng, are pursuing me. Little Chu Feng, you'll never escape my grasp." As Chu Feng observed the growing crowd of upperclassmen and the cacophony of discussions, he steeled himself and entered the building, fearing he might end up making the school news if he lingered any longer. Su Ningxue watched his retreating figure with a sly smile. Soon, the two entered the elevator, and numerous girls cast glances at Chu Feng. Upon arriving at Su Ningxue's dormitory, he dropped off his suitcase and swiftly made his exit. Once inside the dorm, the three girls residing there stared at the unexpected arrival of Su Ningxue in astonishment. "Ningxue, you're actually living on campus? Isn't your home quite close to the school?" The girl who spoke wore glasses and had long wavy hair cascading to her waist. She was a big sister figure named Feng Shunan. Su Ningxue spread her bedding on the bed and smiled. "With the heavy academic load in my second year, I plan to learn some third-year material as well, so I can free up time to take over the family business in my third year." "Wow, a strong woman. Ningxue, I'm begging you to support me." Another girl approached her, wrapping her arms around her, and teasingly said, "Gao Yuanyun, your boyfriend is so wealthy, and yet you still want me to support you?" After Su Ningxue neatly arranged the quilt, she playfully pinched the cute girl with shoulder-length hair beside her. "Was that person just now your admirer or your boyfriend?" The girl sitting across the bed couldn't help but start gossiping. "How about you guess? Liang Xiaomei?" Gao Yuanyun gently blinked her eyes, looking at Su Ningxue with curious anticipation. In truth, she was also quite eager to know whether that person was indeed Su Ningxue's boyfriend. Her suggestion for the dormitory to guess was merely a way to verify it indirectly. After all, topics among female college students invariably revolve around such matters. Upon hearing the conversation shift to Chu Feng, Su Ningxue felt a surge of inexplicable anger at the thought of that adorably oversized girl from earlier. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes, yet she maintained an air of haughty indifference. "Boyfriend? Not quite it all depends on his future actions." "What?" The three girls exclaimed in unison, as if they had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. That moment, Feng Shunan suddenly spoke up. "Wasn't that person your neighbor's brother?" "Chu Feng? Could it be that after breaking up with Lu Ruyan, He immediately turned around to pursue you? What a disgrace. Treating my Ningxue like that, Su Ningxue remarked, flicking aside a stray lock of hair in annoyance. She felt that he was merely momentarily dazzled by his ex-girlfriend, but his subsequent revenge on her had been quite severe. Gao Yuanyuan, observing silently, eventually broke her silence after a brief pause. That's so, Ningxue. What do you think of him? Su Ningxue affectionately ruffled Gao Yuanyuan's hair and smiled. He's decent. We've reached a certain understanding. He pursued me for an entire summer, and our families have met. They are quite optimistic about us. What? How could such a prize cabbage be approached by this pig? Gao Yuanyuan exclaimed, shaking her arms vigorously. The other 3 female roommates were equally astonished that if their parents were supportive, this was not just a passing affair. That Su Ningxue, in response to their reactions, merely smiled slightly. What she had stated was indeed true. Both families held a favorable view. However, as for the rest, she had only spun a minor tale. She was aware that her words would undoubtedly spread among her roommates. By then, it was likely that few girls at the school would harbor any thoughts about Chu Feng. She was also cognizant of her mother's plans, yet she wished to add a bit more intrigue. Meanwhile, upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Feng felt somewhat numb. He had truly become a minor celebrity among the male students. After all, his public display of helping Su Ningxue with her luggage had been exceedingly conspicuous, especially since they wore matching outfits. Just as he lay on his bed in a daze, the dormitory door was suddenly flung open. They wouldn't dare chase me all the way here, would they? He thought, glancing up to see 2 men entering, one dragging a suitcase. One of them had a stylish perm and appeared to have a rebellious charm, entering while puffing on a cigarette. Wow. Huang Zhentian. Weren't you living off campus with your girlfriends? Why are you back? Chu Feng asked, bewilderment etched on his face. He had a distinct impression of this roommate, who was known for spending his time wooing girls, earning the nickname Little Cannon King. He had dated over a dozen girls in a single semester and was the son of a Shaanxi coal magnate. Huang Zhentian replied nonchalantly, I got tired. Chu Feng then turned to the other slightly chubby fellow. Lan Qi, why are you back at school too? Lan Qi placed his suitcase down and replied, this semester, I have evening classes 5 days a week. My home is at least 10 kilometers from the school, that if I had to take the bus home every day after class, it would be exhausting. Last year, we only had evening classes twice a week, which was manageable. After Huang Zhentian finished tidying his bed, he flicked the ash from his cigarette and said with a grin, Chu Feng, I heard someone say you're pursuing Su Ningxue. Did I guess it true? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. She's my neighbor and childhood friend. I was just helping her with her luggage. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Just as he was speaking, Ding Quan walked in through the dormitory door. Upon seeing his long-lost roommates, he froze for a moment before turning to Chu Feng and saying, Chu Feng, bad news. Li Xia is looking to get back at you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xia pushed past Ding Quan, flanked by 2 imposing men over 6 feet tall, brandishing batons menacingly toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng, Su Ningxue is not someone you can pursue. That if you know what's good for you, stay away from her. Huang Zhentian glanced at the trio at the door, frowning deeply as he said in a low voice, What? Do you intend to start something here? The 3 men looked up, immediately taken aback by Huang Zhentian's fierce demeanor. Meanwhile, Lan Qi sat on a chair, casting a cold glance at the trio. Li Xia, undeterred, casually swung his baton. And if we do, are you planning to report to the teachers or something? Chu Feng, recognizing the defiance in their stance, knew that if he did not teach them a lesson today, they would undoubtedly continue to trouble him in the future. Thus, he leaped off his bed and approached them, with his 3 roommates standing resolutely behind him. Although Chu Feng did not feel particularly enamored with Su Ningxue, he could not allow others to trample over him. What relationship I have with Su Ningxue is none of your business. Who do you think you are? He fixed his dark gaze on Li Xia, his expression impassive, yet an aura of danger emanated from him that made even the 2 towering men feel a twinge of fear. To Li Xia, who had the mindset of a 30-year-old, facing this 19-year-old college student felt akin to confronting a child. Li Xia sensed the perilous energy radiating from Chu Feng, but understood that he was compelled to act now. Get him, he commanded, and the 3 men raised their batons to strike. However, observing their initial move, Chu Feng let out a cold laugh and deftly evaded their attacks, that he then delivered a swift kick to one man's groin, causing him to double over in pain. With a swift maneuver, he incapacitated the second man, while his 3 roommates lunged forward to subdue Li Xia, delivering powerful kicks. Trash, You think you can compete with my brother Feng for a girlfriend? Su Ningxue belongs to my brother Feng. After a sufficient thrashing, they finally released him, and Chu Feng called for the four of them to return to the dormitory. The commotion was resolved quickly, and the conversation shifted back to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, come clean. Do you have feelings for Su Ningxue? Yeah, Chu Feng, your love rival has come knocking. The one to stir the conversation was naturally Ding Quan, who was eager to play matchmaker for his buddy and Su Ningxue. Setting aside other factors, childhood sweethearts, the aloof campus beauty, and a rich girl, any ordinary person would dream of such a relationship. Moreover, Su Ningxue and Chu Feng checked all those boxes. Chu Feng, observing his three roommates' reactions, realized that their conspicuous display of companionship would inevitably lead to trouble that he anticipated that rumors would soon spread. We're just neighbors and friends. Our families have a good relationship, and I was merely delivering her luggage. Ding Quan interjected, but why did I see you two wearing matching outfits today? Chu Feng glanced at Ding Quan, genuinely questioning whether this guy was a spy. His trivial matter with Su Ningxue seemed to capture his undivided attention. What matching outfits? They're just imported clothes. My mom happened to send us the same ones. You can't possibly think I have a relationship with my sister, can you? Chu Feng regarded his roommate's incredulous expression with indifference, leaving them to their own beliefs that he then turned to Huang Jintian. Brother Tian, why are you back in the dorm instead of living with your girlfriend? Huang Jintian sighed deeply, lit a cigarette, and inhaled sharply. That's a long story. You all must know Wu Mingming from the accounting department. Ah, the one who looks exceptionally sweet. Huang Jintian nodded. Yes, but don't be deceived by her sugary appearance. During the summer, I lived with her, and after that first night of drinking, I woke up to find myself tied to the bed. What followed was a month of daily torment, with my rest time never exceeding 4 hours. Thankfully, I managed to sneak a note downstairs when she let her guard down and called the police. He paused, taking another drag of his cigarette. Who would have imagined that such a sweet girl could be so deranged? At this moment, for reasons unknown, a figure suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Just as they chatted until around 7 in the evening, Su Ningxue sent a message to Chu Feng, asking him to come along to buy daily necessities. However, Chu Feng knew full well what her intentions were. Why don't you invite your roommates? I need to write. Su Ningxue hesitated for a moment before fabricating an excuse. But my roommates have isolated me. They won't accompany me. Chu Feng glanced at the message on his phone, merely smiling faintly. Even without a roommate, as a senior, he should be able to make a trip to the supermarket for some daily necessities. What a joke. Farewell, I must return to my writing. Upon reading this message, Su Ningxue felt her heart surge, and her face turned slightly ashen. Very well, do not think that returning to school grants you an escape from my grasp. Tomorrow, let us see if you have the audacity to remain in your dormitory. The next day, fearing that Su Ningxue might be waiting for him, Chu Feng opted not to even step outside his dorm room, choosing instead to wait for his roommate to return with food. As anticipated, Su Ningxue spent the better part of the day admiring the view from the balcony, yet she never caught sight of Chu Feng. All right, let us see if you dare to skip class tomorrow, she muttered as she turned back to her room. Then on the third day, when classes officially commenced, Chu Feng found himself seated at the back of the lecture hall, soon realizing that he was once again short on funds, relying solely on writing novels to make ends meet. Naturally, depending entirely on novel writing at this stage would not lead to wealth. He had set his sights on the upcoming 2008 Olympics in the capital. By then, spectators from across the globe would converge to witness the games, and some individuals had made millions within just a few months that if one were to consider the most lucrative business, it would undoubtedly be running a high-end restaurant. After all, those attending the Olympics would be affluent patrons. As he pondered this, the instructor cleared his throat twice. Class, we have an outstanding exchange student from the United States who was transferred into our program. Please welcome her with applause. All eyes turned towards the podium at the sound of the teacher's voice. Chapter 62. Is he being isolated? Perhaps I should keep him company to the podium. Yin Qingwei stood in a fitted long dress, her snow-white arms gracefully positioned before her. Beneath her arched brows, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled like water, while her rosy lips were full and inviting. Her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, glimmering under the lights like precious pearls. My goodness, what a stunning young lady. She bears a striking resemblance to Inse. Did she grow up on milk and honey? How can someone possess such beauty? The students below buzzed with excitement, whispering amongst themselves as they commented on Yin Qingwe's appearance. Just as they were discussing, the instructor gestured for Yin Qingwe to step forward and introduce herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yin Qingwe, and I am an exchange student from the United States, hailing from the capital." Her voice was sweet and melodious. The instructor responded, "Yin, why don't you find a seat for now?" Yin Qingwe nodded, her gaze sweeping across the room until she spotted her sister, and then Chufeng seated at the back. Why is he sitting alone back there? Is he being isolated? Well then, I shall keep him company. With all eyes upon her, Yin Qingwe gracefully approached Chufeng and sat beside him. What? How did this beautiful girl end up sitting next to him? Just the other day, he was walking with Su Ningxue. Why do all the attractive girls seem to gravitate towards him? How selfish. Leaving no scraps for others, the crowd lamented in despair. Chufeng paused for a moment, taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why this girl was sitting next to him when her sister was right in front. Yin Qingwe tugged at her dress and looked at Chufeng with her clear eyes. "May I sit here?" Chufeng smiled lightly, shrugging slightly. "Feel free. It's not like I own this spot." With his consent, Yin Qingwe's eyes sparkled with delight as she settled beside him. Chufeng, noticing her presence, chose to ignore her, returning his attention to his computer. His foremost priority was to earn his first pot of gold quickly so that he could start building momentum. The next 3 years were his only opportunity to rapidly expand. After 3 years, he would be married to Su Ningxue, and he was woefully unaware of external developments. Chufeng spent most of the class lost in thought, yet he still had no clear ideas. Asking his mother for help was obviously out of the question, and pursuits such as novel writing would only waste his time. Indeed, without a system, rebirth was a steep uphill battle, even for an ordinary person. Rebirth without changes in wealth and power made it exceedingly difficult to amass a fortune. Yin Qingwe rested her chin on her hand, her brows slightly furrowing as she frequently glanced at Chufeng. He hasn't spoken to me even once during this class that a flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes at this thought. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Across the room, Su Ningxue had finished her early class and, with no classes scheduled thereafter, decided to visit Chufeng's classroom to surprise him. University classes were typically conducted in pairs, but there would be a brief break of about 10 minutes in between, after which there would be a large recess. Su Ningxue quickly made her way to Chufeng's classroom. As she arrived at the entrance and glanced inside, she noticed a girl seated next to Chufeng. The male students in the class stirred with excitement at Su Ningxue's sudden appearance. Just as Chufeng was closing his laptop, the sound of confident footsteps echoed from the front, and Su Ningxue's voice followed suit. "Chufeng." Chufeng looked up and immediately spotted Su Ningxue, striding towards him. "Oh no, what is she doing here?" In the next moment, Su Ningxue sat down beside Yin Qingwe, her delicate hand propping up her chin as she gazed at Chufeng. "Chufeng, I came to find you. Are you happy?" As she spoke, she lifted her foot and stepped down hard on Chufeng's foot. Chufeng winced, unsure of how to respond. The gaze of nearly every male student in the class turned to the back of the room, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. "Chufeng, when do you introduce me to your new classmate?" Su Ningxue's eyes glinted with frost, as cold as ice. Before Chufeng could respond, Yin Qingwe turned her head, staring blankly at Su Ningxue, and suddenly spoke. "Are you Chufeng's sister?" Su Ningxue was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words that if she admitted it, it would imply that Chufeng was her brother, thereby debunking the rumors that had circulated just days prior. If she denied it, it would suggest she was pursuing Chufeng, placing her in a dilemma. However, she quickly came up with a response that I am Chufeng's childhood friend, the kind of close relationship between a boy and girl. Yin Qingwe clenched her fists, perplexed. "Sister, is it all right for me to sit next to Chufeng?" This statement, in Su Ningxue's ears, transformed into "Sister, I'm about to steal Chufeng from you. You surely won't mind. Will you?" Chufeng felt the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, prompting him to announce, "I'm going to the restroom." Just as he attempted to rise, Su Ningxue raised her hand and forcefully pushed him back down, coldly stating, "Hold it in for now." Su Ningxue's sudden appearance filled the once serious classroom with palpable tension. Ding Quan and Huang Jintian stared at Su Ningxue in astonishment. So this is the unattainable beauty. She truly surpasses that vase, Lu Ruyan, by countless degrees. They glanced over at Yin Qingwe, who was nearly at the level of a campus goddess, particularly with her soft and adorable qualities. One could only say that both women had their own merits. However, there was an unmistakable air of rivalry brewing. Xie watched her sister and the coldly elegant Su Ningxue with a grave expression. She had initially intended to arrange for her sister to share classes with Li Jingyao, but had acquiesced to her sister's insistence to be in the same class. She had thought her sister wanted to stay close, but it seemed she was entirely focused on Chu Feng. Chu Feng glanced at Ding Quan and Huang Jintian, desperately blinking his eyes as if pleading for assistance. However, Ding Quan dared not speak up. Fortunately, it was the portly Lan Qi who came to his aid, calling out, "Chu Feng, the instructor just called you to the office. Why aren't you going?" Instantly, Su Ningxue's lethal gaze shot towards Lan Qi. This made Lan Qi feel a shiver run down his spine, as if he were under the watchful eye of a tiger. "Oh dear, this is a dire situation." Chu Feng internally screamed, while maintaining an awkward smile towards Su Ningxue. "The teacher has something to discuss with me." That he then turned to Yin Xingyue. "Yin Xingyue, could you please make way? I need to go to the office." Yin Xingyue studied Chu Feng intently, her gaze flickering. Serene and obedient, before softly responding, "Of course." She stood up, creating a path for Chu Feng to exit. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude with a nod, quietly stepping away as Yin Xingyue settled back down. Su Ningxue shot a glance at Yin Xingyue. Her voice icy. "Could you please sit elsewhere?" Yin Xingyue looked at Su Ningxue with her clear eyes and replied gently, "Why?" Su Ningxue gazed at the simpleton before her, her wariness significantly diminished. However, she still needed to devise a strategy to keep this fool away from Chu Feng. Subsequently, she rose and took a seat on the very bench where Chu Feng had just perched. Now when Chu Feng returns, he'll have no choice but to sit beside me. As Su Ningxue felt the warmth emanating from the seat. A flush crept onto her cheeks. 20 minutes swiftly passed, and the instructor had arrived, yet there was no sign of Chu Feng. Growing a tad impatient, Su Ningxue glanced at the computer on the desk, her small hands instinctively opening it. Observing her actions, Yin Xingyue, seated nearby, cast a curious glance in her direction. Chapter 63, I am not that. Su Ningxue quickly located the writer's assistant in the taskbar, clicking on it to reveal over 100 chapters of unpublished work. This fellow has amassed such a plethora of drafts without publishing a single one. Meanwhile, Yin Xingyue was momentarily taken aback by the title of the novel on the workstation. Wasn't this the very novel her sister was perpetually following? On the other hand, Chu Feng stood in the restroom. Realizing class had commenced, he pulled out his phone, intending to send a QQ message to Ding Quan inquiring if Su Ningxue was present. However, just as he was about to hit send, he hesitated, flipping the message to send it to Lan Qi instead. Something felt off about Ding Quan. He seemed overly concerned about my connection with Su Ningxue. Moments later, Lan Qi replied, "She is playing on your computer." Chu Feng, "Thank you." With a soft sigh, he exited the restroom. Just as he was about to return to the classroom, he noticed the back door of the adjacent classroom was ajar. Thus, he decided to attend a class next door, planning that Su Ningxue would think he had left and surely depart. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng quietly slipped through the back door and took a seat nearby. Upon settling down, he realized he was next to a middle-aged man with a square face and graying hair, who held a pen in hand and appeared to be jotting down notes on a form. The middle-aged man, startled by Chu Feng's sudden appearance, admonished him in a hushed tone, "You've arrived late after 2 classes. Make sure to attend on time next time, and don't forget your books." He glanced disapprovingly at Chu Feng's empty hands. Chu Feng observed the man's attire and deduced he was likely a supervisor here for an impromptu assessment of teaching quality. Just as he was about to explain himself, the middle-aged man's authoritative gaze silenced him. "No talking. Just focus on the lesson." At the front of the class stood a tall, voluptuous woman who appeared to be no older than 30, delivering a lecture on advanced mathematics. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a fitted women's suit, her skirt stopping at her knees, revealing a glimpse of her delicate calves, complemented by stylish black high heels. Chu Feng instantly recognized her as a quintessentially composed and alluring instructor. The female teacher soon wrote a complex math problem on the board. "All right, students, this is the type of problem we will be studying today. Take a moment to ponder it." Her cool voice carried a hint of seduction, making it easy for the young men in the room to develop a crush on her. As time ticked away, 10 minutes passed swiftly. The teacher, having assessed the problem, stood up and tapped the chalkboard twice. "Students, I see this problem indeed poses some difficulty. Allow me to explain." Just then, the supervisor seated next to Chu Feng interjected. Lin Laoshi, it's essential to engage with the students more. Give them opportunities to participate. Lin Laoshi paused, her grip on the chalk faltering as she turned to the students below. Did I ask there anyone willing to come up and explain this to their classmates? The moment her words left her lips, every student simultaneously lowered their heads, as if to say, "Do not see me. Do not see me." Lin Laoshi, frustrated by the lack of initiative, felt a surge of disappointment. This year's evaluations were bound to suffer. She glanced at a girl seated at the front. "Qin Yu, come up and assist the teacher." Qin Yu's face displayed a hint of distress. She had only managed to solve half of the problem. How could she possibly complete it in just a few minutes? "Teacher, I'm not quite sure either," she murmured to Lin Laoshi. 3 minutes elapsed. And the supervising leader surveyed the disinterested students before him, letting out a soft sigh. He shook his head in disappointment. Noticing Chu Feng, who was resting his chin on his hand, he gently patted his arm. "Why don't you give it a try?" Chu Feng, bewildered, turned to the leader, pointing at himself in disbelief. "To me?" The leader encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "Be brave." Chu Feng glanced at the problem on the board. It seemed vaguely familiar, likely something he had studied before. However, even the sharpest mind could forget much when subjected to Su Ningxue's relentless onslaught. "Oh well, I'll give it a shot." Stepping up to the board, Lin Laoshi was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar student. She approached him and whispered, "Do you understand the problem?" Chu Feng looked at the equation, recalling bits of the solution, though he still felt uncertain. "I know a little, but could you show me the textbook?" Lin Laoshi's expression darkened, her inner thoughts screaming. "This is it, my end-of-year evaluation. I can only hope for the best." Reluctantly, she handed him the book, saying, "Here it is." Chu Feng received the book and perused the examples. His hazy recollections began to crystallize. He then grabbed a piece of chalk and began to write on the board with fervor. His presence sparked intrigue among many students below. After all, they were all keen to avoid this predicament. "Who is this guy? He is quite handsome. Why haven't I seen this brother before?" Among them, Qin Yu observed Chu Feng with keen curiosity, unable to recall such a striking figure in her class. 2 minutes later, Chu Feng copied the example from the book and began writing the solution. Noticing that he was both reading and solving the problem simultaneously, Lin Laoshi leaned in and whispered, "If you can't do it, don't force yourself." Pausing briefly, Chu Feng's mind raced, quickly clarifying the obscured parts before continuing to write. Lin Laoshi could only sigh in resignation. "Students, it's perfectly normal not to solve this problem. It's a bit beyond the syllabus." Just as she finished her statement, Chu Feng handed his work to Lin Laoshi. "Teacher, I'm done." Lin Laoshi took the paper, her expression one of bewilderment as she turned to glance at the board, astonished to find the answer correct. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she scrutinized the meticulous steps leading to the solution. Her previously furrowed brow now relaxed, with a hint of a smile emerging. "That my end-of-year assessment is saved." She turned to address the students below. "This problem is entirely correct. The student who solved it must have been very diligent in the previous class and prepared ahead of time." Chu Feng sheepishly smiled back at Lin Laoshi. "Actually, I missed the last 2 classes." Lin Laoshi nearly stumbled at his revelation. Upon returning to his seat, the supervising leader patted Chu Feng's shoulder approvingly. "Well done, but make sure to arrive on time in the future." Before long, the bell rang, and Chu Feng hastily dashed back to his classroom. He would rather endure Su Ningxue's cold demeanor than sit beside an imposing school leader. Upon entering, he found Su Ningxue engrossed in his computer. Noticing that she hadn't observed him at the door, he promptly took a seat at the front desk and buried his head in sleep. Meanwhile, the leader called Lin Laoshi to the stairwell for a discussion. "Did I in the future pay closer attention to students arriving late or leaving early? That student who sat next to me just skipped 2 classes. And you were unaware. This child shows great promise. What is his name?" Lin Laoshi pondered for a moment, realizing this was the first time she had seen him. Chapter 64. Chu Feng, you wouldn't want all your drafts deleted by me, would you? Lin Laoshi chuckled awkwardly. "Director Huang, I'm afraid I can't recall." "Make sure to take note of your students. A talent like that should not go unnoticed," Director Huang reproached Lin Laoshi. Then the bell rang again, prompting both to return to the classroom, only to find Chu Feng had vanished. "Whereas the student who answered the question earlier?" Director Huang inquired. The students below shrugged. "We don't know. Director Huang turned to Lin Laoshi, his voice low and serious. That he isn't left early. Has he? You need to call the roll immediately and find him. This is utterly unacceptable. Lin Laoshi hastily retrieved a roster, calling out names, but there were precisely 55 students present. Director Huang's expression soured. Covering for him. Are we? 55, you say? Let me check. Are there really this many in the class? He counted, finding exactly 55 students. His face flushed with embarrassment, and after clearing his throat, he declared, I'll check other classes. That he turned and exited the classroom, coincidentally passing by Chu Feng's class, noticing Chu Feng resting his head on the desk. He felt compelled to see how this teacher conducted his lessons. Seemingly indifferent to the students who were asleep, that he took a seat beside Chu Feng and gently tapped him on the shoulder, saying, Class is in session. You shouldn't be sleeping. Upon turning around and recognizing it was the leader from earlier, Chu Feng's mind erupted with a flurry of emotions, exclaiming inwardly, What a nuisance. Is he really chasing me down? Director Huang, startled to find Chu Feng was the one who had risen, pondered for a moment before softly inquiring, Which class are you from? Chu Feng scratched his head, replying, This one, Director. Would you believe me if I said I accidentally walked into the wrong classroom? Director Huang was taken aback. Different majors had varying depths of content, and this student was evidently gifted. He casually remarked, Pay attention in class, but inwardly, he was still in shock. Chu Feng, on the other hand, could only feign a serious demeanor as he pretended to listen intently. Did I in class? The teacher posed questions, and most students struggled to respond, prompting Director Huang to call Chu Feng forward to demonstrate. To everyone's astonishment, he was able to solve each problem effortlessly. The class concluded with the ringing of the bell. The teacher was summoned away by Director Huang, and Chu Feng intended to leave, only to find Su Ningxue sitting directly beside him. Planning to leave? She inquired with a bright smile. You wouldn't want me to delete all your drafts, would you? Her lips curled into a teasing grin, her fair legs playfully swaying beneath her skirt. Chu Feng gazed at her exquisite face, noticing that she had applied a subtle touch of makeup today, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty to an ethereal level. No matter how one looked at her, her face never grew tiresome. He was momentarily entranced before snapping back to reality. What do you want? Noticing the brief daze in Chu Feng's eyes, Su Ningxue felt a surge of joy. This guy clearly had feelings for her, yet remained stubbornly silent. She chuckled, I don't want anything specific, just your company. That too much to ask? Chu Feng, feeling a slight headache, responded, Sister Ningxue, please don't toy with me like this. If you keep it up, I won't be able to date anyone. Girls will run at the sight of me. Upon hearing Chu Feng's desire to date someone else, Su Ningxue huffed. Didn't you say you didn't want to be in a relationship? Chu Feng replied coolly, I simply don't want to date you. You're too possessive and domineering. The moment those words left his lips, Su Ningxue's beautiful face instantly turned cold. Why? What is wrong with me? Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand, feeling melancholic. You are indeed perfect in every aspect, but your possessiveness is overwhelming, and I dislike it. He contemplated the need to distance himself from Su Ningxue, fearing that the longer this dragged on, the more complicated things would become, that if this continued, it was likely that this stunning beauty would insist on accompanying him to class, and soon, not just girls, but even boys would start to avoid him. After hearing this, Su Ningxue's eyes glimmered with anger. She struggled to suppress her rage, striving to appear more amiable, and gently replied, If you won't date me, then no one else will. I will keep my eyes on you, and let us see who dares to come near you. Her delicate hand gripped the drawer beneath the table tightly. Had the table not been so heavy, she might have flipped it over. Chu Feng, observing Su Ningxue's intense possessiveness, furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that this little sickly girl had become so extreme. It seemed that the only way to handle someone like her was to go along with her whims. Resisting would only exacerbate her condition. Thus, he began to educate her earnestly. Loving someone doesn't mean possessing them entirely. It's about trusting one another. Su Ningxue lifted her graceful neck, gazing at Chu Feng with confidence. I'm a stunning beauty pursuing you. Shouldn't you feel lucky? Others would be envious just to even dream of it. Chu Feng shook his head, his tone grave. Tell me, who could ever forsake all social interactions for the one they love? Such a suffocating form of love. Who could genuinely appreciate it? Certainly not I. That kind of life is far too exhausting and monotonous. Subsequently, Chu Feng, with a silver tongue, attempted to persuade Su Ningxue, but despite his lengthy exhortations, He could only elicit a minimal response that Su Ningxue seemed to receive his words as if they were mere background noise, nodding along absent-mindedly. Are you done? If you are, let us go grab a bite. Chu Feng thought to himself that if he continued to dine with Su Ningxue at school, their relationship would become solidified, and once that happened, it would truly be over that you've never eaten at school before. Have you? Is the sun rising from the west today? Su Ningxue teased, biting her lip. Without a car, what other choice do we have? Are you suggesting we eat outside? The food out there might not be as clean as the school is, and it would waste a significant amount of time. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. I simply prefer not to eat in the cafeteria with you. I fear others might misunderstand that Su Ningxue furrowed her brows slightly. I am not worried. Why should you be? Instinctively, Chu Feng replied, because I'm afraid you won't be able to find a husband. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue lifted his chin playfully, laughing softly, and no worries. Then I can just marry you. My little brother. With that, she leaned in as if to kiss him. Chu Feng immediately leaned back, suggesting, how about we go eat instead? This little sickly girl appeared to be quite starved, considering she was attempting to kiss him in the classroom. Seemingly unafraid of being caught by the teacher. Observing Chu Feng's flustered demeanor, Su Ningxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Let us go. I haven't eaten in the cafeteria many times, and I'm not aware of which places are good or bad. Today, I have you to guide me. Reluctantly, Chu Feng picked up his backpack, slinging his laptop over his shoulder, and walked side by side with Su Ningxue along the school's pathways. Under the faint sunlight, they seemed to be the stars of a campus idol drama. Chapter 65. The pervert on the bus. As Su Ningxue walked alongside Chu Feng, she suddenly noticed that they seemed to be straying further away from the cafeteria. Where are we headed? She paused, raising her eyebrows to inquire softly. Chu Feng continued walking forward. We're going out to eat. I'm tired of the school food. Going out is fine, but why the rush? Su Ningxue said, hastening her pace to reach for Chu Feng's hand. However, the moment she touched him, he slipped his hands into his pockets, denying her any chance of holding on. Humph. Su Ningxue huffed, muttering under her breath. So aloof. She said this while leaning closer. Before long, they arrived at the bus station. Su Ningxue felt uneasy about the crowds on the bus and tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve. How about we take a taxi instead? Chu Feng observed Su Ningxue's reluctant expression and chuckled. Or I could bring you lunch, and you could wait in your dorm. No need. Su Ningxue pointed to the approaching bus. The bus is here. Once on the bus, many students from their class recognized Su Ningxue or had heard of her illustrious reputation. They were bewildered as to why this wealthy campus flower would be taking the bus. Isn't that the guy pursuing the campus beauty? One boy remarked that he seems pretty handsome. Whispers filled the bus, but Chu Feng pretended not to hear, while Su Ningxue could hardly suppress her smile. This was precisely the effect she desired. For those gossip-loving students, today's events would undoubtedly draw attention. Over time, as long as she refrained from clarifying the matter, the rumors would spread infinitely, by the time the whole school was aware. Who would dare to encroach upon her territory? After boarding the bus, Chu Feng scanned the interior and noticed only one empty seat, beside which sat a girl with dark skin. You go ahead and sit. He softly urged Su Ningxue. Okay. Su Ningxue huffed lightly and took the seat, while Chu Feng stood before her, like a protective eagle. As she observed his robust physique, warmth flowed through her heart. Girls pay close attention to the details in their interactions with boys. Sometimes a small gesture can deeply move them. Chu Feng, noticing Su Ningxue's starry-eyed gaze, felt a sense of helplessness and quickly turned his head away. He glanced at a girl beside them, who was about the same height as Su Ningxue. She wore a checkered shirt paired with ultra-short denim shorts. Her legs were exceptionally long, longer than Su Ningxue's, slender and strong, with a high-nose bridge, thin lips, and a hint of sharpness in her brows. Clad in sporty shoes, her legs were smooth, and her naturally dark skin resembled delicate black stockings. The shapeliness of her legs suggested a girl who either climbed frequently or loved to run, indicative of a passion for sports. However, her slender frame might also suggest she was accustomed to helping her family with chores. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Chu Feng pondered, noticing that her features and skin tone resembled those from his hometown. With a distinctly southern look, just as he was lost in thought, the girl's phone rang. She pulled out an old Nokia from her pocket and held it to her ear. Hello, Mom. Is Dad feeling better now? Upon hearing the familiar dialect of his hometown, Chu Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Naturally, Su Ningxue noticed his unusual demeanor, her gaze fixed upon his dilated pupils. Her exquisitely delicate face gradually hardened, and she lifted her foot to step upon him. As Chu Feng turned his head, he instantly felt the temperature around him drop significantly. When he met Su Ningxue's cold, piercing gaze, he remained composed, betraying not an ounce of panic. After all, she was not his girlfriend. What was there to fear? Are those legs particularly appealing? Su Ningxue remarked abruptly. Following this, driven by a competitive spirit, she slowly lifted the hem of her short skirt, revealing her pristine, jade-like calves, swaying them before Chu Feng as if to declare, "If you wish to gaze, gaze upon mine. Can hers compare?" Observing her unspoken jealousy, Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Witnessing his apparent indifference, she felt an overwhelming urge to lift her skirt entirely, showcasing her flawless, snow-white legs, and chastise him. "My long, white legs are far more alluring than hers. I wear ultra-short skirts at home, and you hardly glance my way. You unappreciative brute. Yet when we step outside, you feast your eyes on those long, dark legs. How absurd!" Suddenly, she stood up and positioned herself directly in front of Chu Feng, blocking his view. "That if you wish to admire another woman, think again. Your gaze is solely mine." Chu Feng was left speechless by Su Ningxue's inexplicable antics. "But if you choose not to sit, then I shall." She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, whispering in his ear, "Do not compel me to kiss you in public." Chu Feng stared at Su Ningxue's face, bemused, and retorted, "How shameless." With a soft huff, Su Ningxue challenged, "What will you do about it? If you have the gall, bite me." Chu Feng shifted away, preferring to keep his distance from this little vixen. Observing his subtle maneuver, Su Ningxue suddenly donned a mischievous smile, a playful idea sparking in her mind. As the bus took a sharp turn, Chu Feng felt a firm yet unexpected touch upon his well-defined rear. Disbelief washed over him as he turned to Su Ningxue, astonished by her audacity that in broad daylight, she dared to cross such boundaries. The corners of Su Ningxue's mouth betrayed her amusement, her enchanting eyes glinting with mischief. After 2 stops, they finally arrived, and throughout the journey, he had lost count of how many times her playful antics had taken place. In a previous life, a mere pat from her would signal a change in his actions. Alas, such gestures seemed absurdly out of place for him now. Upon alighting, they approached the entrance of a snail noodle shop. Gazing at the enticing sign and the mouth-watering images of dishes adorned with rich, red oil, Su Ningxue's brows knitted together in discontent. She tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve, her delicate brows furrowing in displeasure. "I've heard that the sour bamboo shoots are smoked with waste. Shall we consider another establishment?" Her words nearly caused a nearby couple, who had been relishing their meal, to spew their noodles in shock. Hearing her, Chu Feng frowned. It appeared that outsiders held a significant misunderstanding of the snail noodles from his hometown. The noodles here were not foul-smelling. They were authentic, crafted by genuine locals from Liuzhou. "Of course, if you desire something stinky, you could always bring your bowl into the restroom," he explained as he stepped inside. Inside the shop, the owner, engaged in a toothpick maneuver, caught sight of the familiar figures outside. "Hey there, come to enjoy some noodles?" Chu Feng smiled slightly. "Indeed, I brought my sister along to try it." The owner, rising with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I thought you were bringing a girl." Chu Feng replied, "You know the drill, my friend." After saying this, he guided Su Ningxue to the only vacant table remaining. Curiously, she inquired, "What were you two discussing?" Chu Feng merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Moments after they sat down, the striking dark-skinned beauty from the bus entered the shop. Spotting her long, graceful legs, Chu Feng mused to himself, "What a coincidence." Chapter 66. This is a handshake, do you understand? Not long after they settled in, the owner brought over 2 generous bowls of snail noodles, complete with duck feet, fried eggs, and an assortment of snails, all topped with a vibrant layer of red oil, exuding a tantalizing aroma. The familiar scent caused Chu Feng's mouth to water uncontrollably. Su Ningxue, however, surveyed her bowl with a furrowed brow, her expression conflicted. The only comfort she found was that it lacked the foul odor she had heard about at that moment. The dark-skinned girl from the bus approached with her own bowl of snail noodles. Surveying the surroundings with hardly any empty seats available, she asked, "May I sit here?" Her voice rang like a silver bell, prompting Chu Feng and Su Ningxue to glance sideways. "You can sit beside her." It is perfectly fine, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. The dark-skinned girl nodded and settled next to Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue's commanding presence made it instinctively daunting for the boys to approach, leaving only the girls feeling bold enough to draw near. Su Ningxue shot Chu Feng a glare, her beautiful eyes radiating a frosty aura. Are you certain you can eat that? We could always go back. Although she too was sitting close, she disliked the idea of other girls encroaching upon Chu Feng. You talk too much. Can't we enjoy our meal in peace? Chu Feng teased, lifting his chopsticks to offer her some noodles. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Her pupils widened in surprise, her expression shifting from rejection to astonishment, then to delight. That it seemed quite palatable, a delightful mingling of spicy and numbing flavors that as Chu Feng returned the chopsticks to her bowl, she eagerly grabbed them and took another bite. Wow, this is truly delicious, she exclaimed, quickly becoming engrossed in her meal. While gourmet cuisine undoubtedly offered health benefits, street food often dazzled the senses in ways one would least expect. The dark-skinned girl, observing Su Ningxue's astonished demeanor, couldn't help but smirk, a hint of pride swelling within her. This establishment was owned by her uncle, serving authentic Liuzhou snail noodles that even the school beauty couldn't resist. Someday, I shall open my own place and earn money to help my father. Chu Feng watched Su Ningxue dine elegantly, rolling his eyes. One simply could not savor noodles without a bit of flair. Within 3 minutes, he had polished off his bowl, prompting Su Ningxue to chide. Slow down, you 1T starve. She picked up a duck foot from her bowl and placed it in his. Chu Feng welcomed the offering, gulping it down and crunching on a few tiny bones. The dark-skinned girl began to regret sitting near them. Her bowl remained unfinished while she had inadvertently feasted on their affectionate banter. But I'll take care of the bill, Chu Feng announced as he stood up. The owner approached, saying, Consider this meal on me. Your sister's charm has already covered your cost. She's my niece, you know, and you both share the same school. What a coincidence. Shall she greet your fellow townsfolk? The dark-skinned girl offered Chu Feng a strained smile. Hello, I'm Mo Xiaoxi. Chu Feng smiled back. I'm Chu Feng. Just as he reached to shake her hand, he caught sight of Su Ningxue's lethal glare and withdrew his hand. Boss, it's getting late. I'll head back to school now, he stated as he retrieved a red bill from his pocket. The owner insisted, refusing to accept payment. After some polite back and forth, Chu Feng placed the money on the counter and took Su Ningxue's hand, leading her out that he never intended to take advantage of such small gestures. The goodwill of his fellow townsfolk was not something to be trifled with, should they ever find themselves in need. It would be awkward to navigate the obligation. Stepping outside, Su Ningxue began her antics, teasing him with a mock tone. Hello, I'm your fellow townsfolk. Chu Feng refused to indulge her, playfully pinching her soft cheek. If you keep this up, I might just leave on my OWN. Su Ningxue huffed. Were you not just about to hold her hand? Chu Feng retorted, that was merely a handshake. Do you understand? Su Ningxue shot back. You were just trying to seduce her. Don't disguise it as a handshake. Chu Feng waved down a taxi, dismissing her that I'm heading home. I have matters to attend to. Not returning to school? She queried as he opened the door, ushering her in. Home. There are things to take care of she murmured, settling into the back seat, that in about 10 minutes, they arrived at his home. Chu Feng went directly to the drawer to retrieve the keys to his car. Su Ningxue, curious, inquired, ISNT parking prohibited at school? Where are you going? I park in a lot outside. It only costs a bit for the month, he replied. Su Ningxue giggled. What, no longer fond of your bus rides? Chu Feng remarked, there are far too many lecherous individuals on the bus. Upon entering the vehicle, Chu Feng drove his BMW with an exuberance that was truly remarkable, that a 19-year-old who had just obtained his driver's license. Who could resist the allure of the open road? Suddenly, Su Ningxue broke the silence within the car, inquiring, Have you been short on funds lately? I've been wanting to invite you out, but you always mention these novels. Chu Feng chuckled softly in response. Isn't that just nonsense? If I had a wealth of money, I would simply acquire your family home and have you pamper my feet. Gazing at Chu Feng's strikingly handsome profile, Su Ningxue fell silent for a moment before continuing. How much do you need? I can lend it to you. Just ask. Chu Feng's eyes wandered to the bustling street ahead. His hand trembled slightly, almost losing grip on the steering wheel. No, let's forget it. Last time I borrowed 100,000. It nearly cost me my dignity. That if I borrow 1,000,000, I have to keep you warm at night. He dared not accept a single cent from Su Ningxue. Noticing Chu Feng's slightly flustered demeanor, Su Ningxue raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? If you don't want to borrow, I can just give it to you. Just say the amount, and I can provide it. As they approached a red traffic light, Chu Feng halted the car, turning to face her exquisite visage. Money isn't everything. There are some things that cannot be purchased, and I'm not interested in wealth. I merely relish the enjoyment of earning money and spending what I've earned. Su Ningxue regarded him with a look of mild astonishment. Did I in that case? Why don't you hand over your salary card to me? Then you can tell me what you wish to buy. Since you claim not to care for money. Chapter 67. Forget about the IOU, I trust you. Chu Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom her quick-witted response, and then chuckled softly that my salary card can only be entrusted to my wife. Why would I give it to you? Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled, darling. How about you give me your salary card? Her cheeks flushed slightly after she spoke. Upon hearing the term darling, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Stop. Don't call me that. The green light illuminated. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. Speeding towards the school. He drove through an old district. Vague memories were suddenly reignited. He recalled that a section of the East City in the Magic City was set to be demolished around December. Due to the capital hosting the Olympics, the government aimed to attract foreign enterprises to boost the economy. Consequently, a certain area in East City would be expropriated by the state in the afternoon. Since Su Ningxue was occupied with classes, she did not disturb Chu Feng. Although he was attending his own classes, his thoughts had drifted far away. Chu Feng, could you show me the novel you've been writing? I was so close to finishing it this morning. Yin Qingyue spoke up from beside him. Sure, go ahead, he replied nonchalantly, logging into his workstation and allowing her to read at her leisure. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the thought of that old district, where compensation for demolished houses would likely be at a ratio of 1 to 2, that the thought of buying an entire building was something he dared not entertain. After all, the demolition office wouldn't be oblivious to sudden purchases. This information was still confidential, and if he were to buy a house, he could face fines or worse. Moreover, given the current housing prices, even a modest apartment would cost over 800,000, while a whole building would be in the billions. Such funds were beyond his reach. The primary concern was the initial capital. If he could acquire 10 old houses and involve his sister, having 5 properties under her name should not be an issue. Currently, writing novels could only earn him a maximum of 100,000 a month, leaving him with the option of seeking a wealthy benefactor. Yet, even if he were willing to endure such a path, he truly did not wish to pursue it. Alternatively, should he consider deceiving a wealthy woman or borrowing from one? But the likelihood of a naive rich woman being easily duped was slim. Su Ningxue was a prime example of this. Wealthy women were astute. How could he expect one to simply present herself as an easy target? Contemplating this, Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand. His expression melancholic, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Then his attention shifted to the charming face of the girl engrossed in her novel, and a brilliant idea struck him. Wait a minute, a naive, wealthy woman. The 8 prominent families of the capital, residing in lavish villas within the Second Ring Road, with parents engaged in business abroad and just returned from studying overseas, unfamiliar with the harsh realities of life in China. Chu Feng's eyes widened, fixating on her innocent beauty. Here was a perfect opportunity, especially since he had assisted her once before. Surely, she wouldn't refuse his request. Meanwhile, Yin Qingyue sensed a gaze upon her that was anything but amiable. Her movements froze, her hand halting its motion on the mouse as she turned to meet Chu Feng's mischievous stare. There's something you need. Nothing at all. Please continue, he replied, though she could feel his eyes still fixed upon her. Her once clear expression began to cloud with confusion. Are you really okay? Clearing his throat, he shyly asked, do you have any money? Could you lend me some? Her puzzled gaze gradually transformed into clarity as she rummaged through her pocket, producing a small pink wallet. She gently opened it to reveal a collection of bills, which she then placed in front of Chu Feng. Here you go. Goodness. No wonder she's wealthy. This amount could sustain an ordinary university student for 2 or 3 months. He mused. However, this sum was merely a drop in the bucket for his needs. Summoning his courage, he asked, could I possibly borrow a bit more? And how much do you want to borrow? Yin Qingyue's clear, inquisitive eyes locked on Chu Feng's face. He hesitated, knowing that asking for $1 million would likely send her fleeing back to the embrace of Yin Xie, claiming he was trying to swindle her. Yet, a smaller amount wouldn't suffice either, that he needed to project himself as a trustworthy individual. Well, just lend me as much as you can. I promise to repay you before the semester ends. I assure you. I won't run off. How about I write you an IOU, complete with my thumbprint? If I fail to repay, you can just seek out my mother at the company. In Qingwei scrutinized him thoughtfully before nodding obediently. All right, that seems acceptable. You can skip the IOU. I trust you. Meet me in the library tonight, and I'll give it to you, she added, flashing him a sweet smile before returning to her novel. The mere phrase, I trust you, momentarily overwhelmed Chu Feng, leaving him momentarily speechless. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at Yin Qingyue in disbelief, realizing that this little wealthy girl was quite remarkable. At 8 in the evening, the cool silver moonlight cascaded over the brightly lit university. Although it was now the golden autumn of September, a chill had begun to permeate the air that on the sports field. New students undergoing military training sang heartily, undeterred by the brisk wind, inside the library. Yin Qingyue sat at a desk, her slender fingers delicately flipping through a copy of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, her bright eyes radiating innocence. Such a book was perfectly suited to her tastes, full of engaging twists and turns without requiring much thought. The moment Chu Feng entered the library, he spotted Yin Qingyue nestled in a corner and made his way over. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, she looked up to find him standing before her. Chu Feng took a seat at her table, casually glancing at the book she was reading. Is this what university students should be reading? Her thoughts are so pure. It's no wonder she is so easily deceived that as Yin Qingyue noticed Chu Feng's arrival, she reached in her pocket, pulling out a postal bank card and placing it squarely in front of him. Here you go. Chu Feng marveled at her straightforwardness, pondering if this was the allure of being wealthy. Indeed, to them, money seemed merely a series of cold digits. Chapter 68. Did you steal your sister's card? Chu Feng picked up the silver bank card, scrutinizing it closely. This was far too easy to borrow, and without an IOU, if she ever encountered a deadbeat, it would likely lead to tears in the restroom. Thank you. How much is on this card? What's the password? The password is my sister's birthday. 881206. Yin Qingyue replied calmly, continuing, I'm not entirely sure how much is in there. What do you mean by not entirely sure? Upon hearing her response, Chu Feng paused, and then realization dawned on him that he looked at Yin Qingyue with incredulous eyes. This card doesn't happen to belong to your sister, does it? Yes, she replied with a simple nod. Did you steal your sister's card? Are you really going to lend me her money for my own use? No, that can't be right, can it? Yin Qingyue lifted her clear eyes, staring blankly at Chu Feng. Upon hearing this shocking response, Chu Feng was tempted to tug at her ear and exclaim, Is that even possible? One might mistakenly think she was a naive girl being lured into parting with her family's fortune. After all, their relationship was merely that of classmates. He was neither her boyfriend nor her husband, not even close to being one. At least a boyfriend could claim some semblance of a romantic bond. This left Chu Feng utterly flabbergasted that it would be one thing if the money were hers, but it was evident that it belonged to her sister. Yin Xie was truly fortunate to have such a good sister. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yin Qingyue's actions genuinely touched Chu Feng. In this world, few are willing to lend money without hesitation, much like Ding Quan, who, despite being a troublesome friend at times, could always be counted on in moments of need. Chu Feng gazed at the card resting at his fingertips, hesitating for a moment before silently placing it back on the table. He did not wish to jeopardize the bond between the two sisters over such a trivial matter. Not borrowing. Yin Qingyue appeared somewhat bewildered by Chu Feng's actions, that he looked at this innocent girl and replied, I can't lend you this money. If your sister finds out, you'll be in trouble. However, Yin Qingyue merely chuckled at this. My sister has many bank cards. Losing one won't be an issue, so don't worry. Chu Feng shook his head that if the money were yours, I would certainly lend it to you, but since it belongs to your sister, that would be akin to stealing. Well then, how about I go back and ask my sister for this card? I can lend it to you afterward, right? Yin Qingyue blinked her lively eyes, suddenly struck by this brilliant idea. After contemplating for a while, Chu Feng realized he was indeed in need of the money. At worst, he could pay her back with a modest interest once he earned some data that might work. Upon receiving Chu Feng's affirmation, Yin Qingyue's brows curved into a smile as she picked up the bank card from the table. All right, I'll go ask my sister. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have no classes. So let us meet here then. After speaking, she clutched the card and departed. Chu Feng stood in place, watching her lively silhouette leave, a slight smile gracing his lips, and no matter how hard one works, it seems futile. Where can one find a reliable, wealthy woman in this world? He realized he needed to immerse himself in books, as many affluent women surrounded him. Engaging with them could simplify the process of making money. Moreover, he possessed commendable qualities: youthful vigor, a sunny disposition, and good looks, significantly enhancing his chances of success in business dealings with wealthy women compared to others that as he pondered. He approached the bookshelf and selected a few titles. How to Capture the Attention of Wealthy Women in 10 Minutes. 10 Conversational Details for Engaging with Wealthy Women. The Psychology of Affluent Individuals. Understanding the True Needs of Heiresses. Carrying 5 books to the reading area, he instantly spotted a familiar figure, Emo Xiaoxi, just as he considered greeting her. He glanced at the books in hand and decided against it, opting instead for a quieter corner to read, fearing the embarrassment of being discovered perusing such literature by acquaintances. Settling down, he flipped through the pages of Understanding the True Needs of Heiresses. The more materially affluent individuals become, the more spiritually impoverished they often are. For genuine heiresses, money is the least of their concerns. That a third-year student, Liang, once inadvertently connected with a well-off girl on a forum. He spent time chatting with her and occasionally gaming together. One day, due to family issues, he was forced to leave home and, in desperation, borrowed some money from her. Without hesitation, she transferred him 50,000 yuan. And for over 3 years, she never once asked for repayment. This incident, which transpired in my own circle, was more surreal than fiction. They had never even turned on their cameras for a video call. Chu Feng remained engrossed, continually relating the material to real-life scenarios, finding it all quite insightful. Many wealthy individuals do not regard money as money. What ordinary people might consider a fortune of 100 or 80,000 might be mere pocket change to true heirs. It is akin to when President Wang rewards $1 million for a swift update on a novel. Chu Feng read with immense focus, and by the time he finished the last book, it was already past 11. As he closed the final volume, his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Setting the book aside, he realized the dialogue techniques presented within could significantly enhance his conversational skills. When he returned to the second floor of the library to return the books, he unexpectedly encountered Emo Xiaoxi again. That he approached the shelf, methodically returning each book, but as he prepared to leave, he noticed Emo Xiaoxi on her tiptoes searching for a book. This posture accentuated her slender waist, her body slightly leaning forward, revealing her alluring curves. Her strikingly long, wheat-colored legs made Chu Feng feel as though they were longer than his own life. "What book are you looking for?" he inquired. "That one." Emo Xiaoxi glanced at him, her delicate fingers pointing to the topmost book. Chu Feng effortlessly retrieved it and handed it to her. "Thank you," she said softly. Chu Feng smiled at the girl, advising, "It's almost midnight. You should rest early. Books can be read any time, but health comes first." Emo Xiaoxi replied. Turning to leave school, she had no shortage of admirers, including many rich young men. But most were merely attracted to her looks. Since entering university, she had chosen to remain single, believing romantic relationships could wait. But for now, she had other priorities. Her father was gravely ill and required financial support. Her sole focus was on her studies to graduate early. She had already applied to the administration to accelerate her third-year courses, which explained her frequent presence in the library. Chapter 69. I'll lend you money, but you must be my friend. The following morning, the dawn brought warmth to the earth, distinct from the chill of night. True to their arrangement, Chu Feng arrived at the library at 9. Half an hour early, recognizing that it was preferable for a boy to wait for a girl, especially since he needed her help. Given that it was Sunday, most students had no classes, and the campus bustled with activity. The library was no exception. As Chu Feng sat at a table engrossed in effective communication with others, a girl with dark skin suddenly took a seat across from him. He looked up, surprised to see Emo Xiaoxi. She glanced at him but remained silent, and they both continued reading in quietude. Chu Feng, while reading, kept an eye on the entrance, prepared to explain himself should Yin Xie and her sister arrive. Around 9:30, a familiar figure appeared at the door. There is someone. Outside, Yin Xingyue's clear, bright eyes scanned the library before locking on at Chu Feng. However, upon noticing another girl seated across from him, her eyes flickered momentarily, her hands clenching and then relaxing. She approached Chu Feng and dropped the card onto the table. "This is the bank card you wanted, but as for how much is inside, my sister doesn't remember." Chu Feng picked up the card from the table, his eyes widening with excitement as he turned to look at Yin Xingyue today. She was stunning in a snow-white, knee-length dress paired with white stockings, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs, and her long hair cascaded down her back. Her bright, peach blossom eyes sparkled with clarity. Dressed this way, combined with her fair complexion, she radiated a captivating purity, embodying the essence of an innocent university girl. "Shall we go to the bank to confirm the amount?" Yin Qingwen nodded in agreement. Chu Feng then led her out of the library to AT that moment. Mo Xiaoxi, who had been quietly observing, murmured to herself, "Isn't his girlfriend Suning Xue? Or has he found another wealthy woman to support him?" She shook her head in confusion and resumed reading her book. At the bank's ATM, as Chu Feng entered the password, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The cold digits, a total of 8 figures, left him astounded. He stared in astonishment at Yin Qingyue. Wealthy women are indeed wealthy, that he had assumed there would be only a few 100,000, at most a little over 1,000,000, that after all, if the amount were substantial, how could one forget it? Yet upon discovering the card contained over 13 million, he truly understood the weight of the 8 prominent families to AT that moment. Yin Qingyue lifted her clear gaze to meet Chu Feng's, appearing somewhat bashful. He misinterpreted her hesitation, thinking she was reluctant to lend him such a significant sum, and inwardly sighed. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to lend it?" It was unrealistic for anyone to casually lend over 1,000,000, let alone a sum exceeding that. Yin Qingyue shook her head coolly to know. "If I lend you money, you must become my friend. That my sister once mentioned that borrowing should only be done among family and friends." At that moment, her exquisitely beautiful face took on a somewhat serious expression. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng found himself momentarily stunned, pondering the absurdity of it all. "That aren't you worried that friends might deceive you for money? Furthermore, it's quite a privilege to be considered your friend." Yin Qingyue shook her head in response, her clear, star-like eyes fixed on Chu Feng. "Did I in elementary school? I wanted to learn piano and ballet. Leaving little time for friendships. That I in middle school, I focused on mixed martial arts. The others called me a violent goose, and only my sister played with me. Later, when my mother went to America, she took me along. However, the locals looked down on me, and I returned to so. As it stands, I have no friends, and if you wish to borrow my money, you must first become my friend." Chu Feng observed the slightly anxious Yin Qingyue, her gaze darting around as if fearful of her rejection. It seemed this girl had not enjoyed a pleasant childhood, and her subsequent experiences abroad, coupled with racial discrimination, had understandably fostered her social anxiety. With this realization, Chu Feng offered her a warm smile. "From the very first day we met, after our initial meal at the restaurant, we have been friends." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingyue's large, innocent eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Was I your friend back then?" "Indeed." Chu Feng nodded, extending a fist towards her. "Are you going to hit me?" Yin Qingyue blinked her sparkling eyes at the suddenly appearing fist, taking a small step back in apprehension. "No." Chu Feng chuckled softly, continuing, "Extend your fist, and let us fist bump for our friendship." Yin Qingyue extended her delicate fist, and Chu Feng gently tapped it at in that instant of contact. Glimmers of golden light flickered in her eyes. "Chu Feng, since we are friends, when will you take me out to play? Friends should spend time together, just like my sister does." After contemplating for a moment, Chu Feng thought he had no pressing matters today. "How about I take you out to play right now?" After getting into the car, Chu Feng drove to a bustling street in the old town. Once parked, he led her to experience the charm of the historic area. While it may lack the dazzling luxury of commercial boulevards, the narrow streets of the old town brimmed with nostalgia. Yin Qingyue strolled along the tidy yet narrow streets, her lively eyes darting around. Filled with curiosity about her surroundings, that rainbow candy. Chu Feng glanced at a small shop where a jar of colorful gummies was displayed. That's fake. Eating it would be poisonous. That candy-coated hawthorn. Delicious, scrumptious candy-coated hawthorn. Chu Feng, is that candy-coated hawthorn up ahead? Yin Qingyue pulled on Chu Feng's hand, pointing toward the front. Following her finger, Chu Feng spotted a frail, elderly man in his 60s selling candy-coated hawthorn on the street. "Let us go buy some and enjoy it while we stroll." Saying this, he approached and purchased 3 skewers of candy-coated hawthorn, with Chu Feng holding one skewer, while Yin Qingyue clutched one in each hand. "Yin Qingyue, does your sister really trust you to be out here with me?" Yin Qingyue smiled, saying, "My sister thinks you are safe. You are a good and honest person. Good and honest. Why does that sound slightly insulting?" Just as Chu Feng was about to explain himself, Yin Qingyue suddenly halted. Her eyes were fixated on two Hello Kitty rocking rides at the entrance of the supermarket. Chu Feng, puzzled, followed her gaze. He saw the two rides flashing with weak lights, calling out, "Children, come play." Chu Feng, trying to restrain his amusement, said, "Those are for little kids." Yin Qinghua turned to look at him, her clear eyes shining with determination. "These rocking rides aren't as fun as bumper cars. How about I take you to try the bumper cars instead?" Chu Feng suggested, hoping to convince her that if she truly played on that ride, it might end up embarrassing both of them. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Yin Qinghua paused for a moment before looking up at him. "Only children make choices. I want them all," she declared, taking a bite of her candy-coated hawthorn and walking toward the supermarket entrance, leaving Chu Feng shaking his head in resignation. As he followed her, he suddenly felt as if he were out shopping with his younger sister. After exchanging 10 yuan for coins at the supermarket, Chu Feng inserted a coin into the rocking ride once Yin Qing was settled in. The ride then played a lovely tune. "Who is my father's father? My father's father is called Grandpa." The girl, resembling a celestial being, held the steering wheel in one hand and a skewer of candy in the other, laughing joyfully. Chu Feng stood at the supermarket entrance, gazing at the girl with a wry smile. "The T.O. finds such joy in riding a rocking ride. She was even more childish than my own little sister, that I truly admire her." Thankfully, her mother is wise. Otherwise, with such a naive disposition, she could easily fall prey to those rascally boys in high school. 5 minutes flew by, yet Yin Qinghua still appeared reluctant to leave. She waved at Chu Feng and then began rocking again. Two tigers run swiftly, run swiftly. After nearly an hour of rocking, Yin Qinghua finally stopped. When she dismounted, her eyes sparkled with lingering joy. "Now, take me to the bumper cars. Today, I want to play to my heart's content." Seeing that she was finally willing to disembark, Chu Feng quickly rose from a nearby bench that he then led Yin Qinghua toward the arcade that moment, across the street. Su Ningxue and her roommate were out enjoying themselves. She had initially intended to invite Chu Feng out today, but upon hearing he had other plans, she felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. "Ningxue, is that your boyfriend?" Chu Feng, Su Ningxue's roommate, Gao Yuan, pointed at Chu Feng across the street. Hearing Chu Feng's name, Su Ningxue's eyes lit up, but upon noticing the girl beside him, her body stiffened. Isn't that the girl, Yin Qinghua, who sat next to Chu Feng before? How dare you engage in an affair? No wonder you said you had no time. That a chill suddenly swept through the air, causing Gao Yuan and the others to shiver. "Ningxu, are you all right?" Feng Shunan asked in a hushed tone. At that moment, a dark aura seemed to envelop Su Ningxue. She clutched her shopping bag tightly, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over her. Since childhood, Chu Feng had been like an air conditioner, treating every girl and boy kindly. From elementary school, Su Ningxue had consistently warded off unsuitable suitors for him, and in college, she had enlisted Lu Ruyan to help eliminate other distractions. Now, after merely a week of not keeping an eye on him, he dares to go out on a date with another girl. Su Ningxue's gaze was locked on their retreating figures, her emotions spiraling out of control. All she could see was Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, I knew it. As soon as I let my guard down, you would be lured away by those wild women." At this moment, a singular thought consumed Su Ningxue: to catch him in the act and bring him back. She marched across the street, oblivious to the oncoming traffic. Beep, beep, beep. A yellow bus blared its horn furiously. Ningxue, Gao Yuan, startled by her sudden action, quickly pulled Su Ningxue back, narrowly avoiding the vehicle that swerved past them. In the chaos, Su Ningxue stumbled and fell, twisting her ankle. "Are you all right?" Her three good friends rushed to help her up, as Su Ningxue watched as Chu Feng's figure gradually faded from view, gritting her teeth as she attempted to stand. However, the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Chu Feng. Just as she was about to pursue him, another roommate hailed a taxi in the middle of the street, whisking her off to the hospital. Meanwhile, at the arcade, Yin Qinghua drove her bumper car toward Chu Feng, but he skillfully dodged her every attempt. Frustrated, she turned her car toward a group of 7 or 8-year-old children. Laughing heartily, she spun and crashed into them, much to the dismay of the parents watching nearby. The parents glared at the two young adults, clearly displeased. How old are these kids, still playing with such childish amusements? It's one thing to play, but they shouldn't build their joy on my child. As Chu Feng maneuvered the bumper car, he felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back from the parents' stares. "Young lady, have you had enough fun?" How about we grab a bite to eat? He bumped into Yin Qingyue, calling out Dado. Yin Qingyue responded obediently, steering her car to the side. Seeing her get out, Chu Feng immediately took her wrist and led her away. Where are we going next? Yin Qingyue asked, running after Chu Feng. Chu Feng replied, we're off to get something to eat. What do you want to eat? Yin Qingyue pondered, how about we eat this? She pointed at the large roasted chicken hanging beside the fireplace in the rotisserie. Upon hearing her desire to indulge, Chu Feng promptly led her into the establishment, to say nothing of just a roasted chicken. If this little heiress wished for it, he would not hesitate to purchase the entire shop. The 1,300,000 she lent him would, in a month or two, surely yield him at least 10 million in profit. 10 million! If she craved a whale, the very next day, Chu Feng would take a leave of absence to the ocean to procure one for her feast. Soon, the proprietor presented 2 vividly glazed, honey-glazed roasted chickens at their table. At the sight of the chicken, Yin Xinyue's mouth nearly watered. Observing this gluttonous girl, Chu Feng raised a brow. Why does this little heiress desire to consume everything in sight? Is there a famine in America? Can a mere roasted chicken provoke such salivation? Yin Xinyue swallowed hard, her gaze icy. Am I salivating? If you were tossed over to America to indulge in their cuisine for a few years, you'd realize just how delectable domestic fare truly is. Were it not for my impeccable upbringing, I would have already devoured it. Chu Feng watched as her enchanting eyes nearly glued themselves to the chicken leg, pondering how the upbringing of the wealthy is indeed distinctive. Even faced with immense temptation, they can maintain their composure. No wonder they thrive. Ordinary people, at the slightest hint of profit, would rush in to seize it, only to end up losing the melon while chasing after the sesame seeds that go ahead, indulge. This is for you, he said. Chu Feng, you are truly wonderful, just like an elder sister. So kind to me, Yin Qingyue replied, tearing off a chicken leg and beginning to savor it gradually. Chu Feng marveled at her dainty manner of chewing. To eat a mere roasted chicken leg with such grace is truly unparalleled. After relishing the roasted chicken, they spent the afternoon wandering, and soon, Chu Feng noticed that it was nearly 5 o'clock, prompting him to suggest returning to school. Yin Qingyue contemplated for a moment and said, how about you accompany me to buy a couple of pajamas? Me? Chu Feng exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Perhaps it would be better if your sister accompanied you instead. Is that not acceptable? Yin Qingyue replied, her face falling, appearing quite disheartened. Fine then, Chu Feng conceded, seeing the little heiress in distress. Ultimately deciding to accompany her to the ladies' boutique, Yin Qingyue emerged from the fitting room clad in a vivid pink nightgown. Her cheeks flushed, casting glances toward Chu Feng. The nightgown he selected was a modest pink spaghetti-strap dress. He had thought it to be quite conservative, yet he had underestimated the allure of Yin Qingyue's figure. Her long legs were as pristine as the first snow of winter, her waist slender enough to appear as though it could be encircled by a single hand, while her smooth, delicate abdomen clearly outlined a graceful little contour. The innocent girl had little defense against Chu Feng, posing in various stances. I look good? She asked, unaware of how enticing the blend of purity and sensuality could be, nor did she realize that Chu Feng was utterly captivated. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart until his last breath. After emerging, Yin Qingyue sat upon a small stool, finally acknowledging her sore feet after a day of walking. She extended her foot toward Chu Feng and gave it a gentle shake. Chu Feng looked at her in bewilderment. What are you doing? My feet hurt, she replied, then suddenly realized, when my feet hurt, my mother and sister would help me rub them. Chu Feng gazed at her delicate, fair feet. So, you want me to help you rub them? Is that not all right? Yin Qingyue looked at him, a bit confused. Fine, Chu Feng relented, taking her foot and gently massaging it, though his gaze remained fixed on her exquisite form. What are you looking at? She inquired. Did I notice someone in white clothing passing by and suspected they might be attempting to steal something? He replied, trying to divert her attention. Yin Qingyue turned to glance in that direction. Her eyes clouded with confusion. But I'm wearing black. Aren't I? Chu Feng, feeling guilty, stammered. She was wearing white underneath. After scrutinizing the individual for a few moments, Yin Qingyue confirmed that the person was indeed dressed entirely in one color. Leaving her perplexed, she then lowered her gaze to her own chest. Were you just looking at my chest? Realizing the truth had been exposed, Chu Feng's heart raced, and he unconsciously increased the pressure of his massage. Though he maintained an air of calmness, You are overthinking it. Would I, Chu Feng, act in such a manner? Yin Qingwei arched an eyebrow, retracting her foot slightly, that you're pressing a bit too hard. It hurts my foot. I think I'll just return to school and let my sister massage it. Reluctantly, Chu Feng released her soft, fair foot and pretended to be nonchalant as he picked up his phone to check QQ messages. To his astonishment, several of his roommates had messaged him, informing him that Su Ningxue had been hit by a car. Noticing Chu Feng's distraction, Yin Qingwei retreated to the fitting room to change back into her clothes. She glanced down at her chest, her delicate nose scrunching, and a subtle smile danced on her lips. He indeed enjoys looking, and he even likes to play games. After changing, she handed the 2 sets of pajamas to Chu Feng, who took them to the counter to pay. After escorting Yin Qingwei back to school, he swiftly drove to the hospital in a regular ward. Gao Yuanyuan and others sat beside Su Ningxue, offering her gentle comfort. At that moment, Chu Feng finally appeared at the door of the ward. Gao Yuanyuan, upon seeing this scoundrel, felt a surge of anger and immediately advanced, attempting to kick him. However, Chu Feng deftly evaded her, casually grabbing her calf. What is with the hostility? You come right at me. Chu Feng stared at the girl before him, his expression filled with confusion. Gao Yuanyuan spat. You scoundrel. If it weren't for you, Ningxue wouldn't have been hit by a car. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does that have to do with me? Gao Yuanyuan, witnessing Chu Feng's bewilderment, began to scold him. Do you know that today we saw you out shopping with another girl? Ningxue was so upset that she lost focus and nearly got hit by a car. Chu Feng frowned slightly but said nothing. The only girl he had been out with that day was Yin Qingwei, and he was not her boyfriend, so how did he become a heartbreaker? Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to show concern, given the close relationship between their families, that he then stepped inside, approaching Su Ningxue on the bed. Sister Ningxue, I've come to see you. Gao Yuanyuan signaled to her 2 roommates to step outside, allowing the 2 some privacy. That Su Ningxue stared blankly at Chu Feng, as if she did not recognize him. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Chu Feng was taken aback. Surprise flashed across his face, quickly followed by panic. Sister Ningxue, it's me, Chu Feng. You really don't remember? Su Ningxue shook her head, indicating she did not recognize him. Chu Feng moved closer, but Su Ningxue appeared anxious, pulling the covers up and retreating slightly, a hint of fear crossing her face. Chu Feng regarded her with a complex expression, his voice heavy. It's all right if you don't remember. We can get to know each other again. That he sat at the edge of the bed, his mind racing, then continued. My name is Chu Feng. We've known each other since 1st grade, and we're currently at the same university. That we are good friends. I consider you my elder sister, and you see me as your younger brother. I am sorry for any pain I may have caused you from now on. I will protect you, sister, until you marry someone else. That we are like siblings. So I hope you won't have any other thoughts about me. Before Chu Feng could finish his explanation, Su Ningxue, sitting on the bed, was already gritting her teeth, her fists clenched tight. She believed that by pretending to have amnesia, she could rekindle Chu Feng's love for her, and perhaps he would even confess his feelings. Yet to her astonishment, this scoundrel merely spun a little tale for her. It was utterly intolerable. Her chest rose and fell with agitation, her eyes occasionally flashing with a dangerous light. However, she ultimately restrained herself from acting out. She did not want Chu Feng to discover her deception, nor did she wish to lose his trust. His unwavering faith in her was deadly, that if she could leverage that, perhaps she could make Chu Feng distance himself from that Navi girl. That my head hurts, Su Ningxue murmured, shaking her head. Su Ningxue, weary of engaging in trivial chatter with Chu Ban, seized his neck with one hand. Tell me, who is the girl you went shopping with today? This abrupt shift left Chu Feng momentarily stunned, his expression quickly morphing into one of bitter resignation. Sister, I assure you, my relationship with her is innocent. Why can't we discuss this calmly? He pleaded weakly, his voice hoarse and strained. That Su Ningxue let out a cold laugh. Discuss calmly, that's out of the question. Chu Feng pushed her hand away and took a step back, suddenly recalling that he was not her husband. Why should I be afraid? It's as if I've been caught cheating by my wife, he retorted. You have no right to dictate who I go out with. You re not my mother. Fury ignited within Su Ningxue as she sat up abruptly from the bed. However, the moment she did, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to topple forward. Chu Feng, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. Outside the door, Su Ningxue's roommate heard the commotion and opened the door, only to witness the intimate scene before her. Ningxue, you didn't ta voice. uncertain, trailed off as the door shut again. The corners of Su Ningshua's mouth lifted slightly as she gazed at Chu Feng's hand gripping her wrist, her phoenix eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Are you worried about me?" "Isn't that obvious?" Chu Feng replied, irritation lacing his tone, before continuing, "I regard you as my sister." Su Ningxue frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Chu Feng gently laid her back onto the bed and picked up an apple from the bedside table, beginning to peel it. Just then, Gao Yunyun burst through the door, addressing Chu Feng. "You scoundrel, I leave my sister in your care. We're heading back now." She shot Su Ningxue a knowing glance. "Take care." Su Ningxue smiled softly and waved goodbye to her roommate, that a truly astute individual knows how to leverage every person and circumstance around them to achieve their goals, whether through public opinion or networking. Compared to going solo, the former is far more effective. Su Ningxue cleverly employed public perception to convince the school that Xu Feng was her boyfriend, ensuring that, apart from the oblivious and shameless, most girls would steer clear of him. What followed was a private moment between Xu Feng and Su Ningxue. With the outsiders gone, Xu Feng, while peeling the apple, spoke earnestly. "Ningxue, regardless of our situation, you must remain composed in your actions. Consider not only yourself but also Aunt Shen. She has only you as a daughter, and the Su family has no other heir." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Ningxue leaned against him, her voice resolute. "But I believe my mother would prefer a good son-in-law." Chu Feng refrained from responding, realizing he could no longer reach her. After finishing peeling the apple, he offered it to Su Ningxue, then began to peel another for himself. Just as he was about to take a bite, Su Ningxue suddenly snatched it away. "You have one half-eaten apple in your left hand and a freshly peeled one in your right. What are you doing?" Chu Feng exclaimed. "If Yin Qingyue were hospitalized, would you also peel apples for her?" Su Ningxue gazed at him intensely. Chu Feng contemplated the 10 million in his bank account and replied without hesitation. "Of course, she helped me greatly today." Su Ningxue's eyes flickered as she questioned, "What exactly did she assist you with? Why didn't you come to me during your troubles? Or did you take her out on a date after she helped you?" Her sensitivity to infidelity was keen, and she instantly deduced what Chu Feng had done that day. "Why are you silent? Were you really on a date?" Su Ningxue bit her red lip, jealousy evident in her demeanor. "She lent me a substantial amount of money. Is it so wrong to take her out for a meal?" Chu Feng stated bluntly. Su Ningxue furrowed her brow, eyeing him with irritation. "Didn't I say you could borrow money from me?" Chu Feng replied coolly. "That's not the same. She lent me over 10 million, and it was interest-free. If it were you, I'd probably have to sell myself to repay you." Su Ningxue was taken aback, not expecting that this simpleton would borrow such a large sum without much thought, especially given their short acquaintance. She had even sent someone to investigate the girl, discovering that she was a recent transfer student from the United States. "All right then, if Yin Qingyue were here, lying on another bed, would you peel apples for her in front of me?" Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. "Of course." "Humph," Su Ningxue scoffed, turning her head away. "But what if you only had 2 peeled apples and all 3 of us wanted to eat? What would you do?" Chu Feng gazed at her sullen face, dripping with disdain, and replied, "I'd give you both apples. You can each have one, and I'll just watch you eat." This unsatisfactory response was clearly not what Su Ningxue sought. She wanted both apples for herself. What if there was only one? Su Ningxue turned, pressing her head down, fixing her gaze on Chu Feng's eyes. "Point 1/2 for each of us." Chu Feng held her gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Su Ningxue, unable to contain her laughter at his answer, contemplated whether she should seriously punish him today. She reached for the knife on the table, but Chu Feng was quicker and seized it first. "Chu Feng," Su Ningxue, frustrated at not getting the knife, pulled on his ear. "I'll ask you once more. How will you divide this apple?" Chu Feng knew the answer, but hesitated to respond, aware that if he did, Su Ningxue might become even more reckless. "Now let me ask you, if both your mother and I fell into the water simultaneously, whom would you rescue?" She was trying to be tricky, and he was curious to see how she'd navigate this. Su Ningxue's phoenix eyes flickered. "How can you compare an outsider to our family? It's not even a fair comparison." Seeing her falter, Chu Feng released a sigh of relief. In the face of this century-old dilemma, it seemed unlikely anyone could find a solution. Why can't it be compared? One should know to be grateful and to repay kindness. Even the smallest favor should be returned with great gratitude. Su Ningxue pondered for a moment before responding. "Then I'd save you first." Chu Feng was taken aback, looking at this devoted daughter. Realizing Aunt Shin must be incredibly proud that my mother can swim. Our swimming skills were all taught by her at home. Don't forget that Su Ningxue raised her chin, smugly justifying her earlier audacity. Though Chu Feng couldn't fathom what was going on in her head. Her words had genuinely moved him. All right, it's your turn to answer. Su Ningxue fixed her gaze on him, a smile gracing her lips. I can't help it if you put it that way. Those 2 apples are undoubtedly for you. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's previously gloomy expression brightened instantly. I'm still claiming you don't like me. A triumphant smile spread across her face. Regardless, I don't particularly enjoy apples. I'll just buy myself some candied hawthorns. Chu Feng retorted with a chuckle, mirroring her earlier words. You scoundrel, Su Ningxue leaped at him, but Chu Feng made no effort to evade, allowing her to have her fun. Hearing her response, Chu Feng felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Was it infatuation or mere gratitude? He couldn't tell, but he wished Su Ningxue were not such a possessive and obsessive individual. Noticing Chu Feng's passive acceptance of her antics, Su Ningxue began to feel a tinge of embarrassment. She bit her lip, glancing at the clear bite mark she had left on his wrist. Awkwardly, she began to rub it. Seeing as you've left me with 2 apples, I'll let you off the hook this time. Chu Feng, relieved that she had stopped her mischief, asked, When will you be discharged from the hospital? Su Ningxue thought for a moment that I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the doctor. Chu Feng pressed the call button, and a nurse arrived to assess the situation. After a brief examination, she informed them that Su Ningxue could be discharged that evening. However, the nurse cautioned Chu Feng that she needed to rest for a while and avoid moving her injured foot to recover more quickly. Chu Feng nodded at the nurse, then turned to Su Ningxue, but I'll wait a bit longer and then take you back to school. Thank you, Su Ningxue replied, but suddenly her expression shifted, darkening as she warned. If I catch you walking closely with another girl again, you'll regret it. Chu Feng dismissed her threat nonchalantly. Who I choose to associate with is my own business. Su Ningxue was about to escalate the argument, but took a deep breath to steady herself. Recalling her mother's advice about balancing firmness and softness, she switched her tone to a gentler one. The sister is just concerned you might fall into the same trap again and be deceived by another woman. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. This time, she gave me money. I didn't pay her. She is quite safe. The 2 continued their light banter until it was finally time for her discharge, which was now past 8 in the evening. Chu Feng drove her to the school gate. Get out, Su Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she weakly expressed her frustration that I haven't even eaten. And my foot is injured. Are you asking me to crawl back alone? Indeed. Chu Feng restarted the car and drove away from the school gate, suggesting they head home first. Upon returning home, Chu Feng busied himself in the kitchen, while Su Ningxue quietly observed him. Watching his familiar movements in the kitchen, with just the 2 of them present, the scene resembled that of an injured wife waiting for her husband to prepare a meal, exuding a warm and comfortable atmosphere. After a flurry of activity, Chu Feng presented a bowl of chicken leg rice and a bowl of old hen pa soup on the table. Eat what you need to replenish your strength. I've even prepared chicken soup for you. Su Ningxue took a bite of the perfectly cooked chicken leg, finding the flavor impeccable and to her liking, the sauce on the chicken leg slightly sweet. She had a penchant for sweet foods, but in an effort to maintain her figure, she usually opted for low-sugar options. Moreover, she noted that Chu Feng had not included cilantro in the dish, which was a staple in chicken dishes back in his hometown. Your cooking is truly delightful. It suits my palate perfectly. But how did you know I dislike cilantro? After swallowing her mouthful of rice, she looked at Chu Feng with a hint of curiosity, but he glanced at Su Ningxue and replied, Let us just eat. Less talking in his previous life. Chu Feng had an intimate understanding of Su Ningxue's various interests and preferences, and his culinary skills had been tailored specifically for her. Seeing that Chu Feng was reluctant to respond, Su Ningxue merely smiled softly, thinking to herself, how can he be so well acquainted with my likes and dislikes, yet insist he doesn't have feelings for me? How stubborn to be, by the way. Aren't you hungry? Su Ningxue asked, sipping the chicken soup while her gaze remained fixed on Chu Feng, who was engrossed in his phone. She suddenly recalled that since this afternoon, he had been with her until her discharge. He probably hadn't eaten either. Chu Feng gently shook his head. Not hungry. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue was instantly reminded of the scene where Chu Feng had accompanied Yin Qinghua shopping earlier that day. Sneaking out to indulge with that little vixen, of course. You're not hungry. Chu Feng raised his head, casting a glance at Su Ningxue, who was sipping soup and stewing in jealousy, and chose not to respond. Su Ningxue discreetly scrutinized his every move, and when he remained unresponsive, an unsettling emotion surged within her, as if her heart had been suddenly wrenched. She fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Feng and asked in a frosty tone, "What is your relationship with the girl you were with today? Have you developed feelings for her? Are you considering a romance?" After finishing the last sip of soup, she looked at Chu Feng, her voice trembling slightly. Chu Feng set down his phone and met her gaze, shaking his head that "I don't know." Seeing his indifferent expression ignited the suppressed anger within her once more. "I'll ask you again. Do you like her? Are you thinking of starting a relationship with her?" With a loud crash, she slammed the soup bowl onto the table. Chu Feng glanced at the furious Su Ningxue and replied coolly, "What my relationship with her is none of your concern." Although he knew Su Ningxue genuinely cared for him, it did not mean he was prepared to accept that affection. It felt too burdensome, a weight he could neither bear nor wish to. "If you want to tell me, then I'll confront her directly tomorrow." Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, her expression fierce as she locked eyes with the seemingly indifferent Chu Feng that he sighed at her stubbornness. "Why do you always have to be like this? Does loving someone mean you must restrict their social interactions? That is not what love is." That Su Ningxue regarded him, and his words struck a chord within her, resonating with her complex feelings towards him. An amalgamation of familial affection, friendship, love, dependency, and a possessive desire. She herself could not discern the depths of her emotions, so she attributed them all to her love for Chu Feng. Chapter 74. Yet again, taking advantage of noticing Su Ningxue's silence, Chu Feng decided to steer the conversation away from that topic. "Are you full? Are you planning to take a couple of days off at home to rest? Or will you return to school?" He looked at the dazed young girl before him. Su Ningxue lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, her eyes flickering. "That I'm afraid to be alone at home. Unless you stay to accompany me, I'll have to go back to school." Chu Feng pondered for a moment, recognizing that if anything were to happen to her in her current state, she might not be able to escape. Returning to school would at least provide her with some support. "Then let us go back to school." I in the parking lot beside the school. Chu Feng parked the car, while Su Ningxue, leaning on a crutch, took a few steps before glancing at it and raising her brows. She then tossed it straight into the trash bin. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Feng turned to see Su Ningxue standing beside the trash can. Staring at him intently, bewildered by her actions, he asked, "Why did you throw away the crutch?" "It's ugly, so I discarded it." That moment, Su Ningxue resembled a petulant child, glaring at Chu Feng that he was taken aback. Despite her sprained ankle, she had discarded the crutch. How bold of her! "If you've thrown it away, how will you get back?" Su Ningxue's lips curled upwards, a knowing smile playing on her face as she pointed at Chu Feng. "That's simple. You'll have to help me back. Don't forget what Annie told you. Since they're not home, we should help each other." Chu Feng suggested, "Shall I call your roommates to come?" However, Su Ningxue had already messaged her roommates, instructing them to ignore her calls. Thus, she proceeded to dial her roommates right in front of Chu Feng.